Yellow.
Jeremy, it's Papa Lou.
Oh, hey, dude, man. So, like, whoa, man, this is like so crazy because, like, man, I was thinking, man, like aliens are so cool, and like you, dude, you used to work with aliens, man, and so like I was thinking about, I was thinking about like you, because you were at like A-tip, dude. Well, not officially, but whatever, man, that doesn't matter. Anyways, crazy, man. I mean, crazy. Am I right or am I right? Why aren't you talking, my dude? Am I rambling again? Because if I'm rambling, it could possibly be my UAP anxiety, or it could be the mushrooms. Okay, so like I know you hate when I ramble, so I'm gonna just stop talking because I'm not gonna lie. That last camping trip, dude, unfucking acceptable. I know I wouldn't stop rambling about the Baghdad Phantom, but like, you didn't need to beat the living shit out of me in front of everyone. Not cool. Okay. Anyways, what was I talking about? Shit. I'm like freaking 3 weed brownies into the unicorn pit, and I need you, my dude. Lou,
Jeremy,
are you there? Lou,
Jeremy,
fuck, man.
Jeremy, shut the fuck up. My God, every time I call you, do you have to be on mushrooms every time I call you?
Well, yeah, man, it helps me connect to Bob Lazar's spirit animal.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Jeremy, can we drop fucking Bob Lazar, please?
So, dude, you got to hear this dream, man. So I'm saddlebacking Bob Lazar's spirit buffalo, and we're like surfing on a wave of element 115, right? And so then...
Oh my God, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to kill myself right now.
Right? So then I'm like, whoa. He's like, whoa. And we're like, whoa. We come up to a white mountaintop. Then the mountaintop says to me, get this. Well, you're not going to believe what it said, but it was like, weaponize your curiosity.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, look, that's great, but can we...
Right, so we merge into the mountaintop and shit, I forgot what happened. Oh, yeah. So then my Bob Lazar buffalo grows angel wings, and we go through a wormhole to Area 51. And can you guess who was there, dude?
Just kill me, please.
Well, hold on, Mr. Impatient Pants. So, dude, get this. It was the Baghdad fucking Phantom. Yeah, dude, I swear to God, in the flesh, fucking contrails and everything. So I'm like, shit, I need to get this filmed, or my next podcast is going to tank worse than the last one. So then Eric Davis starts vomiting dino beavers, and I'm like, whoa, dude, whoa. So I didn't plan for this, right? So I'm like, dude, what the fuck, Eric? So then a dragon shows up, and he's got his 3 little alien babies, and I'm like, and I'm all like, you can't put the clown on the beaver nuts without creating an alternate dimension. I can't tell Bruce
that's when the force field opened up.
Bears. So then the dragon tells Bob Lazar, and I was like, whatever, dude. It's not like Bob's not getting laid. He owns a brothel.
Jeremy,
and I'm like, is this the DMT highway? Does anyone have a fucking map, man? Because I'm lost in the sauce here, and I could use some fucking help.
Up. Just shut fuck up, please. Jesus. Look, Jeremy, we're in a bit of trouble, okay? I need you to focus and listen to the words coming out of my mouth. That UAP hearing has made me look like a blowhard. Everyone now knows all my bullshit that I've been spouting off about higher resolution videos and recovered alien materials.
Yeah, where are those, by the way?
Jeremy, we've been through this. They don't exist.
Oh, that's right. You're full of shit.
I've got Mick West debunking every video I stole from the Pentagon. Simultaneously, I have Lou reviews outing my private texts where I lied about the Felon 5. On top of that, every fucking week, UFO Judas trolls the shit out of me with his videos. It's all falling apart, Jeremy. No matter how much I promote myself on sock puppet accounts, people are losing their faith. I'm losing control of the narrative. Can you imagine how bad it will get when my useful little idiot King Milkfart finds out I've deceived him? The trolling will never end from that twit. Jeremy, I've tried everything. I've gone silent off Twitter, hoping this whole thing goes away, but it doesn't. Lou Angeles, just when I think he's gone, he comes back to haunt me. Just thinking about him scares the shit out of me. Then you have Mick West, he's even scarier. My God, the terror of it all. I'm going to have a goddamn nervous breakdown. Jesus, hang on, Jeremy. Let me pop a Xanax. I'm getting desperate, Jeremy. I have my book coming out, and all the book has is carrots on a stick and NDAs. Sometimes I sit alone cleaning my pistol, and I wonder, what if... You know what I mean?
Cranberries, yeah.
I don't know why I even bother with you, Jeremy. I mean, Jesus Christ, you are absolutely fucking useless. But I need you for something. I need you to pull your little peanut together and pull some propaganda for me. I need you to call up Napster and let him know we're going to need 2 weaponized podcasts. I want these podcasts dedicated solely to promoting me as a hero to the UFO community. I want my zealots motivated and dogmatic. I want them believing I'm the next coming of Christ. I want you to tell them all of the amazing things I've been doing for the UFO community.
Like what?
I don't know, make something up. I want them thinking I've been working behind the scenes briefing the AARO. Unfortunately, that asshole Sean Kirkpatrick knows I'm full of shit and won't take any more secret meetings from me. Every minute these assholes keep exposing the truth is another minute I'm losing my influence. This needs to be fixed ASAP, Jeremy. Now, if you can't manage to do this without fucking it all up, well, Jeremy, let me just say this. I don't want to have to get physical with you again. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jeremy?
Yet you're saying you'll beat the living dog shit out of me again?
Good. Then I expect to hear the podcast next week. Now I want you to title it Lou fucking Rambo Elizondo. Skeptics beware.
Cool, man. We'll do Rambo. Hey, man. So, like, can I finish my epic journey with you?
Absolutely not.
Lou's such a great dude. Well, Bob, you ready to head back to the Shadow Realm?
Greetings and salutations, friends. I apologize. We had a little bit of a late start today because of a technical hiccup, but I believe that everything is working and we will proceed with tonight's festivities. First, actually, though, let me attend to some show business, which should have been done before the show, ideally, of course, but you'll have to just forgive me, friends. And bear with me 1 second while I send invites to, I'm actually sending invites to 2 people. I'm not sure if or when they will be joining us, but I believe they will. And, but let's give them a few minutes. And I apologize to them as well. It appears, this late start plus this, not a great start, but we are here. We are live and we are ready to proceed. So, listen, I keep saying this. I don't know that I want to stop covering UFOs, but I don't want it to be the main and always subject for most of our shows any longer. To say that I am burnout and disgusted actually with UFOs is probably a fair and accurate statement. And why? It's because every single rabbit hole I go down, you never reach any resolution. It's an endless nightmare of incomplete or less than accurate or just fake sources, false half-truths, totally fake whistleblowers, totally fake made-up witnesses that don't even exist, people making up fake military backgrounds when they were never in the military, or saying that they worked for the CIA, and Eisenhower, invading Area 51. That's one of my favorites. Turns out that guy never worked for the CIA. In fact, his entire life he worked for a supermarket. Wasn't in the military either, as I have come to learn. These stories it's just a repeating pattern of bullshittery. Most of it. I'm not all of it, after all. And here's another thing. I get a lot of flack. People say, why are you even dealing with this stuff if you're so skeptical? It's because many of you know I had my own personal experience when I was a child, and that had made me a voracious reader and consumer of any kind of information about UFOs or aliens, really trying to get to some form of truth for my own, I suppose, for my own good. I want to know what it is that I saw as a child. I am really, I suppose I'm sad, having come to what I feel is maybe not the end of my UFO road, but certainly further along towards that end than I ever thought I would be. And what I've come away with, having studied many of these things, is almost all of it is bullshit. That's the simplest way to put it. Like I said, fake sources, less than accurate information being shoveled down the throats of hungry people that are hungry for this to be true. We never get to the proof. We hear talk about alien metals recovered from crash sites, but we never see the lab results proving that, except in a few cases. I don't want to say all of that is bullshit. After all, we have Jacques Vallée. But again, we don't get to a definitive answer with most of this stuff. But we're back in it. Why? Because George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have decided to team up again. They were the guys that brought us the bullshit Bob Lazar documentary, after all. George Knapp had 30 years to prove that story was real, milked it for everything he could, and then when the money ran out, decided to help a young filmmaker in the form of Jeremy Corbell make a documentary on Lazar that turned out to be a large retelling of the same old story from 30 years ago. But hey, Jeremy Corbell will argue with you about all the fascinating new information he presented in his documentary. Yeah, like showing Bob Lazar a picture of a hand scanner he talked about and saying, is this the hand scanner you saw at that secret base where they were working on those flying saucers? And Bob Lazar said, yeah, it is. That is and it's the same hand scanner that was in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but that doesn't have anything to do with Bob Lazar being truthful about seeing this thing or working on alien flying saucers after all. What a complete and total letdown. After all the shit talking and smack talking that guy did about how this film was going to change everything, that's all you got? A hand scanner? Okay. Friends, I could go on. But it's better to just say, hey, I would like to cover other things here. And we are branching out into other subjects. But when I have personal knowledge of something that everybody's talking about, I think that it's okay to chime in. So, friends, welcome to You're Watching Truth Seekers, and welcome to the UFO Report. So, what's going on in UFO land? Well, apparently in the last several days, and some people found this suspect, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, teamed up to drop incredible new information. And you'll have to bear with me for one moment because I do want to share my screen for some of this. And it looks like no guests. And I think that may be because I don't know, there was some confusion. The guests were going to be Dan Benkert and Alien Scientist, but I believe that Alien Scientist said, come and do my show because I get more viewers. And I said, I got to do my own show. I don't have time to do other people's shows, or not really that. It's just, I said, why doesn't he come on here and then we'll stream it also to his channel? Or, so that still may happen. We still may get a way to share and team up for this. But in the meantime, so we'll start with George Knapp's, because I think really George Knapp's is, I think there's not much to this. He releases some pictures. Okay, so there's new UAP photographs that are much like the last photo that most people seem to believe was simply a Batman balloon. Damn, what? 1 second. I'm trying to get this, Dan. I'm having trouble here. Dan, I don't know why I'm having trouble with my phone. So message me what you wanted, Dan. And please stop continually calling me on Facebook. It's going in my ear this entire time for the last 2 minutes. Message me, please. Okay, let me just see if I can attend to that. Yeah, I don't know. He's trying to call me on Facebook, which is not a good idea while I'm broadcasting live, Dan. Message me on Facebook or... So let's see if I can get back on track here now. So George Knapp releases some photos. And to me, they could be anything. I don't understand the excitement. I don't understand the whole hubbub about it. One second. I sent you the link. Oh, sorry. Hold on. One second, friends. So there just seems to be some kind of confusion here. Let's see if we can't sort it out. 1 second. And we'll get our guest on. At least one of them, right? All right, here we go. So far, I get the award for the most. Yeah, I sent it to you before, Dan. So I've sent it to you twice now. Tonight gets the award for the most disorganized beginning to a show I've ever done. Great. But you guys will have to forgive me. I like to say that you get the show warts and all, right? Warts and all. Oh, so here's Jeremy. Let's see there. There you go. Nobody cares. Yeah, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Is your mic on?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
A little low, but yeah, let me see if I can turn you up here. All right, maybe that'll help. Yeah, it's really low. I don't know why.
I turned my volume up. Yeah, that's a little better.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. I had it all the way turned down. Sorry about that. Yeah, man. What's up with Jeremy Corbell, man?
Well, you know, I have a lot to say about this because I got to see this video where George Knapp and him are talking. And let's start on this because I think it's very important. In this video of George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell talking, Jeremy Corbell claims that this video he released came from a classified briefing, but that the video itself was unclassified. So this didn't sit right with me. So I went with asking every source I know that has had classified briefings, can you share anything from a classified briefing? And most of them, all of them, and I mean, I have sources told me you don't share anything from a classified briefing. To do so could be career suicide. You could lose your job, your pension, your security clearance, and you might get prosecuted. Additionally, Jeremy Corbell goes on to describe in great detail the subjects of this classified briefing, the things they discussed or were concerned about, what they talked about in this briefing. Again, this is not information that anybody could share with Jeremy Corbell without losing their job, probably getting prosecuted. This doesn't make any sense. People are attacking me on Twitter right now simply for saying I don't believe that Jeremy Corbell has had access to secret information from a classified briefing whatsoever. If he did, the government would be pressuring him right now to reveal his source so they could prosecute them, or they'd be in his inbox. You know, they have the technology to see every message he gets, every phone text, and find the source that supposedly was in on these classified briefings and shared all this information with Jeremy Corbell. Let's start there. What do you think, Jeremy?
Well, yeah, exactly. There's no evidence that shows that this came from a classified briefing or that it was classified or at all that time. I think he said the same thing about those Nimitz tapes, which apparently he had access to those too somehow ahead of time, and they were posted on like Live Leak or something that he took down off his other channel and stuff like that. I remember that going on back in the day too. So I don't know what's going on with him. I just know that like I don't
Something's
trust,
not right here.
I don't trust
Something's
anything
not right.
he says. I don't
Something's
trust
not
anything
right
he says.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody that you have to consider the source, right?
Yeah, always consider the source.
He and Richard Dolan completely and totally faked something called the CIA deathbed confession, where this guy who supposedly worked for the CIA was talking about aliens and Area 51 and President Eisenhower.
I remember that.
There is substantial and supportive proof that guy in the video, even though Richard Dolan says he is who he says he is, was a complete and total fraud, was never in the military, was never an employee or contractor for the CIA. That's the quality of the story that Jeremy Corbell, and he has never explained why he frauded that, right? What is that, 1 million views on YouTube? Monetized views?
Yeah.
So consider the source. And let's bring in here, Solar Marshall is here. Welcome, Solar Marshall.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let me turn my speakers down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm getting.
Well,
I'm
speaking of
getting echo.
classified information and
Really?
briefings, man, it
Hold
just
on.
blows my mind that all this stuff, like these people come out and talk all this hot air about having all this information, but none of them talk about the technologies. None of them talk about the science. It's like a blacklisted subject.
No.
For all these people.
No. Corbell talked about the science, and he said
Oh yeah.
that there's no way that it can be a balloon. There's just no way that it could be a balloon. And he also said that we don't have the technology for a drone that could be, what do they call it? He's got a fancy word for it, transdermal, transdimensional. He said we do not have the technology for a craft that could fly in the air and go into the water. And I have a video of just such a craft that we do have. They made prototypes of it, right?
Yeah. Which craft is that? I just want to see. I just want
Hold
to
on,
know
I'm
the
sorry.
same one as I do. But,
Unidentified submerged objects. They've been talking about them for so long. If you go
these
back to some of the-
hydrophobic coatings and stuff, they put
Yeah.
this certain coating on the.
D.D. Look up D.D and you'll see the technology. Supposedly, our modern aircraft carriers use D.D. and it
But he
creates
uses
space.
the thing that bothers me is he uses these absolutist statements like we don't have that technology. None of our foreign adversaries have the technology. He didn't
Yeah,
even
like
stop to
runs the
Google it
CIA
to
or
see if it was. Yeah, did he even stop to Google it to see if there was such a craft possible? Because Lockheed Martin has one, and we're going to share a video of it and make him look.
Well, you also have
in
T.D. Barnes on record talking about Project Palladium, saying that was his first, when they asked him to give way in on the Nimitz encounters, T.D. Barnes, the head of the Area 51's, classified programs, what the CIA did out there, he mentioned Project Palladium and Project Nemesis, which are two such projects which worked on exactly doing that to spoof Russian radar systems.
Victor Corleone in the crowd did an interview with two major players in all of this that both worked at Area 51, T.D. Barnes, and he also did an interview, amazingly, with Fred Dunham. Fred Dunham goes into absolute detail about Papoose Lake, goes into absolute detail, so does T.D. Barnes, about Papoose Lake and the lack of anything being there other than a radar jamming station, a little building they had there, just a very small building. I think I've seen this building on the very north end of Papoose Lake. I think it's fallen down and shit by now. It's not been used since the 70s or something. But they both say flat out, these guys are there all through the 80s. TD was there all through the 60s, 70s, and 90s. He retired from there. He worked there his entire life. These guys all say there was never anything at Papoose Lake, ever. Nothing. Nothing's there, just like today. Nothing except that one little building. And the arrogance of Corbell to say that we don't have this technology, he's out of his fucking mind. I am going on record here to say.
Listen. I want to say this because I got a lot of feedback, and people said, "No wonder Jeremy Corbell blocked you. You're so nasty when you talk about what he talks about." So let's really try and don't get personal. I know you get passionate, so do I. But let's no
it's
insults.
hard, man.
Let's just give people the other side of the coin tonight and let them decide who the asshole.
What's crazy? We were talking about this before.
Can we
Dan.
show parts of his video, by the way?
Just hold on though, because I got something that I got to queue up first here.
How about the fact that he calls it a pyramid? He voids the word triangle. Of all costs, he won't talk about a triangle craft.
Jeremy,
it's just
you and I both know why.
Yeah, we were just talking about this before, man.
Do you want me to explain why he refuses the word triangle?
Edgar Boucher. Yeah.
Okay. They both, I guarantee you, Corbell will hate anyone that George Knapp will dislike, I'll just say. Automatically. George Knapp, let's face it, this boy, he walks around like a blind puppy dog, and George Knapp said, blind puppy dog, daddy, mommy, whatever.
My mentor.
I hate to interrupt you, but I just wanted to tell you that I've queued it up, and that the aircraft that Lockheed Martin designed and even flew prototypes of is called the MPU-AV, and it could fly in the sky and go in the water.
Oh, let's see.
Jeremy Corbell said that we do not have that technology, and no one on Earth has that technology.
Oh, please, Joe.
And here's proof. Here's proof that we have it.
Liar.
He didn't even Google it. He didn't even Google it, bro. You didn't even Google this?
Liar.
Come on, here it is. flies in the sky and
Wow,
goes
look
in
at
the
that.
sea.
And
I like
where
how
would
it's
they
got those
test it?
wings,
Right off
those
the
angled
coast of-
wings.
Guess where they tested at? They tested
Right off the
right
coast,
the
right off the
there.
west coast.
Yeah,
There's a base
right-
that does advanced UAP research.
that-
All
it's
the black
called
programs.
It's the triangle.
Yeah,
out
look at
there.
this.
Wow,
Jeremy,
look at
Jeremy,
that.
you gotta love this because you're a science guy. Look at this.
This
And
is
it's a
great.
triangle, for goodness sakes. In the
You got to
air.
send
There's
me
no
this
way.
shit.
There's no way, alien scientists.
I got to put together a short video on this, man.
There's
I'm
no
blown
way
away
it's
by this.
humans.
Look at this thing. This
It's
thing
got to be
was coming out of
aliens.
the UAV.
It's got to be aliens, according to Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. It's just.
I haven't
gotta be
seen this
aliens.
video. I haven't seen this video, but I read a whole article on this, and they talked about the hydrophobic coatings that go on it.
I didn't know anything about it. This is great. MPUA.
Oh, and by the way, fair use, fair use. This is a transformative work, and we are.
Unmanned aircraft that could
Let me get my banner up here where I get it
Yes,
straight. This is fair use, friends. We're going to be discussing the contents of the video, which is proof that Jeremy Corbell is a terrible researcher. He makes terrible, terrible statements as fact when he doesn't know what he's talking about. He has no idea what he's talking about.
And then I try to go on and educate him, and he blocks people like me.
Yeah, or me. I'm blocked too. Welcome to the club. You can't ask him questions.
Just-
or,
Submarines that we designed.
The truth should not fear investigation. It's only people that are lying that are afraid of, people asking questions.
Both the UAV
Not
Yeah,
to
so
brag,
here it is.
don't block me because he says I'm the only one that keeps him scratching his head at nighttime whenever I post on his page.
Two rockets.
So I bother him.
Blast this aircraft into the sky.
Well, listen, if I don't want you to advocate for me, but just tell him I don't have anything against him. I have something against the the bogus information he presents as factual, and I'm not going to apologize for that.
Why would you?
Yeah, like me, I like friends that are going to check me when I'm wrong. He doesn't want people like that. He just wants to collect the cash and roll on. But look at this. This looks like it. Some people could think that's an alien spacecraft if you've seen that flying around. Look at it. Right? But the point is, we have the technology to go in the water. Look, there it goes. It's going to submerge.
Looks like the Pelican from Halo. Almost,
Cable from the submarine and attaches it to a cable that's dropped from the aircraft. Once those two cables are connected, the ROV can go back to the submarine, and the aircraft can be reeled down, pulled down. To the
Look at
submarine
this,
like a kite.
dude. Goes right underwater. This is different than the one I was looking at, I think. I watched these water depth tests with these, where they use these coatings. Wow, that thing's crazy.
People that support naval operations.
Yeah, I mean, this is enough. We don't have to. This is a pretty long video. It's basically like a.
Some good shots of the craft, though, man. That's nice.
Yeah, it's basically like a video, Lockheed Martin, bragging, look at this awesome technology that we've developed, that Jeremy Corbell says nobody has.
It's crazy that we have Chris Mellon on Twitter too, talking about promoting Jeremy Corbell and talking about pilots seeing these things and stuff. But I call them out. I'm like, there's no discussion of any of the technology or ongoing programs. Like, you're obviously working for the Pentagon as a front operation to cover for the real top secret stuff that's going on. It couldn't be more obvious to people who have been researching this for a decade or more, like myself and you. It burns me up. It burns me up, bro. I think we're gonna have our day, though. I think this stuff's gonna come out. I'm gonna make sure that this UAP task force does not get controlled and connived. I'm doing my own thing on that. Like I said, I'm putting together my own technical briefing. Like Corbell says, he had access to these classified briefings. Well, if he doesn't know about these craft,
He'd
then
be
what
in
good
jail,
are
bro.
his
He's putting out
briefings?
classified information.
Yeah, he's got all this classified information,
Guys,
but he didn't know about this public Lockheed Martin project. That doesn't make any sense.
Did you hear him at the end say, what if we had a video that showed a UFO flying right up to the camera on a what did he say, on an aircraft carrier, right up to the camera, and then after it flies up to the camera, it for some reason just takes off. Well, he says now, and George Knapp looks right at him and goes, now that would be classified. They were hinting at the fact that they have another video coming, but the fact is saying that it's classified. You can't fucking post anything that's classified or talk about it on
the sources that I got, the sources
briefing.
Color Marshall, the sources that I have, which I'll share one publicly. I've got 3. All people that were verified, they got classified briefings. They had top secret clearance. One of them, Walter Bosley, I talked to him earlier, and he said there's no way on God's green earth, if you're sitting in a classified briefing, that you can share what was talked about, what the subject was, what people are concerned about with a media person. To do so would be career suicide. You'd get fired, lose your pension, maybe prosecuted. But Corbell is on this video clearly saying that he has knowledge of this classified briefing from a conveniently anonymous source. Now, one of the other points that he made in that video is that he says that there's 3 craft in the video, these 3 pyramids.
2 are stars.
Yeah, no, 2 are reflections. And if you slow the video down,
show it.
I'm going to do it at 0.5 speed, and we're going to share it. If you slow this video down to 0.5 speed, you can clearly see that it's 1 object and 2 reflections, because the 2 reflections move exactly in mirror with the middle main blinking object.
So basically, you're saying that
he's saying that there are 3 independently moving craft, and one overtakes the other one. No, a reflection is not overtaking anything. These are 2 reflections and 1 object. And we're going to share that here now. But let me just check. Okay.
Well, believe me, I totally believe you.
Yeah, I've been.
Mick, well, the first thing I noticed when I saw them videos, I'm like, man, you got to understand something, dude. I totally studied the patterns of an aircraft, the light patterns that they give off for a reason, a debunking purpose. A guy that was literally filming what he said were Orion spaceships up. And I said, dude, what's your location? New York. And then he told me where he went to go film all the stuff. I said, you realize you're right next to Stewart International, right? I said, that's like the CIA East Coast drone base. Oh, they're coming out of the ground right next to it. I'm like, dude, it's because
and perspective and
and here's what he said, dude. And everybody bought this, so get ready. It's going to happen with Corbell. They mimic the United States or global aircraft. They mimic their light strobes, their light patterns, everything that they do on purpose to throw everyone off, to make them think they're regular aircraft. No, it's the fact that they're just weird looking drones that no one's really seen before.
Or aircraft obscured by atmospheric effects, or 100 other things. But they jump right to, they always jump to, you got to jump to alien. Now here I'm going to play this video at 0.5 speed, and I want everybody to pay particular attention to one portion, which clearly shows these other 2 supposed spacecraft are just mirroring perfectly the movement of the blinking one. So we don't have 3 spacecraft or aircraft even. We have 1 and 2 reflections. It's very clear from this video, but Corbell almost preemptively is trying to, in the video talking to Knapp, is trying to say, no, it's 3 craft. 1 overtakes the other. They're independently moving. It's reflections, and it's very clear to anybody that it's reflections. Let's take a look. Here we see.
This is definitive proof of aliens we've been waiting for.
Yeah,
Jeremy Corbell is our
the middle object, which just so happens to be blinking FAA lights, right? Because all aliens conform to the FAA requirements for lighting on your spacecraft, right? But here's on this side of the screen, you can see those 2 other faint objects, and they're perfectly mirroring this object. Those are reflections. Those are,
you're right.
Those are craft. Here, we'll play it again. We could slow it down even further, but here's on the right side of the screen, left side of the screen, we see these other 2 faint images clearly mirroring every movement of the blinking object. Now, I talked to somebody that I know that is into night scopes, and he told me that those lenses Mick West talked about are incredibly common, and that any aircraft you look at with one of those lenses or light source will appear to be triangular if the aperture is set that way. So
yeah, I liked how Mick West showed the lens. he showed the lens and he called Corbell out. He said, "Why don't we go and film some stuff with this lens and this camera?"
I didn't ask for permission. I didn't have time to. So what I'm going to say is, it's better to beg. It's better to beg forgiveness than to ask permission. I agree 100% with Mick West's analysis of this video and his conclusions. So let me see if I can find that, and we're going to share that next. And really fair use.
Smart. What's funny is just 2 weeks ago he had Lou Elizondo on there on purpose, and Lou Elizondo's whole excuse was, "You didn't get to see the rest of the videos. You didn't get to see the rest of the videos. You didn't get to see." Well, why won't they show us the rest of the videos if it's unclassified? I don't get it. You'll
notice something about Mick West. He will not touch my stuff. He will not even go near it.
Already interviewed you.
So I went on a show. Yeah, it didn't go too well.
Maybe we're gonna force them tonight then.
Shit.
But it was just funny, man, because like I don't know. I look at it like if Mick West is debunking your stuff, it's bunk, bro. Like he doesn't even touch
anything that might be real. No,
right.
He doesn't touch anything that might be real.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
No, that was
he leaves. I think he leaves the stuff that he believes may or is real alone. That's what I think. That's my personal.
He came up with a perfectly logical and plausible explanation to explain this video, other than aliens.
I'm going to share it right now. We're going to cite fair use, and I think all three of us might agree with Mick West's interpretation. Take from that.
I don't always agree with Mick West. I don't always agree with him, but
me neither. But in this case, I absolutely do.
This video.
Go ahead and play his video.
Well, debunking Corbell is like shooting fish in a barrel.
Let's listen to this. Turn it up.
Just a plane and some stars and a camera artifact called bokeh. What are we looking at? The video is from a night vision binocular, which intensifies available light and gives you a green image. It's not recorded with that binocular, but with something like an iPhone held up to the eyepiece. At the start, we can see the ring of the eyepiece. There's some lights in the sky, and then we pan over so we see this pole and a flashing light. They zoom in on the flashing light. Now this zoom isn't done with the binocular zooming. Look at the ring on the eyepiece moving. It's the iPhone zooming with digital zoom, so it does not alter any optical effects in the binocular. So we get zoomed in and we see this green triangle in the center which flashes and two fainter green triangles on the left that don't flash. There's a bunch of other points of light that look like stars in a still frame, but they're just flickering noise that changes from frame to frame. We then zoom in a bit more on the green triangle, see it flash a few times, and then one other green triangle, done flashing, drifts past, and that's it. The first thing to notice is the flashing of the light. There are two flashes at different rates, a bright one every 1.5 seconds, and a dimmer one about every 1.25 seconds. These are basically the rates of flash for standard aircraft navigation lights. 1.5 seconds is the red anti-collision strobe, and 1.25 seconds is consistent with a wingtip strobe. There are also other standard lights on a plane that are on all the time. So the lighting matches a normal human plane. But if it's just a plane, why is it shaped like a triangle of light? Planes are generally high up, so the lights will be close together, appearing almost like one dot. When a dot of light is out of focus, it shows up as a shape of light called a bokeh. These can be round or the shape of the camera aperture. If the camera has an aperture that was triangle shaped, then that would explain the shape of the bokeh. However, I can't find one yet that looks like that in night vision binoculars, which often don't have an aperture at all, as they want all the light to come in.
I'm sorry, I really
But
like.
if something were in the front of the camera, then that would alter the shape of the bokeh. Here I put a triangle over the lens, and now we have triangle-shaped bokeh. Why would someone take a lens like that?
He made the same thing in his bedroom or
Sometimes
office,
people do
bro.
it for artistic effect.
He's amazing.
It turns out there's a serious reason to do it for night vision goggles.
This is
It
the
improves
difference
focus
between
in
a truth and an
different
idiot.
situations. So there are aftermarket adapters that fit over the front. But people sometimes make their own. Sometimes they drill holes in lens caps.
The person
Sometimes
that
they make
filmed
covers
this worked
using
on them
tape,
for a while. They
like
knew
this
it could
square
film.
one, which would easily make diamond-shaped bokeh, just one step away from triangles or pyramids. It's not the only possibility. There's an effect called pinched optics that makes
love how he
light
says
into
possibilities,
triangles.
bro.
I think bokeh is more likely, as pinched optics is more common an issue in larger telescopes, but it does turn stars into triangles. Speaking of stars, remember those other 2 triangle shapes that were not flashing? I think that's 2 bright stars. When you look at a plane at night, the plane's lights are not much brighter than stars, except when they flash. These 2 shapes are basically the same as the flashing one, and we see this with bokeh, where all the lights in a scene take on the same shape.
Wow, look at that! What he did.
Having a dimmer light doesn't change the shape or the size of the bokeh; it just makes it dimmer. Notice that the lights have to be a bit out of focus for bokeh to form.
Awesome.
Why would this video be
able to do it right in his own bedroom?
It could simply be manual focus and they did not adjust it perfectly. Or maybe it was autofocus and he got stuck on that pole, focusing at that distance when it needed a little tweak to focus on the point of light much further away. Cameras often have a hard time focusing on a point of light. So that's what I think it is, bokeh.
And the strobe,
at least that's my number one possibility.
It's an airplane.
It's hard to say for sure as the video is so bad.
Or a
I don't know
helicopter.
what equipment was used.
Any source
of light
would look like that.
Human
it's an airplane
navigation
because of the
lights,
movement.
and the 3 matching shapes in the scene, and the
Or,
example
you
of the
could be
taped
right.
night vision goggles,
It looked like
then
it
bokeh
stopped
seems
there or
more likely
something.
than flying
Yeah,
pyramids.
it's 2
and definitely ahead of
reflections.
aliens.
It's the helicopter
But
from
we
the
can
damn
keep all those
ship,
things
is
on
what
the
it
list
is.
just in
That's all it
case.
is.
I
And
could
they're-
easily be wrong.
Wow.
This
And
mean
we're
the
supposed
Navy
to
has
believe
messed
that
up,
this.
that they are incompetent?
Or, dude,
Not
or
that I know
it
of.
could
As far as I
simply
know,
be a
this was
jet
just
from
an
an
anonymous
aircraft
video
carrier
sent to
on a
Jeremy
strike
Corbell,
group. I mean,
not an official Navy
and this
release.
comes out, they're
Although
like,
they
"Oh,
seem
we're
to
gonna
acknowledge
post
that
this
it was
shit.
taken
I want
by
to know
Navy
who. I want to
personnel.
know who the guy was."
I've not heard
Did this.
anything official about the Navy analysis, so we can't say if their analysis was lacking.
They know it's
And I think if
bullshit.
they do look at it, then bokeh will be pretty high on the list of things they consider.
Joking.
Hokey pokey.
Yep, that's it. So, like, here's my thing. I disagree with them that those other 2 objects are stars. I
Why
think it's definitely a reflection of the first light source.
Are you like
Yeah.
talking about maybe lens flaring, which could be?
Yeah, because
Regardless.
it clearly mirrors. A star wouldn't follow the movement of the main object in the video, but a reflection would, or a lens flare would. You know,
lens flaring though.
but I think that it's very convincing information that the light blinking perfectly matches the lights that blink on any airplane that are required by the FAA.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he goes into great detail about which they are. There's 2 different ones.
Yeah, and somebody in the live chat said, but people are going to say that the government said these videos are real. No, they said they were taken on a Navy ship. They didn't say what they were, if they made a determination of what they were. They sure didn't say they were aliens, but that won't stop the true believers. The government said these videos are real. It's a real video. Yeah, it was taken on a Navy ship. It doesn't mean anything. And we have conclusively shown, and Mick West, through Mick West, really, thanks, Mick West. I hope you're okay with us sharing your video, because I agree with your analysis. This is garbage. This whole thing is garbage. It's hyped up garbage.
Navy knew what it was, because obviously you can't fly over a strike group in the fucking ocean. It's a friendly plane, is what I'm getting at. They knew
Has
what
to
it
be.
was. And
They would have had
They
Air
would
Force
shoot
on it.
down.
They
They
were
would shoot
probably like,
down a
"Oh,
hostile,
shit."
right? They would shoot down a hostile if they flew that close to a Navy ship. They
They were
would.
probably
They got
like,
cruise
"Oh my God,
missiles.
it looks just like a
They have
fucking
anti-aircraft.
UFO. We gotta post this.
Anti-aircraft
Look at some
weapons,
idiot."
and if it's a carrier, they got their own
Sam's.
planes to send against it, or drones, whatever. You know,
So who
this
filmed
whole
the
rush
damn
to like cash in and every look, and it was kind of like, to me, it was wrong, that not wrong, but it seemed funny that these guys coordinated. Like, okay, George, you drop those photos, and then I'll drop my video, my triangle video, the next day, and we'll all put it on Mystery Wire. And I'd like to know, and I'll ask them publicly, Knapp and Corbell, are you owners in Mystery Wire? Who operates Mystery Wire, and what are you being paid for these stories? How much are you getting paid for these 2 stories?
Yes.
Because I know a lot of people into this and never even heard of Mystery Wire, and suddenly everybody's on Mystery Wire to see this story.
Now, of course, this will all go on to some TV show on the History Channel, or whatever. That's what they're all looking for.
Cash it in, bro.
They've run out of information. Now,
I got my casting. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
I want to see whatever it was they showed that was hovering above the ocean, then flew down in the ocean, then came back out. They have still pictures of it, but they won't show the video because they say the video is classified right now.
Yeah. And the video
Yeah.
could be classified
I
because
have-
it's a black project, not because it's aliens or they don't know what it is, because they investigated it and went, oh, that was Lockheed testing that MPUV craft that flies in the air and goes underwater, so we have to classify this.
Thing of the night is that MPUAV. I've never seen
Yeah.
that before, and I
Yeah.
thought I was up to date on all this shit. Thank you so much for showing me that, Steve. Never
Yeah,
have I
and people
seen that.
say, and
there's
we can get to
about it.
we can get to the George Knapp amazing photos, which I believe could be anything. And that's, again, like, I'm not saying they're not aliens, okay? What I'm saying is, before you jump to, look, these are alien spacecraft, you have to exhaust all other possibilities. And Corbell said, oh, people call this the Batman balloon. There's no way it's a Batman balloon. Look at the analysis somebody did. It's pretty close to the Batman balloon, okay? The Mylar balloon. And also in this video, George Knapp said a couple of times, why do these things just have the ability to appear and disappear? They're not getting tracked coming in or tracked going out. They just appear right above the ship. I don't know very much about radar, but I'm pretty sure a children's Mylar balloon may not show up on radar. They would just see it above the ship. You know? These absolutist statements that both of these guys make drive me nuts. I feel like throwing something at my screen when they do it. It's like, how do you know?
Yeah, they don't
not
they don't use suggestive language. They use definitive language on all these things. It's really disturbing and to their audience, and they get so many views and just it gets so much attention. It's like
it's the old "we know something you don't" technique, which Bob Lazar has been using his entire fucking life.
That and give them what they want. These people want to believe that these are all aliens. So give them something that may be aliens.
Well, Corbell's wanting money. We know that from the get-go. You know, he sold his soul to Bob Lazar.
I feel like if this came from a classified briefing, that the U.S. Navy or U.S. military would have a lot better videos than this.
Why would they have Jeremy Corbell in a classified briefing? Why would they have George Knapp?
No, they're not claiming they were in the briefing. They're not claiming they were in the briefing. They're claiming that people who were in the briefing told them about it, or gave them this information. Yeah, now a lot of people have suggested that this is all Bigelow garbage.
It has nothing to do with Bigelow Aerospace.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
oh, that's right. He's involved in ALSAP, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's BAS and ALSAP, right?
Which means ass wipe. That's how they say ass wipe or whatever over in England. Ass swap or ALSAP or whatever.
So
it's the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program.
Sure.
And Bigelow Aerospace Advanced.
They're making an ass out of you. Something. I don't know.
Bigelow's making an ass
out of some type of terrible fucking joke being done upon the public, which is
what I laugh about, right, is the repeated line that these things are defying the laws of physics. No, they're not.
Exactly.
We have physics. I have physicists. I have 15 physicists who worked on these classified programs that have given interviews on my channel that talk about how they work. What the fuck are you talking about? We have no explanation.
Again, this is an absolutist statement. These things are defying the laws of physics. You don't know how many physicists did you show?
Have you interviewed? Oh, he interviewed Bob Lazar, but he's not even a real physicist.
He's not even a real scientist, bro. Yeah. And that's another thing that people should know. This is all UFO profiteering. George Knapp and Corbell teamed up to do this Lazar documentary and make a boatload more money on that fake story.
Well,
and George Knapp famously said he knows where the element 115 is buried, and someday he'll dig it up. So we're supposed to believe that George Knapp pushed this story for 30 years, and he knows where the absolute thing that could prove it 100% true is buried. But he's never, my thing with them is always like, just if you have the proof, fine. Throw it down on the table and go, there's the element 115, bitches. Test it.
Right.
They never do that. They say they have it. Bob Lazar may have had it. He was going to blow up the whole state of Las Vegas with his homemade particle accelerator in his bedroom, even though a particle accelerator can't fit in your bedroom.
Well, if what Bob Lazar says is true, guys, and Jeremy, you know this better than anybody. If what he says is true about this crap, okay, he could literally take out the Western United States. Now, why would the government allow him to have?
He's only a candidate for selling beard grooming products in metrosexual fashion. Otherwise, brings nothing to the table. I can't disagree with that.
He just really hated my God.
I don't know if this is true, but Victor Caliero says Corbell also said he knows where the element 115 is.
Yeah.
And hey, vote push for disclosure. It's a joke. Yeah, he's pushing for disclosure, and he knows where something that could absolutely prove the existence of extraterrestrial life visiting us is. But he's not going to bring that to the table. He's going to bring a fucking grainy video taken from a night scope and an iMac that looks like an airplane and has the exact same flashing signature lights that any aircraft has.
Hey, just
instead of the element 115, he's going to give us this bullshit.
And Victor Calero should be on here. He has done some of the most incredible.
I believe he has. Yeah.
Yeah, he's done some
if you want to come on
this week.
Send me a Facebook message and I will send you an invite. You can come on right now.
Let me get him on. This guy's amazing.
Yeah, I agree with you.
He has done some devastating work when it comes to Bob and crew. He has done some.
Get Victor on, man.
At Los Alamos and the real people at Area 51, 100%. As soon as you hear their voices, you'll know who they are. And
let me see if I can find him. I think he's
ass this entire week, month, year. Whatever.
Oh yeah, I do have him.
Let me send him a link, man.
I'm gonna send him the link. Yeah, he's my friend.
Are you going to?
I think I have to, don't I? Or can you send it? Let me send it. I'm doing it right now. No, but that might not. Oh yeah, maybe you're right.
It should if I forward it to him, right? Oh, I don't think I can I?
No, I'll do it. I'm doing it right now. 1 second. Bear with me. You guys can talk in the meantime. I don't know where this is going, but I think you're right. It's going to more sales. We're gonna have a book about this. We're gonna have a documentary. We're gonna have a show on the History Channel.
I just sent you a link, brother. I don't know if it's the right one. It should work.
They're setting this all up to market off it, and also the threat narrative is getting Congress to fund, investigations and stuff into this, and get them more funding so that they can investigate their own programs. Right?
Yeah, fucking weird about all this.
Yeah, the government. If anybody doesn't, I certainly believe that the government would spend taxpayer dollars to investigate programs that are actually ours, and the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing.
Right, and then the right hand's telling everybody that these are aliens.
And the suggestion that the government wouldn't be so stupid as to test these advanced drone systems or black projects and not inform nearby planes.
When have they ever?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the suggestion that they would do anything like
even after these things are seen,
they deny it. Sure. Look at the SR-71. They denied that for 20 years. No, that must be an alien spacecraft. That's not a black project. Of course,
that brings up a good point. You notice that George Knapp, and then they do not want to use the word flying triangle, and I believe that's because of Edgar Fouché, 100%. They hated Ed.
The only reason they would explain.
Ed was very vocal about Bob Lazar being a total liar and a fraud forever. The first time I had met Ed, the conversation went pretty much on to Lazar, within a half hour, him being a total fraud. And it was back when I believed Bob. This is around 2008 or so, thanks to Jeremy. And that was back when I met Jeremy also.
Yeah, I didn't meet him back then, but I think I started
13 years. And,
I think I started reading his website back then, and I didn't know whether I would ever I remember thinking man, this guy's just blowing this Bob Lazar.
It was back before Jeremy damaged his brain. But anyways, with drinking.
Yeah, but
Jeremy.
No, but I remember thinking, I don't know whether I want to hug him for getting me out of my delusions about Bob Lazar or punch him in his face.
You believe the fucking story.
Yeah, because I love the story. I don't want it to be fake, but here comes this alien scientist guy tell me all these facts and evidence about why the story is probably fake, and I was like, shit.
Well, when you find out it's fake, it pisses you off enough that you investigate it. And thanks to fucking Ed, I got into a massive argument fight with John Lear, literally on a public forum that's still there in the archives. I have it saved. It's epic. Where I start. They used to call me John Lear's water boy or something like that. I forget what the term was. Basically, that I did work for John.
John Lear's bitch.
Work for him.
I've heard that you were John Lear's bitch. Somebody told me that. Who? Color Marshall? He's John Lear's bitch.
Then I became Ed's friend. I was Ed Fouché's bitch. No, I was anybody's bitch who's going to give me the information because I was so desperate to find out what the fucking truth was. I mean, fuck it. Yeah. call me a bitch, whatever. I don't care. I got all the information I wanted to know that Bob was lying. That's for sure. Jeremy,
there
I
he
think would
goes.
agree to that, right, Jeremy?
Hey there, we got V is with us. How you doing?
There he is, Victor.
There you go. I'm glad to add you to the conversation. I was not expecting to, but
This guy rolls, man. This guy has found stuff that fucking. I'm gonna call him the Bob Lazar metal detector or something. I don't know what else to call him. What's up, Victor?
Oh, not much.
This is Victor.
Yeah, I would believe Corbell. I'll give you a story about Jeremy Corbell. When I was investigating Bob Lazar, Jeremy had claimed that he spoke to Terry English, who was the author of the 1982 article about Bob's jet car. And Terry had claimed that Bob was the physicist at Los Alamos laboratory. And Jeremy claimed that he spoke to this guy. He tracked him down for 3 years and spoke to this guy, Terry. Got his last name wrong, which was a big red flag for me. And also said that he spoke to Terry, and Terry told him that he would be blackballed in the journalistic society and by Los Alamos National Laboratories if he got Bob's profession wrong, and that he definitely did check. It took me 4 months, but I finally got onto Terry, and Terry's last name is Terry England. It's not Terry English like Jeremy said.
And somebody on Twitter was just saying how sloppy of a researcher he is, and I think this is a perfect example.
Well, I don't think it's sloppy on purpose, because I think he like, we know that Knapp purposely obscured the name of Bob's ex-wife too, the last name and the spelling of it, so that we couldn't find her.
Let's let Victor.
They do this on purpose so that people can't confirm and can't do that.
Let's let Victor finish with this.
Let Victor keep going. That all comes up.
The finale of that was when I spoke to Terry. I said, did you check Bob's profession? He said, no, I just asked him, and he told me he was a physicist, and I took his word for it. I never checked. Why would I check? It was a story about his jet car, not his profession. And I sent him a transcript. I sent him a transcript of what.
I think Mr. Corbell just got busted bad.
Well, that's not the half of it. I sent him a transcript of what Jeremy Corbell had said on a podcast, and what I just told you before. And Terry England came back and said, this is complete and utter bullshit. I never said any of this.
Yeah. So once again, with fake sources, kind of like the CIA deathbed confession of the guy that was never in the military and never in the CIA.
Yes.
But I hear that Richard Dolan is still pissed off at him for making him do that interview because he believed Corbell that this guy was who he says he is. And Richard Dolan even famously says at the beginning of that video, we have checked this man's credentials. He is who he says he is. But if you look into him, he was never in the military and he was never in the CIA. And I challenge Dolan or Corbell, at least apologize for pushing a fake story or show us the sourcing that proves this man is who he says he is.
Michael Stratton, Jeremy Riz here, alien scientist, are in a fucking hotel down in West Virginia. Me and Jeremy are in the same room partying our asses off, having the time of our lives. Fucking Mike Stratton, he's down the hallway in his own hotel and shit. And when we first meet up, I just keep talking like this CIA deathbed confession guy. Yes. Mike Stratton believed that story to some extent. And I'm like, Mike, this guy's so full of shit. And I got my laptop out and started just totally thrashing everything about that guy's story. And he was just blown away. But,
yeah, we shared that debunk here.
They got like 15 million views under old. Okay, do you know what that paid out under the old revenue, the old ad revenue payment?
Quite a lot. Yeah. Did they give the money back now that it's proven that guy was a fraud?
Yeah, like 20, 30 grand, I think they got paid just from that. And then Corbell released like little bits and bitty pieces, like, 5 different sections, and each one of them got like 4 or 5 million views. It's just ridiculous. It was all about making money back then because the ad revenue was crazy back then. Remember, you got something like 70% Now I think they give you like what 5 or 10% apocalypse or whatever took place. But anyways, yes, that guy was a liar. I even tracked down his name and everything, and found out he had worked at a grocery store for like 30 years.
Is it Richard Manlove or something like that? Is his real name?
I can't remember.
Oh, and let's not forget who was this guy's original connection to the UFO
Linda
world,
Moulton Howe,
who milked him for 2 years, calling him anonymous. It was
10 years before this, and all he talked about was Dan Burrish and Bob Lazar. So there you go. But anyways, Victor, go
the story originally came from Linda Moulton Howe of that guy, and then she handed it off to Corbell, and they ran with it.
Now that Victor's here, for some fucking reason, every one of Bob Lazar's ex-wives have like 3 or 4 last names. It's very bizarre, which tells me that Bob Lazar works for somebody. Those type of people back then had changed their names, and they always had different passports, and they always had different this, different that. It's very, very strange. But
it's been suggested he's some sort of disinformation agent. But then again, people said that about me because I debunk stuff. Yeah, you must be from the government. You're trying to stop people from finding the truth about aliens. You're here to muddy the waters. No, I'm here to find the truth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bob was if you read the old stuff and some of the old stuff that I dug up, Bob was just a known liar, basically, just made up bullshit. Like there's a story that was going around that I saw an interview for where he claimed that he made the music videos for Blondie Debbie Harry, one of the technicians he used to work with, was in that. So it's just he just like to make up stories. I mean, I don't have any beefs against Bob Lazar or hate him, or some people get emotional about him. He's just a guy that likes to make stories up. The people that
I made my peace. This is what I think. I grew up. I was fascinated with that story because I had my own strange experience with something that I thought was a flying saucer that I saw in the sky. I thought he gave me confirmation that I wasn't crazy and that like what I saw was aliens. And then and I've always loved the story, always followed it. But then years and years later, when you really look at it rationally and you pick everything apart, this is the minutia that Bob Lazar doesn't want you to worry about. My favorite is that on a Larry King interview, he said it was what was it, Sarah Marshall? It was a 40-foot spacecraft, but he originally said the hangar bay doors were 30 feet or something like that.
Yeah. So there's listen, he said that the craft was 52 feet in diameter, but the width of each door was 40 feet. So how would it ever fit?
Yeah. How does a 52-foot diameter spacecraft get out of a 40-foot hangar door? And the 40-foot hangar doors were his scribblings and his drawings. And he had, would the pilot hangar? Somebody asked him previously, how big were the hangar bay doors? They were 40 feet wide. He forgets his lies, and then he contradicts himself with new lies.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I believe.
Was so full of shit that I just don't understand how people don't understand it, and then you get to realizing they never investigate, because here's all it takes is
weaponize your integrity.
The story so deeply, people believe the lies so deeply that because some guy named Joe Rogan is promoting it, and Joe Rogan, let's face it, guys, Joe Rogan does not know this story for shit. He calls him Dr. Bob Lazar. He says, "Oh, for sure, Bob Lazar worked there. Oh, no doubts about it." How do you know that, Joe Rogan? How? Because
and some people are having trouble. Some people are having trouble with the fact that Joe Rogan did that show where he was super skeptical of everyone, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly Bob Lazar and Corbell and Knapp come along, and he's all chips in believer. It doesn't make any sense.
That's what belief
government operation.
Yeah, I tried to get to him, but I think that what we have to do is find,
when he went over to Spotify, is that like that?
Yeah, we have to find it in, because I think that he's open-minded enough, unless he's just totally all chips in and doesn't want to hear, that he would have somebody like us on, and we could educate him on why Bob Lazar is a complete and total fraud, and Corbell.
He's even had Mick West on. Yeah, he's had Mick West on numerous times, but he won't even talk to Mick West anymore now because of all this.
No, he's mad at Mick West. Remember?
Well, I guess he picked his team though. He's got the believer team. Gets more views, maybe. I don't know what his motivation.
That's it.
But I can tell you, I was extremely disappointed in the way that he switched gears and went from total skeptic to total believer.
Well,
And he's not giving them hardball questions. He's not doing any research before these interviews. It's just fluff pieces.
How can
come on in, Jordan. Tell me about aliens.
How can he possibly not get a hold of one of his physicist buddies and say, hey, is this true or bullshit? And I guarantee you, 95% of the time, whoever his physicist buddies, scientist buddies, or whatever, they're going to laugh and they're going to say, look, I looked into this. It's all a lie. Show me one real physicist or one real scientist that says, oh, yeah, that story's true. You can't find one. There's not any. I've already tried this. Look it up. Try and find a scientist or physicist, whatever, that supports Bob, that has some fame or notoriety, someone that's out there like Mitch Kaku, for Christ's sakes. Ask him.
How about Sean Carroll? Sean Carroll was on his podcast a week after Bob Lazar, and he didn't
never
ask
asked him a question, did he, about Bob?
Nope.
Nope. Nothing. Why?
Yeah.
And then, if you remember, Joey Coco Diaz, his favorite person to have on there, the guy that really got Joe's show really going. That guy's hilarious.
I met him once in Atlantic City. He's awesome.
Well, do you remember him? He literally was saying about the guests that Joe Rogan would have over on Wednesday nights to his house that were CIA agents and shit like that. And Joe Rogan got real weird about it. It was like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, don't say that shit on here. And it was live. It was back when he's live. And they had
so maybe he's supposed to be disseminating this information.
Well, they had a falling out after that for quite some time, and you don't see Joey Coco Diaz on there hardly at all now, do you?
No.
No, and it's because guess what? Maybe he fucking said something he shouldn't have. That's my feeling about that. So.
Oh, you're right. He hasn't been on in a long time.
Rogan believes all of that stuff. I mean, he had Travis Walton on. When he had Travis Walton on,
oh my God,
everything screamed
about that.
Travis Walton. Everything that Travis Walton said was just came across as, I'm bullshitting you so badly right now. And
he's a total liar, Travis
was just nodding his head and saying, yeah, this is all believable. I interviewed Mike Rogers the other week, a couple of weeks ago. I interviewed Mike Rogers for an hour.
Yep.
Mike Rogers was telling me that him personally, Mike Rogers, never believed in UFOs prior to the Travis incident. And he came across as really believable to me when I interviewed him. And
I've heard from multiple people that they didn't believe him until they talked to him and met him. And then
let Victor say what he's going to say here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the very next day, Mike was on a podcast telling them that he'd had major encounters with alien craft before the Travis incident, like totally contradicting what he said to me. It's just total bullshit. It's just a house of cards. When I heard that, I just thought, this is just complete shit. And then he was on Facebook saying that Travis Walton.
But I did ask to share that. I did ask to share that interview of yours. But I think he wanted to keep it. He's keeping it to himself. He's keeping it to himself for a bigger project, and I respect that. I wanted to get that. I wanted to get it.
Violate it.
It doesn't really say much other than contradict himself. But the thing he said on Facebook, though, about Travis Walton being a UFO hoaxer and all that sort of stuff, I actually DM'd him about it, and I said, "Are you now saying that Travis is a hoaxer?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm not sure." And then I said, there's more money in coming out with the true story of Travis than, some bogus UFO story. And he says, "I hear you, and I'll take that under consideration, but I'll see if Travis is going to pay me first."
Yeah, remember what he said? He said that, he said we worked out a great deal. He goes, but he said he was offered $3 million for that story, and Mike Rogers was. The day before, he was saying, what did he say? He said that Travis Walton was the biggest UFO hoaxer in UFO history, is what he said, financially wise. Then the next day when he was offered $3 million, it was totally changed the story around and shit. And it's like, he goes, it's offered a sweet deal, $2 million for the book deal, and then $1 million for some video or something, or I could have it wrong. It doesn't matter. The total was $3 million, and he showed that all that mattered in everything was money. He didn't give a flying fuck about the story, because the day before or 2 days before that, he had said that he never saw Travis Walton being abducted into the fucking ship. He never seen anything happen. He never seen the ship other than the bottom of it. All the stuff we see in the movie is a lie. I mean, he basically just totally fucking said what I've been saying for years, The whole story's a fraud. And what happened when I asked him on Facebook about Mike Rogers? About Dallas. Dallas. What's the guy's last name? Dallas. That was with them. He said, "Oh, Dallas, from what I was told, died of a drug overdose 2 years ago." Dallas. Damn it, what's his name in the movie?
Alan Dallas. So
Dallas.
Yeah, it's one of his crew. His name's not important.
yeah.
Damn it. Well, it doesn't matter.
I think it was Dallas.
He's dead. You know why? Because that guy can contradict the whole story. He didn't want anybody's name being out there at all. They actually Dallas and Travis Walton spent that week partying. And here's the deal. He was trying to avoid his parole officer because little Travis Walton is not the fucking angel that he wants people to think. He was in trouble for burglary and stuff. And was in and out of jail.
Sure. And isn't it suspect? Here's the problem that I have with the whole story. If he's really telling the truth, we're supposed to believe then that he was not off that spaceship for 3 days and he was already cutting deals to sell the story. If you just had such a life-changing experience, would you be cutting deals with people to sell your story that quickly?
Oh, you want to see how bad of a
getting
deal?
Off a spaceship, you know?
Steve, check your Facebook Messenger in about 2 minutes. I'm going to send you a picture about how great a deal he cut. Okay.
Sure. In the meantime, I just want to let Victor know that our Australian correspondent is very upset that you're here because that's Daniel from the Context, and he said, "Oi, mate, I'm the token Australian around here. What are you doing?" So,
nah, Victor doesn't matter in the world. Victor's impressed me big time. This guy.
Yeah, me too. I really like a lot of his research, and I like how he's going after.
Victor's great.
Yeah, sounds familiar to me. Go after them and prove them either truth tellers or fraud.
He doesn't need any fucking help, right?
These guys are the small fish. I mean, getting back to the point. You know, it's not the Travis Waltons, it's not the Bob Lazars, it's none of that. It's the guys that have pushed their stories. The only reason you know of Bob Lazar and that is because people have pushed their stories all this time. You look back at George Knapp, and people don't understand how central
that's the story of his life. Like, that's his biggest story. That's what he's known for.
People don't understand how central George Knapp is. In 1990, when he did the Lazar story, Knapp also met Bigelow and Harry Reid, and he became friends with Bigelow and Harry Reid. And you know where that went? That turned into ORSAP later through Harry Reid and Bigelow. Yeah. But also Knapp had worked for Bigelow for 4 years under NIDS in the late 90s, early 2000s.
As an investigator.
And he also
with Hal Puthoff.
He also helped Tom DeLonge start TTSA. That's how central George Knapp is, and all of this that you're seeing today.
He's like the UFO kingpin, Victor. He's like the UFO kingpin, I think.
Oh yeah.
Well,
he's got to be a ranking. He's got to be like a ranking. I always said if there's an existing MJ12 that exists today, he's a ranking member.
Who is there, Jeremy?
Knapp.
Oh, he's got to be. He's definitely the king of.
He's central in all the stuff that's been going on for the past 30 years.
Yeah,
you can trace it all back. Like it all revolves around his UFO reporting.
Yeah, and George would never risk his career. Well, fuck, he's already made his millions, dude. He's made more money than any of those people. You know, I lost my major contact in Las Vegas, so I don't have the contacts I once had. But I had such good inside information from fucking Las Vegas. It was amazing what I learned. And then George Knapp has made a considerable amount of money. He's made a lot.
I can believe that.
You don't get an indoor pool like that without making.
Everybody mentions that indoor pool when they're upset about his money situation.
Share that picture if you can. There.
Shut up, all of you. He needs a nice pool like that for his hot young wife. Okay.
Yeah.
He's got a hot young wife. God bless him. She wanted to swim in a bikini. He bought her that nice house with the big ass pool.
Hey, I'll tell you something.
They had that pool put in there.
Yeah, I never believed that pool was
$8 million, I think.
But I actually looked up and found where George Knapp lives, and I had found an old real estate listing of that house, and that actually is his pool. It's not a hotel.
Oh yeah. Pool. What did they want for the house in the old listing? Like $5 million?
I think it was about 800,000.
He lives
right now. I wouldn't even call it a house. It's more like a compound. It's like a huge compound.
Yeah, John Lear and him used to be neighbors, but not anymore. John had to move, so.
Must be nice selling UFO bullshit for money.
Well, yeah, John Lear is the one that really, it all circles around him. If you cattle mutilations, John Lear, Bob Lazar,
And Dulce
John
Bays.
Lear, Dulce, John Lear. I mean,
Men in the Moon.
People living on the fucking moon.
Secret moon bases. It all came from John Lear.
I think.
Anyways, I sent you that picture. I want you to show that.
Yeah, I'm working on it right
everything
now.
about Walton
I'm gonna do it right now. I didn't want to share it from Facebook.
No, fucking. They weren't terrified at all. Look how terrified he looked in that fucking picture, and that was taken just right after fucking the incident. I mean, if aliens abducted me and left me in the middle of the road naked 3 days later, why do aliens bring people back? What do they give a fuck? I mean, we ain't never gonna be able to catch them.
Yeah, here it is. Award winners Travis Walton, foreground, who told of being abducted by a UFO, shows off a check for $2,500. 6 others who saw the incident share $2,500.
I look pretty happy.
So right after he got abducted by aliens and spent 5 days on a spaceship and came off all malnourished because he didn't, apparently didn't eat for 5 days, even though scientific studies, I believe, proved that he had, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Not only did he cut this deal to get the check from the National Enquirer, but then he sold them the more complete story, and they did they did multiple stories through Travis Walton about his experience. They'd go back and tell us what the aliens on the spaceship look like, and then they do another article how have you been since you've been back from your alien experience? And they milked it, and he got paid for every one of those stories to the best of my
back
research.
then, that would have been like 25 grand, I guess. Now,
yeah, and plus he made the book deal, or he wrote a book.
There we go, Alan Dallas.
35 years, and he's got the movie deal.
Yeah, I thought it was Alan Dallas. Yeah,
there's his name. It's spelled weird. Alan Dallas. The last name is Dallis. Okay. He claimed that he died a couple years ago. That tells me he doesn't want anybody looking into him at all. So I'm going to look into this right now if Alan Dallas died or is alive.
The good thing about
very
that
important, because let's face it. If we can interview him, that would be great, especially if he's high somewhere, 70 years old in a fucking hotel.
Yeah, I wanted to ask everybody's thoughts on the George Knapp side to this big story, these 2 big leaks, and what they think of these photos.
Like fucking blimps to me.
They just look like balloons, or
you can buy that blimp right there in the top at a fucking hobby store. I'm not bullshitting you. You can.
Yeah. They all happened apparently.
You can see the little engines on them that fly them around, guys. You can see them.
But would they be as high up as an F-17 or F-16 fighter, though?
Sure. Why couldn't they be? They got little electric motors on them that have nothing.
Oh, yeah, and they float. So if you load it up with helium, it could...
Put it this way. Apparently, according to the John from the Black Vault, all those pictures were taken within 30 minutes of each other. And if one of them looks like a Batman balloon, wouldn't and it came from a party, wouldn't you say that the other 2 were balloons that just flew out of a party as well? I mean, one of them definitely, come on, it's got to be that Batman balloon.
Yeah, and well, see, I don't have a problem with wait and see, but what I have a problem with is these absolutist statements that we keep mentioning. They say these UFOs, these UAPs, they defy the law of physics. Which ones? The ones from these pictures or the ones from Jeremy Corbell's video? Which ones? They just generally they paint with this huge broad brush. They're doing things that our craft can't do, and they discount any explanation other than aliens. They jump right to the aliens, and I just have a problem with that. Wait and see what it is. Try to find a scientific data and analysis. Let's see the radar tapes to show what capabilities these had. And things get muffled because, which UFOs or UAPs are defying the laws of physics? Was it the Tic Tac? Is it these photos that were just released, Jeremy Corbell's videos, to go fast? Which one is defying the laws of physics? And show me the data that proves they were defying the laws of physics. But we don't get to that. We've never gotten to the radar tapes, right? I don't think so.
There's only one paper I'm aware of that's been out there, and it was by that UAP task force group, and by a PhD named Kenneth Knuth. Have you ever heard of that name? Knuth?
Yeah.
He wrote a paper apparently analyzing one UFO case to show like that the movements were like, you know, apparently defying known laws of physics. So there is a paper out there on this. So I have to chime in on this. I gotta at least pretend like I'm an expert on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're our science expert here, Jeremy. Yeah, so look, here's one that you can control with Bluetooth from an iPad, and it's only $50. You know, like it could just as easily be that. What's more plausible, that it's an alien spacecraft, or that it could be something like this? They don't even. The thing that bothers me is they don't even
have out there, dude.
They've made up their minds before they see the evidence of what it is, and then they put this evidence out that supports their pre-drawn conclusion. That's the problem that I have.
The guy from what's that guy's name? Tim, Jeremy, that has that show out there in California. He's actually a pretty cool guy. Tim, I've talked to him, Jeremy, a number of times. He's also thinks Bob Lazar is a total fraud. Damn, Tim Doyle. He has it. UFO Seekers.
Yeah, UFO Seekers. Yep.
Pretty cool guy.
Yeah, he's been hammering these guys for years.
Yeah, he was showing Tim and Tracy. He was showing a blimp that was flying above the forest that he had seen. I said, dude, look up forest blimp drones. I said, and you'll see them right away. I said, because the red gives it away. You had white and red, and I showed him the exact drone on there, and he was like, oh, shit, you know. And he didn't take the video down, but he respected my research. I said, dude, it took me 5 minutes to find it. I didn't understand that he couldn't find the same thing. And they had these specific ones that were made for forest to be very quiet so they don't scare any animals off. I said, I guess they use them to film the canopy and what's living up in there. And it sure as hell makes a forestry officer's job much easier.
Yeah, the Forestry Service uses drones.
Yeah, they got to figure out what's alive for hunting season and shit like that. But yeah, man, there's a lot of weird blimps and stuff they got flying around that scare the shit out of people, and people are just not used to seeing something like that. They think right away it's aliens.
Yeah, that's the problem that I have. What do you think about the jump to aliens?
Because of people like Lazar, Knapp, and Corbell, right?
I was going to ask Victor, what does he think of the jump?
And Doty. And
Doty.
The jump, like how quickly everybody just jumps to the aliens and they're not looking at the data.
As soon as you say unidentified or UAP, people think, oh, well, the Navy have said it's a UAP, therefore aliens. I mean, just have a look at Reddit. It's filled with posts of people saying the Navy said it's an unknown craft or a UAP, therefore aliens. They've confirmed it. They've confirmed UAP, aliens.
They're not going to come straight out and be like, well, this is it's a top secret project.
The government said that these are real, though. They said these are real. Yeah. That's the headline. That's the headline. That's another thing. Misleading clickbait headlines to get clicks and views. It's a big club, and I ain't in it.
People believe Eric. I'm going to rag on Eric Davis here. He's been like the center scientist that they always claim as part of the government, and he's believable because he's got.
Yeah, you shared some great. You got some great info.
If you read his papers, it is just the worst shit that you've ever seen in your life. He just basically. I didn't take the newspaper's words for it. If you go back to 2004, there's articles about the government spending a lot of money on junk science, and they were ragging on Eric Davis badly.
And he was the guy spending it. He was the guy spending all that government money on garbage, kind of like how.
Yeah, because he was writing a paper on. He wrote a paper on how it was possible to move from one place to another using your mind or something like that, and he got called out badly for it. And this is someone that everyone pins their hopes on as some credible physicist.
Is it John St. Clair?
I didn't take everyone's word for it because I actually read Eric Davis's papers. I said, look, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And I read his papers, and all he did was he took all this fringe science stuff from the Cold War and propaganda, where you had the Chinese and the Russians saying that they could do remote viewing. I know Dan's probably going to hit me on this one, but they did all this remote viewing stuff and all this crap that was just clearly Cold War propaganda. And he piled it all. He just put it into one paper and wrote a conclusion.
I love
And
remote
said,
viewing.
yeah, I believe all this stuff and it's real. And, you know, he quoted Puthoff and how he believed in Geller and all this sort of stuff. And it's just the worst shit ever. And it's not a scientific paper in any degree whatsoever. And this is someone that
That's
everyone
if you're a
keeps saying is a
physicist.
physicist. And
It wasn't commissioned by a scientific academy or an institution. It was commissioned by the U.S. Army Psychological Warfare Operations Center.
Yeah.
Which they still use to this day.
If that's not a red flag, I don't know what is. But the fact that the CIA and the intelligence community did not completely move over to remote viewing for intelligence collection after those studies is proof enough that they didn't work.
They still use remote viewing. It's just classified.
Yeah, sure.
It is, man. The Russians invented remote viewing. It's still being
No,
used,
the French spread a newspaper article about the Russians doing it, which wasn't true. The U.S. got it, thought that they were doing it, and so they started their own program as counterintelligence.
Believe anything the French say? Come on, Jeremy. The French.
That's
right?
the history of it. If you go and look it up, I could find the articles for you, man. That's where it came from
Okay,
originally.
send them to
That's
me
the first source you'll ever
I-
find for the remote viewing stuff. All
Your
right.
former buddy was involved in remote viewing, Ed.
Oh yeah, with the neurosync software and all that.
and all that
stuff,
shit.
yeah.
Ed was heavily involved in remote viewing.
Yeah, so he was connected to those programs. I mean, we know that we established that he knew Hal Puthoff. He was connected with Hal, and Hal was definitely involved in a lot of that stuff back in the 70s at SRI International. And
and by the way, I just want to mention on SRI,
Which
that's
wasn't
a
involved with this.
SRI is a totally misleading. They named their organization so that they could get fake clout, calling it the Stanford Research Institute. It's a private organization. It had absolutely nothing to do with Stanford University. But when they would get media coverage, people would assume that they were connected to Stanford University.
Yeah, what's the name?
So
of
that's
that?
scammy. That's scammy and conny right there.
Hang on a minute.
That's
though.
some con me.
I'm going to call my company MIT International.
Hold on. A minute. It's like, hey, it's just like using Boston for something, right? It's oh Christ.
Stanford.
Christ, I got a Stanford flag behind me. You know, makes me look bad, doesn't it?
you should
No,
put
I
up
don't have
that,
your
Stanford,
camera.
I've just been on the property. That's all.
Steve, you should put up that picture of that was in one of Eric Davis's papers about the one where he's got a picture of Einstein looking through a portal and looking back at a dinosaur.
Yeah, you sent me that, but it's going to take me a while to find that. I'll see if I can.
I have it.
Guys,
Or just send it to me
can't
fresh if
believe-
somebody can, because it's funny as hell.
I
That's
just-
the quality of his
I don't remember-
research.
I don't remember
Right.
anywhere where they bragged about saying they were at Stanford University doing this project, though. I never remember seeing anything like that. I mean, that would be a different story, but I don't ever remember anything like that. I don't think that they ever needed any type of shit like that because the government funded SRI the entire way, right?
Yeah.
And then you're trying to tell me it just all came to a halt one day for no reason whatsoever. It
Yeah,
never
that-
stopped. It
That's
never
another thing I
stopped,
wanted to
right?
ask you guys about. George Knapp in this video where he's talking to Corbell claims that he had these pictures that he released 2 years ago, but he wasn't able to release them. But he didn't elaborate as to why he couldn't release them 2 years ago. Why all of a sudden now? I mean, we could
Which
speculate.
one? The
But
ones of it going in and out of the ocean. I want to see that again.
I sent you a link to that in the private chat for that paper, so you can go
Okay.
on page
All right.
page
Well,
17 is Einstein and the dinosaurs.
I'd be blown away. I'd be blown away if George Knapp and them show a video of this thing hovering at, like, let's say 40 feet and then flies straight down through the ocean, then comes right back up out. I want to see that shit. Because
No,
apparently
but what
when
I'm
it goes
talking
into
about
the
is
ocean, it
these-
doesn't leave a splash at all.
No,
It
I'm not
just goes
talking about
straight
pictures. I'm talking about these pictures that he just released a few days ago of these so-called UAPs that look to me like balloons and very similar to the last one that was the Batman balloon, but it is what it is. He said he couldn't release them 2 years ago, and he's only able to do so now. What changed? Why can he suddenly release these things?
Because the guy on Photoshop changed it to make it look like it wasn't a balloon now.
Oh, I got the Einstein looking through a portal at a dinosaur. This is the quality of Eric Davis's work. We're going to share it here. I'm going to cite fair use.
I thought Eric Davis was okay. Is he like a dildo now?
No, he's a total crackpot, wacko
He's a
scientist.
nutter, I know that.
He's definitely a nutter, yeah.
Got some
All right,
interesting
look at
things that it,
There we go. There's a picture of Let's see if I can
What
make it
the
bigger.
fuck is that?
This is Eric Davis's research paper where he's showing a picture
Shows
of
opening a wormhole.
Einstein opening a wormhole and talking to Barney the dinosaur. Look, it's Barney, friends.
Oh, come on. Is it they really promoted this?
Yeah, he spent taxpayer dollars on this. Look at there's a wormhole.
Link to this fucking.
Right,
Do you know how to open wormholes in your bedroom?
Are you kidding me? I'd love to fucking do that.
Oh yeah, it gets crazy after that.
Can you take weapons and shit with you when you open one of these portals? Because that's if
The
I'm
best
going
part is
through
the Einstein.
dinosaurs, I'm gonna need some serious fucking artillery, you know.
Yeah. So anybody that cites Eric Davis as a source, like Richard Dolan, who claims that
Oh my god,
the Eric Davis Wilson documents are real. Eric Davis also thought that it was real that Einstein could open a wormhole and talk to Barney the fucking dinosaur. Richard Dolan, stop citing this crackpot, or at least tell people
Richard Dolan
the
is
truth
not on
about
YouTube anymore. Didn't Richard Dolan leave YouTube?
No.
What's interesting is that there are aspects that he mentions in this paper, which I found a lot of other research on that's more legit too. You know, like the negative energy states, the trapping and storing of negative energy stuff, the direct field states, what are called direct holes, direct holes.
Some truth with your bullshit, Jeremy. You got to throw in some truth with the bullshit. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I don't know. It almost looks like this stuff was, you know, kind of cringy and fringy on purpose to like, so that they could, you know, when it came out, they could basically post this as the poster child stuff. I'm not sure. I invited Eric Davis to come on the show and even invited him on APEC to present, you know, some of his stuff, but he declined.
There's a message. Somebody's asking in the live chat, why did pilots take pictures of those if they were balloons? I'm not saying they are balloons. I'm saying that's a reasonable explanation for what they are. The pilots took these pictures, I guess, because they didn't know what they were seeing.
Well, if they got a radar hit and they were scrambled said bogey, and we got to scramble a fighter up there to go check it out. You're damn right they're going to take pictures of it to report back to show.
But with the gun cameras, not with an iPhone from a cockpit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And we're not getting the gun camera footage. We're getting some blurry ass images. And in their defense, George Knapp made a good defense. People complain that those photos are blurry. You try taking a photo from an iPhone in a F-16 cockpit when you're doing 500 miles an hour.
Next time I'm doing that, I'll try.
I forgive them for the items being blurry, but where's the gun? Where's the gun camera footage then? If this is all, you know.
Yeah.
We should be able to get the gun camera footage and the radar tapes. The radar tapes. And we never will. We'll never see the gun camera footage or the radar tapes. Just my prediction.
Just like we'll never see Einstein in a portal and a dinosaur.
Talking to Barney the dinosaur.
To be fair on Eric Davis, I mean, he made an amusing picture in the document. That doesn't discredit the document. But
I know it doesn't discredit the science and and especially the sources. There's quite a bit of sources there. That's where you got to dig for the more info is at the end in the bibliographies.
But people have called him a crackpot scientist on more than one occasion.
They've also said that he's just this Earth Tech. He was in EarthTech.org with Puthoff, right? And a lot of people accuse him of just riding Puthoff's coattails, like basically like saying he's kind of just a tag along.
What I found interesting about those Navy UFOs and those instances. I think it was the Drive or one of those websites posted a whole series of pilot reports from the East Coast, going back a number of years. And it was, if you read through all the reports, and there was all these pilot reports of seeing things in that same area, you know, going back for decades. And most of the time they couldn't tell what it was, but there was at least one occasion where the pilot got close enough and saw a quadcopter drone hovering at 23,000 feet.
Yeah, and Corbell has claimed they can't be drones because drones can only go 10 feet off of a ship's bow. Like, they could only go about 10 feet away from the ship and they can only stay up for 28 minutes. Great, then show us the data that proves that these things were up for more than 28 minutes. Show us the radar tapes. Show us all the data you have, or is all the data you have this very flawed video and your anonymous source who no one can vet or check that any of this shit is real, right?
I think something is going on over there, but I think, like Jeremy said, that with TD Barnes talking about Project Palladium, and now it's called Project Nemesis, is they've got this electronic warfare capability that they keep pretty secret, where they can project false fleets and full radar into thinking that there's aircraft going at a particular point and moving at unbelievable speeds. And you look at the Navy UFO videos, and in both incidents, they had brand new radar systems that they were trialing. And you tie that into what TD Barnes says in Project Nemesis. I think there's something in there in terms of possibly testing out their electronic warfare capabilities.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
I know people are going to say, well, that doesn't excuse the things that they physically saw, but electronic warfare, if you look at the Project Nemesis, it involves real assets like drones and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And people have to be reminded that they started working on drones in the 80s, secret drone projects. And so where are they at now? If they started in the 80s and it's 2020, I'm sure that we have, and these absolutist statements, these UAP exhibit capabilities that are not in our arsenal or in our adversaries. How do you know what's in our adversaries' arsenal? You don't know. We could get some general idea through intelligence gathering, but who's to say they leapfrogged us and they have some really advanced drones that they could fly out and observe these Navy ships? For all we know, it could be Russian or Chinese drones that are intelligence gathering. Where is this ship at? What is it doing? Observe it. We don't know. That's much more plausible to me explanation than jump right to the aliens, And I wish that it was true. I would love to live in a world where aliens are visiting us. So the people who say I'm too skeptical, I'm skeptical, but I'm a believer. I certainly believe there's intelligent life out there. Yeah. Is it visiting us? Maybe. And I'd like to know if it is, but we can't be so quick to jump.
I think people think, they always jump on top of skeptics, but like for myself, and I know probably for all of you as well, I believed Bob Lazar when I first looked into him, and it wasn't because I was skeptical of him. It was because I wanted to know more about his story. And then the red flag started popping
1989, I was in high school, man. When Bob Lazar came out, it was like, wow.
Somehow I imagined Solar Marshall with a mullet, like,
oh my God!
Going on BBSs. Whoa, like, I gotta find out about this Bob Lazar guy. Right?
I won the best hair in high school, dude. In this picture, hang on a minute, I'm gonna send it to you.
You're gonna make me share a high school picture right now?
Well, you don't have to, but you said mullet. You're gonna get it. Check this shit out.
I'll share it. Mullet, Solar Marshall. Great.
I won the fucking best hair that year. You're gonna ship me see this mullet. This mullet is done with class.
Well, somebody says great show last night with Walter. Very cool. I'm kind of jealous. I'd like to keep him to my show guest and not guest star anywhere else.
Yeah, who knew that Walter Bosley's entire family, one father, another father, we're all in intelligence, man. That's really insane. Uncles.
Yeah.
That's why I trust it. That's why I trust him when he tells me something. That, and unlike Richard Dolan's fake CIA deathbed confession guy, Walter Bosley really is who he says he is.
I know.
So funny. He goes on the first show I interviewed him on. He's like, a week before it, he goes, I just want to make sure that you understand that my claims of having secret clearance and military experience are valid. So I'm sending you my DD-214 and all of my records. And I go, don't worry about it, Mr. Bosley. And he goes, no, I want to send it to you. I go, I got it all already, Mr. Bosley. I know that you are who you say you are. You don't have to send me anything. But then he still did. On top of what I already had, he sent me all his records proving where he was stationed, everything you could get as a civilian.
Theories on Roswell, I think he's dead on. I think he's 100% on the money.
Yeah, I'm still not sold on that yet. I'm not.
You're not, Jeremy? Yeah, I know.
I think it's a plausible theory, though. It might be. It's
definitely plausible.
It was one of the first spaceships we ever launched. Why do all these UFO crashes and shit always happen right next to airport spaces? And because there's nowhere, dude. If they crash, right? Okay.
Maybe the aliens are looking for some place to land, and they don't make it.
Back then, there was no one for them to run into. I mean, that's my opinion on a lot of this shit. Now they launch right out over the ocean, so if they crash out there, there's nowhere for them to land on. People already know the space program's already up and running. You know, who the hell is this?
What's the skinny on the Roswell stuff? I haven't really looked much into it other than I saw a story.
Well, I did a whole series of we called it Roswell Revisited, and we've had Jeremy Rice here, alien scientist. We had Kevin Randall. We had skeptic, I would say, Cal Korff. We had Don Schmidt and Tom Carey. These are all the world's most well-known experts. You
were close to getting Stanton, but you missed.
I have an unreleased interview with Stanton where he talks about Roswell, and I want to ask his family's permission. I don't want to just release it.
Yeah.
But he just touches on what he thought, and it was mostly stuff that I guess Tom Carey and Don Schmidt would agree with. He was very pro. It was aliens. I know it was aliens. You know?
I had read a story that it was there was some unclassified document to say it was some kind of balloon that listened and with some kind of apparatus that listened for nuclear blasts around the world.
Yeah, the mogul. That's the mogul explanation, which I believe Jeremy can correct me. I think that's the third explanation of what it was. The first being it was a flying saucer. The second was it was a weather balloon. And now the third explanation the government has given us is it was a balloon, but not a weather balloon. It was a mogul balloon designed to
chain, the mogul chain.
Yeah. Mogul chain. Yeah. Chains of apparatus.
Designed by balloon scientist Luis Alvarez, who was a member of the Project Blue Book as well. So
no coincidence there. Yeah. Yeah, we continue to look into it. I'm trying to get a panel show of those guys together, but I think Kevin Randall is not going to come on the same show as Cal Korff without one of those two murdering.
Hey, real quick, you guys are kind of a witness to this. I got a really weird text message out of nowhere. I get these while I'm on these panels. It's some kind of strange thing with like the name Macaulay 15 something at Gmail something or whatever. They happen during these fucking streams, and
that's the CIA telling you to shut the hell up about the aliens, bro.
Well, no, it's
stop talking about triangles, Dan.
And no, I just report it as a listen to me. I just report it as a spam and something else and block it. They only happen when I'm talking about UFOs, and it always happens in the middle of a fucking podcast. How is that possible? It's very weird. And I'm just saying it now. I didn't open it because you don't know what could be on there, right? It's probably some kind of shit in there to just completely destroy my phone, whatever.
Or it's random spam and you're paranoid.
Yeah, how do you, I mean, are you supposed
maybe try some indica. Maybe try some indica.
You got to stop going on all those like sites late at night, you know?
Yeah. No, I get there too, though. I get there too.
Because if you Google it, what if it's some kind of, that's
you want to talk about paranoia? Yo, there's a black SUV that was circling my cabin, and I thought I went right to Men in Black. That's a Fed. How did they find my cabin in the middle of this dirt road in the woods?
It bothers me that this shit it always comes during a stream, and it's something very strange, dude. I don't know. You know, they can put shit on your fucking phone or whatever with this type of code, computer.
Yeah, I'm just saying. In my case of paranoia, it turned out that my neighbor got a brand new SUV with black tinted windows that happened to be black. And he's like a mile up the dirt road from me, like way back in the woods. But I jumped right to, I'm like, why is there all of a sudden this black SUV with black tinted windows driving by my house every day? Because it came out of nowhere, and nobody drives by the cabin unless they, have a cabin off in the distance. So you got to calm down. Go to the rational. Yeah. So where do we go from here? Do we wait for the documentary or the next, History Channel show about this stuff?
I told you what I'm doing. I'm taking all the interviews that I've done with all these scientists from all the projects, all the information I've kind of learned. I'm summarizing it into an intelligence briefing. I actually have a 3-part intelligence briefing. The first part is just a history of like all the different, Roswell, where we might look for the materials if there were a recovery program, crash recovery, where we might look from UFO metals, some of the known cases and documents on UFO metals and stuff like that. Just as a whole overview of the history of UFOs and where the best evidence is and where to look for it and where to find where Congress or the Senate Intelligence Select Committee could go and look for that information. So that's I'm kind of preempting waiting. I'm preempting waiting for them to do the next big disclosure, and I'm taking it.
And I think you sent me parts of this thing that you're working on, and it is data rich and full of facts, evidence, sources that anybody can go check.
This is like
it is a briefing. It is an amazing briefing for anybody that wants to know about the history of this thing.
Isn't the when is the date that they're going to release all this shit? Is it June the 6th or June the 1st?
Well, that's why I want to release this report, because this report is basically going to give them an outline of the questions that they really need to answer with this report in order to declare it thorough and all reaching. And
wouldn't you shit if they pulled a slide projector up, put a big screen up, whatever,
and they had my presentation?
No, they had this controller. No, and they go way beyond that. They show the TR-3B.
Yes, that's my dream, bro.
They show all the anti-gravity stuff.
Like, all right, here's the blue room at Wright-Patterson where all the UFO debris is kept. We have these, they show all the
there's all this excitement over this report that's coming up. What does everybody think? Is it going to be A, a nothing burger, B, a little bit of information but nothing incredibly useful that will lead to any definitive conclusions, or C, are they going to drop the truth about the alien bodies that they got in the basement of Wright-Patterson and give us the goods? Which one is going to be? I'm struggling between A and B. I really think it might be a nothing burger, but I thought maybe they'll release some new gun camera footage or some other videos that they have. And they're just going to say it's unidentified. We don't know what it is, and then try to get funding for more research.
Funding is going to be the main.
I was going to say, here's a question for you: who's in the UAPTF? Who's in it? How come
Marco Rubio is like the head of it right now?
How come Bob Bigelow?
He's raised in hell, bro. Marco Rubio, you know that, right? He's been raising all kinds of hell.
Got those pictures before everyone else?
Sorry, Victor, finish that.
Yeah, watch the talk over. Victor, say that again.
Black Vault said that Bob Bigelow got all those pictures just weeks after they were taken from the Navy. Probably at the same time the UAPTF got them. How did Bigelow get those pictures if
he's got to be paying somebody off to get this stuff early? He's got to be. He's got government connections from his previous
He might have been sent to him. Remember, he took over the entire freaking reporting apparatus, which was called, Jeremy, what was it called?
MUFON.
Yeah, he took over the entire MUFON West Coast, if I remember correctly. He took the entire thing over.
And he got all their case files, too, many of which were confidential. They shouldn't have sold that stuff to him.
Well, maybe the people from the Navy sent it to him. Maybe he got them first, is what I'm saying. Maybe he got them
what I'm saying is that
so why does Corbell get this stuff first?
He's blowing somebody, I don't know.
Hey, we said no personal insults, and I think insinuating that Jeremy Corbell is sucking some dicks to get access is an insult.
He's the leaker.
Yeah. You don't know he's sucking dicks to get access.
They give it to him, let him leak it. That way George Knapp can say, oh, my mentor, or not. No, he's not the mentor. He's the teacher of the he's the mentor. My student fucked up and shouldn't have released this, even though he's sitting right across from me. Did you hear the very end of that video with Jeremy Corbell says it? It does get very interesting. He says, George, what would you think if we showed a video on here of a UAP, he calls it, unidentified aerial phenomenon? I don't like that word. I like UFO much better.
Yeah.
What if he says we showed a UAP flying up to the camera on the ship? Remember this? And then stops and then just takes off. And George Knapp goes, now that would be classified. Remember that part? Did you guys catch that at the end when Jeremy Corbell said that?
Yeah. Yeah. You didn't catch almost insinuating that they have such a video and it's classified, so we can't share that with you yet.
Well, yeah, he basically says, that would be classified. And he laughs. George Knapp starts laughing, knowing that what he just said was something they already know about, and they're trying to keep you on your fucking tiptoes. Damn it. They're trying to keep you on your tiptoes until the next video is what I'm getting at. Or they did that on purpose to keep you waiting and waiting and waiting. But it's the way George Knapp reacted. Yeah, I know. I'm very sorry about swearing. It's the way George Knapp reacted, everybody. What did you guys think of that? George Knapp was like, oh no, that would definitely be classified. They already know the answer, so they must have something else. Why they chose?
It was teasing the next drop, maybe. They're teasing the next drop.
But you're not the right person for this. You believe everything before you investigate it.
Let's revisit the statements that he made, that he's getting all this information that's being divulged in classified briefings. Wouldn't his source get arrested? I don't believe there's a classified source here.
I think it's pretty
they believe Bob Lazar, and Bob Lazar, he didn't get arrested. He told his whole story. I mean,
Hey, there's never any consequences for these people that are claiming that they're releasing top secret or classified information. Now, he says that the video is not classified, but in the video he's talking to Knapp, he discusses in great detail what the contents, subject of the briefing, what they were talking about and concerned about in this briefing, or what they were trying to teach people through this briefing was all about. That's classified information, what's in the briefing and what it's about. Whoever would leak that to him would be fired, prosecuted under the Espionage Act. And then earlier on Twitter, people were saying journalists get a pass. I don't think so. Obama, under the Espionage Act, tried to prosecute a whole bunch of different journalists. You're still open. I'm still waiting for,
did you ever see the video about
clear information from a lawyer that could tell me if the journalist gets indemnified somehow for releasing classified information. But if he knows that briefing was classified and he's telling everybody what was in the briefing, then he's liable, I believe. So far in my research, I'm waiting for a lawyer or somebody more knowledgeable about these subjects than me to tell me, does a journalist or investigative filmmaker face consequences or possible prosecution for sharing this information? Because if he doesn't, if they do and he gets no repercussions, then we know that either he or his source are bullshitting us about the classified nature of this briefing that he got the goods on, right?
Wow,
Tim McMillan's always on about the legal aspect of information that's being put out. Have you ever read his stuff?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what he has to say about that. I'm a bit curious about that guy. He seemed to come out of nowhere.
Jeremy, come on, bro. Jeremy just went off camera, right? Because he I guess he needed a toke. And then he started the camera a little too early, and there was a big puff of smoke.
That's it. Hey,
God bless the medicine, if that'll do you. Because
I think this is. It just sucks that I share a name with that that Mr. Corbell. It's like people are like, oh, you can't believe Jeremy, and I'm like, what am I? What
yeah, I know. I get a little confused sometimes too when you're on and we're talking about this. Yeah. So, Victor, can you tell us about? You've been doing this research. Is it just Travis Walton, or are you like all chips in, looking into all the stuff and information that comes out?
Travis Walton. That interview with Michael Rogers only just happened because of. I saw the beef between him and Travis Walton, and I thought, I don't even know why, but I DM'd Mike Rogers out of the blue. I'm not interested in a Travis Walton story at all. I just
I met him.
Yeah,
when I went to Alien Con in LA, I met Travis Walton. It was kind of weird.
Okay. Yeah, I just DM'd Mike Rogers out of the blue, and he agreed to an interview, and I interviewed him.
Nice.
I thought he came across believable, but then the very next day he contradicted everything he said to me. So.
Yeah, he said he told another interviewer something totally different than he told you, which I think is just goes great to his credibility. And that was a lot of drama because Travis Walton was claiming that somebody was trying to extort him, and then right after that, this guy comes out and says,
Rogers.
I'm no longer a witness to the Travis Walton abduction.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, as Dan said, he reached a settlement with Travis. They came to an agreement, and then Mike Rogers posted on his Facebook saying, "Oh yeah, it's all good. We're best buddies again, and we're
back in business."
Yeah, he claimed that Travis Walton was a fraud, and the whole story was BS, right?
He was saying he was going to come out with the
2 days
bombshell
later.
in a couple days, and he's like, and then I read his Facebook post that he's going to be talking to Travis a little bit in here, and then all of a sudden the beef was dropped, and I'm
There's
like,
an
all right,
interview, Jeremy, where he states that he was offered $3 million, $2 million in one shot, and $1 million in
$3
another
million.
shot. In a movie.
I don't think he's getting $3 million.
That's not what this. How could this be worth that much, man? Oh my God.
You fake
We're
UFO
doing shit
story.
wrong. Yo, you know
We're
what
doing
we're gonna
shit
do?
wrong,
All
bro.
you guys are coming to the cabin, and you're all gonna witness my abduction by aliens. And
You
I
know
will
why,
split.
Jeremy? Because UFOs are becoming really hot again. But here's what's so funny about the whole UFOs becoming hot again. Everybody has a camera. Everybody has a video
Elon
camera
Musk
on them at
talked
all
about
times.
this.
I
He
can
did a
literally go
chart.
boom in my speed, whatever you want to call it, setup. And well, yours has a laser pointer on it. And I can be filming whatever's in the sky within 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
How in the hell can people not film UFOs now? We don't see anything credible. Have you guys seen a credible UFO video recently? I haven't. Can anybody in the
No,
chat?
and
out there
Elon
tell me
Musk.
something?
Elon Musk posted this really funny meme. It was like increase in resolution of camera phones over the last 10 years. Increase in resolution of UFO photos or videos
Going
over the
way
past
down.
10 years, and it just stays the same. So you're right. There is something to
Yeah,
that.
I know a guy that claimed he was filming UFOs all the time, and dude, once he got a better camera, you could see the windows in the craft. It was a damn KC-135 that was it was one that they used for not UPS, the other company, FedEx. It was a FedEx a plane flying in and out of a certain location. I found out exactly where they were flying out of. It was because of the resolution getting better. And it did look like a damn UFO from the side. It was very confusing at nighttime. Sometimes the way an airplane comes and banks to go into an airport or something like that. And the reason is because there's nothing but on this plane, there's nothing but packages on the damn thing. And you have a very small crew. It's not like a plane crew of people flying somewhere. It's packages,
Yeah.
But the way the windows were lit up and stuff at different times, it's like, wow, what is that he's filming? And the angles and everything, it just really freaked you out at times because he would just catch it and it would be so silent. It's incredible how quiet a plane gets when they turn the jets down. They dethrottle them to land, and I figured it all out and it just pissed him off to no end. Oh my God. And
Yeah.
he was so let down that it wasn't aliens that he hated me for years. But I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. You're filming FedEx. You're not filming Orion ships. You're not. Sorry.
It just shows the emotional attachment that some people have to these like conclusions or whatever that they've already made about the data.
He was like, well, then how would you explain the 2 7 feet tall women? He said that came to visit me outside of one of the stores that sells not Lowe's, Ames, or one of them that sells hardware stuff. I said, dude, if you saw 2 7 feet tall women, why were they driving a Pinto? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. And he's like, well, they've had that car for so long, they've had it since the 70s. I'm just like, what? Come on, man. But it just broke this guy down, dude, for me to debunk him. And I had no choice because he had challenged me. And it was a 2-year journey, but I got him badly.
Well, I hope you're helping people's mental health too, because some of these people get into these cycles and they go into a decline. Yeah, like Paul Benowitz or something,
Well, remember, I'm not going to lie about this. Last week, I yelled at Jeremy on the phone. I said, I'm so sick and tired of all this shit. It was right after the Mike Rogers stuff with fucking idiot Travis Walton. And I will call him an idiot because he's full of shit. Okay. There's plenty of reasons why he's full of shit. And you see him hold
I don't have any skin in the Walton game. I don't really care if he's telling the truth or not.
I do.
I don't know.
Because that's all I hear about when you.
Yes, it's.
If you say Bob Lazar's lying, it's Travis Walton's next. It's like, guess what? He's lying too. Which UFO story out there is true, guys? Which one?
That's like the most famous one, man. It's like the most.
One?
There's lots of experiencers out there, man, that claim this shit's real. Like,
Okay, but which one? Do they have schizophrenia or what do they have?
The fish shrimp, alien fish shrimp art guy.
Right here is my problem. Everybody has cell phones. Everybody has, although there was something really weird that happened recently. A guy had said that Bigfoot abducted him in a spaceship up in the Pacific Northwest. And on his phone,
Jonathan Reed.
No, hell no, not Dr.
No?
Reed. No, I know
Dr.
Dr.
Reed?
Reed personally. I have his book back here. It's fun to read. I read as a comic.
Do you believe him or not?
No.
Are you kidding me? That guy's such a fraud.
No, he
I
sent me the
know.
book and signed it, and I promised him I'd never try to debunk him because I scare him. Anyways, I do scare him. You want to see this?
The Aerial School, that's a good one. That's Jay Roach mentions.
Yeah, I don't
One
know
was
where.
brought up in the
I'm not
phenomena.
really sure. I'm not really sure where we should like wrap this up at, but I think we've covered most of the points that I wanted to make. Most importantly, the fact that he's claiming this stuff was on a classified briefing, the FAA lights and Mick West's takedown of this thing being nothing special, and the various reasons why it's nothing special. I think we've covered what we came to do.
Oh
did
man,
our
it's
mission.
just the value. Hey Jeremy, do you remember this?
Oh God.
Dr. Frank Stranges?
Oh yeah.
Yes, bro.
Stranger at the Pentagon.
Yeah, well, guess what? Jeremy and I have original copies of the book.
Yeah, this is from the first press.
From that library.
I have one of those.
There is Dr. Frank Stranges. Do you know who Dr. Frank Stranges actually is? He actually is, in fact, and I shit you not, Dr. Frank Stranges is, in fact, the actual guy. What Valiant Thor is Dr. Frank Stranges.
That's what I said. Valiant Thor, Stranger at the Pentagon. Yeah.
He is it. And all you got to do is look at the hairline. The hairline, Frank Stranges had a very thick head of hair when he died at like the age of 80, okay? It's the same hairline that Stranger at the Pentagon had. Frank Stranges is in fact and here's
we gotta do. I covered this earlier.
The spaceship that he flew, which is actually a Sears lamp. You can look it up. I have the exact lamp and everything.
Save it. Off. We could do a whole show on that. We have to try.
Well, you want to? I'd love to do it, but right here, in fact, is Valiant Thor. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, see that thick hairline and the side? Look at Frank Stranges. Also, Frank Stranges had a twin brother, by the way.
So he's showing pictures of himself as younger and claiming it was the alien Valiant Thor.
He is Valiant Thor. He was Valiant Thor. Remember, Valiant Thor never aged, so he can only show pictures. He took a bunch of pictures of himself at that age with different people. Oh, and you want to hear something really weird about it? Frank Stranges is in a picture with none other than, what's that nutcase? Phil
Schneider?
Phil
Schneider.
Phil Schneider's daddy and Valiant Thor were in pictures together.
Strange connections. So
yeah, he had all those wedding photos at the archive.
So I think we're going to wrap things up here because we
John
did
Lear stuff. Very valuable shit in here. I have some discs in here that blow your fucking mind of Bob Lazar that no one has. That Victor's been trying to get a hold of for years. I just won't give him up.
Well, we could do another show about
John Lear discs with an accompanied letter signed by John Lear before he went nuts.
I forgot
to show you guys something.
I forgot to give Solar Marshall the "You can't talk about Bob Lazar" speech.
I haven't talked about Bob Lazar tonight. There's the Dr. Jonathan Reed book. He signed it and begged me. Yeah. He begged me. There's the dog he claimed it burned up because the alien grabbed it and it turned into ashes. I think that was the meth he smoked in the woods that night.
Yeah, could be.
Oh, here it all is. Signed it all. Please, Dan, don't debunk me. Thank you. Here's a free book. I don't have to debunk you, Reed. You did a...
Yeah, people asked me to debunk that story, and I said, why?
I love that story. I love it. I think it's hilarious. When he's going,
I remember that one back in the day.
He's breathing out the woods. It's just...
And he's got the secret alien bracelet, like look like Wonder Woman's bracelet.
I rewound that video and watched that alien eye blink many times. I was like,
bro, how did he do that? How did he get the red eye shine? That's the only thing that's got me freaked out. How did he do it? And I told him, I said, how
put blinkers on any puppet. You can put blinkers on any puppet. I've done it.
You can put blinkers on it, but how did he get that red eye shine? It's not LEDs. I can guarantee you that. He almost had to kill something and stuff its eyeballs in there for a while, like a turtle. It looks to me like it could be a turtle head stuffed in there. He had to have done that.
Could
Look
be.
at the red eye shine. It's the only thing that's got me freaked out. I even asked him, like, how'd you do the red eye shine, read. His real name's Daniel Rudder. He's not a doctor.
Yeah.
So I just want to get back to this. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, they kind of preempted trying to say, you know, we're Twitter warriors when we don't do research. But tonight we showed he was completely wrong about having a craft that could go in the ocean and fly in the sky, and was totally unaware that we had that technology, claiming no one did. We showed through Mick West's research that this object has got flashing lights just exact to an airplane, or what an airplane is supposed to have. And that he's saying that the thing was not
government. Right here. Here's back when I used to work for the government.
You look like
I had to actually cut pictures out of there. Try and figure that one out.
So we kind of, I think this thing is debunked as garbage.
I worked for the government before I was kicked out.
I think we did a good enough number on this Corbell thing, and
I think thanks everybody for being here. I want to thank you all for participating, because it's much better than me talking by myself about it for 2 hours. We get some different perspectives.
Fucking big mouth. No, I'm just kidding.
What? No, I try. Listen, you want to do the Valiant Thor thing? We'll do it next week. I promise. I'll send you a message right now.
You want to do it?
I previously covered Valiant Thor. I love the story. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do a whole show on Valiant Thor.
Jeremy, you want to come on, because you and me did. Jeremy,
we got to get
the research on. We had no idea we were going to come out with Valiant Thor info, and it was fantastic. We also
what's that dude's name from the library
on the Philadelphia experiment too, right, Jeremy? Why don't you come on for that? Those people were all tied together. They were all UFO hoaxers. It's an amazing story.
Yeah. And I've never covered the Philadelphia experiment because I just never found it credible. I mean, I'm from Philly. I looked into that. And my father was in the Navy. So
you know what's funny? Only people that are from Philly call it Philly too. And around here, I'm from PA. People are like, "What's Philly?" Philly's Philadelphia. People outside of Philly don't know that. They're like,
I just got in trouble from some Canadian who was like, "Why do you call it water?" Because Philadelphia, like how to speak Philadelphian. Yo, you got me? I'm kind of thirsty. Can I have some water? And the Canadian was like, "Water? What the hell is water?" He says, "Water." You know, so that's how you know somebody's from Philly when they say water. You know, or G.
Steve,
that's Philadelphia for "Did you eat?" We just say G.
Yeah, G. That's Pennsylvania Dutch. Hey, Steve, how about a bottle of water? That's what I say. Can I get a bottle of water? People are like, "What the fuck did you just say?" I'm like, "A bottle of water." They're like, "What on earth?" I'm like, "A bottle of water." Oh, but we say a bottle of water. I'm trying to think what else we say. It's just ridiculous.
That stuff's pretty funny. But listen, we set out. We accomplished our mission that we set out for tonight. And you know, there's time for more shows, and I hope you guys will come along with us. I don't know what else to say about this, so I'm just going to play us out with a quick bumper, and I want to thank you.
How about this, though? You know, if we doubled up your views, Steve, you might get a bunch of Jeremy's crowd also. So that's
I thought we were going to simulcast this tonight, but it was kind of last minute. So
that's the way you get your.
We'll try to work that out, and I'll just.
Jeremy could use the view.
I can repost this.
Yeah,
I can repost this video because it's good. We did a good job. So
what's your average views, Steve? Are you up? Are you at a couple thousand?
I don't know. I'm trying to not
2,000, 3,000.
Yeah, he's got me beat probably. Yeah,
does he?
Some of them don't break 1,000. It all depends on the subject matter, I guess.
Is CW Channer still on? I haven't looked him up in a while. Is he still around?
Yeah, I think he's doing a few like 4 or 5 streams.
He's still doing the stuff in the afternoon though, like 4 o'clock.
I don't know. I catch the replay, so I'm not sure when he's live lately.
That was a fun show for the longest time, but it seems like what happened with him? I don't know.
I don't know. I've tuned in recently, and it seems like old times to me. So
okay, cool. I thought he was restricted about what he could talk about or whatever.
Yeah, I think he's a little worried after the YouTube shenanigans.
And he gets sued. That's what I'm saying.
Remember that? I haven't seen Jeremy Corbell do any interviews or live streams since that one. We jumped on the live chat.
Oh my God, we had him so.
He started crapping his pants on UFO Jane's channel. That was hilarious.
I got emailed by John Lear over. It's like John Lear hates his guts. I'm like, oh, great. What's this gonna be about? He's like, I hate him. Whoever he had a list of names.
Other than like a horde of Twitter like followers and advocates, I haven't met a single person who likes that guy.
Well, Jeremy, remember that email I got from Lear? It had a list of names on it. It was like, here's the following names, and I know you, Dan. Who are the rest of them? Whoever you are, you need to keep it up. I'm like, what the fuck? It just made me laugh. A fucking 80-year-old man. You know, they just don't like him because he came along, stole Bob from them.
Yep.
Now Bob
Yeah.
hates Corbell, apparently. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. I get word.
We can do a whole show about that too.
I know Gene Huff
get our
doesn't like
words
him.
from someone that's so high up. I can't say who it is. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, you
When
wouldn't
it comes
believe
to
it.
the Bob Lazar story,
believe
someone
it.
that's at the very top.
Oh, I would believe it.
Those Netflix movies.
Yeah, he's got to make a new one soon.
Yeah.
Well, friends, I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. I'm going to play us out with a quick bumper. If you guys want to stick around real quick to chat real fast after this, I will be available.
Okay.
Thanks. Scientist Jeremy Ryan, please subscribe to my channel, Solar Marshall. And our first time here with someone whose research, at least, I respect a lot and really have enjoyed. He sent me some stuff.
Victor, stay on, by the way. So after this.
Here, until next time, friends, good night and God bless all of you. We have full intact craft. Number 2, we are trying to reverse engineer them. Number 3, these craft are not from here, NHI. And for those unaware, NHI is a term that I use a lot because I don't think that the alien, well, there's lots of hypotheses about who's flying these things. I don't think that aliens from other star systems has been proven by a long shot. So I don't say alien. I'm going to try to start saying NHI or non-human intelligence. We don't know what it is. These craft are not from here, non-human intelligence. We've communicated with the non-human intelligence. So Jeremy Corbell with the big bluff. And by the way, he's provided no proof of any of this. Unless he's counting Bob Lazar for the first two, we have full intact craft because Bob Lazar, listen, a convicted pimp fake scientist told him that we have full intact craft, so it's true. A convicted pimp fake scientist said that they were trying to reverse engineer them, so it's true. If he means Bob Lazar here, he's a bigger clown than I think. He's going to need a little more than a convicted pimp fake scientist liar to back up these claims, right? And as far as these craft are not from here, again, these people always overpromise, overhype, and underdeliver. What evidence does he have that these craft are from other star systems, other dimensions, other universes, other times even, whatever? They're not from here, then where are they from? And how do you know that? We don't get that. We just get the hype and the bullshit. We do not get any evidence here. We've communicated with that. And see, this is what makes me sad, because this clip alone got 200,000 views, right? And it's just a 4-minute clip of this interview. The interview gets millions of views because Jeremy Corbell's on there telling people all of this stuff. And I love how Corbell, he states things as fact without any evidence to support those facts or establish that those facts truly are facts. That's a problem. You know, I can make bold statements too, but without evidence to support those bold statements are worthless, in my opinion.
Right. So I don't need to believe. I don't have the luxury of disbelief about this. You know, it is my job to speak with people in different levels of government and the military and pilots. And, you know, look, man, I don't have the luxury of disbelief.
Yeah, and this is interesting because this man claims that he's in contact with all kinds of government people. And who? Name them. It's all anonymous sources. It's all anonymous sources. You know, I mean, occasionally he'll speak with somebody on the record, right? Like Fravor or somebody else. But he claims that he's getting all this top secret information and people are whistleblowing to him and all. Great, name them. Who are they? Can I interview them? And where is he getting all of this material that he's making millions of dollars from? Well, maybe not millions, but he's certainly making tens of thousands of dollars on this stuff that's being so-called leaked to him from government sources. Can I get in on that? Right? And it's his job to talk to those people. No, it's his job to sell fake stories with no evidence, because so far, that's all Corbell has done. He has sold fake stories with no real verifiable proof or evidence. And these are absolutely fantastical claims, right? And what's his evidence? So far, a guy who ran a whorehouse and pretended to be a scientist told him that we have intact craft. A guy who ran a whorehouse and ripped everybody off for money right before he came out with his story, including his own parents, right? And married 2 women at the same time and ran a whorehouse, told him that we're reverse engineering alien spacecraft. That's real credible information, real credible sources. See, we have to hold his feet to the fire. You let him get away with saying this shit with no evidence, what do you think he's going to be saying next month? Even crazier, bigger, bolder bluffs, right? And again, I think we're making it a theme here, right? We're called Stephen Greer's bluff. By the way, I was just sick of Stephen Greer. We're going to finish the rest of that interview, and I have some new wonderful information on his bluffs to share with you, proving that Stephen Greer lied through that whole interview with Sean Ryan. And we've got some receipts to prove it. We'll be bringing that to you this week. But as far as this goes, I don't even know what to say here, because so far, the only proof that he's provided of any of these things he's saying is, like I said, a convicted pimp fake scientist, a guy who pretended to be a scientist from MIT who never attended MIT, a guy who pretended to be a scientist who went to Caltech. He never went to Caltech. He did run a whorehouse. Jeremy Corbell is such a clown that his sources are fake scientists who ran horses. That's his evidence. A fake scientist that ran a whorehouse. Great.
I know for certain, and it has been proved to me beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we have full intact craft and machines that we have been trying to reverse engineer. And I'll just say it, man, these machines, they're not from here.
Great. Well, those are 3 huge statements, and he knows for sure, and it's been proven to him. But you have to remember, this guy also believes that a fake scientist who ran a whorehouse is absolutely a wonderful source of information and an absolutely verifiable source of information. A guy who ran a whorehouse. Like, listen, I don't know where Jeremy Corbell is a rich kid. I'm just going to say it. And there's no jealousy involved with why I'm saying this. But look, rich dudes from California whose mommies and daddies have always paid their bills and given them money to live off of, right? He's a trust fund kid, or he ran his daddy's building. That was supposed to be his job before he was Mr. UFO. Did you know that? He ran he was like the guy who picked up the rent checks and stuff, right?
and his daddy owned the building. I checked into that. Anyway, guys who grew up with too much money, they have too little sense, you know? And I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say this. I grew up on the mean streets of Philadelphia, and I knew pimps. He's never, he doesn't know. There's one rule of pimps, okay? There's one rule with pimps. Don't leave any women around them. That's rule number one when you encounter a pimp. And number two, you can't trust anything a pimp says as being the truth. They exploit women and force women to have sex with strange men, and then they take all their money. That's what Bob Lazar did. He's a goddamn pimp, you asshole, Jeremy Corbell. You're trusting a pimp with groundbreaking information? Bob Lazar was willing to make women have sex with strange men and take their money. That's what kind of man Bob Lazar is. And if you need more information about what kind of a man he is, he married a second wife while he was still married to his first wife, and then his first wife killed herself, right? And let's look into Bob Lazar's bankruptcies right before he came out with his fake stories. And let's look into all of his business scammy dealings, right? And all the times he's been in trouble with the law for doing things like, oh, I don't know, selling fireworks chemicals with no licenses, or selling material that someone allegedly used to murder their wife. Real credible source of information. But let's just hone in on the fact that he's a pimp. Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp. A man who took money from women who had sex with strange men, right? Well, I don't know how strange they are. But this, my point was that this man has never known the tragedy or the tribulations of somebody that had no other option, so may have been forced into sex work, right? He doesn't know what those women go through at the hands of their pimps, right? But he's going to trust a man that's willing to do that to not just one woman, but a whole group of them, to tell him the truth, you know? While Bob Lazar wasn't running a whorehouse, you know, before that, he was working on alien spaceships. Sure he was. Sure he was. Why did he lie about everything then, Jeremy Corbell? Why did you not tell everybody the truth about what he really did at Los Alamos? Why did you not tell everybody the truth that he was just a low-level technician employed from Kirk Meyer? See, we have the truth here, and you have stories to sell to stupid people. Right? And his source is a goddamn pimp. I'm not going to keep saying it. That's the quality of his sources. Somebody that would take advantage of a whole group of women and take their money. Right? That's his source for this information that he claims is true. It's ridiculous.
Whoever built these appear to be a non-human intelligence. Now, where they're from, because the word extraterrestrial means just not from Earth, but also the word alien. You know, what is alien? Alien is anything that is alien to us, right? So I know for certain that there have been limited comms or communications with whoever these builders, we'll just call them occupants or builders of these craft are. Now, are we being told the truth when we've had these comms with these builders or occupants, right?
Now he's claiming that we've had communications with these extraterrestrials. Listen, one of these 4 or 5 claims is incredibly out there, right? That one of them is completely and totally woo, but making 4 or 5 of these claims in one 4-minute clip and offering zero evidence for each of the claims, it's a little too much, even for a UFO grifter, right? He's got to dial back the grift knob. He's got his grift knob turned all the way up. The grift knob is all the way up, full on grift. Pull on the grift knob, get him, turn it up to 11. Let's turn the grift knob up to 11. We have intact, recovered alien spaceships. We're trying to reverse engineer them. Turn up the grift knob some more. That's what he's thinking. Turn up the grift knob. Get the grift knob going. Oh, we've also been in communication with those aliens. We're in communications with them. Again, he has not proven a single statement so far.
And that I have no idea. How could I possibly know? But I do know that we have reverse engineering exploitation programs for non-terrestrial technology, and I have brought forward witnesses. I brought forward witnesses publicly as well as privately. I brought.
Which witness did he bring forward publicly? Bob Lazar. Okay. So he's taken his anonymous sources that aren't Bob Lazar to some other anonymous people. We've got multiple anonymous things going on here, but I can't tell you. It's a secret. Trust me, dude. This is the Trust Me, Dude School of Ufology, right? Who has he brought forth publicly? Nobody. Nobody except Bob Lazar. So I'm right. His sources for all of this that we know about so far is a guy who ran a whorehouse. Great.
Brought witnesses forward. So within government, people know who they are. And I will be bringing a lot more people forward that have actually worked on these technologies. Verified, bona fide, no mystery. They've been part of these reverse engineering SAPs, special access programs.
Oh, great.
So look, man, it's happening. Now, what is the implication of this?
Great. So he's verified, just like he verified Bob Lazar's educational credentials are true, right? He looks like a deer in headlights here. I almost feel bad for him because the major problem here is that this is quite a huge bluff, right? And by the way, I have half a mind to just end the show after this one clip, right? Because what's he going to do in a year when he doesn't prove any of this shit? I'm going to remember, right? We should start a countdown. When is Corbell going to prove the things in this clip? And by the way, I hope I'm wrong.
This. And that's the huge question you just asked. How could I possibly know? I know for me, I feel like I have a right to know, a need to know, and a personal duty to find out. But I also believe the global public has too. Look at it this way. If our universe, if the fabric of our reality, if the nature and the topography of what we understand to be real is
this guy doesn't even understand that you don't trust a pimp to tell you the truth. But he's going to tell us that he knows that everybody else is wrong and he knows the secrets of the universe somehow.
Vastly different than what we are being told. And that is known. That is known by certain parties, from mathematics and physics and material science to just the idea that we are not alone in the universe. And not only that, but we have had contact for a long durational period. Maybe we can't trust those we've had contact with.
Check here.
That's a big deal. Now, the reason for the secrecy, dude, this is like so obvious.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the weapons. They can make weapons out of them, so it's also secret. It's also secret, right?
To really grasp it, it's so simple.
I love how he always is in a room with a big safe behind him, as if to imply that he has anything like, top secret stuff in his safe. This is such LARPing nonsense. This guy is a joker. Did you know that before this, he ran a yoga studio, and then after that didn't work out for him. So then he ran a fake karate. Well, it wasn't karate. It was he just made up his own quantum jujitsu. He just made up his own martial art, and that didn't work out for him. Then he tried to be a fighter, and that didn't work out for him. Then he tried to be an artist, and that didn't work out for him. You know why? Because he has rich parents. This is a bored rich guy. That's what this guy is, a bored rich guy who's never had to work a day in his life, right? And here he is lying and making tons of money lying. I guess that's his work. Spread lies.
This technology can be weaponized. We're talking about weapons of mass destruction. The actual propulsion system in these craft are gravitational. If anybody can catch up with the material science to making these materials, which you would need atomic layering in a zero gravity environment.
How does he know you would need atomic layering in a zero gravity environment? Who has verified? What physicist? And I don't mean a fake pimp, fake physicist. I mean real physicist has verified that that's what the alien spacecraft are using for reactor or propulsion. This is all Bob Lazar nonsense. And remember, he never proved anything about Bob Lazar, but we proved that Bob Lazar is not who he claimed to be.
If we were able to replicate that, let's say China does, let's say Russia does, all of a sudden what happens is that country has an advantage beyond anything that has ever occurred in the history of humankind.
Yeah, see, if you're going to bull this much, you got to have a good line of bull for why it's so secret, right? Yeah, we could solve all the world's problems with this technology, but we're just going to keep it all secret, right? And nobody's going to leak it out to industry, right? Nobody. Sure.
So this is being taken very seriously by people within our Defense Department. I can attest to that personally, that I know that to be true.
But he will never, he keeps saying, I know this for a fact, but he has no facts to back it up. It's trust me, dude, trust me, dude, trust me, dude, trust me, dude. We got these alien spaceships. Trust me, dude. A pimp told me. Trust me, dude. We're reverse engineering them. Trust me, dude. We're communicating with these aliens. Trust me, dude. There's people in the government that know about this. Trust me, dude. There's people coming forward to me that are whistleblowers. Trust me, dude. Trust me, dude. There's people in the government. I know it. Trust me, dude. Where's the evidence?
This is not a fringe topic. This is classified at the highest level of national security.
Yeah, it's classified at the highest level of national security. But some clown that has been making the equivalent of, World Weekly News documentaries full of lies, half-truths, and bull, he knows what's at the highest levels of classifications in the United States government, but nobody else does. Sure, this seems plausible.
Within your government, within my government. Now, we got some goodies, and we're trying to work on them. But the big question is, how does it change humanity? How does it change the way that we interact with our family? How does it change the way that we prioritize our jobs, our work, what we do with our life? Once we learn that—
Listen, none of what he's saying changes anything except his bank account. That's the only thing that's changing here, is his bank account. You still got to go to work tomorrow. Until he provides the evidence and the proof of all this, then things may change. But again, what a big bluff. This is the biggest bluff that I think I have ever seen in UFO land. Well, maybe David Wilcock had bigger bluffs, but what's the difference between him and David Wilcock? What's the difference between his fake whistleblowers and David Wilcock's fake whistleblowers? It's just Corbell has better dramatization and better framing. He makes it a little more believable. That's the only difference. What's the difference between him and Corey Good? Very little. Stories with no proof, right? Richard Crawley with a kind and generous $6.99 Canadian says, Stephen, keeping it real and killing it with facts and common sense. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and helping us to praise the cash. It does feel good that despite the fact that we will always make 1% of the grifters, we can get paid to tell people the truth and encourage people to critically think about these topics instead of lie to people. And we can still praise the cash. Thank you, Richard Crow.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Yeah, at least our cash clown is an honest cash clown, right? I don't know so much about the rest, right? Mr. Ian says, humans can't even drive road cars properly. Can you imagine them in the flying ones? Well, they're supposed to be here already, right? They're supposed to be here. All right, he's almost done.
That we are part of a bigger ecosystem, a cosmic ecosystem, and that distance and space and time is irrelevant to travel.
Yeah, he knows how to break the laws of physics, right? And who told him how to do that? A fake physicist. Great.
It changes the way that we deal with fossil fuels. It changes the way that we deal with our basic understanding of interfacing through electronics and communications. It changes everything, and it changes it now.
No, it doesn't change it now, because all you got is a big old cart of bull. He's got a big old cart full of bull chips, right? And he has no evidence of any of this. He has proven nothing. And the claims get bolder and bolder. That's one thing you'll notice with the grifter squad. Their claims get bigger and bigger and bolder, and yet their evidence gets smaller and smaller, right?
We are slow to grow. That is true about humanity. We are slow to grow. But the thing is, we're smart, we're capable, and we do grow. It's time they open the books on the UFO topic.
Yeah, let's open the books. Great, great. Zizix is here with a kind and generous $10 super sticker purchase. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and your support. And thanks for being a member. And we thank all of our members. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your support.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
Okay. Thank you, Zizix. I hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, he maybe people are suggesting that maybe he was drinking before this interview. I mean, it very well could have had something to do with drinking, right? And of course I lose the and interestingly, Russell Brand does something interesting. I think that YouTube pissed off Russell Brand at one point. So Russell Brand does like a 15-minute part of the interview, and then he does the rest of it on Rumble. I don't know how much of Russell Brand I can take. We have to fast forward it to the beginning. We've still got our fair use banner up. We're going to be going through parts of this interview he did with Russell Brand because there's some more gems in there, and critiquing and commenting. And you can help by critiquing and commenting. Just put what your comments are as we go through this interview in all capital letters, and I'll share it on the screen. And thereby you are helping me to make this a transformative work. And we'll also be sharing your comments and your questions about what is going on. Yeah, and Chuck Bam says Rumble pays him. Yeah, he got some kind of a contract to go do Rumble exclusive interviews. And by the way, you know, God bless all the people that are making money on Rumble, because we started and so far we've made 50 cents. I'm not kidding you. I'll show you. We made 50 cents in ad revenue so far. I don't know. I don't know how they pay. Like, I can't even, I try to find out, like, how many, you know, like, for example, like, how many views do I need to get on Rumble that are monetized before I get $100 or whatever? If anybody has any resource guides for that, feel free to share it with me. So far, it's great to have a backup, though. I will say that I'm happy to have that backup, but there's no money there unless you're a huge creator that they've given a bunch of money to, you know. But it is what it is. Let's get into the Oh, I did it again. Make sure we have the audio. And by the way, we don't often share direct from Rumble. Sometimes there's issues with that, so please let me know in the live chat if there is issues with that.
Corbell, Jeremy Corbell. Are they real or are they a distraction?
What are they afraid of?
There are unknown aerial objects of advanced technology that are fly with impunity in our airspace.
They don't fly with impunity. And by the way, he lied his ass off on Larry King too. Just putting that out there.
Admitted by our government. People don't know that.
By the ongoing work of the Department of Defense regarding unidentified aerial phenomena.
Jeremy, what is the Mosul orb?
This is a UFO, man. We don't know who it's from.
From the sky will come.
Yeah, we don't know what it is. It could be a puddle, though. Just putting that out there. It could be a puddle.
Redemption.
This is not science fiction. This is science fact.
Science fact. But he has no facts to support his claim that it's science fact.
From the stars, from the skies, from the ulterior realms, the extraterrestrial interconnector, Jeremy Corbell himself. All right, Jeremy.
Hey, Russell. How you doing, man?
I feel pretty positive. I'm really excited to speak to you at this exciting time in your field of expertise. How are you, mate?
Right. Want us there.
I'm really good, man. Everything is awesome. You know, welcome to Planet Earth, the greatest show in the solar system. It's getting wild, man.
Do you know where I want to start for our audience? There's so many people like myself that have been fascinated with UFO phenomena, with extraterrestrial life, how this issue in particular
I think
could
a lot of
be
these
at
people
odds
are
with the interests
fascinated.
of the
They're fascinated
powerful
with the
because it
views they
suggests
could
that
get
there's
with
a whole new ontological perspective that we're not considering. It undermines our myths of progressivism, our understanding of our technology and how we got it, our understanding of scriptural writing, the Bible, the Torah. Could they have been influenced by extraterrestrial guides, the great symbology within the pyramids of Egypt? But suddenly now, the mainstream media appear to be reporting on UFOs, utilizing UFOs to create, if not a distraction, to certainly manipulate the mainstream narrative. Are you aware of what I'm talking about? And how do you manage that in your unique position, Jeremy?
Good question.
Yeah, look, it's really interesting. Like right now, you're seeing it everywhere. But if you look at kind of what I was saying with George Knapp, all of this right now, these shoot downs of these balloons, this has been happening since like the 40s and 50s, that we've had these platforms for reconnaissance. This is an absolute game show about UFOs. Now,
No, this is ridiculous. This man is so misinformed of actual military history, and I come from a family that has people within the military. We haven't shot anything down over the United States skies since I don't know when. At least 60 or 75 years, there hasn't been anything shot down over the skies of the United States. So he's saying that this is happening. This has been happening. This balloon thing has been happening for years. No, it hasn't. This is a relatively new phenomenon of us actually shooting down anything over United States airspace. He is completely and totally misinformed and just wrong.
the phenomenon itself is real. There are unidentifieds, there are machines of unknown origin.
Yeah, I agree that that UFOs are real, because by definition, unidentified flying objects. There are things flying in our skies that are hard or difficult to identify, or which cannot be identified. So by definition, UFOs are real, but now he claims they're machines, they're this, they're that.
That were fabricated by some nation, maybe here, maybe not from here. It's just been happening so long. So what you're seeing in the media is absolutely a manipulation of the phenomenon itself. But
this guy's going to talk about manipulation. The guy who manipulated audiences to believe the Bob Lazar story was true by leaving out all the information that the Bob Lazar story is fake. He's going to talk about manipulation.
And remember, for the first time ever, we had a congressional hearing on this, actually first time in 50 years. And what they were trying to do was destigmatize the reporting process. People are coming to me, as you can see from my releases, and I'm putting stuff out that should go up the chain of command. So what we are seeing also, other than the media creating a sideshow, is we're seeing a true attempt to get pilots to report this stuff without stigma, to reduce the stigma. So absolutely, there's a media spin, as always. We know that. But there is a real phenomenon.
And here's what's funny.
And now people are looking
He's
at
complaining about the media spin. He's the UFO talking head expert on all of the media. But he's saying that the media is spinning it. Maybe that was a Freudian slip, Mr. CIA PSYOP. You're the one on the media. Who's doing the spin then if you're the guy on the media?
I've never doubted the possibility of...
Corbell has had more media appearances than perhaps any other so-called UFO celebrity, right? He's had more exposure and been on and been viewed by more people talking about UFOs than maybe anybody else in the United States or planet Earth, right? All in the media, whether it's Joe Rogan or these big podcasts like Russell Brand here, Fox News. Now he's working for CNN, and he's going to complain about media spin. He's the guy doing the spin
of extraterrestrial life, even which I suppose is the most exciting possibility that could lie behind these phenomena, that it's truly an expression of something non-terrestrial. What fascinates me now that I've become more immersed in the alternative media space is that during a period where there are escalating tensions between the United States and Russia, potentially even between the United States and China, we're hearing more of these stories. I grew up on things like Roswell, Bob Lazar, Bob Exlar, those whistleblowers, people that understood like extraterrestrial technology, those things like, or Timothy Good, Eric von Daniken. This like world fascinated me because I knew there was something significant in it. But it surprises me. It surprises me to hear the kind of sources that I've always been cynical about, skeptical of, talking about them. You know, like we were talking the production team here about how, like in a lot of your appearances on media, you'll go, now it's Jeremy Corbell, and they use the X-Files music. Yeah. They kind of position it as almost as a now finally story.
Yeah, I'll give Russell Brand that. They did make a joke of it and always played those X-File sound-alikes and things like that. I think the media is taking it a little more seriously, but it's still clickbait garbage, even from major news outlets that don't get the stories right most of the time.
Actually, what we could be dealing with is this is what I think we've become trained to understand, that any story or idea that could meaningfully impact the interests of the powerful are always tightly managed and controlled. You don't get given, like, you can take anything from climate change to war to the pandemic. The version of events that you're given is the version of events that's going to be most beneficial to the powerful. And with such a unique and unusual story like this one,
I think I just got reminded of why I don't watch Russell Brand. How do you feel it
conforms to those parameters? The idea that now military personnel are speaking out, and we've all known, like, you know, about Foo Fighters and the way that even way back in the 40s, people talk about stuff. And what about some of those ideas about that? You know, I know you know loads more about this stuff than I do. Like, you know, that the Nazi party were interacting with extra. All of it, I'm down for all of that stuff. But now I'm always trying to alloy it to how is this being used to control us? And it used to make sense when they wouldn't talk about it and they wouldn't admit it. I'm like, oh, well, it's definitely true.
I did not know that.
Like,
so we got
the media
two
space.
bored rich kids talking on a podcast.
Struggling to adapt. And I wonder how you're adapting.
Yeah, so look, make no doubt about it, there is spin on the UFO thing, but here you're seeing a collision right now. This is what I call acquisition anarchy. Right now, we are able to acquire these on what's called the ASA radar. So when pilots fly, they're seeing them, they're picking up on this collective radar. The phenomenon itself that include UFOs, it's become so prevalent. It is absolutely ubiquitous across the globe. So what happens is you have more people that are seeing these, that are reporting these, that have evidence, that have video.
No, I have never made a video about John D'Souza, but I can tell you this. He never investigated anything paranormal for the FBI. He was a lawyer. Most likely he worked on things like warrants for the FBI. And there's some debate whether he's actually a lawyer or just has a law degree. But largely, I have not found very much information to support John D'Souza's claims. His claim is a lot like Nick Pope's, that he's some kind of, Fox Mulder of the FBI. Go try to find go do FOIA requests for anything paranormal John D'Souza investigated. When you investigate things for a government agency, you write reports about it. There's no reports of paranormal anything with John D'Souza's name on it. So although I haven't drawn my final conclusions on him, I kind of put him in my mostly black basket with all the other grifters, because he makes a lot of fantastical statements that you cannot verify, unfortunately. But he did indeed work for the FBI for a time. Doesn't mean he investigated anything paranormal or he had any access to any secret information like he kind of claims to.
That's why I've been able to obtain and release a bunch of pilot filmed video in different systems like FLIR, forward-looking infrared, optics, IR. So we have corroborative visual evidence. So what's happening is the powers that be, they're like, oh shit, all of a sudden we're seeing these and we need to deal with it. How do we utilize that information to our benefit? So that's what you're seeing in the...
Yeah, did you hear what he just said? How do we utilize that information, those pilot videos, to our benefit? In his case, he monetizes them. He's monetizing everyone's curiosity.
Media. However, independent journalism, journalists like myself and my mentor, George Knapp.
He just called himself a journalist. I'm sorry, dude. You're no journalist. A journalist would have asked Bob Lazar real questions and not given him a softball circle jerk to sell a documentary that sucked.
we are the kind of gatekeepers of this information because people see it be lost when they send it up through command. So they're reaching out to us, whistleblowers. And I will also say that there are
which whistleblowers has he had besides Bob Lazar? Name one. He's got all these whistleblowers. He's got anonymous sources.
Are people on the inside. I know them. They're trying to do the right thing. They're trying to open up what has been covered up. This is not science fiction. This is science fact. This is
science fact, but there's no facts and evidence to support his claims.
Absolutely 100% true. So what they're doing is they're putting into place.
Absolutely 100% true. Then you could prove it, but he never does. He never proves it. This is 100% true. Trust me, dude. Again, we are 9 minutes into the interview, and I get it. Russell Brand, I was reminded why I don't really watch Russell Brand, because I feel like Russell Brand doesn't do interviews. He does conversations, and that's perfectly okay. I do that myself sometimes, but 9 minutes in, and all we got so far is trust me, dude.
Whistleblower Protection Act. So someone like Bob Lazar, he can now go in front of Congress, the Senate Intelligence Committee. He can tell them what he knows about secret programs, and then he'll be protected because they have these reprisal kind of defenses that they built in.
Yeah, and that's a good question. If protections are in place currently, why isn't Bob Lazar testifying before Congress? Because maybe senators and congressmen are smarter and they know that he's a convicted pimp, liar, fake scientist, right? But then again, they let Robert Salas in, and that guy's getting abducted by aliens and all kinds of stuff, and his stories keep changing. You know, the Maelstrom incident, the story has changed so much, and then he tacks onto it, and he's getting abducted by aliens. He's testifying before Congress. Why not Bob Lazar, right? And by the way, for those that haven't really read that correctly, they can only testify before closed classified hearings, not public ones. So even if somebody did have really good information and they shared it with Senate Intelligence Committee, for example, we'd never hear about it. It's just going to be covered up, right? Like the rest of the cover up. Convenient. But the disclosure dorks all did, you know, a victory dance, like getting that passed is somehow going to bring us disclosure. No, it isn't.
Into this in the National Defense Authorization Act of 2023. Biden signed it. It's pretty crazy. So on one hand, you have people saying, oh shit, we can't control this. We need to get ahead of it. On the other hand, you have journalists like me and George, and people leak.
He called himself a journalist a second time, and he's claiming people are leaking him all kinds of classified stuff, right?
To us, but we obtain and release footage that is contained within classified briefings, but inherently unclassified.
Yeah, and this is another thing. Here's this lie from him. He's getting footage that's contained in classified briefings, but it's inherently unclassified. This is cake and eat it too. You can't take something out of a classified briefing and give it to a journalist without getting fired, court-martialed, and arrested and convicted. But somehow Corbell does. That's why I think he's an inside man. He's one of the Bobos. We've talked about Bobos before. When the CIA has a perception management operation and they're trying to manage perceptions or push a narrative or public, they get a Bobo, right? Somebody like this clown, a clown who they can leak things to. And, you know, there's good evidence that he is a Bobo, because if I leaked classified information from classified briefings, the feds would be at my door the same day I leaked it. But somehow he always gets a pass for having all that, quote, classified, you know, material from, quote, classified briefings. You can't just take material out of a classified briefing and declare it unclassified and release it to the public. There's a whole declassification process that he seems to forget about. So how does he get away with it?
So they're stuck between, you know, a rock and a UFO. They don't know what to do. But I do believe in humanity and in individuals doing the right thing. So this cloak of secrecy, this cone of silence is now being lifted to some degree, but we got to watch them. We got to
Gotta
watch
know
it
where the
because
hat
they're going to
is.
spin it. They're
Thanks
going
for
to
being a
change it.
member, Mr.
They're going to
Fish.
lock it back up. And as soon as we get close to the goodies, which is the actual craft of unknown origin, not from planet Earth, as the New York Times reported correctly, which is odd that they reported anything correctly. But there we go. As soon as we get close to that, they're going to try to lock it back down. And I've already seen it. Companies like Lockheed, Boeing, Raytheon, they're all looking how to obscure this information so they don't get busted in the crime of covering it up in the first place.
So this does involve the deep state. It does involve the military-industrial complex. If there are extraterrestrial technologies, if there are materials, substances, ideas that can be utilized for profit and for
Bob's
power,
whole story is
of
on
course
YouTube.
they're
You
going
want
to
a briefing,
find their
go on
way
YouTube.
into the hands of the most powerful interests on Earth. If you're watching this on YouTube or Twitter right now, we're going to click over to exclusively on Rumble. There's a link in the description. Join us there because I'm very excited to talk to Jeremy about the, I think I'm saying this right, the Mosul Orb, new video evidence that's,
Not video.
that helps
It's
us
a
to
picture.
understand just how
And it could be
extraordinary this technology is. Me in particular, what I'm interested in is stuff that's not of terrestrial origin and
Lear
how
was
powerful
definitely more
interests are
interesting than
utilizing
these
these
clowns.
technologies. And what kind of ontological questions does it present us with? I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, we thought, now that we've all got a shared problem, perhaps it's going to bring people together. Well, that didn't work out quite that way. Click the link and join us on Rumble. Me and Jeremy are going to go a little bit deeper now. Jeremy, what is the Mosul Orb? And tell us, is this a particularly significant sighting?
Yeah, it's really significant that it was able to be seen by the public. So let me be very abundantly clear. There are these orbs, these spheres. You said Foo Fighters, which all the way back to World War II, you have these metallic spheres that are traversing our restricted or war zone or combat areas. And what happens is, through all of these decades, none of them ever have come out from military filmed until now. I was able to obtain this image, which, by the way, was from a classified briefing about UFOs, or what they call UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena. That's the true definition now.
Yeah, and again, I'm just here to tell you, listen, we have to be very clear. He has confirmed again that he claims that this still image came out of a classified briefing, but somehow it's not classified and he's allowed to release it. This doesn't make any sense. And I'm emailing Susan Goff asking, how is he able to release images from a classified briefing and he's not getting prosecuted? Is he getting investigated? And by the way, we shared previously, I'll look it up. We have a Freedom of Information Act request that there is absolutely zero investigations into who leaked all that other stuff that he had. You know, the Pyramid Boca spaceships and the video from inside the ship's command center. All of these things would be classified, and there was no investigations into who leaked it to Jeremy Corbell. We have the documents to prove it. Friends, that's evidence that he's a bobo. That's evidence that he's a company man. And you know what company man means, right? He's in on this. He's in on all of it. Because if I took a still image or anything, any material from a classified briefing, and I released it on this show, the feds would be at my door. The feds would be at my door wanting to know who gave that to me. But somehow he's claiming that he's getting information out of classified government documents, briefings, videos, whatever, and he's somehow able to release that to the public with absolutely no consequences. And by the way, for this one, the Pentagon and the government won't comment on whether that's a genuine image or not. So we still don't know whether it is or not, or whether it was classified, or whether it was from a government briefing. They won't comment. So we don't even know if he's telling the truth about any of this right now.
And I was able to obtain it and release it. And this image is the first time the world is ever seeing one of these UAP from a conflict zone. Now, why is this important? People were laughing when I said it about a year ago until they start understanding that it's true, which is that we sometimes shoot at these unknowns.
Again, he said that 6 months ago. He still hasn't proven. Listen, again, he has no idea how the military works. It's clear that he doesn't have any military people in his family or what. Listen, if you're, for example, on an aircraft carrier and something is flying over your airspace and you have to shoot at it, there's a mountain of paperwork, right? You have to have authorization to shoot at it. And all these reports get generated. If people were shooting down UFOs or UAP as early as last Friday, there'd be a mountain of paperwork and it would all be FOIA-able. Guess what we have no record of? Anybody shooting down UFOs. This man is a masterful, actually, he's not masterful. He's not even a good liar. It's so easy to pick apart what's happening here. I just don't understand. You know, he's saying he's getting classified briefings. He's bluffing and saying we're shooting down all these UFOs and UAP, but there's no records of any of it that anybody can find, right? He said he saw the logs. Again, he would be prosecuted if people are showing him logs from military aircraft or military, naval ships. If people were showing him the logs for that, they'd be fired, they'd be prosecuted, and so would he. But somehow we're supposed to believe that this is all true and accurate. He gets a pass for releasing classified information from the military, right? And while he's getting a pass for all this, he's making tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars on those leaked materials from the United States government. Or he's in on it. He's in on the whole thing.
We shoot at them, but not just us. We also know that Russia and Syria fire upon the same units, the same objects, which means it's not theirs.
Now he's getting
so whose is it? Now this image, the Mosul orb, is from northern Iraq. Luckily, I was able to obtain it and release it. But here's the deal. It is from within a classified briefing. What was that classified briefing? That classified briefing, which was authored by a man named Jay Stratton, who ran UFO programs for the United States
Look
for a
up that
while.
guy. Yeah.
He put it in there.
That's the guy who said ghosts followed him home. The same guy, right? Yeah, worked for Bigelow. He's a wackadoo. Oh, yeah. Great. Then what we have here is we have confirmation. And to celebrate, listen, we're gonna have to celebrate. So in order to celebrate, Jeremy Corbell is right now doing something that I call the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver. And we've talked about it in the past. What's the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver? It's when one wackadoo who has no evidence or proof gets his so-called proof or corroboration from another wackadoo. I'm sorry, Jay Stratton is a wackadoo. People could say whatever they want about me. That dude's a wackadoo. And just to celebrate our new merchandise store, I am going to send Jeremy Corbell a wackadoo super duper prover maneuver shirt. Congratulations. Jeremy Corbell is the first person to win a shirt from our merchandise store. And yes, I have his address. I'm going to send him. Jeremy Corbell, you just won a wackadoo super duper prover maneuver t-shirt because you're using the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver. When you got no evidence and you're a wackadoo like Jeremy Corbell, what you got to do is just bring in another wackadoo to agree with you. It's the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver. Congratulations, Jeremy. I'm sending you a wackadoo super duper prover maneuver t-shirt because he just did it. He just did it. I can't believe it. He's using the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver. And by the way, saying Bob Lazar said is also worthy of an award of a wackadoo super duper prover maneuver shirt. It's the same. It's the same thing. You got no evidence, so just bring in another wackadoo.
Pilots and aviators and our war fighters, hey, this is what we're seeing. This is one of those UFOs. You should and can report it. We're not going to call you cuckoo. We get it. We see it on radar. We want to know more about it because if we shoot at these If we shoot at these in conflict zones and we don't know whose they are, we could misidentify and have a fight between two countries because we're shooting at UFOs.
Yeah, that's why they don't often shoot at UFOs. Once a threat is identified, but if you don't even know if it's a threat, this is very troubling. Very troubling.
This happens on a daily basis. Our pilots are seeing
daily
these.
basis. Our pilots are seeing these things. Again, no evidence. He states things as facts without facts and evidence to support that they're facts.
Orbs. Now they're also pyramid in shape. They're also cubes with spherical
they're pyramid in shape if you got the right lens.
So what you're seeing is an image they don't want you to see. It's from a video. They don't want you to see it. So the Pentagon is sitting there right now like, what do I do? Jeremy just released an image. We know it is from a classified briefing. It is of a UFO, and we've designated UFO, and it's in a classified briefing. What do we do? Are we honest to the public? That's what they're thinking. So right now, Susan Go, who's a woman who's the spokesperson of the Pentagon, is trying to figure out what to say. And right now she says, I have nothing for you. I mean, she says that to mainstream media. She says that to independent journalists. Well, they do got something for you. They got a 4-second video that they can release to the American global public. So I'm pushing, trying to put gasoline back onto this fire and make sure that they try to put out in the right way to the.
Yeah, essentially, he made another video essentially encouraging people to harass government workers to release more information about this, when we don't have verification that it is truly where it truly came from, where he says it came from. And since his source is a wackadoo, I would be very careful. I wouldn't go start harassing people for trying to cover it up when the source is a wackadoo.
American and global public, what this is a UFO, man, straight up.
Or
they make sure it's not a balloon. They make sure it's not a satellite. If you ever see the video, which I hope you do, it moves from the right side of your screen to the left. It is under intelligent control, and it is not ours. It is not China's. It is not Russia's. This is not a balloon. This is an intelligent and controlled machine that is advanced, and we don't know who it's from.
It weaponizes my trust, yes.
Jeremy, do you ever wonder what the philosophical and ideological impact will be of meaningful contact? Do you assume, as many experts in your field have over the last 50 years, that contact between non-terrestrial entities and deep state officials has been ongoing? I feel that in order to ensure that people appreciate how significant this story is, it's important to bring to the forefront.
Thanks, Alish. Good to see you.
But we're talking about something that will alter.
And yes,
our
it is very generous of me. I
don't
have millions of dollars from lying to people like this clown.
Cosmology, geography, epistemology, our understanding of knowledge and history has to alter. If we've been in regular, continual contact with UFOs, all of this is of course speculative. How could it be otherwise? But the possibility that human evolution has been impacted, influenced, even directed. Some of those theories about that we're living in a simulation start to have a different kind of grounding. We'll start with this, Jeremy. How?
Note to self: if you ever get interviewed by Russell Brand, you really need to take a pen and paper with you, because you got to write notes, because this dude asks really long questions, right? Lord Ludicrous is here with a kind of generous $4.99. Corbell released the Stratton interview, which he sat on for a year. Mosul Orb, just in time for upcoming conference. Stratton, Corbell, and Knapp are headliners. Yeah. If he was truly after the truth, wouldn't he just release information when he gets it? No, he carefully times it so that whatever he has makes the absolute most money that it possibly can for him. He had that information for over a year, sits on it until he releases a podcast, and then suddenly he releases it. It's all about the money. It's all about the money with these clowns.
Deep, do you envisage this contact goes? You know, when you say the government the Pentagon don't want people to see the Mosul orb, what do you imagine's in those vast nowhere hangars What do you imagine is the kind of contact they've had? What do you think Reagan meant when he said at the screening of Close Encounters, there's only a few people in the room that know how real this stuff is? How deep do you think the contact has gone? And do you think it influenced?
We forgot to praise the cash for Lord Ludicrous. So thank you, Lord Ludicrous, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Lord Ludicrous. And Simon Fly chiming in, and I agree with him, says it's a money-making venture. So I believe so too, Simon Fly. And by the way, Simon Fly has a killer new music video we are going to play here. I have to suck it into StreamYard. I'll do that while we're listening.
This is events here.
Right. So I don't need to believe. I don't have the luxury of disbelief about this. You know, it is my job to speak with people in different levels of government and the military and pilots.
This is the big bluff right here.
I don't have the luxury of disbelief. I know for certain, and it has been proved to me beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we have full intact craft and machines that we have been trying to reverse engineer. And I'll just say it, man, these machines, they're not from here. Whoever built these appear to be a non-human intelligence. Now, where they're from, because the word extraterrestrial means just not from Earth, but also the word alien. You know, what is alien? Alien is anything that is alien to us, right? So, witnesses publicly as well as privately. This is the implication of this. And that's the huge question you just asked. You know, how could I possibly know? I know for me, I feel like I have a right to know, a need to know, and a personal duty to find out. But I also believe the global public can be weaponized. We're talking about weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons.
Let's say China does. Let's say.
Yeah. And only he knows about all of this with his anonymous sources. And trust me, dude.
Change the way that we prioritize our jobs, our work, what we do with our life. Once we learn that we are part of a bigger ecosystem, a cosmic ecosystem, and that distance and space and time is irrelevant to travel, it changes the way that we deal with fossil fuels. It changes the way that we deal with our basic understanding of interfacing through electronics and communications. It changes everything, and it changes it now.
It doesn't change until you show some evidence.
That is true about humanity. We are
the only thing that changes is Jeremy's bank account.
We're capable, and we do grow. It's time they open the books on the UFO topic.
You know that if you change our understanding of sort of, I don't know if you call it post-Newtonian physics, our understanding of distance, space, time, velocity, the way that this gravity-based propulsion system suggests that we
by the way,
do, then I suppose you have to similarly.
Right here, Russell Brand is just repeating Bob Lazar talking points. It's never been proven that aliens or UFOs use a gravity-based propulsion system. It's been said by people promoting Bob Lazar, but it's never been proven. And here he is repeating Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar's own talking points back to Corbell in an interview. Great research.
Examine the worldviews and philosophies that have grown out of the scarcity and limitation-based ideals that are underrated by that, like the temporal ideology, time is limited and linear, you know, those sort of, obviously some of Einstein, or the theory of relativity challenges that space is a sort of an absolute commodity, but there are things in quantum physics that query that, about sort of like objects traveling beyond the speed of light, for example, or, you know, the objects might not be right when you're talking about sort of quantum phenomena. So it seems then, I wonder what, it becomes difficult to envisage what the ideologies and philosophies of a species of beings that are able to operate at that level might be, and suggests to me, at least, Jeremy, that they might regard us more like flora and fauna rather than peers.
Yeah, that's one part of the Fermi paradox. And many scientists have said, essentially, they don't care about us because when we walk by an anthill, we don't care what they're communicating about, what their level of technology is, what their society is like, because they're so beneath us.
We'd be more, we're farm territory rather than shared accounts. And I remember the sort of thing Neil deGrasse Tyson sort of said when he was on our show by Zero Locks. It's pretty cool. We're 2%, 2% of culture as we understand it.
It is really hard,
2% more.
It's hard to listen
than
to
us would have 8% would have actual idea even conceive of. That's why in our conversation we continually move between what's true, egos of this are, you know, any area where we're getting involved in speculation and conjecture is you have to be a
Yeah, 0-0. Welcome, I agree.
Much like their machinery,
to
move from the quantum realm to the cosmic realm, to move between, well, if this is true, then what does that mean? If this is true, what does that mean? Because that's what fascinates
Mr. West,
me. I suppose your relationship with Bob Lazar must be super significant to you, because he's a person that's been in this space for a long time. Like some, I suppose most people that are fans of our channel, members of our community, will be familiar with him. But my understanding is that Bob Lazar was a sort of an independent engineer that was asked to work on some.
No, there we go. Russell Brand is right now repeating back to Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar, and his own talking points. It's never been proven that he was anything other than a convicted pimp.
Recovered technology, and you know, and had to sign all the usual stuff that you might imagine, and has subsequently gone on to speak at length. And there's a lot of, I've seen a very successful video between you and Rogan and Bob Lazar talking about, like, you know, is he legit? Is he the real deal?
Here we go. We're going to get some super duper proven maneuvers.
And I know that you believe he is, and I believe he is. And I wonder.
You know, so there you go. There's no objectivity here on this program, because both the interviewer and the person being interviewed believe Bob Lazar is real and legit. No. And it's kind of ridiculous, right? So Russell Brand just believes him.
How significant his contribution is to this conversation, and how his contribution alters with these recent spate of revelations.
Sure. So let's talk about Bob Lazar, but I want to touch upon the first thing you said. You know, we're living in a data-rich environment, but we're like data poor in the way that we see it. We look at it. The scientific community, even our friend Neil deGrasse Tyson, has made statements where we realize, oh man, they really got to catch up. They're not exposed to the data. I see Congress and Senate not having as good briefings as George Knapp and I do as journalists, and that's concerning. That's real concerning. So the first thing you talked about was, what's the intent? You know, we an ant farm, you know, let's go real dark to real light, then we'll get to Bob Lazar. The real dark is, look, man, when we got cattle, what do? Do we treat them poorly from their perspective, or do we feed them, give them water, make sure they're healthy with antibiotics? But they're a commodity to us. That's just the truth about the meat industry here in the United States.
Because he has no evidence that Bob Lazar is legit. What's he going to say? Oh, yeah, Bob Lazar is definitely legit because I checked at MIT and he was definitely a scientist. No, he wasn't. You know, he's talking in circles right now to avoid offering any evidence or proof that Bob Lazar. The question was, is Bob Lazar legit, and what is his revelations and their relation to recent news happenings?
Oh man, yeah, they're taking.
And he's talking about cows and nonsense and garbage.
Care of us because we're some sort of commodity, right? Then the other side, the lighter side, is, hey man, they've been here a long time. This is obviously some sort of reconnaissance program or some sort of thing where there is interest with human consciousness and these, beings, these non-terrestrial beings that seem to build and operate these craft. So it's kind of like pick your poison.
Non-terrestrial beings that seem to operate this craft, stating facts without any facts and evidence to support those as facts.
Who you are will really reflect in your answer. Right? It's like the evidence shows us that they've been here a long time, but how you answer what you think the intent is.
What evidence? The evidence shows us they've been here a long time. What, have you been watching Ancient Aliens, you dummy? Where does the evidence? There's evidence that there have been unidentified objects in the sky for many years, but there's little or no evidence that those things are piloted by aliens from other star systems. I'm sorry. I wish it was true more than anybody, but there's no evidence to support that. He always does this. He states facts. He states things as if they are facts without any facts actually in evidence to support his claims.
It's all speculation. You know, we know UFOs are real. We know
there he goes. He finally told the truth. It's all speculation.
They're made by somebody, you know, not from here. But what they're doing here, it'll reveal more about us than it will about them. Now, whatever that truth is, let's move on. Bob Lazar. For those of your audience who don't know who Bob Lazar is, I think the best way to learn about him is just watch the documentary I made on him, because I tried to humanize him. Because
watch the documentary, because it's filled with a story from 1989 that was never proven in 1989. And I recycled it to make millions of dollars in the 2020, you know, or 20, maybe that came out in 2016 or 2017.
He is a human, first of all. And second of all, because people would dismiss what Bob Lazar said by attacking who he is, by attacking his persona, his individualism. And
nobody attacked that. They attacked his evidence. You know, really good and credible researchers like, I don't know, Stanton Friedman and Michael Stratton, really good and credible researchers attacked his educational claims, attacked his job history claims. They didn't attack him as a person. They attacked his false statements.
That's a real mistake. That's actually a very dangerous mistake when you can't separate the message from the messenger, what it is that we know from what it is that we think. So Bob Lazar was tasked by the United States military in 1989 to reverse engineer a propulsion system that was non-terrestrial. It was.
Here we go. Again, stating these things as facts. Bob Lazar was tasked by the United States government. What evidence do you have that he actually worked for the United States government? He has none. No evidence whatsoever. In fact, there is ample and supportive evidence that he did not ever work for the United States government. There is ample and supportive evidence that he lied about his credentials, his education, his work history, his flying into Area 51. Statements and facts without any evidence to support it. He just said Bob Lazar got tasked to work on these flying saucers and they were built by aliens. Where's the proof for any of this? There is none. There's no proof of anything. This is a belief system. It's like religion. It's his belief that this is true. He has no evidence that it's true.
It was from a spaceship. It was absolutely from a disc-style spaceship. He called it the sport model.
Yeah. Bob Lazar worked on a spaceship. What evidence do you have that that was a spaceship that he worked? Well, I don't have any evidence. Do you have any evidence he actually flew into Area 51? No, I don't. But we have evidence he never did, right? We have evidence his education is fake. We had evidence that he lied about his work history. He lied about being a scientist. He was never even a scientist.
Cute little nicknames for all of them. I have proved that he worked out at Area 51.
He has never proven that Bob worked at Area 51. He just lied through his teeth right here. Where did you prove he worked out at Area 51? You never did. You never did. You just lied to Russell Brand and everybody else. Where's the proof he worked at Area 51? Jeremy Corbell has zero evidence or proof that Bob Lazar ever worked at Area 51. But we have proof here that he never flew into Area 51. You kind of have to fly in to work there. He would be on the logs. He's not on any of the logs. End of story. Busted. We just busted Corbell lying. Where did he prove that Bob Lazar worked at Area 51? He's never proven that. But we've proven that he's never stepped foot on Area 51. And hey, Jeremy, you dummy, you kind of have to step foot on Area 51 to claim you worked there or to prove that he worked there. We proved he never stepped foot on Area 51, never flew in, never flew out like he claimed.
I have talked to other employees that saw him go there and get off the bus and drive down to S4, which is the name of the building where he worked.
S4 doesn't exist. Here we go with the super duper prover maneuver. An anonymous source told me Bob worked there, so I proved it.
Terrestrial technologies. We had 9 intact craft. This is fact.
There is, he just said 9 intact craft, and this is facts.
Whether people want to believe it or not, it does.
I would love to believe it, but all the evidence seems to suggest that you have no evidence for any of this.
Change the fact. You got to wrap your head around that reality ain't what it used to be. We now know it's true. So
we don't know it's true. There is a mountain of evidence that it's not true, and there is no evidence. He can't prove any of the shit he just said. Another big, huge bluff. Another big, huge bluff.
Bob Lazar is kind of like a whistleblower, except he did so because he was fearful for his life. Because
whistleblowers have consequences. We've said it before. I'll say it again. You know who's a whistleblower? Chelsea Manning. You know who's a whistleblower? Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, right? They all had consequences. What consequences have Bob had? Well, he made a lot of money, right? Despite what Corbell and Knapp say, Bob Lazar tried to cash in every chance he get. He made a lot of money on his story. He had no consequences, right? None.
Time, and I see it up to this day, by the way. I see it up to this day. Witnesses that have come forward to me are threatened, and they are threatened by people that are within special groups within government.
Name the corroborating witnesses of Bob Lazar. George Knapp pulls this bluff too. It's a bluff. Who are the corroborating witnesses of Bob Lazar that are getting threatened? Name them. They can't, because the story is fake.
And we're not standing for that anymore. That's why Congress and Senate did this Whistleblower Protection Act. So how significant is Bob Lazar, and how does it relate to what we're seeing in the news? Bob Lazar is probably the most central, significant person when it comes to the public knowing about our government, our military, reverse engineering, alien spaceship from other worlds.
And remember now, the most significant person when it comes to people knowing about alien spacecraft and a cover-up and back engineering is a fake scientist who ran a whorehouse. That's the most significant person they have. A fake scientist with a fake education and a fake work history who ran a whorehouse, a pimp. That's the best witness he has. A convicted pimp, fake scientist. He just said it himself. That's the best, most important person in all of this. A fraud.
That's Bob Lazar. That's what he did. And George Knapp brought him forward. Now, today what we're seeing, man, George Knapp and I said, very beginning, when you see these shoot downs, the United States pops a balloon with a missile. By the way, they didn't even hit its center. It was down to the right. Whatever. When you see that on national TV, what are you really seeing? Those balloons have been around forever. If we really cared about secrecy within the United States, so no exploitation from China, doing this kind of reconnaissance, we would worry about our cell phones much more than we're worrying about a floating balloon that we shoot with a missile on national television. And then we get all these other shoot downs. Oh, can't find the debris. I'll just tell you, these are not UFOs. These are balloons. And this.
Well, he finally told the truth. Yeah, they were balloons. They were just balloons. And all of UFO land going crazy because listen, and that's another issue. Certain show hosts were lying to everybody, telling them the government's lying. These are really aliens or alien probes or alien spaceships or alien spacecraft. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Welcome to the circus.
This is all theater. Everything you're seeing from the mass media is absolute theater.
He's a member of the mass media. He's a guest on Tucker Carlson, on Fox News, on CNN, on MSNBC, on other networks, on major podcasters. He is a member of the media. Oh, and this is all theater. For once, he's telling the truth. He is a central figure in the theater of media surrounding UFOs and aliens. And so far, he has made millions of dollars and brought us no proof of anything he ever said being true. Zero. Jeremy Corbell is a clown that sells fake stories for money. He's a clown. Amazing. He's going to tell everybody about the theater.
Other than when I do an interview with knowledge.
Other than when he's involved. It's only theater when he's not involved. If he's involved, we're getting the truth, right? From his fake scientist friend that he made millions of dollars off of.
CNN or something, because I fight for that. I make sure the truth is being brought out. Mm-hmm. So Bob Lazar gave us the basics. And then from there now, you're seeing this kind of sleight of hand thing going on the surface level. But underneath the surface, there are people very interested to hear from people like Bob Lazar, who know the names of the programs, who had hands-on experience, and who actually worked on these things unsuccessfully because we don't have the material science.
Great. Then that means he's going to be bringing forward those people's names, right? And other people can get interviews with them, right? Or is this all one big bluff?
But that is also happening in tandem right now, is good people, patriotic people are trying to find out what's up with UFOs.
What do you think the spiritual connotations of this are? I remember one
Let's all sing
aspect
Kumbaya
of
with Stephen Greer.
stories about these
Meditate some
encounters,
aliens
sometimes
up.
even contemplation of these encounters, sometimes even with like military personnel that have had experiences, is the kind of return of awe and wonder, this kind of deep connection we have with celestial bodies. You know, Ezekiel's wheel, Jacob's ladder, the idea that from the sky will come redemption, that from the sky will come the rapture, that the sky is the place from which the prophets descend to us. What do you think about this aspect of this story that is, well, even when you talk about the propulsion systems of these craft, which you say is verifiable, and now there's certainly a lot more significant evidence than there.
He says they're verifiable, but he has no evidence to support that they're verifiable. What a clown.
Ever has been. We are talking literally.
And by the way, every time I do one of these
ideas
shows,
that are beyond materialism,
and I talk about Corbell honestly, I get attacked by a bunch of sock puppet accounts. So I'm just bracing myself for a bunch of nameless, faceless accounts to come after me and tell me how wrong I am about Bob Lazar. When meanwhile, all of the evidence that we present is verifiable. And what does that mean? That means that any researcher can go after us and find the same information, that Bob Lazar's education is fake, that he lied about his work history, that he never flew into Area 51, that he lied about what he did at Los Alamos. All of those things are verifiable from on-the-record real sources. We don't use, the trust me, dude method of research here. And that's what really bothers me sometimes,
They still may be measurable, but we're talking about energetic forces that are that defy our understanding.
Yeah, here we go.
How
defy the laws of physics.
material-
Everything defies the laws of physics, but no physicist, not a real one, has stepped forward and confirmed that. Only fake physicists that ran whorehouses say that. And we're just supposed to believe a fake physicist that ran a whorehouse.
Reality operates. So what do you feel that the connotations of this are spiritually? And do you feel that this is something that will become more relevant as we contemplate this subject? Or do you think it will become, like many things do, about resources and power?
Yeah, well, we have to defend against things that are spiritual in nature, becoming twisted. They always become twisted because of, greed and shame and all sorts of things that humans come along with whenever we're born, right? Greed. So here's the deal, man. When you say something is spiritual,
I agree,
for me, that's very physical, right? So the idea of spirituality, just personally to me, it's got to be something that we can consistently tap into. So the idea that we're part of this bigger ecosystem is a deeply spiritual idea for me. When I look up to the stars and I see how vast the universe is, I don't feel disconnected. I feel more connected. All of a sudden, I'm getting goosebumps, man. All of a sudden, I realize that reality is not what we thought. That there's a kind of interconnectedness that we have with the stars themselves, with the molecules and the elements that have formed us. And I look out there and I think, of course, there's advanced intelligent life that has survived and gotten along.
You ever notice?
Got to get along to survive. Obviously.
You ever notice that everyone from Elizondo to Gary Nolan to this clown, they always do, half of the interview will be philosophical ramblings about maybes, possibilities, hope-sos, and somedays, right? Because they can't fill an interview with actual evidence or actual proof, so they got to talk about something, Elizondo was a master at talking for 2 hours and saying nothing and offering no evidence or no proof. I swear these guys always go in circles. It's like they must, go to the same media training school. Like, here's how to say nothing during the interview. Here's how to get by. Here's how to dodge questions when the interviewer asks you for evidence or proof, right? Amazing.
150 years of technological innovation, we can already blow up the earth. So you got to get along to survive. And the fact that that has happened, and the fact that there is another intelligence visiting here, if not one, I mean many, durationally, tells me that there is something precious. There's something precious about human consciousness. There's something precious about the physicality of existing in a Goldilocks planet spinning and orbiting through the cosmos, which is
philosophical
Earth,
ramblings.
Sol
I have
3,
no evidence.
the third
I
planet
have
from
no
the sun,
proof. I'll
right?
just
And that there's so many
BS
more of those.
through this
So when you
section
say
of the interview.
spiritually, for me, it's very physical, man. It's what I'm connected to. It's what you're connected to. What all connects us, which is that there is something greater and bigger and just absolutely pure creation and curiosity and exploration.
Thank you,
that is all
Thanks
there.
For being a member.
I always
I'll
make
read
the
it in a
joke,
second
you know,
here.
my curiosity has been weaponized, you know, but it's true. Yeah. I can't be a passive consumer of trying to be on.
His curiosity has been monetized. And Mr. Fish says, send Cowbell a clown nose or shoes. He is not worthy of a t-shirt. I agree with you. And thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. And thank you, of course, for helping us to praise the cash. You guys are making it rain up in here, praising the cash, telling people the truth instead of lying to them. Praise the cash, Mr. Fish. Thanks for being a member. You help us praise the cash so much, you're making it rain up in here. It's like a money machine tonight. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the support. Very, very, very kind of you.
On the frontier of knowledge. I'm not a good mathematician. I'm really, not that great at geography. But one thing that
He's
I
not
am
that
good
great at anything but
is
bull.
continuously asking
That's what he's
questions
great at.
because I'm a curious person.
Curiosity
so the spiritual
weaponized.
implications for me is that there is an unlimited amount to earn in a limited amount of time. Our lifespans are this big, man, this big. So what can we do in that time to grow and learn and evolve and change the way that we interact with the world?
Yeah.
That is a spiritual concept.
Yeah.
And
people call me a CIA disinformation agent sometimes, Ed DeGarian, but here's something that you should know. Jeremy Corbell might be a government disinformation agent, because if I took information from classified briefings and released them on YouTube, I would get arrested. I would get investigated and I would get prosecuted. But somehow he just makes money from government classified information. And there's never any investigations and he never gets arrested, and neither do any of the people leaking him any of the information that he's making money from. It's a great scam. I want in on it. I want in on it. I want to sign up to get that classified, images and films that I can make tens of thousands of dollars on. Right?
That is how it transforms people. When they see something not of this world, when they personally encounter something that is so far beyond the box, they realize there is no box, it forever changes the way that they interact with the rest of humanity.
We're getting a lot of love in our locals community. You can click the button and join it. Not you, Jeremy. You're here contributing to the show directly. Although you could, because we do a lot of great content there. A weekly show, my stand-up special, so much stuff on there. Sensitive Heart 25 says, hey, Russell and Jeremy, I love the spiritual part of this conversation. I feel in awe of heavenly bodies and I feel connected to them since the death of my father. Thomas Beard says, love thy neighbors from hell. Claude says, we're being pushed to evolve. Peace, love, and light. We're connected to stars and planets. Blessed old bird, from dust we came and to dust we shall return.
Yeah,
Some beautiful images. Everything is physical, says Rachel Collum, and
I'm ready for the big money.
That is physical. So people are enjoying the sort of scope and scale of this conversation. Join this conversation on Locals. Click the button and become a member of our
Russell Brand doesn't
community.
have enough money.
I'm minded,
He
Jeremy,
needs more
about
money
the terrestrial advances that are currently being made in technology, and I know that there is an argument that often when there are significant leaps in technological advances, it's that the new utility has come from much of this reverse engineered and captured technology. On the precipice of this AI revolution, which is currently being discussed primarily in economic terms, somewhat in ideological terms, because the AI is obviously being programmed.
There's another data point that
someone.
supports that he's in on it. Corbell was thanked in Congress during the first 5 minutes of the UAP hearings last year. Yeah. Since when does the government thank people who are releasing so-called, quote, classified information, unquote, right? He's in on it. He's a bobo, Steve Long. The CIA loves bobos, right? They want some information put out. They need a bobo. He's the bobo.
One is also being discussed in geopolitical terms, like who masters AI technology, like you said about these gravitational propulsion devices, will have a significant advantage as the as we move forward.
Don Huber with a great point says, everyone who doesn't have special friends and releases anything classified, they end up dead before their documentary is released, like the 0 Point dude. Well, we covered that, Don Huber, and I do think that that was just a tragic case of suicide. You could search for Mark McCandlish from our main channel with the little magnifying glass. We did like 3 shows on that, investigating that. Him, I think he was depressed for a long, long time. WL says, brilliant show. PBR says, pulling the ripcord, can't listen to Brand's fan mail. Yeah, we don't have much. This isn't very long. We've got 15 minutes to go. We're going to make it through.
I wonder what you think about the advances in AI and whether or not these are the kind of technologies that have had an influence from non-terrestrial
sources. Check it out. That was good work, Don Huber.
Yeah, it's really quite possible if you look at the evolution of our science and also the phenomenon and our connectivity to the UFO phenomenon. But just look at it this way, from my perspective, when AI becomes indistinguishable from actual sentient intelligence, what is sentient intelligence? So we get to the point where
now this guy with no background in computer science is an expert on AI. Did you ever notice that these talking heads are experts on everything? Oh, I don't know. I've spent my whole life on in computer science, you know, but some guy that, you know, ran a condo for his dad and ran, let's see, a yoga studio and a fake martial arts studio. He's going to tell us all about AI. Sure.
There's this AI, artificial intelligence, that is indistinguishable from sentient intelligence. So who are we to judge? So once you get there to that point, then you start looking at, well, can biology itself, the computer mechanism of zeros and ones that make up our DNA and RNA and that sort of thing, if that merges programmably with this artificial intelligence, which we're already seeing happen, by the way, once that merges, where the biological connects with this sort of artificial intelligence or programming, and we can program this intelligence into biology, then you get what people speculate about, like...
This is complete and total nonsense. I'm sorry, I have a background in computer science, and I'm qualified to tell you that Jeremy Corbell is trying to bluff his way through, and he doesn't know anything about artificial intelligence, period.
These alien grays or something like this, that these are sentient,
it's the
biological organisms, but are actually artificial intelligence embed. So that's the idea here, is that in the future, if UFOs, maybe they represent us from the future. I don't know. So here's the deal.
He said they were aliens the whole time. Now they're humans from the future.
And we have that absolute point
Make up
of
your
merging.
mind, clown.
And that's what people say, that some of these entities that operate these craft, that they're connected to the craft themselves. That
Jeremy, I've got limited time to take your money.
It's your DNA. That's part of what's said. And what's also said, and I don't know this to be true by any means,
let me know
but this is just what's said, and you're asking.
I want to see that.
Is it these kind of artificial cyborg intelligence, biological yet machine-like through their DNA, and that these beings, that they were created. So their creator is actually another physical being. So if that is true, and I don't know, but if that were to
he says,
be true,
I don't know.
it would
well,
be
I don't
really
know.
interesting to see.
Might be aliens.
How humanity
might be time travelers. I don't know. I don't know.
And how there's a seeding. It's called directed panspermia. The idea that there's something from an external influence that comes in and seeds DNA. And if you look at DNA and the way that it is created, we can absolutely replicate it. We can actually build beings, which is so bizarre. We can already do that. So, you know, if you think about it that way, everybody can become a creator of life. So if that answers your question, It's really bizarre.
No, it
Terence
doesn't answer
McKenna
any
used to
question.
speculate that there was something peculiar about mathematics being a kind of language of nature, that why ought there be observable grammar and templates in the natural world? Much of Buckminster Fuller's work focused on
McGurk,
the
I understand
fractal
that one.
patterns that emerge out of nature, that is
The
an
committee had
expression of a
begged him,
kind
yes.
of central intelligence. I'm fascinated when you talk about the various ways, and I know you're just speculating for fun because it's the type of
Don
conversation
Huber
we're
is
having.
great. This is a great comment. I theorize that the quantum flux of the spiritual mRNA of AI as it relates to artificial cyborg 7D directed panspermia, we can actually build beings. I think you said it better, Don Huber. This guy is an idiot. He's about as dumb as a rock, this clown, which explains why he's a CIA bobo.
The various the directions that we could go in when speculating on this subject. Is it future us's? There's a vast mythology around this subject, which of course is now becoming a little more refined as we deal with the scientific aspect of.
You know what, Steve Long? I think that people are getting tired of this style of so-called ufology. They really are, and they're getting tired of Third Phase of Fake and Stephen Greed and all of these UFO profiteering clowns that never have evidence but always want your money. People are getting tired of it, and we hope that we will be on the forefront of a new level of actual people with integrity that look into these subjects seriously, don't lie to the audience, right? I hope so. I hope things change.
Of it, and the evidence-based aspect of it, which is obviously significant because the kind of space we operate in, I mean, cultural space, means that those are the things that are going to have value. What do you think, though, of the idea that there are various species? I liked reading about, greys, and what about also, mate, the more in the good old days of conspiracy theory, which we have to be extraordinarily cautious around, there was this idea that there were reptilian interdimensional beings that were operating behind, for example, the British royal family, shapeshifting,
Corbell
all
is
that
here
kind
and
of
he's
stuff. I know
mad.
this
He's
is
got
not your
clown
area of
faces.
expertise in journalism, that you focus much more on what is empirically
Corbell, I'm sending you a
demonstrably true,
shirt.
and I respect that.
Super duper prover maneuver.
As a passionate man on this subject, have
'Cause
you
you're a
looked into that
wackadoo.
kind of stuff? And what are some of the more fascinating aspects of that kind of mythology? And let's call it a mythology to represent, it might demonstrate true emotions, but it's certainly not empirically true at this point.
Right. So, I mean, that base question is, are we being visited by a non-human intelligence? And, but are they among us? And really famously, a man named Robert Bigelow from Bigelow Aerospace, who's put more private money into researching the UFO programs than anybody
put a lot
else.
of money in, but guess what? He's a wackadoo. Now he's going to bring in another wackadoo super duper prover maneuver, and he's going to talk about stuff that wackadoo Bob Bigelow. Remember, he wasted $22 million of taxpayer money investigating his own ranch. Great.
He actually helped fund some of these UFO programs and worked with the Defense Intelligence Agency. So this is a guy that knows a lot. And he went on 60 Minutes.
He went on Joe Rogan and he didn't know shit.
And he very famously said, you don't got to look far, basically, for these beings. They're right under your nose. And he kind of laughs a little bit. Well, that's coming from a guy who actually has direct knowledge about a lot of this stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me.
He's the one who was promoting stories about werewolves, right? People were getting drunk and faxing him fake stories about werewolves and dino beavers at his ranch. Is that what he knows, Jeremy Corbell? He's a bigger clown than Corbell.
If there was some...
And by the way, Bob Bigelow started a business with Bob Lazar, and then he realized that Bob Lazar was a fraud, so he put the business in the trash, right?
Sort of non-terrestrial being that is actually here living among us. It wouldn't surprise me. Again, this is speculation, no idea. You're very gracious in saying, yeah, I'm a nuts and bolts person. My family thinks I'm fucking nuts, but I am nuts and bolts, and that I try to focus on the things that I can really prove, because I want to know.
He tries to focus on the things he can prove. Then why has he focused on 3 major documentaries whereby he proved nothing? He proved nothing from those 3 major documentaries.
The truth. I could speculate all day until I have evidence. With that said, it is really fun to think about this. So if there are other types of beings, let's go through them. So you could have extraterrestrial, not here, from planet Earth. You could have extra temporal, not here from our time. You could have extra dimensional, from another dimension that is simply sitting right on top and imperceivable to us at most times.
Yeah, here he is just repeating talking points of wackadoos throughout the 70-year history of UFO mythology. Just repeating all kinds of unproven theories. It's speculation. That's all we get from these clowns, speculation.
I don't really know what dimensions mean. Our good buddy Joe Rogan, said something about 40-something dimensions. I said, I can't even live in this one. I don't know what that means. I'm not smart enough, or I haven't looked down that path. But it's a cool idea. One of my favorite
Russell Brand looks bored because this guy is boring.
Concepts or theories, because this comes from my personal understanding. I called it the techno-terrestrial. The evidence suggests to me, and that's not a popular term, but I'm going to make it popular, the techno-terrestrial. The idea that it is possible that this is a program, a galactic program, a cosmos program, an idea that we can seed DNA and intelligence with technology to different places that could inhabit sentient, intelligent, biological life. So I call it techno-terrestrial, with the idea that technology is exactly what's being seeded. And the idea that technology that is being seeded will then propel those who were seeded to develop technology and continue to learn how to build it, beings, and then go and become a spacefaring civilization and
good point,
again.
Wesley. Yeah.
And to me, this is one of the greatest population programs to maintain and build the ecosystem of consciousness within our cosmos. If this pet theory, which I have no idea, just kind of made it up one day, but from the evidence that I've seen,
is maybe an unwilling participant in a government op, and he's so dumb he doesn't even realize it. So that's what I'll say. That's my kind thing to say about him.
I believe at this point it's possible, just as extraterrestrial is possible, just as extra temporal is possible, just as extra dimensional is possible, just as it is possible that these are civilizations that have been hidden here on Earth for a long time, longer than modern humanity, that it's possible this is a techno-terrestrial that we're dealing with, a large program to seed the cosmos with consciousness. And that's just my favorite theory. No idea.
Yeah, that's his favorite
theory. Feels
theory.
Good to me.
Right? All those astrophysicists and really learned professors, they're all wrong. But Jeremy Corbell knows the truth about the whole universe, apparently. Right?
When you talk in depth about the vastness of the spectrum of possible ideas, I'm always moved to think how ridiculous our globalized tribal conflicts are, because there are so many ways to look at reality that exaggerated and amplified versions of primate conflict just seems absurd and ridiculous. A lot of people in our chat, Jeremy, got a lot of love for you, I've got to say, and also and people want to know what's in that safe as well. What's in that safe? See about aliens behind you. There's a safe. Listen, it's a hologram. It's a hologram, I tell you. Something's going.
What you talking about?
That's CIA information. Controlled opposition. Ah! That's one of our favorite buzzwords. Mate, another one of the big hit blockbusters in the UFO heritage is the Roswell case.
Yeah,
with all of this new information,
he won't even admit he has a safe
balloons
behind
being in the news right now, how do we reframe one of the great cultural artifacts of the history of this subject, the case of Roswell? Well, some people say there was an alien autopsy, where some people say that it was definitely a UFO, where some people say that even the ground there is showing signs that it's interacted with, like a kind of gravitational propulsion system, such as you described. How do you reframe those divisive stories that some people think are definite proof and other people have always thought were hocus pocus, in light of ongoing and new evidence, and even the way that the media at the time reported it and the kind of psyops around it? How do you reframe something like Roswell, one of the classics?
Yeah, so
let's see how he can ruin Roswell for all the rest.
Just from your question, I know that you have a lot of knowledge on it, where maybe a lot of people don't. So just to frame it to begin with, look, there was a crash. There was actually 2 crashes of something in Roswell, New Mexico back in the 40s. And this was a time when UFOs were abuzz in the news. This was a time when we were asking serious questions about
maybe
the
he
UFO
keeps Bob
phenomenon.
Lazar in
We
there.
had a general
Come up with some new stories. I need money, Bob.
The flyovers of Washington, D.C. in 1952. I mean, for that decade or 2 decades, there was so much information. So this Roswell, New Mexico, it was a crash. And it was a crash of a vehicle that appeared to be a non-terrestrial origin. And there were physical beings on this. And they were sequestered and taken away.
Right.
And some of that material was brought into private industry in order to deflect the public's ability to find out about it. Because when something's in private industry with oversight by government, you can't do what we call FOIA or Freedom of Information Act requests. So all of that gets tucked away, can't learn about it, can't know. But all of a sudden there was a break and people started saying, hey, something happened here. Because remember, initially, like you stated, it was said, you know, we finally got one of these discs, one of these flying saucers. That was from our military. That was an official stance. It was a press release. And they immediately came back and retracted it the next day.
Well, he's telling the Philip Corso story. Oh, we ceded all that technology into private hands to avoid FOIA requests. They didn't have FOIA in the 40s, you dummy.
However, the guy that originally put out the press release, he came out forward later and said, yeah, they showed me, you know, this picture with this tinfoil. He's like, that's not what it was. That's not at all what it was. And they were having me lie to the American public. So you got somebody who's got everything to lose, nothing to win. And then you start getting hundreds and hundreds of witnesses. So the Roswell, New Mexico crash of a UFO is real. And that has been something that has been used to try to create the laugh factor, the giggle factory, to try to make people uncomfortable with understanding and learning this idea. The whole idea.
Who's laughing at Roswell? People have made more money from Roswell than perhaps any other UFO story. People are laughing all the way to the bank, but I don't really hear media laughing about the Roswell event.
Conspiracy theory was embedded into our culture by a government agency. This is something you can track and trace and learn the history of. It's just like reading a history book, but it's more fun. So look, man, that's the stigma. It was created surrounding Roswell because they're like catch and release. It's true. Wait a second. We can't say that until we figure out what's going on. How do we reframe that? Well, look, just a couple weeks ago, George Knapp and I brought someone forward who has never come forward before. He was the head of the UAP, Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force. His name is Jay Stratton. This is the guy that actually formed it like a business within our government, and he believes in transparency. And one of the things he's
a wackadoo.
He said, which people might have missed, is he says, we don't want to make the same mistakes that we did with Project Blue Book, which, by the way, was a complete whitewash of the truth. They were there to dismiss UFOs.
Well, for once, I agree with them. Blue Book was a complete whitewash, and there was 2 blue books. A lot of people don't know. There was 2 blue books. Anything that was, you know, easy to debunk went to one blue book, and anything that was truly mysterious or perhaps had national security implications went to a separate blue book.
And in
Stanton Friedman proved that.
Quotes, right, to demystify the UFO topic to the American public. That was their goal. So they made a mistake. So he said, we don't want to make the same mistakes as we did with Project Blue Book, meaning those were lies. And he says, we also don't want to make the mistake like we did in Roswell.
I agree. He's an embellisher and
the lies to the American public.
And a repeater.
So how do we reframe it?
You know, somebody tells him something and it's just true.
Just recently telling you should reframe it.
Because what's fascinating is we're back to where we started to a degree, that because of the way this information has reached us, certainly in the modern age, we have a natural skepticism about it. We've been messed with. It's always been part of our culture to contemplate beings from another realm, and I like the way you broke down the potential ways you could look at that. Folklore is full of fairies and entities and magical beings, and of course we've come to regard mythology as something to be dismissive of. In this post-Enlightenment age, there has
I
been the
agree,
assumption
Patty.
that
I don't know
humankind is
better.
the apex of all being, that our stories of history are complete, that our philosophies are total, that really what we're doing now is just managing the way we exist on this planet with no new visions, no new dreams. And as there are so many apocalyptic stories that dominate the news cycle at the moment, from potential Armageddon between the United States and the proxy war with Russia, with the pandemic and the way that it was used to introduce more surveillance, more control, induced a wealth transfer. A story like this one, I think, has a great deal of potency, and it's interesting that we can see that in the modern age, our attitudes around it have changed, and that we are cynical about it.
Dude, get to the question already, Russell Brand. Jesus.
About it too. If you chart it from Roswell to the more recent balloon sightings, look at how the way that this story has been reported has altered our ability to appreciate what the deeper connotations of non-terrestrial life are. Jeremy, thank you so much for your incredible work on this subject.
Yeah, thank you for all your lies. Thanks for making so much money without providing any real or verifiable proof or evidence. Thank you.
Disseminating these ideas, for being rigorous about the science and the limitations of the knowledge, while not being mean about speculation and conjecture on spirituality, because all of those things are enjoyable and fun, and we have to be able to imagine and speculate to enjoy it. So I'm very grateful to you for the work that you do and for your friendship. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you for your friendship, and thanks for talking about this. I just want to say, you said it at the beginning here, but at the end of all of our exploring, we're going to arrive right back where we started. That's something I think T.S. Eliot said, and it is true with this. When we look back at mythology and folklore, we have to look at it through a scientific lens now. Consensus reality is about to catch up with actual reality, and that, or to a level, and that is what I'm most excited about. So thank you for your show and for getting your audience to engage this topic. It is one of the greatest mysteries of our time, and
it is one of the greatest mysteries of our time, and people like Jeremy are ruining it with fake stories, because fake stories don't move the ball forward. Fake evidence does not move the ball forward on the mystery. Fake evidence, fake stories, and fake people like this do nothing to solve the mystery. All they do is make the mystery harder to solve, because he's shoveling garbage into the ether, and it makes serious research harder.
Might just be one of the most important spiritually that we could ever learn about.
Jeremy Corbell, thank you. You can find Jeremy's podcast by going to Weaponized.
Oh. We are not going to. Okay, we made it through. We're not going to give Jeremy Corbell a plug. Not on my show. Not until he stops deleting comments. Not until he unblocks me on Twitter, because he is an intellectual weakling and an intellectual coward. Because despite his many claims, his so-called evidence is so weak, so piss poor, he can't even allow me to reply to one of his tweets. He can't let his followers see the evidence that we have on Bob Lazar, especially. He's especially sensitive, right? He's very sensitive. Yeah, he doesn't. And the same thing with his, go post something like Bob Lazar's a liar and here's why, and include a link to one of our shows on his podcast. They'll delete it. They'll delete it. We allow open conversation. We allow open debate. We encourage that. But people like Jeremy Corbell, whose evidence is so piss poor and weak that it can't withstand debate, they have to delete people. They have to block people. They have to delete comments because they can't withstand debate. They cannot withstand debate. Well, I'm going to put the banner up before I do this. So every once in a while, we like to remind people that we are a viewer-supported show, but really, the show is not over. I have a very short message that we play, just letting people know how they can support the show. And by the way, one of the other ways that you can now support the show is by purchasing some swag. We have merchandise now available on Amazon.com. It will soon be available, to the best of my knowledge. It will all soon be available worldwide. But right now, it is available in the United States of America. You can check the link in the description of this video. We'll be updating it when we're sure what's going on with international sales. But to the best of my knowledge, most of you should be able to buy some of this stuff now. People have asked me for merchandise for some 2+ years now. And we're happy to say that we finally do have it. So in the description of the video, you can buy some merchandise, and that definitely helps support the show. And of course, the other way that you can support the show is by throwing money at us. But don't let me forget that one way you can help us is smash that like button, comment on these videos, let us know what you think. Am I too harsh on this guy, or is he a CIA bobo? There's got to be a reason why he can release so-called, quote, information from classified U.S. briefings within the Pentagon, and he's not arrested. He's not under investigation, right? And neither are any of the people who leak it to him. It's amazing. So let us know what you think in the comments. It really does help. And like I said, there's two ways to help us. One way is by throwing money at us. But the other way is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos on your social media. Follow me on Twitter. It's @StephenCambion. Retweet. When I tweet a show, if you retweet it, it really, really does help. And also, another thing that I've been asking, and this is for the YouTube AI algorithm. I'm asking you, watch one more. We had great attendance tonight, a huge crowd of people to watch tonight's show. So I'm asking you, maybe not tonight, maybe you're busy. Maybe you're going to go bang your wife. I hope you do. Maybe if you're the wife, you're going to go bang your husband. Maybe you're going to watch some, true crime or something else and get out of crazy town. I don't blame you. But sometime I would sincerely appreciate it if you could do us a huge favor and watch one more. If you watch tonight's show and you go and watch any of our other videos, even our short form videos, just click on videos and you watch some of that stuff, or go to the live tab and watch another live show. That tells the YouTube AI algorithm that we produce good quality content that people come back for. It rises us in this AI algorithm somehow, and they start recommending our videos more because you watched a second one. So I'm asking everyone, watch one more video. Not tonight, maybe, or tonight if you don't have anything better to do. We appreciate every single one of you who are meeting us for the Watch One More challenge. Watch one more. It really, really does help. The other way that you can help us, of course, is to throw money at us, and there's multiple ways to do that. Now is the time where I have to remind everybody that the show is not over. We will be right back after this short message, and we will be taking comments and questions, and we'll have some time to interact with the live chat. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. The show's not over. It will continue.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Praise the cash. Just want to do a quick tutorial on how to set up Amazon Prime to Twitch. So if you want to help out Truth Seekers show and Steven, I want to put together a quick tutorial. Now, I'm not an expert on this, so I was just playing around. This is how I did it. So you may find a different way to do it, but if you're not sure, I'm going to walk through what I did. First, right here in Prime Loot. Now, this is on a PC and not Apple. May be different, but at least you're going to see what I'm doing on my laptop. You're going to see Prime Loot up here. Click that on. And here you're going to have in the purple box to activate your free trial, and it's free. So you just go through that. It'll take you to Prime Gaming. From here, you'll see how to activate your Prime Gaming. I don't think this is necessary to get your free subscription to Twitch from Amazon Prime. I just went and did it because I wasn't sure and I was playing around. So if you're not sure if you want to do this, just skip it and go to the next step. Then over, if you do your drop down on your Amazon account, you're going to have this here to say link Twitch account. So I'm going to click that, and all this is going to do, it's going to link your Amazon account with your Twitch account. So you click link down there in that little button, and it's going to have what is your Twitch name and then your name on your Amazon account. And I'm going to have my name blurred out just so everybody's not seeing it. I'm going to click confirm, and it's going to go through the processes. Now my Amazon account is linked to my Twitch account. I go back to Twitch, and I'm on the Truth Seekers show, and right here you got Steven's face there. Just come down here to subscribe, click that, and it's going to bring you all the way down here. Now you can subscribe for $4.99. This is very similar to the YouTube membership, where you can become a member on the YouTube side or watch it for free. Here you can subscribe to his channel and pay $4.99 a month, or you can come up here and click this little box, say use Prime sub. Now it's free. Now I get 1 month. Now the thing is every month I have to go out there and resubscribe. Hopefully they're going to send me an email to remind me to do that. Then I can go out there and I can click this every month, and Steve's going to get some money from Amazon. We do not pay for that. This is part of my Amazon Prime subscription. That this is just one of the services. And I didn't realize it, but Amazon bought Twitch. That's the reason they're putting these two together. So I'm going to do click the subscribe button. Now I am subscribed. I got a founder badge and I got some different stuff, and close. And now I am subscribed. I did not pay anything. However, Steven gets some money to help producing the top quality programming that he's been doing. So go out there and praise the cash and sign up for Twitch subscription, especially if you got Prime. It doesn't cost you anything, and it really helps Steven out. Thanks.
Greetings and salutations, friends. I apologize for the late, or some would say early, time of this broadcast. However, there's some late breaking things that I thought I needed to jump back on here and either clarify or share. The first of which, in our previous broadcast, I did ask guests to not resort to personal attacks or insults or things like that. And maybe some people said some things that they probably shouldn't have said. And for that, as a show host, I apologize. I asked the guests not to do that. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying some people don't have there is a whole new world here on YouTube, and you just can't personally insult people or attack them, or you could get strikes and X, Y, or Z. So I ask everybody to agree to these terms, and it is what it is. Some people may have said some things, and I can't say that I disagree with what they said. However, as a show host, I have to say that I asked them not to do that. And there's already a whole bunch of controversy brewing about what was said on our previous broadcast. Check the previous video. Now, number two, there's some very important information that I thought I gotta jump back on and share real quickly before it is lost, because at any time videos on the internet can be taken down, but if I share them on my show, I get a recording and I can archive that information so it won't be lost. Now, let me just share my screen here. Again, I'm citing fair use. On our previous broadcast, we shared the Mick West debunk of his triangle aperture theory. And here on Reddit, we're going to do a whole nother show on just how many people are trashing and totally saying that he's the worst thing that ever happened to UFOs. He's getting fucking destroyed. Excuse me. Again, and here's another thing. We don't want to curse here anymore, so I apologize. He is getting destroyed on Reddit over this post. Somebody posted on Reddit, "Weaponize your curiosity, unless your weapons of curiosity are pointed at my ego." And this is a tweet from Jeremy Corbell that says the triangle aperture theory, that was Mick West's, we shared it on our previous coverage of this story, was lame and feeble attempt to discredit the obvious. Anybody that considered this theory in the first place should evaluate their ability to perceive. The false aperture theory demonstrates willful ignorance and was never worth your time. Okay, that's what Corbell said. And there is so much stuff that people posted. Most of the people on Reddit are completely and totally trashing Jeremy Corbell and to a lesser extent, George Knapp, okay? Because of the arrogance of that post. He doesn't even want to entertain the possibility that Mick West is right. But I believe Mick West is right. And there's a lot of reasons that I believe Mick West is right, but it gets better, friends. It gets better, because included in this Reddit posts is a great video that I think perfectly demonstrates that Jeremy Corbell could be wrong. And that is, I'm about to share a video that was taken from a triangle aperture night vision camera and a smartphone, and it looks pretty close to Jeremy Corbell. That's all I'm going to say. It looks pretty close to Jeremy Corbell's video, and I'm going to cite fair use. Again, let me just share my fair use banner because, you know, it is what it is, friends. People come after you for copyrights, even if you're using it in fair use. And this is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video we're sharing. This is covered under fair use laws. And it's totally allowable by law. I'm allowed to share something that's in the public domain and discuss and critique it without copyright strikes or whatever, as long as I cite fair use and we use this fair use adequately. And that's what I'm going to do here, friends. I'm going to share a public domain video posted on Reddit that purports to be a video of an airplane that was taken with a night vision camera with a triangle aperture and a smartphone. And boy, wouldn't you know, it looks so close to Jeremy Corbell's big video drop. And people can think what they want, but this is a video literally made the way that he said it couldn't be made, right? The triangle aperture theory was lame and feeble attempt to discredit the obvious. What, that it's aliens, Mr. Corbell? No, I don't think so. Not so fast, Mr. Corbell, because there's videos out there that people have taken of a regular airplane flying through the sky, and they took the video with a triangle aperture on a night vision camera and a smartphone. And it looks strikingly similar to your video that you're claiming is such a big deal. And I say, not so fast. All right? Let's just put the brakes on and let's look at the video. Let's look at a similar video that was taken exactly the way that Mick West said it might have been taken. A triangle aperture through a night vision camera and a smartphone peering through it, right? This video is so close to Jeremy Corbell's that I had to jump back on here and share this before, for all I know, it could get taken down any minute, and I don't want to lose it. I do not want to lose it. And this is from debunk.org, and we're going to share this, and we're going to cite fair use. And again, just to be clear, this is a video taken of a regular airplane flying through the sky through a night vision camera with a triangle aperture and a smartphone. And wouldn't you know, Mr. Corbell, wouldn't you know, look, it's blinking with those FAA lights, just like yours, at the same intervals and time signatures that yours blinked in. Wouldn't you know, Mr. Corbell, wouldn't you know? It's so similar. It's not exact to it, but Mick West is saying that this is the result of a triangle aperture on a night vision scope. And here we have a video of an actual admitted airplane flying through the sky, filmed in the same manner that Jeremy Corbell described. And friends, look at this. Does this look familiar to you? Because it sure looks familiar to me, Mr. Corbell. And this debate is going to rage on. But I, my friends, have done my part. I've done my work. I've tried my best to show you the other side of the coin. And just like in the case of Jeremy Corbell's failed Bob Lazar documentary that was filled with propaganda, and I failed to mention on my previous broadcast, but several of those guests, including Jeremy Rise, the alien scientist, and Dan Benkert, sent Jeremy Corbell a treasure trove of factually verifiable information proving and confirming that Bob Lazar is a fraudster, a hoaxer, and a liar. Before the film was made, we were buddies. He won't tell you that. And he would ask us for Bob Lazar information, and we would give him all the proof that Bob Lazar was complete and total fraud. Guess, my friends, guess how much of the information that Jeremy Rise sent him, I sent him, Dan Benkert sent him, and many others I know. There's a lot of them. How many people sent Jeremy Corbell a huge data dump? He talks about getting data dumps. Yeah, you got a huge amount of data dumps that Bob Lazar is a liar and a fraud. After all, how many senior staff level physicists do you know that get arrested for running a whorehouse? That's the guy that Jeremy Corbell has put his faith in. And it's sad, but it's true. So many people send him information that would totally confirm that Bob Lazar is a fraud and a liar. Guess how much made it into his film? None of it. None of it. 10 people I know, including Jeremy Rise, Solar Marshall, and myself, sent him all kinds of factually verifiable information with great sourcing that completely and totally proves that Bob Lazar is a fraud. But he and George Knapp didn't care to give you that information. They left it out. And my friends, I am completely and totally confident that they are leaving an awful lot out of this story. After all, here's a similar video that was made exactly as Mr. Corbell describes, but is completely and totally nothing. It is an airplane flying through the sky, filmed through a triangle aperture on a night vision camera and a smartphone. And I gotta tell you, friends, it looks good to me. So maybe, just maybe, Jeremy Corbell should get off Twitter insulting somebody like Mick West who tried to bring people to truth, right? Maybe he should do that. Maybe he should get off Twitter and stop trying to explain away the obvious truth that anybody with a brain in their head could see. After all, here's a video of a UFO, filmed in the exact same manner that Corbell describes. But this video is absolutely 100% it's fake. It's not a UFO. It's an airplane. Same strobe light pattern, right? Same flashing. And if you time it, that's FAA timing of the flashes, the red light, the green light, whatever, white light they're supposed to have, that other people can see them a mile or more off. This is required by the FAA. How many alien spacecraft aliens are using the same exact timing of their flashing strobes to warn other aircraft of their placement, in 3D space? That's why this is required by the FAA, so that if ground control fails and radar fails, pilots will still be able to see each other off in the distance, okay? And all pilots are trained to recognize this pattern and time signature. This is an airplane. This video that I'm sharing with you right now is an honest-to-God airplane taken under the exact same conditions that Jeremy Corbell describes, with a night vision camera, but these people admit they were using a triangle aperture while they were taking this video. Jeremy Corbell says that couldn't be. It's impossible that's what it is. But here we are, friends, and I'm tired of this. I'm tired of having to correct somebody like Jeremy Corbell, he doesn't have a job, bro. This is his full-time job, selling this bullshit. And by the way, one other addition to our previous coverage, I asked on our previous show, who owns Mystery Wire anyway? Or how are they paying Corbell and George Knapp for these stories that they're making money from? The website is filled with ads. They're getting paid every time somebody clicks on this story, right? And several people have chimed in to the discussion, both on Twitter and DMs, Facebook and private messages, and someone even caught it. They got me. They commented on our previous show covering this garbage that they knew that George Knapp owns Mystery Wire. And I gotta admit to you, friends, I'm always honest with my audience. I knew when I asked that question who owned the website, okay? But sometimes you got to ask a question you already know an answer to, because it proves a point. So, George Knapp, do you own Mystery Wire? Why don't you confirm my sources who say that you do? Maybe, just maybe, both George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have a financial motive to push this garbage that you're seeing right next to me This is an airplane filmed in the exact manner that they said their UFO alien shit was filmed. Friends, I got to tell you, this story is laughable. And the fact that these two did this together, conspired to get a lot of views on their website that George Knapp apparently owns, and certainly must be the financial benefactor to all those ads every time somebody clicks on one of their stories, right? And did it seem like a coordinated effort between these two? Because it was, just like the Bob Lazar documentary was. George Knapp was the executive producer, right? That means he put up some of the money to make the film and certainly will profit from it. So maybe that explains why these two conveniently left out everything from that documentary about Bob Lazar that would prove conclusively with facts and evidence that Bob Lazar is a liar. These two are UFO grifters and hucksters. They don't care about the truth. They never did. It's all about clicks and views and how much money can we make selling this garbage. So this, my friends, is our addendum to our previous coverage. I want to absolutely thank everyone who took the time to stop in here to this unscheduled stop on the Truth Seeker's journey, but I had to do this before I crash. Okay, I'm gonna crash. It's 5:35 a.m. I gotta get some rest. But I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us for this developing story that we're going to continue to cover. And I got to tell you, we got more for you, George Knapp. I got more for you, Jeremy Corbell. So much more for you. So much more. We got more for you, okay? And we're going to set the record straight. I don't have a financial motive. You can donate to my Patreon or PayPal, but that's not enough. I get a few $100s a month. I'm not going to lie through my teeth to sell a story. They both have a financial motive. And I'm going to challenge George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell right now. Release all financial records from Mystery Wire. Show us how much money George Knapp made from the ads on the website or whatever, and how much money he sent to Jeremy Corbell for pumping this story. Show us the money. Show me the money, George Knapp. Show me the money, Jeremy Corbell. And if you don't, people will agree with me that you had a financial motive to pump. This is garbage. Absolute, complete, and total garbage. This isn't an alien spacecraft. It's a plane flashing the same exact time signature of strobes, warning lights, whatever you want to call it, that every airplane has, okay? They all have to have those lights, and the timing matches up perfectly. Mick West, to his credit, thank you, Mick West, for doing this excellent work, showed what this really is. And what does Corbell do? Instead of even entertaining the possibility that he may have been wrong and Mick West is right, that this is an artifact of photographing through a FLIR, through a night vision camera with a smartphone, with an aperture. He didn't even entertain that possibility. He went right to the alien hypothesis because of his confirmation bias and his previously held beliefs. And I can't say that I blame him for that. I do forgive him for that, but I want to say not so fast, Mr. Corbell. And again, I apologize if anybody was personally insulting to either George Knapp or Jeremy Corbell during our previous broadcast or any broadcast. Going forward, I really am going to try to just give you the facts and the evidence and let you decide. Getting into personal attacks, it seems petty, and it seems, it's not productive to the conversation. Earlier tonight with incredible guests, and I got to tell you, that was thrown together like literally 20 minutes before. We didn't plan anything. We had no game plan. I barely had notes. And I think that this last video we did debunking this garbage was some of the best work I've ever been a part of. And thanks so much, Jeremy Rise, alien scientist. I'm going to say his name. He doesn't like that sometimes. I don't know. Depends on when you ask him. Dan Benkert, Solar Marshall, and Victor Caliero. Incredible discussion, ripping this garbage to shreds. They don't want you to see this video. I don't have as big a megaphone as they do. Don't let them win, right? Don't let them win selling this garbage to people, because that's what they want. They want your clicks, they want your views, and they want to make money off of this garbage. It's absolute garbage. Easily shown to be at least 50% possibly fake, maybe more. Look, I would love to believe that this is alien spacecraft and they defy the laws of physics. I'll repeat what I said on our previous broadcast. You and George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell love to say, these craft defy the laws of physics. Show me the data. Jeremy Rise, alien scientist, said on our previous broadcast, let's talk to physicists. Let's see their data. We'll talk to physicists and find out if these craft defy the laws of physics. They don't, but they're going to tell you they do. Sounds good, right? Great soundbite. These craft exhibit traits that defy the laws of physics. No, they don't. They won't talk to any physicists. They won't show their data to any physicists. After all, I don't know. Jeremy Rise, alien scientist, has a degree in physics and says that's a bullshit assertion and a generalization, and they can't say that, but they still do. So here we are, friends. This story, to me, is an overhyped money-making scam, just like the Bob Lazar documentary, right? But here we are. They don't want you to see this video or especially the video that we did before this one. But please do, friends, like, share, and subscribe, right? Please do like, comment, and subscribe. We need to get a bigger bullhorn because, unfortunately, if you're within the sound of my voice, you were supposed to find me, I think. Everything happens for a reason, and maybe you were supposed to find me, and maybe I was supposed to be here at the right place and the right time to educate you on how these UFO con artist grifters will sell any kind of garbage they can with anonymous sources, with bad data, with generalized statements, and, absolutes. Oh, it defied the laws of physics. Great. Show us how it did that. They never can, they never do, and they never will, right? But we're supposed to believe them. Why? Because we want to. And that's the unfortunate part of this thing. I grew up with the Bob Lazar story. I wanted to believe it my whole life. It's garbage when you really dig into it. And George Knapp knows that. After all, he famously claimed he knows where the element 115 is buried, and someday he's going to dig it up. So for 30 years, he's shoveling this bullshit story down our throats. And he knows where the absolute proof that story is true is buried, but he won't show us it. And this mystery wire garbage and this triangle garbage is just another piece of garbage information that he's peddling the public for cash. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. I grew up with George Knapp. I liked him, right? Or I wanted to like him, or I wanted to be like him, right? I wanted to look into this UFO stuff and be an investigative journalist. And in truth, maybe some of the problem that I have with Jeremy Corbell is that Jeremy Corbell is so fond and so close to George Knapp. And maybe, just maybe, I wonder what I could have learned from George Knapp as a mentor. But then I realized that George Knapp has been selling bullshit for 30 years, and I don't want that kind of a mentor. And then I feel better and not so jealous of Jeremy. George Knapp is my mentor, Corbell. I'm okay where I'm at. I'm bringing people the truth. Like it, love it, or hate it, right? Sometimes the truth is ugly. But I'm not going to sell you lies, friends, and I have no financial motive to do so. These two of course, have a financial motive to do so. Follow the money, right, Mr. Knapp? If you were going to teach me to be an investigative journalist, aren't you supposed to always follow the money? If we follow your money trail, we will find that you have made how much? I'm going to ask you the truth. Add it up over the years. Count all your time doing these reports and getting paid from a local TV station in Las Vegas and UFO conferences. How much money have you made from the Bob Lazar story? It's a fair and valid question. And why do some people want to attack me for simply asking that question? How much money did you make selling the Bob Lazar story? It's a good question. It's a valid question. It's a question you should answer. And by the way, I mentioned that I apologize for anybody being personally insulting to either of these guys on my show. Both George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are welcome to come on my show, or I'll come on theirs, whatever they want to do, and we'll talk this out. We'll try to reach a greater understanding. But the truth is, neither of them want or will do that. In fact, I'm blocked on social media by Jeremy Corbell simply for pointing out all of the bullshit in his documentary. He doesn't like that. And it's unfortunate because obviously we're both interested in a lot of the same stuff, and maybe we could be friends if we could just get past this situation where we disagree on facts and evidence and things like that. They don't want you to see this video. They don't want you to like and share this video, especially not with the hashtag UFO Twitter. But I got to tell you, I'm a little bit of a troublemaker. But anybody that knows me knows I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm that kind of a guy. So what I'm going to ask you to do is share this video with the hashtag $UFO Twitter. And, to anybody that's really interested in this stuff or maybe willing to buy their bullshit, that will really help. That will really help. Share this video with the hashtag UFO Twitter. If you share this video, and especially my previous video, with the hashtag, especially on Twitter, of UFO Twitter, but you can do that on Facebook as well, this is going to get the other side of the story they don't want you to know about their cash-driven story. They don't want you to hear this. They don't want you to see this. But please do. The only way we're going to get to the truth is if all of us work together. And I'm sorry, sometimes I get upset, even depressed about it. But my bullhorn is not as big as theirs. Somehow they can reach 1 million followers. Largely, I think that's because they give people what they want. People want to live in some fantasy world where aliens are visiting us and all of this activity is happening and they know the truth and most people don't. But the real truth is hard to swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow. And that's what we try to give people here. And it's unfortunate, but nobody wants the truth sometimes. But I'm still going to be right here and I'm going to give it to you. Whether you like it or not, especially you, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. I wanted to document this important video showing that, come on, Corbell. What are you gonna say after this? You're gonna attack me as well? You've already attacked and try to discredit Mick West, who used things like science and evidence to try to show what was shown in that video. Are you going to attack me next? Who else? But it is what it is, and we are where we are. I think George Knapp starts his show with this saying, you're in the right place at the right time. And right now, friends, if you've come within the sound of my voice and this extra special important broadcast, you're in the right place and you're in the right time if you want to know the truth. Are you going to listen to these UFO hucksters
like George Knapp, who has been selling a fake story of Bob Lazar for 30 years, and Corbell, who jumped on this bandwagon after, failing at everything else in his life. I don't know. Suddenly he's an expert and he's got classified information that he's sharing. No, he doesn't. It's a fake. It's a fraud. Okay? And look, I'm going to bring you that truth, even if the truth hurts. And that, my friends, is all I can do. I didn't plan to do the first show today, let alone a second broadcast, but it is what it is. I had to share this video so it doesn't get lost somehow or taken down or, things happen. So, friends, I'm going to have to skip interacting with the live chat because I really need to get some rest and we're going to do some things today. But I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I always love when there's an audience. I jumped here at the last minute. We've had a great audience today. And thanks to everybody in the live chat. It really is my pleasure to try to peel back the layers of deception of these UFO fraud con artists and bring you the actual truth, right? If you're searching for the truth, do you really want to believe in a lie if it can so easily be proven to be a lie? And something, Corbell and Knapp they are hyping this thing up like this is such amazing information, and it's easily shown to be garbage. It's garbage, my friends. This is what they offer you. And if you want to believe, maybe you'll choke down their garbage because you so desperately want to believe in this thing. And I was right there with you. I'm still one of you. I desperately want to believe this alien visitation and flying saucers, it's all true, and they got bodies in the basement. But the deeper you dig, the more you realize that everybody's making money out of this, that is selling these stories, and they never get to the real definitive proof part. And isn't that funny? And as we mentioned on our previous broadcast, Corbell is lying. I believe he's lying through his teeth, saying that he's got information from a classified briefing. If this information was from a classified briefing, whoever leaked it to him, shared it with him, or told him all the details about that classified briefing would possibly be fired, lose their pension, and lose their top secret clearance, of course, and maybe criminally prosecuted for sharing information from a classified briefing. I talked to a whole bunch of different people who I am sure at one time or another had top secret or whatever you want to call it, special clearances, and also attended classified briefings. They all told me the same thing. You can't share anything from a classified briefing. You can't tell somebody what the briefing was about, what the subject matter discussed was, what the concerns were, or what the purpose of the classified briefing was. You'd get fired, lose your pension, on and on, maybe prosecuted. You can't share anything from a classified briefing. But Corbell is still telling people that this is all from a classified briefing. Prove it. Prove it. That's what I'm going to say. Your anonymous source told you it was from a classified briefing? Okay, find the classified briefing. Get the Pentagon to confirm or deny that this material was included in a classified briefing. He's never going to do that. He's never going to prove his claims. And the proof that his claims about all of this information, even possibly coming from a classified briefing, is that show us the consequences. Somebody's getting fired. Somebody's losing their pension, maybe. Somebody may be criminally prosecuted for sharing this groundbreaking, incredible information with Corbell. And by the way, who would risk their career, their pension, and maybe jail time to share with Corbell a video of an airplane? We've just shown tonight it could quite possibly just be an airplane. Someone else mentioned a very good point. Maybe this was from some sort of briefing that was showing fake UFOs and how they may be created or mistaken
airplanes being shown as UFOs. That's another good point. But Corbell will never give you the other sides of the coin. He's all chips in that this shit is aliens. And it may be, but he has zero proof that it is. Zero. And he will continue to push these stories as long as it is his full-time job to. Guy doesn't have a job. His full-time job is selling UFO shit. So do you think maybe, just maybe, he and George Knapp and others like them may have a financial motive to fake stuff, fly loose and fast with facts, fabricate things, hype things up that are really nothing? Of course, they all got to keep the ball rolling in order to keep eating. Their income comes from this garbage. And so at some point, they just give up. I think that they both truly cared about this subject at one point, but that point is well since gone. And now we're on to the money train. And you got to keep the money train rolling, whatever it takes. Both of them got to keep coming up with UFO bullshit in order to keep making money. I don't have a financial motive here. In full disclosure, I make $100 a month on Patreon and maybe another 100 or so from PayPal donations. That's hardly enough money to sacrifice my integrity. And again, I want to challenge Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. How much money did you make selling this story? How much money did you make selling the Bob Lazar story? Tell us. It's a fair question. Go to your accountant and figure it out. George Knapp's going to have a hard time because he's been selling Bob Lazar stories for 30 years, right? And he keeps selling them. And this is where we're at, friends. I'm sorry that I don't trust these two people, but I don't. And I can come up with another 100 reasons why I don't trust anything that either of these two people say, but it is what it is, friends. I grew up with the Bob Lazar story and George Knapp telling it. I liked the guy. Always wanted to kind of talk to him and interact with him, but then I did, and that was not pleasant because I busted him and Corbell on this another fake story, the Bob Lazar raid. Yeah, it turns out that was complete. They fabricated all of that. I talked to the sheriff in the local town. It had nothing to do with Element 115. They just put that shit in the movie because it sounded great, right? Oh, shit. The FBI is here to find that Element 115 because Bob Lazar has flying saucer fuel in his office or hidden somewhere. No. They hyped that story up in the end of the film and in subsequent monetized works, right? Completely and totally fake story. Jeremy Corbell got caught with Richard Dolan selling a fake story on CIA deathbed confession. Look it up. Turns out that guy was never in the military or the CIA. But hey, they made lots of money selling that fake story. How many fake stories do we give each of these guys before we say, no more? No more. You're not going to just keep making money selling this garbage. Give us real information and data and sources that can be independently verified. But they won't, friends. They're never going to do that. And with apologies, I am so spent for the day. So I want to thank each and every person in the live chat. I appreciate your comments, and we'll be reviewing them and maybe discussing them on the next show. Unfortunately, I'm just out of steam, friends, and I'm going to have to bid you a fond farewell. I'm always happy when there's an audience. We did this the last minute just to put things on the record here at Truth Seekers. Thanks for coming. I'm surprised to see anybody come at this time. It's 5:58 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for being here. Please do like and share this video. They don't want anybody to know this. They want to keep the money train rolling. But you can stop it, and you really can. You really can help to stop it, to open people's eyes to the absolute and real truth They never give you the other side of the story. And you know what I got to say is maybe I would forgive Corbell for that terrible documentary if he welcomed a few skeptics on at the end of the documentary and then had a discussion or debate with them about all the incredible amount of proof that Bob Lazar is complete and total fraud and a liar. His whole life is a fraud. And in truth, I forgive him for that lack of integrity. He was tempted by the money, I suppose. A story showing Bob Lazar's complete and total fraud is not going to sell, right? The believers want to believe. And Corbell gave them what they wanted. But good for you. You gave everyone a lie. And Corbell, I'm trying to be gracious to you and not be personally insulting in all of these things. And so what I will say to you is that you and I are kindred spirits, but your discernment and your bias to want to believe this is so strong that it's destroyed you. It's really destroyed you. And I honestly feel bad for you. And you can say anything you want. I heard through a friend that he attacks me for the amount of views that I get or something like that. Like, well, nobody watches Steve's show or what, whatever, bro. I got 100,000 views and this is a brand new show. We got almost 100,000 views so far. And I did that, giving people the best that I could to the best of my ability, giving people the truth. Or when I don't know, I tell people the truth and say, I don't know if this is real or not, but let's talk about it or let's get into it. You did great. You might get 10 or 15, I don't know. You might get 100 times the views that I do, but you do it by lying to everyone and leaving out any part of the story that contradicts your confirmation bias and pre-held beliefs. You don't get a prize. Do you want a trophy because you lie through your teeth and do better than me at views? Good for you, bro. You're giving the believers what they want. Where are you going to be in 5 years? Where am I going to be in 5 years? Boy, I can't wait to see it. And you know what? I can live with myself, Mr. Corbell. Can you? So thanks to each and every one of you guys who showed up. I really just want to put this stuff on the record, and I got to get out of here before I keep rambling. I don't want to say any more about Corbell, except that I'll pray for him. I'm a Christian. I'm going to pray for Corbell. I'm going to pray for George Knapp. I don't have any animosity. I just don't like them defrauding the public for fake stories. And that's why we're here, to inform people when people are defrauding the public with fake or possibly fake stories. Let's just say possibly fake, because I don't know. George Knapp, I'm at the right place at the right time. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. And it feels good. How you feeling lately? You're looking a little tired. I'm at the right place at the right time. I'm going to share with people all sides of the story, if it's true or not. I'm not going to selectively pick my evidence to pick my already formed hypothesis. And that's the difference between you and I. I can't lie. I grew up watching George Knapp, liked and respected him, wanted to be like him until I learned what it is that he actually does. And then I have to say, Mr. Corbell, or excuse me, Mr. Knapp, I don't want to be like you. I want to actually bring people the truth to the best of my ability. And maybe you did that and just failed miserably, but what I see is a UFO profiteering huckster out there still trying to rake in some cash, selling believers what they want to hear. And Corbell, same for you. I don't have any respect for you you're an investigative filmmaker, but all you do is lie to people and leave out half the story. Why did you leave out so much of the Bob Lazar story? I know all the people that sent you absolutely verifiably fact-based information that anybody could go after and verify was true. that Bob Lazar was a complete and total fraud. You left it all out of your documentary, just like you left a very great possible explanation for that film you shared. No, you ran with the story, claiming that this thing defied the laws of physics. You also claimed that these 3 craft moved independently, but we can clearly see when we slow down the video that it's 2 reflections of one object. And the FAA flashing lights at exactly the right time signature. Boy, Jeremy Corbell, you claim this might be aliens? Great. Then aliens are using the same lights that every airplane in the United States uses, right? Funny that. And we're going to leave it at that. And, I hope that the discussion will continue. So I really do want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Sometimes what we need is a soulful song that can bring us all together, heal our hearts. But in times like these, we might need a song like this. I still want to learn to play piano. I could be practicing every day. I keep saying I'd love to start running. I'd be in shape if I had my way. But there were always aliens to think about, Illuminati and the puppet state. Chemtrails poisoning the populace. No use trying, it's much too late. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I spend my days hiding in the basement, isolated as I can get. I sink down deep into my wormhole, the dark side of the internet. I might have liked to drive across America, camping out in the old RV. I'm too scared scared of Q and on and on and on. They'll hack my brain with the new 5G. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. Gives me an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. Fist clenched, strangling my iPad, apocalyptically entertained. I'm sweat drenched, paranoid, it's this bad. Pure adrenaline in my veins. At least I finally see I have no choices. 'Cause everyone's controlled by the deep state. Long as we believe in unseen forces, we never even try to change our fate. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I feel better. I hope you do.
My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there.
I have seen the logs. I have seen the videos. We have attempted shoot downs of UAPs on a regular basis. We're talking as recently as last Friday.
My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there.
I have seen the logs. I have seen the videos. We have attempted shoot downs of UAPs on a regular basis. We're talking as recently as last Friday.
My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there.
I have seen the logs. I have seen the videos. We have attempted shoot downs of UAPs on a regular basis. We're talking as recently as last Friday.
Go. Now that property, the video you saw, there's only one road. There's only one way in and one way out. And the gate is always locked. So anybody comes into the property, they're going to know about it. Well, suddenly they see in the third homestead, the 3 homesteads in the property, they see these what look like headlights coming toward them. Or they think that maybe it's a Winnebago that somehow got stuck out on one of their pastures. Oh, gee, we'll go down and help the guy. They start walking toward it, and then the lights start coming in their direction, start moving toward them. And then the lights start moving up and over the trees and gone. Then they started seeing these flying refrigerators that generated these huge beams of light and made these loud noises like metal banging on metal. Tom and Ellen had a daylight sighting of a classic silver disc, a classic flying saucer, except this one seemed to generate an intense emotional response in them as they watched it. They were not afraid, they were elated, like almost giddy, way out of proportion for what was happening to them at the time. It kind of an induced emotional state, and they would come to see this many more times. There were others that looked like F-117 stealth fighters, but they had these multicolored, like flashing Christmas lights around the side. And they would hover over the property, not making a sound, and then just boom, disappear. And then the orbs came. At first, they were these little white lights flitting around in the darkness and in the trees and above the grass. And then they were followed by the red orbs that proved to be much more aggressive, since they often flew into the cattle and scatter these herds. They would just run away in abject fear. And then these larger orange orbs that generated this intense light. But these orange things that looked like they would hang in the sky, and they were like a sun. And then on occasion, Tom would watch them through binoculars or a telescope, and he would see things flying in and out of them. He even on one occasion reported that he could see another sky on the other side, as if this was some sort of a portal to somewhere else. Then came these blue ones, the blue meanies. Ruthless, manipulative, and as the family would learn, violent, confrontational, airborne menaces. These things they also seem to generate an emotional reaction, not only in people, but in animals. These things would fly among the horses, scare them just out of their mind. And then Tom and Ellen would try to come to the rescue. They'd get anywhere near these things. They looked like a size of a softball, glass encased, but with some kind of a bubbly, boiling-looking liquid inside. And they initiated this fear that just literally dropped them to their knees. Fear way out. Now, they'd already been through all kinds of stuff on this property, but these things did something to them that seemed to induce an emotional state. And in fact, we've theorized since that maybe it seemed to feed off of it. No, I guess it could be some advanced military project or something, but if we've got something that could do that, it'd be a mighty effective weapon system to have. And I just have never heard about us developing something like that. Another UFO that made occasional appearances with this black triangular craft, as I mentioned, like the F-117. There was one incident where maybe this is too complicated to get into, but Tom is out of town on an out-of-town business trip. The wife is at home. She sees one of these things land. It follows her at the gate, and she's petrified. She runs into the house. She's by herself. She locks all the doors. A little bit later, she sees this big bright light out on the pasture. She cracks open the window, and there's this UFO sitting on the pasture, sitting there, and a door is open, and it looks like there's a desk inside this thing. It's like an office. And I know this is weird, but these are pretty reliable people in our view. It's a desk, and this guy walks up to the desk. Looks like he's 9 feet tall, wearing like a black military uniform with a hood, and he sits down at the desk and stares in Ellen's direction. She closes the window, then opens it a little bit later. It sees her, gets up, walks outside, and walks out into the pasture, and now she's panicking. She closes the window, again checks the locks on the door. She calls her husband. He drives a couple of hours to come home. When he gets there in the morning, this thing is gone, but they found big, heavy boot prints out there where the thing had landed. Weird stuff. Some other incidents that don't easily fit into any category that we know. During the same period when all these assorted lights and craft are zipping around the ranch at night, Tom Gorman made an unusual discovery out in the third homestead. Someone had dug up these big chunks of the ground, taking big scoop marks, 8 or 9 different spots, probably 200 pounds of soil in each instance, and just scooped it up for whatever reason, like with a cookie cutter. And again, there's no way to get in there. You can't get a backhoe in that property without him knowing about it. Why they did it, what it was, he didn't know. At that point, he just about had enough. He was thinking it was the military messing with his brain, but he knew he'd had enough. He tried to talk to his neighbors. No one seemed to know what was going on, except for everyone knew that it had always been around there. Weird stuff like that. So he agreed to talk to a local newspaper reporter who wrote a story, and the story was picked up by the AP, and they took a photo of Tom standing there with these scoop marks. That photo went all over the country under his real name, and it's how Bob Bigelow from Las Vegas, who created NIDS, found out about what was going on out there, and eventually led to him coming to that property. But I'll get back to that. The other incident is far more unsettling. As the weirdness at the ranch mounted, the word filtered out about the property and weird stuff was going on. And one day this guy shows up, big mountain man, Grizzly Adams looking guy with the long hair, told Tom at the front gate that he'd been drawn there for some reason. He'd been drawn there. He'd driven hundreds of miles. He had to meditate on the property. Tom and his son are kind of looking at the guy and thinking, this is pretty goofy. This is pretty funny. The guy, they figured, what the heck, they're going to let him in. You got to get in their car. They'll drive you. You tell us where you want to meditate. So the guy cruises into what is the middle homestead, which is where a lot of weird stuff. He goes, that's the spot. Let me out here. So the dad and the son they're leaning on the truck watching this guy. He goes out, opens his palms. He's looking at the sky and chanting and whatever meditation is involved with. And they're watching, they're kind of giggling at him. And then they hear this sound. It's like a cowbell sound. And they hear it faint out in the bushes. And then they're looking. He's oblivious to it, but they're looking and they see something moving in the brush line. It's kind of opaque, like you've seen that Predator movie where it's kind of camouflaged. It's moving in there. It has no distinct shape, moving around, and then comes out of the bushes up to this guy, 1 foot away from him, 8, 9 feet tall, whatever the heck the thing was, and roars like a lion kind of roar. You can hear it for miles. This guy jumps out of his skin. He jumps straight back, falls on the ground, and then this thing, poof, it's gone. Well, he's standing there. He's laying there shaking. He's not getting up. So Tom comes over to help him up, and he's just petrified. He helps him up, and he won't let go of the rancher. He practically carries him back to the truck, and he's absolutely terrified. He swears it's the devil or something like that. They drive him off the property, and he leaves with some epithet to the effect of that this is the devil living there. Well, as an aside, I don't know what the heck that thing was, but as an aside, during my first visit to the property, that second homestead, that middle homestead, is where a lot of weird stuff happened. Cattle mutilations, animals incinerated. So they decided that maybe if I had a certain inherent weirdness quotient, that they'd do a little experiment. So they put me on plastic white chair in the middle of the night and left me there. And then they went a couple they went a couple of 100 yards away, and I think they were probably drinking beer or coffee or something like that, and had cameras to set up, not to help me or anything, but to see if something came and got me. I would like to tell you that I'm brave and no thoughts of predators coming to grab me ever even popped into my head, but it was spooky. It's always been spooky out there. The only thing that did come and get me though that night were mosquitoes. So after about 45 minutes, I'd have quite enough as being bait out in that homestead. As mentioned, the ranch sort of became like a shopping list, a paranormal shopping list, and it gets to the point that mentioning all of it just sounds ridiculous.
Yes, and I would agree with at least one thing George Knapp said there. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. These stories are ridiculous. And isn't it interesting? Are you aware that most of George Knapp's public appearances where he told these absolutely ridiculous stories, most people would call anecdotes, with absolutely no proof, no evidence, simply trust me, somebody told me. Stories involving flying saucers, blue meanies, poltergeists, bulletproof werewolves. Remember, I have only showed you a short sampling of this storytelling fantasy land that George Knapp lives in, telling people these are all true stories. These stories involving flying saucers, blue meanies, poltergeists, bulletproof werewolves, flying refrigerators, portals, dogmen, dino beavers, 9-foot tall creatures, hitchhikers, ghosts, demons, shapeshifters, cloaked 8 or 9 foot tall cloaked monsters or aliens that you could hear roar for miles, and of course, much, much more. And it's interesting to me that somehow George Knapp has been very successful, or someone has, in getting most of George Knapp's public statements telling these ridiculous stories. Remember, he's getting paid to stand there and tell those stories. Maybe that might be a good reason or motive. But tonight we are going to be discussing exactly how Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have made millions and millions of dollars selling what I believe are provably fake stories. For those unaware, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are famous for 2 famous stories. That would be Skinwalker Ranch and Bob Lazar. And both have cashed in to the tune of millions of dollars just from those 2 primary stories. We also heard in our short introduction here that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, Jeremy Corbell made absolutely fantastical statements claiming that the United States military, specifically the United States Navy, is shooting at unidentified aerial phenomenon as recently as last Friday. And by the way, if you call the Secretary of the Navy's office and try to verify his story, they won't. They can't. They don't know what he's talking about. Jeremy Corbell will not address that. Why will he not address the fact that not a single real military source will come forward and corroborate his fantastical fairy tales about the United States Navy shooting at unidentified aerial phenomenon on a daily basis? Could it be because that's garbage? It's garbage. Jeremy Corbell is a garbage peddling disinformation agent, and I've come to believe that George Knapp is as well. And they both work together to sell these stories. One, a Las Vegas reporter, local beat reporter, but doing those local stories aren't really bringing in the cash. So for George Knapp, the paranormal became his big cash cow, his ticket to national and international fame, with the Bob Lazar story beginning in 1989. And now George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are teaming up to make absolutely fantastical new claims. And we're going to get into those claims. But before we do, I think it's very important that we explore a few things. First of all, the fact that these two have been making millions of dollars selling the Bob Lazar story, which they cannot, will not, and will never prove is a true story. What we get is tantalizing maybe evidence, but we never get any smoking gun evidence or proof that he's actually who he says he is. And if you were to do a search on our channel, just go to the magnifying glass and search on our main channel page here for Bob Lazar, you will find an overwhelming mountain of evidence that Bob Lazar is a con artist, a fraud, and a scammer out for money. You will find proof in the form of a former verifiable Area 51 security guard who checked the logs of everybody coming in and out on those Janet airline flights, saying Bob Lazar was not in those logs. And he checked right after the broadcast revealing Bob Lazar's real name. You have to use your real name to fly in or out of Area 51. This Area 51 security guard not only checked the logs, but then he called George Knapp and he said, you might want to be careful telling people this guy's story since he never stepped foot on Area 51. What did George Knapp do with that information? He buried it. He forgot about it and never, ever would tell anyone in all of his years of talks, all of his interviews, all of his podcast appearances, would never tell anyone about that verifiable, real and true Area 51 security worker who called him and said, Bob Lazar has never stepped foot on Area 51. Now, I know people say, well, Bob Lazar didn't work at Area 51. He worked at a sub base. That's an imaginary base, by the way. No, Bob Lazar said that he flew in and out of Area 51 on the Janet Airlines, then was transported by bus to a super secret location, which, by the way, doesn't exist because a man named Jerry Freeman walked right through there. Nothing there. No hangar doors, no guard shack, no road, nothing. Recently, there have been flyovers of that area, which again confirmed that there is nothing there that Bob Lazar described. No hangar bay doors, no guard shack, no guards, no security, nothing. It's because it does not exist. And George Knapp has played this game for years now, where he has purposefully, and I believe willfully, with deliberate intent, concealed the vast amount of evidence that Bob Lazar is telling a lie, that it's a fairy tale. Don't you think that maybe, just maybe, it's relevant to the story that a real and verifiable Area 51 security guard who we can verify worked at the base doing security, and by the way, was at all areas of the base? He drove out to the so-called S4 base. You know what was there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And here on our channel, we have an on-the-record interview. And by the way, he did that right after the television appearance, revealing Bob Lazar's real name in 1989. Nothing. There was nothing there. No roads, no guard shack like Bob Lazar described. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why would George Knapp not listen to that man who he could have verified actually and indeed worked at Area 51 and had access to the security logs of everyone flying in and out of Area 51? Why would he bury that information? Wouldn't you think that's kind of relevant to this man's story? Of course it is. But I believe that George Knapp knew that that might kill the story. And he was making lots of money selling this fake story. Story went international, his first international story, right? Much better than those stupid local beat stories in Las Vegas that he was covering previous to UFOs. No, I believe that the Bob Lazar story is a carefully constructed illusion. For example, people are fond of saying, well, John Lear believes him, and John Lear is the son of the inventor of the Lear jet, and he really did fly CIA secret missions, and yes, he did. But John Lear also talked about, let's see, fighting monsters in Vietnam. 100,000 people living on the backside of the moon and the government lying about it. Hundreds of thousands of people living on Saturn and Venus and the government lying about it. Saturn and Venus being breathable, real atmospheres, just like Earth, and the government's lying to us. As much as I like John Lear, may he rest in peace, he was a wackadoo, but they used his name to help sell the legitimacy of the story. And let's be clear, many parts of Bob Lazar's story were told by John Lear months before Bob Lazar was interviewed by George Knapp. And isn't it just amazing that some random guy, Bob Lazar, met John Lear and was able to confirm a story that he had told 6 months earlier about there being 9 spacecraft in a secret hangar in a subset of Area 51. No, the story is a carefully constructed illusion. And let's not forget some of the other incredible information that we have here right on our channel, such as the interview of people who worked with Bob Lazar at Los Alamos, his supervisors who confirmed that Bob Lazar was never a scientist. Never. He was a low-level technician, the kind of guy who would get the scientist a new computer if the computer broke, or a new mouse, or a new keyboard, or wire something for the real scientists doing the real work. Bob Lazar claimed to be a senior staff level physicist. No one can verify that he was. However, his former supervisors, his bosses at that lab, said he was never a scientist. Why do George Knapp, and by the way, we have those on the record interviews here and proof of them. Just search Bob Lazar. You will find all that information, as well as Bob Lazar's educational claims destroyed. He never stepped foot in an MIT classroom as a real student. Now, he told Linda Moulton Hale that he just hung out there. You know, he would sneak into science lectures and things. That doesn't make him a scientist. Bob Lazar claimed to have a degree from Caltech in a program that didn't exist in Caltech at the time. Bob Lazar's also, in his legal paperwork, claimed that he got an undergraduate degree from Pacifica University, you know, before he went to MIT and Caltech. Pacifica University was a degree mill, someplace that you sent away some money. This is before the internet. You pay a few $100s, and then they will send you a fake degree, college degree, that you could fool your stupid friends with. But your stupid friends may be fooled by an undergraduate or bachelor's degree from Pacifica University. But I checked with both MIT and Caltech, their admissions people, and both schools said there is no way on God's green earth that anyone would get into a master's program at those prestigious universities with a bought degree mill fake degree. They check your college. Also of importance, Stanton Friedman proved that Bob Lazar was a below sea-level student. He barely scraped through high school. He was in the bottom 10% of his class. You don't get to a master's program at MIT or Caltech by being a below sea-level student in high school. Doesn't happen. Bob Lazar is such a brilliant scientist, he can't pass high school classes. He can't ace them all. The only evidence we have of Bob Lazar ever going to a real college was Pierce Junior College. Once, when questioned, Bob Lazar couldn't name his MIT or Caltech professors, instead naming a professor, Hosefield, who taught him elementary electronics at Pierce Junior College. Now, Bob Lazar's educational claims are 100% completely fake, which means he is not a scientist. He would need master's degree thesis from both schools. Guess what we can't find? No master's thesis. No, Stanton Friedman blew apart Bob Lazar's educational credentials, checking very deeply into it. Later, Michael Schratt went so far as to purchase all of the yearbooks for the years that Bob Lazar claimed that he was at both MIT and Caltech. And wouldn't you know, no mention of Bob Lazar in any of the yearbooks. What that means is that Bob Lazar lied. Either that or the men in black would have had to sneak into everyone's dusty attic, dusty garage, dusty basement years later and steal out all those yearbooks, completely sanitize and erase Bob Lazar or any mention of him from all of those college yearbooks, recreate fakes that were sanitized of any mention of Bob Lazar, and then sneak all those yearbooks back into everybody's attic, garage, basement, whatever. No, Bob Lazar's educational claims are 100% fake, which means every time you hear someone refer to him as a former government scientist, they are lying to you. Do you know who has referred to Bob Lazar as a former government scientist? Jeremy Corbell and of course, George Knapp. They cannot prove that he is now or was ever a real scientist. And let's be very clear, I'm willing to accept very loose definition of a scientist. If you have a 4-year college degree in science, for example, I took computer science, would that make me a computer scientist? I don't think so. I think a PhD or maybe a master's might qualify me as a computer scientist. But even if we were to accept the very low bar here and say, what makes a scientist? Let's just say if he has a 4-year science degree, he's a scientist. And some people agree with that definition. Great. But no one can prove that Bob Lazar even has a 4-year undergraduate degree from any place other than some scammy degree mill place where you pay a couple $100 and they just mail you a fake science degree. That doesn't make you a scientist. Further proof he's not a scientist, and I'm willing to say that this is my opinion and speculation, is that Bob Lazar ran a whorehouse. He bought into a whorehouse. He was partners in a whorehouse. And by the way, there are various. George Knapp can't get the story straight. Once, at one public appearance, he said Bob Lazar just worked on the computers for the whores. At another separate one, he said Bob Lazar came to him and said that him and his wife bought into the whorehouse. And by the way, I have done extensive research on this, even talking to the madam that Bob Lazar worked with. He was a 50% partner in that whorehouse with the madam. So I would like anybody within the sound of my voice to show me any other real or credible scientist who just wakes up one day and says, you know, this science stuff is great, but I'm not making enough money. You know what would make me a lot more money? Running a whorehouse. Because nothing says credible scientist like a pimp running a whorehouse. But George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell don't want to talk about the whorehouse. I can talk about the whorehouse. I can even tell you how much they were robbing the whores for at the whorehouse and how greedy Bob Lazar was in that business situation. And by the way, isn't it great? Did you know who narked on Bob Lazar's whorehouse? George Knapp called the cops on Bob Lazar for running the whorehouse, which interestingly was right in his neighborhood, George Knapp's neighborhood. Why would George Knapp narc on Bob Lazar for running a whorehouse? Well, it was an illegal whorehouse, first of all, because though prostitution is legal in the state of Nevada, it is not legal within the city limits of Las Vegas, where Bob Lazar was running his illegal whorehouse. So the Bob Lazar story falls apart. There's also the people who say, well, Bob Lazar passed 4 lie detector tests. Here is another stunning omission. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell love to tell you that Bob Lazar passed lie detector tests. But what they leave out is that the man who issued the lie detector tests they're referencing is a man named Terry Tavernetti, who was very, very close friends with George Knapp. And those lie detector tests took place right after Stanton Friedman blew the shit out of Bob Lazar's fake education. They needed something else to bolster the story. Suddenly, here comes very close friend of George Knapp, Terry Tavernetti, to do these lie detector tests. And we have a piece on that here as well as our channel. Just search lie detector. Bob Lazar, no, he did not pass lie detector tests. And Terry Tavernetti gave very conflicting statements about those lie detector tests. In one documentary appearance, he said he began the first test and things were going exactly how I thought. He was not doing well. Showing deception, showing deception, showing deception. In a separate appearance, Terry Tavernetti said if he was lying, he should be in Hollywood because he showed absolutely no signs of deception. And I was very confused by this. Well, was he showing signs of deception or absolutely no signs of deception? Until I dug a little deeper and found out that Terry Tavernetti, apparently against any sort of ethics or morality code for polygraphers, just kept giving Bob Lazar lie detector tests, right? That's not how this works. You get one bite at the apple. If you fail the first test, you were deceptive, you failed the lie detector test. But see, these are the details, the minutia of the story that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell don't want you to know about. Were you aware that you can contact the American Polygraphers Association and ask them, if somebody fails the first test, is that it? Or do you just keep giving them more lie detectors tests until they pass one? Go find out what they say. This is not the proper way to conduct a real polygraph examination, but that, my friends, is exactly the way that this was conducted. More deception, more carefully constructed lies in order to sell a fake story. Now, there is more to this overwhelming mountain of evidence that Bob Lazar's story is fake. Not the least of which, on an episode of Larry King, he said that the spacecraft were 52 feet in diameter. But that's a very big problem because in an original drawing that Bob Lazar made of the so-called S4 secret base, he scribbled some hangar bay doors. And then in the bottom corner, he wrote 40 feet wide. So I would ask you, how does a 52-foot diameter spacecraft get in or out of a 40-foot hangar bay door? It doesn't, because these are the amateur hour mistakes that Bob Lazar makes, along with, suddenly having migraines when he has to be interviewed, on the biggest podcast in the world. But don't worry, he's got handler Jeremy Corbell to sit next to him and help him push this bullshit cart up that hill. Jeremy Corbell is another one. You see, the reason that the Bob Lazar illusion works and fools so many people is because they do the lie by omission. It's deceptive. Jeremy Corbell will give you only the information that supports that the Bob Lazar story is true. He leaves out all the information that I am sharing with you today. And I'm able to tell you the truth of this because I don't have a financial stake. I won't make money if Bob Lazar's story is true. I won't make money if Bob Lazar's story is fake. That is, my friends, is what is called being an impartial journalist, balanced. Now, I could probably, if I wanted to, but I don't, spend an hour repeating to you George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell talking points that may indicate that Bob Lazar is telling the truth. But I have thoroughly researched that story so much since 1989. Another great talking point of theirs is Bob Lazar never tried to cash in, never tried to make any money. He got by some accounts, $1 million deal for his book published through TTSA. You remember that techno scam? Yeah. The techno scam company that promised everybody a spaceship. By the way, they tried to hide that they were publishing the Bob Lazar book, but it would appear that Tom DeLonge's sister screwed up when registering the domain name and she didn't put the privacy on. So I was one of the first people to notice that the brand new publisher that was publishing Bob Lazar's book was on a website registered by Tom DeLonge's sister. Everybody's making money off this Bob Lazar story, but no one can prove that he was a real scientist. We can prove that he's a convicted pimp who ran a whorehouse. We can prove that he has been investigated for selling fireworks and other dangerous chemicals that he doesn't have the legal right to sell. And by the way, speaking of lie by omission, I'm also one of the people who investigated that raid on Bob Lazar's actual business. The one they used in the documentary, claiming that the government was coming to steal back that Element 115 that George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar all claimed that he had at one point. it's interesting to note that in the original Hollywood screenplay, the Men in Black came and stole the Element 115 out of his house. So I think Jeremy Corbell, being an intellectual weakling and about as original as, you know, a crackhead, you know, having the artistic creation skills of a crackhead, very unoriginal. Corbell saw that FBI raid on his business as an opportunity. He finally had an end to the documentary. Oh, the government are raiding his business. They're looking for the Element 115, but they lied to you about that entire thing, because that FBI raid on his business was a murder investigation. Apparently, allegedly, Bob Lazar sold a dangerous chemical to someone who may, allegedly, haven't checked on the case in a while, used it to murder his wife. So in comes the FBI, in comes investigating detectives from the jurisdiction where the murder took place, and a local sheriff who I talked to. They were all shocked and amazed. I talked to the FBI agents. I talked to the local sheriff in the town where Bob Lazar's business was. They were all at the raid, and they all 100% dispute the events as portrayed by Jeremy Corbell and by George Knapp. First of all, they said there was 40 or 50 people there. No, there was 11 or 12. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp also said that they spent all day there. They looked through the entire place. No, that didn't happen. They went there. They were there for less than an hour. They went in there. Well, first a hazmat team did. That was true. A hazmat team went in. You got all kinds of dangerous chemicals. You don't let your team in there until it's cleared and it's safe. So, yeah. And by the way, all these vehicles they claimed were there. No, there was a couple of vehicles there. Yes, including a hazmat van or vehicle. So a couple guys from hazmat came in, checked everything out, made sure there was no, chemicals just laying around that could be dangerous or whatever. Then they let the investigating detectives and FBI agents in there. They, with Bob Lazar's cooperation, got the sales records they were after of the dangerous chemicals that Bob Lazar was allegedly selling to this man in another state who allegedly used it to murder his wife. This was a routine thing. And by the way, the sheriff of the town was aware of Bob Lazar's flying saucer stories from the 80s and 90s, but he assured me no one was under surveillance. He was in the briefings before the raid took place, and he said that no one mentioned anything about Element 115, Bob Lazar's flying saucer stories. If you talk to the actual agents and the other police detectives who were there, no one had any idea anything about Bob Lazar and his flying saucer fantasy stories. However, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp lied through their teeth and used that event to sell a fake film about a fake scientist who was in reality a convicted pimp that ran a whorehouse. So what we have here is a carefully constructed illusion built on lies, half-truths, and the lie by omission. This is why this works. Would the story be as good if they just said, yeah, Bob Lazar, he's kind of a dickhead because he's selling dangerous chemicals that you can murder your wife with, and people wanted the sales records, right? No, it's a much better story to claim that you're under surveillance. You and Bob Lazar, you're under surveillance. Now George Knapp is making all kinds of claims that there were threats made against George Knapp, Bob Lazar, and Jeremy Corbell. Who's making the threats? The Men in Black? Really? You're going to use the Men in Black? Can we interview the people that are making the threats to you and see if you're telling the truth on that point? This whole Bob Lazar story is constructed out of lies, half-truths, and, most importantly, the lie by omission. If they were really after the truth, wouldn't they tell you, or at least mention all the things that I'm telling you tonight? They're not after the truth. They're after the cash. Because praise the cash, praise the cash. And by the way, I gave Jeremy Corbell a mountain of evidence that Bob Lazar was a liar before he produced his so-called documentary. And Jeremy Corbell eventually got tired of me sending him things and said, I don't want to see any of this. I don't want to hear any of this, Stephen. And I said, why? Don't you want to get to the truth? And Jeremy Corbell said, there's no documentary deal, Stephen, if the story is fake. That, more than anything, should inform your decision of Jeremy Corbell's true intentions here, of George Knapp's true intentions. And by the way, for those unaware, do you know who bankrolled that? George Knapp. Do you know who made money from that along with Jeremy Corbell? George Knapp. It's a big money club, and I ain't in it. So I can tell you the truth. I don't have a financial reason to lie to you. Does Jeremy Corbell have a financial reason to lie to you? You bet your ass he does. Does George Knapp have a reason to lie to you? A financial motive to lie to you? You bet he has a motive to lie. And it's called money. Money. Just as Jeremy Corbell mentioned, there's no money. There's no big money deal if the story's fake. Now, along with the Bob Lazar story, of course, these two clowns have both cashed in heavily on the Skinwalker Ranch story. And by the way, for those of you who have asked me constantly, continually, repeatedly to cover the Skinwalker Ranch, I'm covering it tomorrow. And tomorrow, we are going to be covering the laughable best evidence of paranormal activity at Skinwalker Ranch. And listen, I would say there's two separate eras, and the George Knapp era, by the way, is when Bob Bigelow owned so-called Skinwalker Ranch. And you hear all those fantastical fairy tales he was telling with, by the way, not a single picture, not a single video, not a single film. And go ask George Knapp if you can interview the people who he claims to have interviewed who told him all those stories. You remember. Trust me, dude. Somebody told me. Nobody else gets to interview those people. Nobody else gets to verify if they really told George Knapp all those questions. And by the way, there is another money motive here, because George Knapp was employed by Bob Bigelow to coordinate researchers while he was investigating the Skinwalker Ranch. So George Knapp has been making money out of Skinwalker Ranch. And by the way, you remember that $22 million that that Bob Bigelow, I believe, and Harry Reid defrauded the United States taxpayers out of? For those unaware, Bob Bigelow was handed $22 million to investigate a ranch that he owned, looking for signs of paranormal activity. And what we get is all these ridiculous stories about dino beavers, werewolves. And by the way, Stephen Greenstreet did an excellent job detailing how people used to just get drunk and send Bob Bigelow fake stories so that they could keep their checks rolling in, because, you know, no paranormal activity. Hey, the money dries up. And I wonder, could that be a motive? I want to be as fair as possible to the new ranch owner, Brandon Fugel, especially because, to be very honest with you, Stephen Greenstreet did a piece, several pieces on Skinwalker Ranch recently. And Greenstreet did a whole, I think it was 40 minutes just on Brandon Fugel. And that really humanized him for me, right? He's the kind of guy I would like hang out with, have some beers with, talk about science fiction and other things that we both have a mutual interest in. So I want to be as fair as possible to Brandon Fugel, but what I will say is that I believe that that effect that was taking place when Bigelow owned the ranch, where people just want to keep that check rolling in, so they're just going to, let's just say, play fast and loose with the facts, right? People want to keep that check rolling in. Do you think those people getting that big television show deal check every month don't want to keep that check coming in? They have a financial motive to lie to everyone, to lie to the television producers, to lie to Brandon Fugel. And by the way, I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying that we should keep in mind that these people have a motive. These people have a motive to lie. It's called money. These people have a motive to look at ordinary things like moths on an infrared camera and say it's an orb or something mysterious. And by the way, I believe all of them have that motive. Everybody there that's getting a check, the security guy Dragon, just Travis, he's a scientist, right? The other guy who sets up the computers and was showing Stephen Greenstreet the so-called best evidence, they all have a motive called money, that there's something paranormal at that ranch. So pardon me if I do not trust them. Now, before we delve more deeply into the ridiculous claims that George Knapp has made about Skinwalker Ranch, who, by the way, has been milking money out of Skinwalker since the United States citizenry was defrauded, I believe, out of $22 million by Harry Reid and Bob Bigelow to investigate his own ranch. And what do we get? A bunch of reports of bullshit, right? That's all we got for our $22 million. Where is the science? Where is the data? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. We get a lot of stories. Great. And were those the stories that were faxed to Bob Bigelow while people were getting drunk, trying to keep their checks rolling in? But before we get to that, back to Bob Lazar and the completely, totally fake Bob Lazar mythos or narrative. It is important that we realize that this entire time, George Knapp claims that there is 100% verifiable smoking gun evidence that Bob Lazar was telling the truth. And that would be in the form of this element 115. You know, the mythical element that powered the flying saucers that he worked on, which, by the way, bears zero resemblance to the real world element 115. And I know you true believers love to say, but Bob Lazar predicted element 115 in 1989 before anybody knew it existed. That's bullshit, because I have a chemistry book from 1972 which lists element 115 in the table of elements. Scientists knew that element 115 existed, likely existed, and would be discovered in a short time. And there was even a Scientific American Journal article all about element 115 right before Bob Lazar came out with his story. And let's also remember that Bob Lazar stole many parts of his story from Billy Meyer. And right before Bob Lazar came out with his story, Gene Huff and Bob Lazar got all the Billy Meyer material, all the videos, all the books, all the pictures, everything, copies of all of it from John Lear. And suddenly Bob Lazar, just a short time later, is working on a spaceship, which is 100% one-to-one copy of the Billy Meyer. And Billy Meyer's even used an anti-gravity power system. And so did Bob Lazar's. What are the odds, right? But back to the element 115. It was discovered not long ago and bears zero resemblance to the magical properties that Bob Lazar described his element 115 as having. But George Knapp all this time has said that Bob Lazar knows exactly where the element 115 is, and so does he. And someday he may dig it up, right? Sure. So what George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar all want us to believe is that they have 100% smoking gun evidence or proof of alien visitation on Earth. They have otherworldly elements that can be proven were manufactured or gotten in an entire other star system other than the Earth star system, right? They have that, but they won't show us that. Sure. So let's get into some of the George Knapp fake stories about the element 115, because I think this more than anything is proof that he's pushing the bullshit cart up this hill. Because ask yourself, if you had 100% smoking gun evidence or proof that you've been telling the truth for 30 years, wouldn't you just throw it down on the table and go, there's the proof, bitches? No, you're going to keep it to yourself. And then you're going to make excuses for why you're keeping it to yourself. So let's hear George Knapp lie and say that they've got the element 115 and then give some excuses for why they won't show it to us.
And in the Jeremy Corbell documentary about Bob Lazar, there is an allusion that Bob still has an element 115. Does he really have an element 115?
Well, I can tell you that he did have it because I saw it. You know, I was at his house. You know, he had it in it was a pewter sort of a device that he had created to sort of protect it from unwanted rays and things and particles. And it was in his house. He took it out one time, and they did an experiment called a cloud chamber experiment, in which they could show that this element 115 affected gravity. It bent light, in essence. He thought it was real. His friends thought it was real. The government seems to have thought it was real because they came looking for it a bunch of times. They came looking a bunch of times. And, you know, if I believe that Bob has put that away somewhere in a place where nobody's going to find it unless he wants to break it out. I've tried to convince him that he should, but I think he probably sees that as his insurance policy that keeps him alive, because there have been threats both against him and against me and likely against Jeremy Corbell.
Sure. So who threatened you, George Knapp? Can I talk to the people who threatened you, or Bob Lazar or Jeremy Corbell? Of course I can. So there's no corroboration. There's no verification that they were ever threatened. And there's also no proof that Bob Lazar really has this magical version of the element 115, which, by the way, bears zero resemblance to the real earthly element 115, which was discovered. So it gets worse, though, or better. If you think Bob Lazar is a liar, like I do, it gets better. If you really want to cling to the mistaken belief that Bob Lazar is telling the truth somehow still, then it gets worse. Because George Knapp has made some ridiculous, stupid claims. Like he knows where the element 115 is buried, and someday he's going to dig it up. And he also claims in the following clip that essentially Bob Lazar was worried about the government coming to get him. And essentially he was going to blow up the entire city of Las Vegas with this element 115. So did George Knapp report him to the government for, you know, maybe blowing up an entire United States city? No, of course not, which is more proof that this story is bull. But let's get into it. And you may make up your own mind. Does George Knapp really know where this is hidden? And someday he's going to show it to us?
Folks are doing, and anti-gravity propulsion is something they want very badly. Bob said that the key to it was this element 115. He had a piece of it. I saw it. In fact, he had a little experiment they did with what's called a cloud chamber, where they had, it looked to me like light. They had a piece of this 115 in this chamber. They put some smoke in it, and it seemed, and then had a beam of light through it, and the light bent. Bob, at one point, when he thought he was going to die, had this piece of 115 in it was in a lead casing, in a disc-shaped casing, and he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with, I don't know, it's protons or electrons, whatever it was, that would make it explode, an annihilation that would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. Now, he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it, that's a story for another time. It's in a spot now where nobody could get to it, but it's still there. One of these days, maybe after Bob's gone, I'll go dig it up. The Defense Department.
Yeah, great. So he knows where 100% smoking gun evidence or proof is. And one of these days, after he's milked every single dime out of this story he can, maybe he'll show it to us. And in full fairness to George Knapp, I believe that there is substantial proof that Bob Lazar at various times showed several people what he claimed to be element 115. But so maybe Bob Lazar fooled George Knapp. But did you realize when he said that Bob Lazar had it in front of a particle accelerator? Do you have any idea how big a particle accelerator is? And at various times, both Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar, and George Knapp have claimed that Bob Lazar had a particle accelerator in his bedroom. go ask a physicist if you can have a particle accelerator in your bedroom. No, I don't think so. That is completely and totally ridiculous, ludicrous, science fiction, fantasy bull. You can't have a particle accelerator in an area the size of a bedroom. Just doesn't happen. And I talked at great length about this to one Stanton Friedman. And Stanton Friedman told me that you need miles. In order to have a particle accelerator capable of an antimatter reaction, or capable of transmuting elements or smashing elements or anything, in order to have a particle accelerator that was capable of doing any meaningful work, you need miles and miles. You're not putting that in your bedroom. So for George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, or Bob Lazar to claim that Bob Lazar had a particle accelerator in his house or his bedroom, by the way, I've seen that house, and it was sitting on a 1/4 acre of land, a few hundred feet wide, a few hundred feet, deep. You're not having a particle accelerator in the space of a few hundred feet even, and especially not in a bedroom. But isn't it interesting that Bob Lazar was going to cause an antimatter explosion reaction and destroy all of Las Vegas because the men in black were after him because he was telling the truth about those aliens, and George Knapp did nothing? He didn't do anything. He narked on him about the whorehouse, but he wasn't going to narc on him when Bob Lazar was going to blow up all of Las Vegas in an antimatter chain reaction, huge explosion that would be bigger than a nuclear bomb. He did nothing. So I guess we've learned a lesson tonight, and that is, if you want to be a terrorist and blow up an entire United States city, George Knapp won't narc on you. But don't you dare run a whorehouse, or George Knapp will narc on you. Okay? Great. All right. So, I call BS on the whole Bob Lazar story. If he had the evidence, he had the proof. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have the absolute proof all this time that they're telling the truth, and so is Bob Lazar. Or let's just take Bob Lazar. All that, it's got to be taxing for people to be calling you a liar for 30 years. Do you think if you had absolute proof to shut all those people calling you a liar for 30 years up, you would just sit on it? I don't believe that they have anything that is true, element 115, that performs as Bob Lazar described. And by the way, if you are interested in Bob Lazar's fake science stories and how they don't make any sense, they don't match up to reality, talk to a real physicist. Are you aware that Stanton Friedman, he tried multiple times? Stanton Friedman told me that at least 5 times he arranged through Linda Moulton Howe, through George Knapp, or others to meet with Bob Lazar. And he wanted to talk to him about physics and see if Bob Lazar did have a real or advanced working knowledge of real physics. After all, if he was a senior staff level physicist, he would be able to converse with somebody who was a real nuclear physicist like Stanton Friedman. He wouldn't be able to snow Stanton Friedman. Bob Lazar backed out every time he was supposed to meet with Stanton Friedman and have a talk. Bob Lazar has refused to talk with any real nuclear physicist ever. In the entire 30 years, he will not talk to a real scientist. And there's a reason for that. And that is because Bob Lazar tells good science fiction fantasy stories and sci-fi gobbledygook fake science. He will not be able to fool a real nuclear physicist or physicist. Let's have Bob Lazar have a 2-hour conversation with somebody like Jeremy Rise, who has a real physics degree. He won't do that. And there's a reason he won't do that. And by the way, for years, Jeremy Rise, alien scientist, has offered to debate either George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, or Bob Lazar just on the fake science that Bob Lazar presents and how none of it works. Right? First of all, you can look into the laws of thermodynamics, and Bob Lazar is essentially saying that all the laws of thermodynamics don't work, right? They're laws. They aren't guidelines. They're laws. Like, you can't just create energy from nothing. Bob Lazar is essentially describing a 100% efficient antimatter reaction that not only creates endless energy, but also gravity waves that you can then use to manipulate space-time. And while these things may be theoretically possible, go ask a physicist, how much energy does it take to manipulate space-time? It's orders of magnitude. It's the amount of energy in 10 suns, for example, I've heard. And the entire amount of energy in our sun alone is not enough to manipulate space-time. But Bob Lazar claims that a little tiny triangle piece of this magical element 115 and you can bend space-time. No, I don't think so. Now, besides the ridiculous Bob Lazar story, which George Knapp has profited from for some 30 years, right? Besides that ridiculous story, remember, he's filling his pocket. George Knapp has been filling his pockets with Bob Lazar money this entire time. He gets paid to talk about Bob Lazar at conferences. He gets paid to produce videos about Bob Lazar, to do interviews about Bob Lazar. He made a bunch of money with Jeremy Corbell, bankrolling that, being the executive producer, right? Besides the Bob Lazar story, both George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have also cashed in on the Skinwalker Ranch story. But if you're just joining us, maybe you didn't hear all those wonderful, fantastical stories at the beginning of our broadcast where George Knapp was talking about Skinwalker Ranch and how there was flying saucers, blue meanies, poltergeists, bulletproof werewolves, flying refrigerators, portals, dogmen, dino beavers, 9-foot-tall monsters, hitchhikers, ghosts, demons, shapeshifters, cloaked 8 or 9 feet tall, cloaked monsters or aliens that you could hear roar for miles, and more. What he left out is that he has no evidence at all for that. He has no evidence at all for any of that. It's anecdotes. It's somebody told me. Trust me, dude. And that's a real problem. And by the way, Stephen Greenstreet did an excellent job capturing a few of George Knapp's biggest stupid stories. And by the way, all of this stuff is gone from YouTube. It's all gone. You won't be able to find George Knapp 10 years ago getting paid a handsome speaking fee to the tune of thousands of dollars to tell these largely unproven anecdotes, stories to stupid people. It's all been disappeared from YouTube. Why is that, right? I wonder. And, I don't have any evidence or proof that George Knapp has intentionally got all those videos pulled down, but the effect remains the same. And it's important for us when we will investigate these new, bold, insane claims being made by Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp on a recent episode with Theories of Everything. Boy, they're telling some big whoppers again. But isn't it important that we clearly can establish that they have not proven their past fake stories that they've made millions of dollars on? Now they're telling us new fantastical stories with no evidence, no corroboration, no backup, no data to present, right? And all from anonymous sources that I or any other journalist is not allowed to talk to, not allowed to verify really said what they're saying, right? And we're going to get into that. But before we do, I want to thank Stephen Greenstreet for doing an amazing job. Somehow, I think I talked to Stephen Greenstreet, and Greenstreet has the whole collection of George Knapp's fantastical fairy tales. And I'm going to try to get Stephen Greenstreet to share with me. And we're going to do a new series here called Bedtime Stories with George Knapp. Because this is Mother Goose territory. Some of these stories are so stupid, so ridiculous, but they're funny. And the fact that this man has made, I got to give it to him. He's made millions of dollars telling stories like this with no evidence, no proof, no corroboration, no data, no film, no video, no pictures, nothing. Just stories like this.
She saw this standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at
her. And of course, the dog was at it by Stephen Greenstreet, because he's got a budget for things like Dino Beaver animations or Dogmen graphics. I don't have the budget, so we're just stealing from Stephen Greenstreet. You should really check out his whole series on Skinwalker Ranch. I think he's done an amazing job pulling back all those layers of deception that this Skinwalker Ranch mythos, and that's what it is, friends. It's a mythos. It's a legend, the legend of Skinwalker Ranch. But largely what we get is stories, anecdotes, and no evidence, no data. And even, we're going to get into it, but there's another one of my favorite stories from George Knapp that Stephen Greenstreet happened to do. Another, you should follow him on Twitter. It's a laugh riot, some of the stuff he posts, and this is one of them. George Knapp, again, has made millions of dollars telling stupid stories to stupid people with no evidence, no proof, no film, no video, no pictures, no data, with stupid stories for stupid people like this.
They come down this dirt road one night and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures, standing up with their backs to the road and look like they're smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up and they go shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around and they were dogs.
That was my favorite, smoking dogs at Skinwalker Ranch. And listen, we're gonna have to add the smoking dogs and the arms crossed werewolves. So now we've got smoking dogs, arm crossed werewolves, flying saucers, blue meanies, poltergeists, bulletproof werewolves, flying refrigerators, portals, dino beavers, 9-foot tall aliens, hitchhikers, ghosts, demons, shapeshifters, cloaked 8 or 9 foot tall cloaked monsters you could hear roar for miles. And smoking dogs. I love it. Smoking dogs. I'm in the wrong business. I just got to start making up silly stories with no evidence. And by the way, on the point of the evidence, right? Remember that George Knapp has been sucking off the teat of Skinwalker Ranch. He worked for Bob Bigelow while Bob Bigelow was given that $22 million. So while Bob Bigelow and others were defrauding the American public out of $22 million for this kind of nonsense, George Knapp was one of the people taking some of that money. And he has made a lot of money since then, repeating these anecdotes, these stories with no evidence, no proof. Again, there's not a single still image, there's no film, there's no data, you can't talk to the witnesses, there's no corroboration, right? Just stories, right? But when pressed on evidence, I also think Stephen Greenstreet did an amazing job at catching something that I sort of missed. I've got the Skinwalker Ranch books, both of them by George Knapp, and they're garbage. I mean, and George Knapp straight lies in the book, which I would consider a form of consumer fraud, because Stephen Greenstreet caught this in his books. He says that the books were based on all this physical evidence that they have, but when pressed for the evidence, he says there isn't any. So which is it, George Knapp? Either you have a mountain of evidence that you based all these stories in the book on that you could show us all, or you've got nothing, like you told Joe Rogan. Let's see this clip. Again, this is fair use. It's transformative work. We're educating the public, and this is from Stephen Greenstreet's Skinwalker Ranch series. Let's see what George Knapp says when he's pressed to show us the evidence of these stories.
But no evidence of any kind to back up any of these stories has ever been presented. George Knapp, who's built an entire career around stories of UFOs and the paranormal, and who was one of the authors of the Hunt for the Skinwalker book, was asked about evidence on the Joe Rogan show.
Because they weren't there with cameras.
Is there any evidence?
Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, They don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator.
At this point, Knapp begins telling more stories about UFOs on and near the ranch. Rogan then interrupts and asks again.
Again, is there any evidence?
No, not really.
Oh.
If you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, and they don't have it.
Oh. Knapp saying there's no proof or evidence is quite strange, considering the book Knapp co-authored says this: "We obtained an intriguing body of physical evidence to support many of the accounts described in the book." Okay, so where is that intriguing body of physical evidence?
There is none. You heard what he said to Joe Rogan. There's no evidence. He has no evidence. So did he lie to everybody to sell a book? And if so, wouldn't that be considered some form of fraud? You said that you had all this evidence. Can we see all this evidence? Where is the evidence? Nothing has ever been released. So it is within this framing that I want to show you some things that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are now saying. And how do I say this correctly? Many people are beginning to say that there is, well, many less than credible people, let's be very clear. People like Ross Coulthard, who got caught selling 100% provably fake story about the whole English government, or many of them being pedos and, torturing and doing all kinds of things to children. That whole story turned out to be fake, and his contract wasn't renewed with 60 Minutes. Suddenly, he's all chips in on the UFO thing. Then Ross Coulthard gets caught selling 100% provably fake story saying we have conclusive proof of alien technology. He didn't have shit. Who else is doing this? George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. There are people within the UFO celebrities that are saying, oh, there's all these whistleblowers are going to come forward and tell us about the alien crash retrievals and all this stuff. And they're saying that, but none of them have presented a single shred of evidence to support those very fantastical claims. Does that sound familiar? Sounds like we've been here before, kind of like with the Bob Lazar story, kind of like with the Skinwalker Ranch stories. These clowns, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, haven't proven those two stories to be true or showed us any evidence that would indicate that they had a reasonable belief that the stories were really true before selling them as true stories. But now they're back with fantastical news stories and no evidence once again. And while I have to admit, it is a tantalizing thing to think that maybe next year somebody's going to come forward and we're finally going to get the revelation that the government has alien crash retrievals of off-world vehicles, maybe some bodies, like we've all believed or been told all this time. And they're going to drop the proof, right? But what you also have to remember is that I believe that these clowns are taking advantage of something. Because these new whistleblower protections don't protect somebody from telling the public anything. They can't tell the public anything. They can tell members of Congress things in closed sessions, but then the members of Congress don't have to tell the American people if they choose not to. At least that's the way I understand it. I could be incorrect. Have to do much more research on the legislation that everybody's claiming will allow all these whistleblowers to come forward and tell us the truth about those aliens. I think that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are taking advantage of the fact that no one will be able to prove or disprove that people are telling members of Congress this, right? So why not say it's going to happen? Nobody can prove us wrong. And again, if this information that they're presenting is unable to pass the test of falsifiability, then it has no value. If I can neither prove that they're telling the truth, that whistleblowers are coming forward telling members of Congress about alien vehicles and all kinds of fantastical things, or I can't prove that it's not true that people are going to members of Congress
and telling them fantastical things about aliens, then this information does not pass the test of falsifiability, and therefore it has no value. I believe they're purposefully putting out information that does not and cannot pass the test of falsifiability. I, as a journalist, will be unable to verify whether anybody told members of Congress. Members of Congress don't have to, on the record statement, tell me if they've been told things about classified projects. And here's another thing that's very important. Jeremy Corbell has been caught lying many, many times, and I can prove it. He's saying that people are on Navy ships leaking information to him that would be classified. Do you know what would happen to somebody on a Navy ship that just started leaking classified information to a clown like Jeremy Corbell? They would be prosecuted. First of all, they'd be fired, lose their pension, thrown out of the Navy, and then they would be criminally prosecuted for leaking that information to somebody that wasn't cleared to have it. But Jeremy Corbell continually claims that people are leaking to him information that would be classified or protected. If the United States government really is shooting at unidentified aircraft, that would not be, public information that somebody on a ship could just freely share with Jeremy Corbell to go blab on stupid talk shows to get clickbait views for. Those people would be prosecuted, and so would Jeremy Corbell for leaking classified information. Is he in jail? Of course not. That means he's not getting any real intel or information, which means he's likely making this up or likely just believing nutters that are coming to him claiming that they're on Navy ships seeing this stuff happen, if we give him the benefit of the doubt. But considering Jeremy Corbell has made millions of dollars lying to all of the people that he sells his fake stories to for years, I think it's intentional. And I also think that this new narrative that they're trying to push is also intentional. Because again, the whistleblower protection means that the whistleblowers can go and testify before Congress or members of Congress and tell them about things, but not the American people. These whistleblowers can't just talk to anybody. They have to go in a proper setting with the proper authorities and blow the whistle on whatever they're going to blow the whistle on. But then the Congress people don't have any legal responsibility or moral or ethical responsibility. They don't have to tell us so-and-so just testified before us and told us about these alien crash retrievals. They don't have to tell us anything. So I believe what they're setting up here is another fairy tale that no one will be able to prove they're lying, but no one will be able to prove they're telling the truth either, which means these stories have absolutely positively no value. They, like all the Skinwalker Ranch stories and the Bob Lazar stories before this one that these two clowns have made millions of dollars on, are just stories, just anecdotes designed to entertain stupid people. It's not the truth. It's not provable. It's not verifiable. But boy, do they hype it up. And I'm going to share my screen. This is a transformative work. And let's get into it. Let's hear what the latest claims are. And I think it's very important that we view these latest claims and listen to these latest claims through the prism of knowing that these two people have made millions and millions of dollars selling stories that they have never proven were true for years now. Is this another attempt? Are they setting up some new documentary or some other big money cash grab where they're going to talk about these new latest anecdotes or stories that no one can prove or disprove are real? That's what I believe they're doing here. But I want you to make up your own mind. But please, please use your discernment. And we have to take into account the history of the people making the claims. Have these people made absolutely fantastical claims they claim were true before that turned out to be fake or that they cannot prove are true? Absolutely. Have these two people made millions of dollars telling stories no one can verify are really true stories like they claim? Absolutely they have. So what I don't know, what is the standard of evidence here? We've caught them before selling fake stories. We've caught them before claiming to have evidence and actually having none. We've caught them before doing the lie by omission in order to sell fake stories to stupid people. So looking at it through the lens of their history of being essentially UFO con artists that never make good on their promises of evidence or proof, that should give us some indication about whether the new claims they are making are factual and correct. But you can make up your own mind. Let's get into it, friends.
I'm looking forward to, George and I have some stuff coming out, a lot of stuff we've covered that we're going to be able to reveal a lot more information on, direct witness testimony. Just, you're going to hear from people that you wouldn't expect you'd be able to hear from, stuff George and I have talked about, but now you get to hear directly from those individuals. So I know in January that the UFO subject is going to blow up again because new information will be coming to light.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I really like and enjoy Kurt Jamongold's theories of everything when he's talking to real scientists, and but I think that he is really doing a disservice to all of the world by hosting UFO con artists. Kurt is not aware of these two history of lying to everybody, of hyping things up, or manufacturing fake stories around real world events like Bob Lazar's business being raided. I don't say that as a dig. That's just a statement of fact. Kurt has not investigated these people enough to call them on their crap when they start making these fantastical claims. So largely he just platforms them and then lets them tell fairy tales. And as much as I like and appreciate Kurt's work on the rest of his, guests and shows, I think he does a tremendous job. When it comes to these UFO con artist grifters, he's helping them sell these fairy tales. And that is a very dangerous place to be because he has a huge platform and he's letting these people who it can be proven have lied through their teeth before to sell fake stories, tell new fake stories. And that's a dangerous place to be as a show host. I don't envy Kurt's responsibility to not help these people sell fake stories. I certainly envy his reach and his huge bullhorn and platform. But I think along with a platform that big should come some responsibility to not just let people who we can prove in the past have sold fake stories use your platform to hype up some new project of theirs with no evidence and no proof. They offer no evidence and no proof here.
It's this was an exciting year, the end of the year, the signing of the NDAA and what that means moving forward. I mean, it's great. In a sense, it's sort of, to coin the old cliche, it's sort of the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end, because we're finally as a society moving toward trying to figure out, are these real, and are genuinely asking the question. And of course, Kurt, as you have learned, the answer is yes, they are real. And now maybe, in the years to come, Arrow, NASA, various scientific organizations that are now openly interested in the topic can address the bigger questions, the really important ones. Where are they from? Why are they here? Who are they? What's their interest in us? Once we get beyond the obvious question that our society has struggled with for 75 years, then we can start digging into the good stuff. And the tools are now in place to do that. Jeremy and I are aware of some of these whistleblowers who've been standing by, ready to chime in and tell Congress and others what they know. And
according to the legislation, they can tell Congress what they know, but they can't tell the American people what they know, to the best of my knowledge. So again, are they setting up a story that does not pass the test of falsifiability? And who are these people? Why don't you name them so that I can interview them and see what they have to say, so that anybody can interview them and see what they have to say, right? Isn't it convenient that nobody is allowed to talk to these people? We're just supposed to trust these two guys who have sold provably fake stories in the past, that this is all going to come out soon. And why are they echoing the sentiments of some of the other UFO con artist grifters that have been caught selling provably fake stories, like Ross Coulthart, for example?
In fact, we know that some of them have already done so.
Great. So some of them have already done so. What Congress people have they talked to? And so that I could call those Congress people and get a comment on it. Are George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, who are right now saying that people have already told members of Congress about these alien crash retrieval programs and all these things, fantastical things. And look at Corbell sitting there smiling like an idiot, right? He's got some new garbage to sell you, and he can't wait, right?
And when this comes out, it's assuming it comes out, man, it's going to be an explosion.
So Kurt, what George is talking about is what the whistleblower protections laws are being implemented for. We're talking about reverse engineering UFOs. We're talking about our government physically reverse engineering physical hardware that they suspect is from another world. So we're talking.
Well, that's a pretty fantastical claim. What is your evidence of that? What is your proof of that? We're talking about a person who pushed the Bob Lazar as being a true story. And he pushed Bob Lazar as being a true story by carefully manipulating and, creating an illusion through deception and through the lie by omission. Very problematic that this is the person who is saying this stuff. Honestly, I think I would believe Linda Moulton Howe saying this stuff before I would believe Jeremy Corbell. Maybe not.
About programs that are actively reverse engineering, actively exploiting these non-terrestrial technologies. That's the claim. And he's also talking about the idea that people have already utilized some of these internal mechanisms to establish where the hardware is. So this is something we have knowledge of, and we're hoping that this gets out to the public because it is happening. This education is being given on the inside.
Yeah, this education is being given on the inside, but nobody can verify that this education has been given to anyone. Nobody can talk to the people that have been told these things. Nobody can know the names of any of these whistleblowers they're claiming will be briefing members of Congress. It's very, very, very suspicious. This is very, very, very suspicious to me and to anybody who knows the history of the cosmic cons here that are telling us these things. So while I will say it would be amazing if this was true, it would be amazing if Bob Lazar's story was true. It's not, and they can't prove it is. It'd be amazing if all those Skinwalker Ranch stories are true. I don't believe they are because there's not a single shred of proof or evidence of any of those stories. But now we get new fantastical stories from the dynamic duo here, right? I would just caution everybody to be cautiously optimistic. When this happened, all over UFO Twitter and other places, Reddit, people are dropping this clip going, oh, disclosure's coming next year. Sure. Just like it was going to come in 2001. Remember? Does anybody remember that far back, 2001? Have you been here that long? When Stephen Greer promised that 2001 would be the year of disclosure, and all of this is going to come out, and we're finally going to get verification of these alien technologies and alien visitation on Earth. And then what happened? Well, Stephen Greer, the man who promised all that, just went on to scam the UFO community for millions of dollars for fake stories for 2 decades. And here we are now, right? Just like Jeremy Corbell hyped up the Bob Lazar story, we're taking the mic back and we're going to finally get the truth about the Bob Lazar story. And what we got is a documentary of him taking a shit on the toilet for 2 hours, right? A Hollywood actor mumbling nonsensically that you couldn't even understand him, and no new evidence or proof except for a picture of a hand scanner that was in Close Encounters of the Third Kind movie that Bob Lazar claims that he used to access the secret base. That's the only new information we got after 30 years, right? So it's important to remember that the cosmic con means you have to overpromise and underdeliver. I believe this is the overpromising, and eventually we'll see the underdelivering, right? But I think that these people should be held accountable for making these fantastical claims and statements with no evidence, no proof, and not allowing other journalists. And by the way, I don't mean me. Why don't they let these whistleblowers talk to Stephen Greenstreet or Mick West or somebody else that is on the skeptical side of these Fantasyland UFO alien stories? Why don't they let a credible journalist from, a reputable newspaper talk to these people? Or is this just more smoke, mirrors, and deception? I know what I believe. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Expand on that point where the hardware is. Expand on that. What do you mean?
Well, I'm not going to expand on that right this second, but this is something that's being told, within Congress, within the Senate Intelligence Committee, within whistleblowers coming forward, under IG investigations. They're looking into this. This is something.
Except nobody from the United States government will verify that what he is saying is correct. Go try. I did. You go try. Go try to get somebody from the Senate Intelligence Committee to verify that they've been talking to people about alien crash retrieval programs. And by the way, I think that this is another big bluff, and they could mean that there are certain people that will be saying things, real credible people like, I don't know, Dr. Eric Davis or Robert Salas, right, who claimed that UFOs shut down. I'm aware that he's supposed to testify before Congress or something like that. But Robert Salas has changed the story at least 3 times, and his stories get more and more fantastical. They began being very grounded, and there's huge problems with both Eric Davis and Robert Salas. So is that what they're talking about? UFO wackadoos are going to start making claims to Congress with no evidence, no proof, kind of like they make claims about Bob Lazar and Skinwalker with no evidence and no proof to prove it's true. I know what I think. Let me know what you think in the live chat and the comments.
That George and I know for sure is happening, the people involved, all the mechanics of it, and we hope it becomes public through the right channels. But it's important for people to know it's happening. This is not something theoretical.
Yeah,
it's happening.
I'll tell you, Kurt.
There's just no proof that it's happening, and no one from the United States government will verify what Jeremy Corbell is saying right now. So is the United States government lying? Are they going to go to the Men in Black and the government are still covering it up explanation that everybody goes to when they get caught over-promising and under-delivering? And by the way, this is a classic case of over-promising. And soon, I believe we're going to get to the under-delivering part and the inevitable big letdown. You remember, kind of like when Ross Coulthart came out and promised everybody that he had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. Cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. By the way, Michio Kaku never got back to me when I asked him if he knew that he was used in a scam to sell fake alien stories. This is what the cosmic cons do. They overpromise and then they underdeliver, and that leads to the inevitable big letdown. Now, I will say, I hope I'm 100% wrong, but given these two cosmic clowns' track record of telling fake fairy tale alien stories, I don't believe it. I believe that we're going to get some kind of ridiculousness, like Eric Davis saying, we have off-world vehicles, kind of like he did to the New York Times. And by the way, how can Eric Davis constantly claim he has all these NDAs and he's got top secret clearance so he can't talk about X, Y, or Z, but he can give newspaper reporters ridiculous quotes like he's briefing members of Congress? By the way, that's already happened. Eric Davis said that some time ago, that he was briefing members of Congress about alien off-world vehicles. Could that be what they're referring to when they say this has already happened? Which would mean that this whole thing is one big nothing burger. Because what came from that? Nothing. And you cannot show me one member of Congress who will verify he was briefed by Dr. Eric Davis, who, by the way, the United States Air Force once said that Eric Davis' research was crackpot science. He's not a credible scientist. I don't care what you say. Yeah, he's got some published papers. He's not a credible scientist. He's a UFO insider wannabe who always fails to deliver any real evidence, just like these two. So is that who they're talking about? People like Eric Davis, people like Robert Salas, both of which have been telling alien stories forever with no evidence, no proof, no corroboration, no smoking gun to prove that what they're saying is actually true. I know what I believe.
My first foray into this idea, the preposterous idea that we've got craft and materials from some other world, some other intelligence, was 33 years ago with Bob Lazar. And I know a lot of your listeners.
33 years, and he hasn't proven that story is true, but he's back with these new fantastical stories. Is it going to take him 33 years to prove what he's saying here is true, and he never will, kind of like he did with the Bob Lazar? And by the way, George Knapp, how much money did you make selling the Bob Lazar fairy tale? How much money did you make, Jeremy Corbell, selling the Bob Lazar fairy tale? Shouldn't you have to prove that fairy tale is true, like you claim, before you make any more money selling new fairy tales that you're claiming are true? I think so.
Will have problems with the Lazar story. I don't care anymore. I don't care. But at the time,
he doesn't care. And by the way, George Knapp, why don't you come here and debate me on the evidence that Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp, fake scientist who ran a whorehouse who never worked at Area 51? Are you an intellectual weakling? And is your evidence of Bob Lazar so weak it cannot withstand debate from someone like me? Or how about Jeremy Corbell? Why don't you come here and debate me on your evidence that Bob Lazar is telling the truth? And I will debate you on my evidence that Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp, fake scientist who ran whorehouses and other scams and never worked at Area 51, and his story is completely fake. Neither will do that. And by the way, I would be respectful. We could have a moderator so we don't talk over each other. They will not debate anybody who has even a good understanding of the overwhelming mountain of evidence that Bob Lazar is a liar, right? They won't go on anybody's show who might ask them about all of that evidence we have here, like Bob Lazar never worked at Area 51. Bob Lazar's entire educational credentials were fake. His whole story about his education is fake. He's a fake scientist, convicted pimp who ran a whorehouse. He was never a real scientist. Why won't they go on a show with somebody who will slap him in the face with some reality? Isn't that a little suspect about their claims that the stories are true? Listen, a true story stays true. A true story is a true story and can withstand debate even from skeptics or people who doubt the story. If the story is true, these two cosmic clowns would be able to withstand debate from someone like me. They will not, and they cannot, because they know that the evidence that Bob Lazar was never a real scientist, his education was fake, he never worked at Area 51, he never worked at S4. S4 doesn't exist. A real Area 51 security guard said he never stepped foot on the base. They told George Knapp that. He covered that up. These two clowns have covered up any evidence, or just refused to talk about any evidence that would indicate that Bob Lazar is what he really is. A convicted pimp who ran a whorehouse, fake scientist, con artist.
Time that I proposed that and presented that information in a news series, it was ridiculous even among a lot of UFO folks. Not so ridiculous anymore, because
no, that story is still ridiculous. Your convicted fake scientist pimp can't prove anything he said. But now you're going to bring other people that are going to say similar stories, and that somehow proves that the convicted pimp guy who ran a whorehouse, fake scientist, was telling the truth? No, it doesn't. False equivocation.
I mean, I have reported over the last couple of years is there were legacy UFO programs that have not been made public. There were efforts to take these materials, exotic materials of unknown origin, put them in the hands of aerospace companies, the big players, and try to figure out how they worked. And when Bob Lazar had that story a long time ago, people tisk and denied it and ridiculed it. Now, not so much, because some of these whistleblowers we're talking about or appearing before Congress now have already given statements, are there to tell them about the legacy programs, that they are real, that there are these exotic materials, that reverse engineering programs have been underway.
Notice he's very careful to say exotic materials. Exotic materials could be anything. Could be metamaterials, could be special alloys that our competitors in the world stage are using, right? What if China has some advanced metals that they're creating with 3D metal printers or something like that? And some of those drones or whatever aircraft they're designing with those exotic materials have crashed and we've recovered them. Very careful not to say it's alien, right? But I'm not saying it's alien, but it's aliens. That's the way the Cosmic Con game works. So they may have some information about some exotic materials being recovered, but I predict there will be no evidence or proof that any exotic materials are in fact alien in origin. And by alien, I mean no one will be able to prove that they were manufactured outside of our solar system or created from elements that were created or manufactured outside of our solar system.
The big question remaining is, will the public get to know about this? And can those materials be retrieved? If you hand them over to, say, a Lockheed or a Northrop or a company like that, is there a paper trail that says the ownership should be with the American public, that it has to be returned? And we don't know. These whistleblowers that we're talking about know where the bodies are buried, literally, and where the material is. I mean, down to the building. It's going to be really interesting to see if Congress makes that information public, because we know that.
Did you hear what he just said? That it'll be very interesting to see if Congress makes that information public. So now he has an out. They both have an out. If 6 months from now people start asking what happened to all that, those whistleblowers with the alien material, and they were telling Congress, and we're all going to find out about where those bodies are buried and where the alien material is and all that other stuff, right? And none of that ever happens, they could just blame Congress. Well, Congress decided to keep it a secret. They decided not to tell the American public. They're covering it up. We weren't lying. People did brief them, and they won't talk about it. This is the perfect way to sell a fake alien story, because no one will be able to definitively prove that they're lying here. But they won't be able to definitively prove that they're telling the truth, which again means that this will not pass the test of falsifiability, which means that this whole exchange is worthless information.
They've heard some of that testimony already.
And they verified some of that testimony, we know.
Who verified it? Can I talk to them? Will they tell me they verified it? The smugness of this guy, he's smiling because he knows that people like me or other people who are skeptical won't be able to prove that he's lying. I'll be able to tell you what I believe, but isn't it convenient? Okay, so what we get is that some whistleblowers are going to tell members of Congress exactly where the bodies are buried, exactly where the materials are, where the legacy programs are, who has the exotic materials or alien materials. But then members of Congress are going to have to decide whether they're going to tell the American public or not. So they have a wonderful out. When nothing happens, they'll just say, well, the government doesn't want to let it out, but we know that people talk to them about it. Great. So release the names of the people who you're saying are going to tell Congress this. These clowns have been selling fake stories for years. George Knapp for decades. Jeremy Corbell for at least a decade, right? Hasn't proven any of their previous fake stories. But hey, trust me, dude. That's how this works. Just trust me. Just trust me. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, I'm going to look into this new podcast from the Wonder Twins, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. For those of you unaware, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have been making millions of dollars for the past bunch of years selling a fake story about a convicted pimp fake scientist who claimed to work on alien spacecraft at Area 51. Just one problem: that man was never a scientist. That's the first problem. Second problem, he never stepped foot on Area 51. Third problem, Bob Lazar gets caught lying over and over and over again, including claiming to be a scientist at Los Alamos. But if you took the time to actually talk to or interview the scientists he worked for at Los Alamos, they will tell you that Bob was a low-level electronics technician. He was never a scientist. But hey, don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a great story that you could make millions of dollars selling. And let's be very clear, these two have made millions and millions of dollars selling a completely provably fake story about a convicted pimp that claimed to be a physicist, who, by the way, will not submit himself to speaking to real physicists. There's your first clue. That guy's not a real scientist. And despite what I think of Travis Taylor, even Travis Taylor says he's a fake scientist, convicted pimp, which is somewhat problematic because George Knapp and him are chummy, and he's giving interviews to George Knapp while saying that Bob Lazar is a fraud and a liar. Gets a little complicated. And let's not forget Skinwalker Ranch. These two clowns, well, I'm going to try to remain more objective and not get personal anymore. So I won't call George Knapp or Jeremy Corbell clowns. I may call them CIA disinformation assets, because if the shoe fits, they're going to have to wear it. There is a lot of things that are very problematic about George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. Things that I don't understand. Things that somebody needs to explain to me. For example, let's just take a quick example. Here's a quick example. Let's say a yeoman on a ship. I don't know what the titles are on a ship. Let's say that a United States Navy officer or enlisted man on a Navy ship sent me videos of unidentified flying objects buzzing the ship. That would be classified, that video. Navy officers aren't allowed to just send random UFO grifters videos off of the deck of aircraft carriers. That's not something that most Navy people would do, because they could be prosecuted and thrown out of the Navy for it. But we're all supposed to believe that multiple times now, Jeremy Corbell is getting leaked classified information over and over and over again. Even by his own admission, he claims that he's getting leaked classified information from Navy sources. Here's one of my favorites. And by the way, before we dig deep into this, is it too much to ask for that some of these people who have made millions of dollars selling provably fake stories get forced to prove the stories they've already made millions from are true before they come with new fantastical stories with no evidence, new fantastical claims with no proof? But that's the reality, or that's the reality I think I'd like. They've made millions of dollars selling Skinwalker stories, millions of dollars selling Bob Lazar, a provably fake, convicted pimp, fake scientist, right? They haven't proven those stories are true, but what do? They come to us with more and new fantastical stories. And here's one of my favorite of Jeremy Corbell's fantastical stories.
My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there.
I have seen the logs. I have seen the videos. We have attempted shoot downs of UAPs on a regular basis. We're talking as recently as last Friday.
My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there.
I have seen the logs. I have seen the videos. We have attempted shoot downs of UAPs on a regular basis. We're talking as recently as last Friday.
So here's the problem with that. Who's showing Jeremy Corbell logs that would be, by definition, classified off of Navy vessels that are shooting at so-called unidentified aerial phenomenon or UFOs? Anyone who showed Jeremy Corbell logs or videos from those encounters would be fired and would be arrested and would be prosecuted under the Espionage Act. You can't just share Navy ship logs with some UFO clown grifter. Damn it, I did it again. Investigative filmmaker. You can't do that. You would be arrested if you were a Navy officer who did that. And by the way, Corbell never showed any proof of that claim. That's an awfully huge, fantastical claim. And when myself and other people who actually know how these things work, by the way, my father was a career Navy man. So I know a little bit about how this works. You can't just show a reporter or anybody that's not in the Navy logs and videos of naval encounters where they're shooting at anything, identified or otherwise. If you did, the feds would be at your door. You would lose your commission in the Navy. You would lose your pension and all your benefits from the Navy. You would lose your paycheck. Then you would be criminally prosecuted for leaking that information. But we're all supposed to believe that Jeremy Corbell gets leaked classified information from the Navy and the government and the Pentagon all the time. That's the first problem with how you know that something is not right here. Something is just not right with Jeremy Corbell and his various claims of getting classified information from government sources. He does so routinely. So I reached out to Susan Go, the Pentagon spokesperson, and I asked, are any of the people leaking all of this classified information to Jeremy Corbell, and by extension, I suppose, George Knapp? Or is anybody being investigated? Is there an investigation, or are Navy personnel just allowed to freely give Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp classified information from government sources with absolutely no repercussions? And do we know, are these Navy personnel selling this information to Corbell? Some of them may be smart enough to realize that Corbell is making millions of dollars selling these UFO stories. Maybe they want a piece of the pie. Then it for sure becomes a problem with the Espionage Act. You certainly can't just leak classified information to reporters or outside people outside of the military, logs, videos. You can't leak any of that to people outside of that armed forces network, right? Only people who are cleared within that branch of the military service can even see that material. So is there an investigation into the people that are leaking, quite possibly selling this information to Corbell? Crickets. Why can't I get an answer to a very simple question? And it is a very simple question. And this is what leads me to believe in the whole op narrative. If I was in possession of the kind of information that Jeremy Corbell claims is routinely just leaked to him, I would be prosecuted. I would be facing criminal charges if I was getting those leaks. If you were getting those leaks and then disseminating them on the internet, you too would be prosecuted. You too may face criminal charges for taking information and putting it out there on the internet, especially for profit. If anybody does this, they get prosecuted. But somehow Jeremy Corbell, what does he have? Does he have a permission slip from the government? Here, Jeremy, everybody that wants to leak classified information can just leak it to you with no investigations, no repercussions, and you can make millions of dollars selling this taxpayer-funded information to whoever you want. This is our first clue that something is not right with Jeremy Corbell. So there's two possibilities here. Either he's lying and he's not getting anything classified, or he's getting a pass from the government. And why would the government give him and all the people leaking him this information a pass? Let's review quickly. Let's review some of Jeremy Corbell's claims. We're going to start with Corbell. But before we do, I think it's important that we recognize some of the other people calling out Jeremy Corbell. The only person that I'm aware of that's been calling out Corbell longer than me is Solar Marshal and Alien Scientist. And here's a quote from Alien Scientist. Jeremy lied about the hand scanners. He lied about the FBI raid on United Nuclear. He lied about Bob Thigpen and other whistleblowers that didn't exist. And he lied about having a piece of Element 115. I think that we can clearly establish that Jeremy Corbell is a proven liar. Jeremy Rise, Alien Scientist, goes on to say he is not a reliable source of information on UFOs. But let's review, because this, I think, is an important point that I don't understand how everybody misses this. I don't understand how people miss that Jeremy Corbell is constantly claiming that he's getting classified information from classified briefings or classified activities going on Navy ships, and nobody gets arrested. There's no investigation. And if you ask a Defense Department about this, crickets. They don't even get back to you. Now, I will admit that there's something that I call podcast bias. If you send questions to a Pentagon spokesperson and under your name is writer New York Post or writer New York Times or Washington Post or some prestigious news organization, you may get a reply. But I'm not the only podcast host or show host who has commented on the fact that if you don't have impressive credentials, you often get zero. They just don't even reply, which that's a whole other issue. But it's something that we have to recognize, and I have to recognize, because I don't want people to take the fact that they won't reply to my questions or demands for information as something nefarious. It's just, this is how the system works. They don't want to waste time talking to podcasters. And I've been told that by somebody high up within the Defense Intelligence Agency once. They said, to be honest with you, we just don't reply to certain outlets. It is what it is. But let's review here, because this is important, and somebody maybe can explain this to me. So Jeremy Corbell at one time, let's forget all about selling the Bob Lazar mythology, and let's forget all about him selling the Skinwalker Ranch when there was that Patient 17 where he didn't prove anything once again. But according to Jeremy Corbell's own claims, he was leaked footage from onboard Navy vessels that would be classified by nature. If there are unidentified aircraft swarming Navy ships and someone on that ship takes a video of that with their phone or any other device, they can't just leak it to the press. They can't just leak it to members of the media, journalists, if you want to call George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell that. They cannot just leak that information. They can't do it. Again, they would lose their pension, they would get thrown out of the Navy, and more, criminally prosecuted, and more. He claimed to be in possession of footage from Navy ships by crewmen. In other words, crewmen were on the ship when the pyramid UFOs were around and leaked him information. Again, those people would be prosecuted. He even had some footage that was apparently from inside a Navy ship control room, being filmed with what appeared to be a phone. That, of course, would be classified. Again, you as a Navy crewman can't go into the control room and start making videos of radar screens and other control apparatus on board the ship and then just give it to whoever you want to. There would be consequences for that. Next, Jeremy Corbell claims that he's seeing logs from Navy ships and videos of Navy ships shooting at UFOs. Again, anytime a Navy ship fires on anything, there would be incident reports and a mountain of paperwork, and all would be classified. You cannot, as a Navy crewman, just show logs to Jeremy Corbell. So again, we have to ask ourselves, in all these instances, is Jeremy Corbell lying about the information that he claims is being leaked to him? Or is he getting a pass from the United States government, and the United States Navy, and the Department of Defense, and everyone else? Does everyone believe that the United States government would just say, sure, you can leak all this information to a UFO profiteering huckster who's been selling fake stories about convicted pimp fake scientists and making millions of dollars for years? Sure, just leak whatever you want. Do you want to film the control room of a Navy ship and send it to Jeremy Corbell? Go ahead. No consequences. There won't be any consequences whatsoever. Do you want to stand on the deck of an aircraft carrier that's being swarmed by Chinese drones and then just give it to Jeremy Corbell? Sure, go ahead. There won't be any consequences. We won't investigate it. We won't arrest anybody. We won't throw anybody out of the Navy. Go ahead. Oh, and while we're on that, if you as a Navy shipman, crew member, want to show Jeremy Corbell logs from UAP or UFO encounters where ordinances were used, where we shot at UFOs or shot at UAP, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. Leak all that information to Jeremy Corbell and nothing will happen to you. We won't investigate Corbell or Knapp. We won't investigate you. We won't throw you out of the armed forces. We won't take away your pension. We won't criminally prosecute anyone. So what do we believe here? Again, there's only two possibilities. Either Corbell is lying about sources and methods of how he's obtaining this information and this stuff that he is sharing, or Jeremy Corbell is the golden boy of the media, and he gets a pass on obtaining all of this classified information. I'm not sure what to believe, but sometimes when I look at some of these things, I think that there are certainly members of the media, or let's call them useful idiots, that are in cooperation with intelligence agencies. And I'm talking to you, Leslie Keene, right? Who wrote that 2016 article that was filled with factual inaccuracies, right? No vetting, no fact checking, a useful idiot that would get whatever message this op wanted put out. And isn't it interesting? 2016, we can view from a lens now. We can view from the lens of time and all that water under the bridge. And what happened as a result of what some would call an op? Major funding increases for UFOs and UAP. Major, billions of dollars was somehow appropriated, generated, and given to the defense industry to deal with UFOs. More money for Space Force and UFOs, UAP Task Force, Aero, all kinds of money. And all, if you ask me, as a result of that 2016 article in the New York Times, which was completely and totally factually inaccurate and incorrect, and the efforts of some of these people like Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo. That's another thing. How do you take UFO videos out of the Pentagon and then profit from them for 5 years? And there's little or no pushback. That's another one of those questions that the United States government won't answer for me. So I'm left with more questions than answers. And let's not forget, where did Jeremy Corbell come from? Well, apparently he came from being a trust fund kid in California with very wealthy parents and he's never had a real job, 9-to-5 real job in his life, near as I can tell. He worked for his parents who owned a lot of property. Then he was an artist. He was a jujitsu guy, inventing something called quantum jujitsu, which doesn't really exist. And also, he was a yoga teacher. That's exactly who I want to get all of my UFO information from. Let's take a look at Jeremy Corbell before people knew him as the UFO guy.
I've never done warrior yoga before, so we're going to go check it out.
Hi, I'm Jeremy. Nice to meet you.
Tell me, what is warrior yoga?
Warrior yoga is a method or a methodology of the study of yoga based upon the concept of the martial way. I began studying yoga when I was 9 years old. I studied jiu-jitsu at the same time, and I found that the practice of yoga helped me to become a better competitor at first and allowed me to relax my mind and my body and get me kind of more able to practice the martial arts. And then after time, yoga became a focus for all of my students and my martial arts schools around the U.S. And now everybody uses it for competition and also just for basic classes. The response has been, overwhelming in every area of life and every kind of person. And, it's just something I guess you'll have to try for yourself.
I think so. So where do people go to learn more information?
You can go to warrioryoga.org, or you can, try the class right now. See how that is.
Well, I'm here for that. Let's do it.
Let's do it. You always got to flex first thing in warrior yoga.
Okay, I can do it.
We're going to clap 3 times, bow, and say Namaste. Namaste. Inhale, extend out, clap the back. Exhale, shoot back, chaturanga. Inhale, upward dog. Bend the knees, look forward, inhale. And exhale, float. Double fold.
Give me the towel. Now.
Exhale it. Okay, so inhale, lifting, warrior 1. Exhale, push. Inhale, open. Good. Exhale, reverse. So thank you for coming to Warrior Yoga today. I hope you enjoyed the class. And I will see you next week at 7. Attention, deep inhale. And bow. Namaste.
So, thanks for hanging out with us today at Warrior Yoga. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I had a great time, really toning the muscles, toning the mind, and now I have to go take a shower. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I totally enjoyed myself. I hope you did too. You know what? It always reminds me just how stiff I actually am. I am so not limber. I'm the opposite of limber. So all those things, my arm going up is a problem. Grasshopper, are you interested in giving it a try? Well, maybe so.
Yeah, let's all give warrior yoga a try. Saw a comment. I'm not sure if you're being serious. Corbell doesn't deserve this abuse. This is not abuse. This is questions. Moody Mongol, do you know that if I was in possession of classified information from a United States Navy vessel, I would be criminally prosecuted? How does Corbell get away with that? That's all I'm asking, and that's a very valid question. Of course, he always has some excuse. This is unclassified from a classified briefing. This doesn't make any sense at all. And we're going to see some, I have some articles to share on that. Here we go. Let's share this. This is not how any of this works. That's why I have questions. According to the podcasters, the picture itself is not classified, but the footage that it was taken from was part of a classified briefing produced by the Pentagon's now defunct Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force. So who declassified the still image? Why is Jeremy Corbell allowed to share still images from classified briefings for profit? Am I allowed to do that? No, I can't. I can't do that. I would be prosecuted if I had information from a classified briefing and I shared it on the internet. So these are very valid questions. And 1 second. Oh, and we have some excellent information coming to us from Cosmic Neighbors. Cosmic Neighbors, I'm going to send you a show invitation link. 1 second. We'll invite Cosmic Neighbors to talk about what he found. He filed some FOIA requests about these classified matters. Yeah. I'm going to have trouble reading that, Ron. I wish I would have saw that before. 1 second. 1 second, friends. Just bear with me. I'm going to save these off so that I can actually read them. Sometimes people forget that I'm visually impaired, so it makes reading small print difficult. All right, I got him saved off. I've sent Ron. Yeah, so let's get back to this. So, according to the podcasters, the picture itself is not classified, but the footage that was taken from part of a classified briefing produced by the Pentagon's now defunct Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Forces. And let's get to something else I found, which is John from the Black Vault. Unlike the previous images and things that Corbell was sharing, that the government said, yeah, that was taken on aboard a Navy ship or did come from government sources, they have not in the case of this latest image. And 1 second, let me get that. Boy. Okay, here I have that information. Let me share with John from the Black Vault. He checked into this latest. Oh, you know what? Let's share the image first, and I have some questions about this latest image. And again, this image was apparently leaked from a classified briefing and then used to promote a monetized new podcast by Jeremy Corbell. Again, profit-driven. This is amazing. It's amazing. Can I get some classified information from classified briefings so that I can promote my show? No, of course I can't. But somehow Corbell, he gets a free pass. They're giving him stills from classified briefings. The video in the classified briefing is classified, but somehow a still image taken from that classified video from the classified briefing is not classified. So somebody needs to explain this to me. But this is the latest photo that they use to monetize their curiosity. And according to Corbell and Knapp, show a spherical object tracking along an aircraft. And again, with the lie by omission. Here's something important. Why was the GPS location data redacted or withheld from the still image? Could it be that they didn't want us to see that? And why did we get the still image and not the video? There's a reason we didn't get the video. And I don't believe that reason is because it's great video. Yeah, and let me go to my Google Drive here. I'm gonna upload these images that Ron sent me. You'll have to bear with me. I apologize, friends, but I cannot read this one bit. And let me upload them, and then I'll be able to size them, so I'll be able to read them. All right, we get them going. And oh, while we're okay, so that's enough of this image. This image is carefully manipulated data used to sell a story. We didn't get the whole story because we got what we always get from Corbell and Knapp, the lie by omission. just give the data points or the information that would seem to suggest. Oh, he just sent me a PDF. Come on, Ron, get on the ball. Let me see if I can't find that. Yeah, let me hope that my Gmail wants to cooperate with me. Yes, here we go. All right, so this is very, very interesting. All right, and we're going to share this as a Truth Seekers exclusive, I guess. I'm sure Ron may have shared this, but I don't. Let me make it a little bigger so that there we go. All right, and I will be sharing this is about Corbell and his so-called leaks. This letter is response to your Freedom of Information submitted to Naval Inspector General's office on November 4th. Your request was processed in accordance. Okay. You have been categorized as a media requester, and as such, only duplication fees. Okay. USS Kidd, USS Rafael Perlata, USS Russell, USS John Finn, USS Paul Hamilton conducted a thorough search of their spaces for responsive records. After their search, the ships informed our office that they could not locate any records of investigations or otherwise, and therefore no records exists. So that means that all these people that Corbell claims he's getting essentially classified information from, there's no investigations, just as I said. If you have questions regarding the processing of your request, you may contact Mr. Juan Lopez, Command FOIA Coordinator. Yeah. So essentially, there's no investigations. Information on the videos UAP-UAV that were leaked to a documentary filmmaker and reporter Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp from some of the ships. Your request was referred to this office. Your request was processed. And so essentially what they said, after their search, the ships informed our office they could not locate any records of investigations or otherwise, and therefore no records exist. So this means we have more questions. Who's lying then? Is Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp lying about where they're getting this information from? They named the ships, right? Are the ships and their crew and their commanders derelict in their duty to protect classified information? Does Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp just get a pass for their apparently leaking, getting classified leaks? And listen, here's the thing. I just want a level playing field. So what I'd like is, and thank you, Ron, that was very, very helpful, actually, because that confirms what I've already been trying to establish, which is these people are claiming that they're getting leaks of very sensitive information from military sources, and there's no investigations. This makes absolutely no sense. If these people were truly getting leaks from these ships, the captain, other officers involved, the intelligence officers on board the ship, they would want to know who's leaking all this information to Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. But apparently, there's no investigations into any of this, which again means one of two things. Either Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are lying about where they're getting the information from, or they're getting a pass for being in possession of very sensitive, probably classified information on these topics. And again, hey, can I sign up for this? Can I sign up and get, the classified information so that I can monetize it and make money off of taxpayer-funded stuff too? Or does just George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell get to make money off of leaks off of Navy ships? None of this makes any sense. None of this makes any sense. It just leaves me with more questions for the Navy. Why aren't they investigating then? They said that's where they got the information from, right? I don't understand any of this. I don't understand any of this. But now Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are on to new new stories to sell us. But I think it's very, very important that we realize that they've already sold us a lot of stories and haven't proven them. Like Element 115, right? And hey, let's not forget. Oh, I love Stephen Greenstreet and what he did with those stories George Knapp was telling about Skinwalker Ranch. You know, the smoking dogs and the
She saw this standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at her.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to know, but my even better than that one is the dog man.
They come down this dirt road one night and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures, standing up with their backs to the road and looked like they were smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up and they shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around and they were dogs.
The dog men of Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah. And what amazes me is that these guys have made millions of dollars. And, you know, when we get into where the evidence is, Stephen Greenstreet also did an excellent job pointing out that George Knapp, who's made millions of dollars selling Skinwalker Ranch stories and claimed in his book that his book was all based on all kinds of forensic and collected evidence on Joe Rogan, had to admit he didn't have any evidence.
But no evidence of any kind to back up any of these stories has ever been presented. George Knapp, who's built an entire career around stories of UFOs and the paranormal, and who was one of the authors of the Hunt for the Skinwalker book, was asked about evidence on the Joe Rogan show.
Because they weren't there with cameras.
Is there any evidence?
Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, they don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator.
At this point, Knapp begins telling more stories about UFOs on and near the ranch. Rogan then interrupts and asks again.
Is there any evidence?
No, not really.
Oh.
If you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, and they don't have it.
Oh. Knapp saying there's no proof or evidence is quite strange, considering the book Knapp co-authored says this: "We obtained an intriguing body of physical evidence to support many of the accounts described in the book." Okay, so where is that intriguing body of physical evidence?
There is none. There's no evidence. He wrote a whole book and made millions of dollars off of stories, anecdotes with no evidence. And this, I suppose, is why I have a problem with them monetizing their curiosity and coming out with this podcast, which is all new stories and new BS that they want to sell us, but they've never proved the last BS. Like, can you prove that before you come up with new stories, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell? Of course not. And it gets even better when we get to George Knapp, because I love the stories of the Element 115. Constantly, George Knapp, many different media appearances, claims that he knows where absolute proof of Bob Lazar's story is, and someday he's going to dig it up, right? Why would he not do that in 1989, right? It's 2023. You've had since 1989 to show us the proof that Bob Lazar's not a fraud, but you haven't. Is that maybe because he's a convicted pimp fake scientist who tells science fiction fantasy stories and you bought it, George Knapp? Element 115. Remember those stories that you told about Element 115?
And in the Jeremy Corbell documentary about Bob Lazar, there is an allusion that Bob still has an Element 115. Does he really have an Element 115?
Well, I can tell you that he did have it because I saw it. You know, I was at his house. You know, he had it in it was a pewter sort of a device that he had created to sort of protect it from unwanted rays and things and particles, and it was in his house. He took it out one time, and they did an experiment called a cloud chamber experiment, in which they could show that this element 115 affected gravity. It bent light, in essence. He thought it was real. His friends thought it was real. The government seems to have thought it was real because they came looking for it a bunch of times. They came looking a bunch of times, and if I believe that Bob has put that away somewhere in a place where nobody's going to find it unless he wants to break it out. I've tried to convince him that he should, but I think he probably sees that as his insurance policy that keeps him alive, because there have been threats both against him and against me and likely against Jeremy Corbell.
Yeah, lots of threats about an imaginary space element that doesn't exist. Well, it exists, but not in the form that Bob Lazar said. And it gets even better when you get to the element 115, because during one media appearance where George Knapp was getting paid handsomely to tell, flying saucer stories, he claimed that he knew where the element 115 was buried. And someday he was going to dig it up and, prove all these naysayers wrong. And by the way, George Knapp, I am sending you a goddamn shovel. George Knapp, you got called out by me. You say you know where the element 115 is buried. I'm sending you a shovel, dude. I'm sending you a shovel. Dig it up. Show it to us, you liar.
Folks are doing, and anti-gravity propulsion is something they want very badly. Bob said that the key to it was this element 115. He had a piece of it. I saw it. In fact, he had a little experiment they did with what's called a cloud chamber, where it looked to me like light. They had a piece of this 115 in this chamber. They put some smoke in it, and and then had a beam of light through it, and the light bent. Bob, at one point, when he thought he was going to die, had this piece of 115 it was in a lead casing, in a disc-shaped casing, and he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with, I don't know, it's protons or electrons, whatever it was, that would make it explode, an annihilation that would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. Now, he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it, that's a story for another time. It's in a spot now where nobody could get to it, but it's still there. One of these days, maybe after Bob's gone, I'll go dig it up. The Defense Department folks are doing.
Yeah, he knows exactly where that element 115 is buried. And someday he's going to dig it up. So I'll send you a shovel, George Knapp. I'll go there with you. I'll dig it up for you. You're an old dude, right? I can dig a hole. Let's go find the element 115, George Knapp. You got paid to tell that story. And by the way, another wonderful part of that story is that he claims Bob Lazar had a particle accelerator in his bedroom. Go talk to anybody that's a real physicist. There's no such thing as a particle accelerator that will fit in somebody's bedroom or house, right? And apparently, Bob Lazar was going to blow up Las Vegas. Did he call the police? Did he call the local authorities? Did he call like Homeland Security and alert them that somebody was about to blow up the whole city of Las Vegas? No reports of that. But hey, it's a great story that you can sell and tell people while you're getting paid to tell great stories, right? I'll give George Knapp this. He's a great storyteller. That's that dog thing. Oh, that dog thing is awesome. The smoking dogs. They were dogs, 2 dogs, and they were smoking. Oh, it's wonderful. But let's get back to, before we get into the video, and by the way, we're not going to share much of the video because I know that Corbell is an intellectual coward and a weakling. And even though George Knapp is a journalist and knows fully what fair use is, I'm still concerned that we'll get a false copyright strike. And by the way, lawyer letters are standing by. We're going to share portions of the video. If Corbell wants to get the strike reverted to him, because we will clearly show fair use in our use of a clip from his podcast, He's free to do that, but the strike will revert to him. I have won 21 false copyright claims or strikes with my excellent lawyer letters. Yeah. Okay. So let's get back to this. Let's get back to this photo that's apparently from Iraq. And again, you know, here's the thing. If this is from war operations in Iraq, why would it just be legal for somebody to leak it to Jeremy Corbell? It wouldn't be. But we're supposed to believe that somehow it would be okay. And Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp get a pass because they are, you know, they need something to sell on their new podcast, something to really kick it off. So they've got an exclusive photo from apparently classified operations taking place in Iraq, and but people are allowed to leak photos of that to Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. I say no. And further arguments to prove that they're not telling us the truth come through John Greenwald, who says about that Mosul orb leak recently published by Jeremy Corbell, the Pentagon refuses to comment. Quote, "We're not going to comment on remarks by unnamed sources citing alleging leaks from a classified report. This is definitely a change from their comments on the 2021 images." She also added to the Black Vault on Friday that DoD takes public interest in UAP seriously. The department is committed to openness and accountability to the American people, which it must balance with its obligation to protect sensitive information sources and methods. AARO is working to develop a means to provide updates to the public on UAP cases, including sharing the analytic approach and method used. When able to obscure and protect sensitive information, AARO will work to declassify and clear material for release to the public. So I don't understand then. Who's lying? Is Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp lying about where that photo came from? Or is the Pentagon lying? Again, quote, "We're not going to comment on remarks by unnamed sources alleging leaks from a classified report." Well, Jeremy Corbell said that that was leaked from a classified report, and we have confirmation of that in various news outlets. Again, I've already shared that article where they said it was somehow unclassified still from a classified UAP briefing that contained a video that was 4 seconds long. So I don't understand. In normal circumstances, I couldn't just take a still from a classified video and then release it, and certainly not make money on it on YouTube. But somehow Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are perfectly able to do that just fine. None of this makes any sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. Something's not right. Somebody's not telling us the truth. Somebody is lying to us. Do I believe the government's lying to us? Probably. The government's always lying to us. But it's just curious that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp get to continue to claim that they're in possession of information from classified sources that they're allowed to monetize, they're allowed to sell and make money from, and none of the rest of us are allowed to do that. I'm not getting classified still images or unclassified still images from classified videos, from UAP reports, from a task force in the Pentagon, but they are. If none of this makes any sense to you, welcome to the club, because none of this makes any sense to me, which means there's a few possibilities here. Either George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are lying about their sources, or the government is lying about them having these sources, and the government is also helping UFO grifters, or I shouldn't have said that, UFO investigators, let's call them that, monetize everyone's curiosity and make a boat ton of money selling stuff that's coming directly out of the Pentagon. Which, again, leads me to question, why can't I get some of these leaks and sell them on my show? Why can't some of the other shows that cover these topics get these leaks and sell them on their shows? Why is it always Knapp and Corbell? Unless it's an op and they're useful idiots, right? Look up Project Mockingbird. Sometimes people think I'm crazy. Did you know that the CIA infiltrated every aspect of American media years and years ago? And then Barack Obama made it legal to literally use propaganda against the American people for whatever reason you want. So I don't trust the government, and I certainly don't trust UFO profiteering hucksters, investigators. I'm trying to be more fair and balanced and not get personal, but it's easy. I get pissed off about this. I'm not getting any classified information, right? I'm not getting leaks of classified images that are unclassified. And how does that work? You got a still image from something you claim was a classified briefing, and you're saying it was unclassified. Who unclassified it? Lou Elizondo? I don't think so. He's not working there no more. Like, this is the minutia that they don't want you to think about. These are those little things that they don't want you to ask questions about. But we have to ask these questions because none of this makes any sense. And if I'm confused or unable to reach a reasonable, determination about something being truthful or not, I ask questions. That's natural. And all of us should ask questions. Everything here is muddying the waters. And we can talk for a moment about Elizondo, George Knapp, and Jeremy Corbell muddying the waters, right? Are they doing national security a favor with all their UFO profiteering? Or are they endangering national security? Because everybody's running around looking for aliens and not looking for Chinese spy balloons, Chinese drones, right? And by the way, a great deal of Jeremy Corbell's so-called alien spacecraft have been proven to be drones. Why aren't they talking about that? How many times are they going to get it wrong? Got it wrong on Bob Lazar. Got it wrong on the pyramid spaceships. That weren't pyramid spaceships. They were drones. Government admits that drones were swarming Navy ships, likely Chinese. So who's leaking possible Chinese drones swarming Navy ships to Jeremy Corbell so that he can make a boatload of money with George Knapp telling us they're aliens? For all we know, they could be working for the Chinese government. Do I believe that? Not really, but it's a possibility. If you were the Chinese government and you were surveilling or harassing Navy ships with your drones, wouldn't it be great if you could find two useful idiots who would run around claiming that they were spaceships, they were aliens that were swarming the ships so that you could just continue to harass and surveil Navy ships with your Chinese drones? That possibility is just as probable as aliens, right? And what about all the times they get it all wrong, right? How many times has Corbell gotten it wrong? Apparently, every time, because every time he releases something, it gets debunked as not what he claimed it was, right? And he's still clinging to the pyramid spaceships, claiming he has all kinds of witnesses, and it was definitely not drones. That's what he says. But more images, you can look on our previous videos here. The Navy has released a video that is 100% what Jeremy was releasing. Looks like a green triangle, right? They say it was drones. Jeremy says it was spaceships, right? I don't understand. I don't understand how Jeremy can continue making money off of drone footage, right? And here, I will. Right? Pyramid spaceships. And this is released direct from the Navy. Navy drone video. Jeremy Corbell lied.
On board USS Russell in session 3
3217 North, 11957 West, operating in SoCal hop area. Of course, 270 true, speeds 59, at time 04240. We have visual of 4 probable unidentified drones.
Unidentified drones. And by the way, do you notice how this one has the audio? That's another thing Corbell does, right? Why is there no audio to the videos that he released? Could it be because there's a Navy ship person saying unidentified drones in the audio, and he does not want you UFO people to hear that it's drones? Let's back that up, and we'll hear this person again say it's drones.
4240. We have visual of 4 probable unidentified drones with course unknown and speed unknown. Contacts are operating in a range of 1,000 yards and holding.
The person taking this film clearly stating that these are unidentified, but they're drones. Corbell stripped his video of the audio. The lie by omission, right? In order to sell the story, you can't have a guy in there saying it's drones. That'll ruin the whole alien story and the pyramid spaceships. If there's a Navy person taking the film saying it's drones, it was drones.
Tail numbers are unknown.
By the way, there were 2 videos released by the Navy that they called drones that were suspiciously similar to Jeremy Corbell's video, right? Except Jeremy Corbell's didn't have the audio. The audio was taken out. And this is the careful manipulation of data, the manicuring of the data in order to sell the story. Remember, we've talked about this time and time again. In order to sell a good UFO story, sometimes you have to do the lie by omission. What do I mean? Well, if there's a guy on the audio saying it's drones, you have to remove the audio and just show the video. Otherwise, it ruins selling the story. It's amazing that Jeremy Corbell is able to manipulate people's perceptions so easily like that. Just remove the audio. Just remove the audio and you won't know, right? You won't know that it's likely drones. Because again, if it's a drone in the footage, it's not going to help you sell the story. So we're going to get into this Jay Stratton as well. So the big story from Corbell is now they've got another government insider, another intelligence operative. And we've talked about this before. What happens when the United States government sends an intelligence operative into the UFO community? Well, we've seen it happen before in the form of Richard Doty. He drove a man absolutely crazy, and some would say was responsible for the death of Paul Benowitz. But more than that, we've also seen what happens when an intelligence operative is sent into the UFO community. And I believe this Jay Stratton, who many people have been tracking for some time, trying to get information from or stories from, he's going to be sort of like the new Lou Elizondo. And one might ask themselves, we did a whole show on this, all the CIA and intelligence operatives' infiltration into the UFO community. Why? Why are there so many people that work for the CIA or the DIA or pick an alphabet soup agency? Why are there so many intelligence people suddenly involved in the UFO community? We've got John Ramirez, he's CIA. We've got Lou CIA Elizondo. I don't think we have confirmation he's CIA, but I believe he is. Lifetime intelligence officer. Now, and we've also got Gary Nolan, who claimed he worked for the CIA, right? And we've also now got this Jay Stratton. But let's not forget what intelligence operatives' jobs are, especially counterintelligence. And I think Dark Journalist sort of nailed that point much better than I could. So let's take a listen.
It's about truth. It's about disclosure. It's about transparency. And if it means that I don't get my day in the spotlight, then that's okay, because it's not about that. It never was about that. I didn't leave the Department of Defense because I wanted my day in the spotlight. I left the Department of Defense, ironically enough, to finish the very mission they gave me in the first place. I didn't ask for it. I'm not a UFO guy. I'm not a ufologist. I never have been. I never will be. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. But I'm not a UFO guy. And so for me, it's all about the truth. Whether I'm hunting a terrorist or a spy or a UFO, the bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. It just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. It just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth.
The Central Intelligence Agency is set up to deceive. That's what their job is, in fact. Counterintelligence, Lou, counterintelligence means I have to lie. That's my job. So what is counterintelligence? What are some of the methods? That's something that the UFO field could study instead of people going off about, did Lou make a comment? That doesn't go anywhere. What is that going to do for you? Who cares about Lou Elizondo ultimately, except as a pawn of the CIA threat motion? Otherwise, it's just drivel, right? So, and how, it could be anybody. They could have gotten someone else instead in that program and dressed them up for the part. I don't think, it's not a special kind of assignment that they got for Lou. I just think that he kind of fit what they were doing, and they felt this is a guy who can pull it off. He's done a lot of counterintelligence. But I think what's important is, what is counterintelligence? Just in a nutshell, I need to deceive another country about what my activities are, militarily, espionage-wise, etc. And I need them to believe that something is happening that's totally different from what is actually happening. So I need to create a counter narrative to the truth. That's counterintelligence. I need to lie to get people to believe. So therefore, Elizondo has a lot of experience. He's a professional liar. That's just a fact. And expecting the truth from people like that, or the Central Intelligence Agency, counterintelligence agents in general, is craziness. Whoever thought of such a thing? And so the way they've rolled it out and packaged it up and put a lot of money behind it and the media behind it, yes. But I think we've come past a phase, we are all kind of graduating in our own awareness, and this is pretty obvious. So this one is getting pretty wobbly.
Yeah, this one's getting pretty wobbly. And do you know what else is getting pretty wobbly? The continued infiltration into the UFO community of intelligence assets. That's what I'll call them, intelligence assets. John Ramirez, he's an intelligence asset. Gary Nolan, by his own admission, worked for the CIA. He must be an intelligence asset. Lou Elizondo, counterintelligence officer, he's an intelligence asset. Now we have a new person, and we've had James Lukatsky as well, another intelligence guy. We've had Christopher Mellon, an intelligence guy. We've got Steve Justice, Black Projects guy, intelligence guy. Things are getting really, really crazy, if you ask me. And I'll share my screen here. This is the CV or resume of this Jay Stratton. Office of Naval Intelligence, Senior Analyst, Nimitz Operational Intelligence Center. So he was involved directly with the Nimitz. Mr. Stratton entered senior executive service in September 2018. He has accumulated over 32 years of experience in progressively responsible positions with the United States Army, United States Air Force Reserve, and the U.S. Federal Civil Service. Mr. Stratton is currently the Senior Analyst, Nimitz Operational Intelligence Center, Office of Naval Intelligence. He has since been hired in the private sector by Radiance Technologies, right? And we'll get into that. It's another rabbit hole. As the center senior analyst, he is responsible for delivering comprehensive intelligence to Navy leadership and representing the Navy as a senior member of the intelligence community. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Stratton served as the Director of Intelligence with the Joint Warfare Analysis Center, Deputy Director, Executive Support with the Office of Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Information Warfare. This man is a specialist in information warfare. And now we're seeing him rolled into the UFO community. He's the guy who's going to tell us the truth about those UFOs. Do you see the problem here? How many times are they going to send an information warfare specialist into the UFO community? But we're all supposed to be thankful that George Knapp has got an interview. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have an interview with a literal information warfare specialist who's going to tell us the truth about UFOs, right? Great. Aerospace engineer with ONI, aerospace engineer flight test with Naval Air Systems Command. I do have to say, this man's resume is much more impressive than Lou Elizondo. Lou Elizondo was a desk jockey joke compared to this guy. Senior weapons system engineer with Mantech International Corporation, so he's played around in the private sector. A variety of active and reserve positions as an intelligence officer and foreign area officer with Air Force Reserve, including senior intelligence officer, air refueling wing, chief space technology with Defense Security Administration, Office of the Secretary of Defense for Policy, chief intelligence of the 459th Air Refueling Wing, detachment commander. This guy is steeped in intelligence operations. He holds a Bachelor of Science from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, Masters of Military Operational Art and Science from the Air Force University. Mr. Stratton holds IC Joint Duty Officer designation, formerly the IC Officer designation. He is a veteran of Operations Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Joint Endeavor, Deny Flight, Deliberate Force, Allied Force, Southern Watch, Deny Flight, Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, and Noble Eagle. His personal military decorations include the Meritorious Service Medal, 2 awards, and Joint Commendations Medal, the Air Force Commendation Medal, 2 awards, and Air Force Achievement Medal. He has been awarded numerous joint and service unit commendations, both combat and garrison. He has had several expeditionary and campaign medals from his deployments. He was also awarded the DIA Director's Award and DIA Expeditionary Medal, Navy Meritorious Civilian Service Award, Central Intelligence Agency Meritorious Unit Commendation. There we have it. This man worked with and for the CIA. So we've got another spook infiltrating the UFO community. And who's helping him do that? George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, the same 2 guys who have been profiting from leaks from within the United States government that they claim are aliens or UFOs constantly, but we know better now that many of the things that Corbell and Knapp have been sharing are proven to be identified. Drones, many drones, right? And I get it. The drone explanation is not very sexy compared to aliens, right? Oh, it's just Chinese drones? Not much of a story. I think it's a story, but interesting that Jay Stratton is winning awards from the CIA. He's an award-winning CIA asset. I'm going to say that one more time. Jay Stratton is an award-winning CIA asset. Now, I don't know about you, but I agree with Dark Journalist in that the CIA's job is to lie to us and everyone, really. That's their job. Counterintelligence, lying, secret ops, spying, information warfare. That's what the CIA does best. And this man is an award-winning CIA intelligence asset. And now, suddenly, he's coming forward into the UFO community, courtesy of George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. And he is going to tell us the truth about those aliens. No, he's not. What we see now, or I believe what we are seeing, is a retooling of that original 2016 CIA infiltration operation spearheaded by Elizondo and Mellon and others. Now along comes this guy, Jay Stratton, who is an award-winning CIA analyst, CIA asset, sorry. Award-winning CIA intelligence asset. And according to people, some would say stupid people, like George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, he's going to tell us the truth about his time investigating UFOs for the United States government. I'm sorry, but I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Now, I've got an awful lot more to share with you concerning this whole breaking story. And we've brought you a lot of exclusive information tonight, but we do want to get into this video and into the actual interview portion. So let's do that. But before I do, I want to remind everybody that this sharing of the Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp interview of this man, Jay Stratton, is fair use. We'll be critiquing the video we're sharing. We'll be discussing it with the live chat. And by the way, I apologize. So much information to share tonight. We'll be checking in with the live chat as soon as I can. And thank you to all you kind and generous benefactors. We'll be reading every single super chat as soon as we've concluded the information. I've got so much to share with you. And it's important information that I think that people should see before they start doing cartwheels about George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell in this new interview of an award-winning CIA intelligence officer. All right, let's get into the video. And by the way, lawyer letters are standing by for people like Jeremy Corbell or George Knapp or anybody else who would like to copyright claim or strike us. And I have copied the video off just to prevent it from being, from ads playing, right? So this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We'll be discussing and critiquing the video. If someone should happen to copyright claim or strike me, I will file an appeal immediately with our lawyer letters, which have won 22 out of 22 false copyright claims and strikes. And in some cases, those letters and our filing of an appeal have resulted in the person who filed the claim getting the strike to revert to their channel. So just fair warning, we believe in our right to do this. And let's see, it is, I want to see, we don't want to play this entire thing. We want to play mostly the interview. So we're going to fast forward to about 24 minutes in. The first 24 minutes is largely these guys claiming they've got all kinds of information that they're going to be sharing in the coming year. In other words, make sure that you, you know, help them monetize your curiosity, right? All right, we'll just go to about a minute before they start playing the actual interview. That's
Here
the
we
meat
go.
of it.
And then I was like, oh no, man, we're not recording in a hotel room. I was like so upset about that.
Yeah, he was upset about that because the last time he recorded in a hotel room, it was probably that anonymous guy.
Visually, but we had to do it kind of private. We needed to make sure that it was.
And I'll check it with the live chat while we do
information
this.
was well documented. Another thing that so when we started the interview, something that Jay said kind of right away that was so interesting to me was that OSAP, from the very onset, was technological. It was technology.
Yeah, he could say OSAP was technology, but only reports that we got from Bigelow were about werewolves and poltergeists and ghosts and demons. Where is the technology, Jeremy? This man can't get his story straight.
It was about discovery of disruptive technologies. And you look at all the DIRDs and the reports, and obviously they're thinking forward-looking, 30, 50 years from now, what could be a disruptive technology, no matter where it's from? What could be a disruptive technology?
Well, that's something any government would do. And by the way, I personally hate when somebody like Corbell says that somebody said something, because we never get the confirmation. In other words, he's saying that this guy Jay said all this stuff about the OSAP program, but we don't get confirmation of that from him in the interview. So how do we know what this person is telling Corbell?
And then he said, but look, where the evidence led is that there were other things that we learned. There was a disruptive technology aim, but that there were a lot of other things they learned when they were studying things like the ranch. So that really...
You got to throw in the ranch, because he wants to continue to make money from his terrible documentary filled with fantastical stories and not a shred of physical, actual evidence. And of course, Knapp has his book, which he claims is based on all kinds of collected physical evidence, but shows none of it in the book, right? You got to plug your previous projects to the stupid people.
Threw me for a loop that, something like OSAP came in with the idea of identifying future threats and then realized, wow, there's a lot more going on. He talked about...
Yeah, there is a lot more going on, like werewolves and dino beavers, according to some of those OSAP early reports, right?
That in his interview with us.
So everybody's phone is off? That's just as far as ringer?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, mine's off. And alarms are off? The cameras are on. Just giving us a little AB comment marker.
I love how Corbell always acts like everything's so official. He's just in a motel room with this guy filming, right? But he's going to make a big production out of it.
Jay, have you done an on-camera interview before? Have you done interviews before? So this is the first. I mean, your world is the black world, classified stuff.
Right.
Can you give me broad strokes of your career, the highlights, and kind of secure?
And also suspicious to me is why does Corbell and Knapp get all of these exclusives of these government people, right? Why don't they go to 60 Minutes? Why isn't this guy going to the New York Times with the information that he has to share? Why isn't he going to the Washington Post? He's going to go to UFO guys, Corbell and Knapp, who have been pushing a convicted pimp fake scientist that claimed he worked on flying saucers for years. It doesn't make sense to me. We just read that guy's resume. And despite what I think about him being a possible infiltrator or part of an op to infiltrate or influence or monitor or some might say weaponize the UFO community, he has an incredibly impressive past and resume. It doesn't make sense that you're finally going to spill the beans and you go to Corbell and Knapp. You don't go to the New York Times. Elizondo went straight to the New York Times, and his resume was not 1% as impressive as this man's history and resume. So why not go to NBC News, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the LA Times, some reputable news organization? You go to Knapp and Corbell instead?
What program do you work on?
Sure.
I started military. I was a full-time reservist with the Air Force, and then I moved up to Maryland to work at Pax River to do weapons integration with the F-18 flight test out of NavAir. And from there, I went to the Office of Naval Intelligence, where.
And again, intelligence, 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 intelligence. Why are so many intelligence officers infiltrating or being pushed into the UFO community? It's very, very suspicious to me.
I was recruited to be an aerospace engineer, working with them to look at, really apply the blue knowledge, as we call it, and apply it to the red and potential adversaries, and write up reports on what I think foreign capabilities can do or not do. Right?
In a sense, reverse engineering.
Absolutely. And you take that into the DIA. I went over to the Defense Intelligence Agency to work in the Defense Warning Office.
So then he goes from naval intelligence to the Defense Intelligence Agency. Again, this guy is steeped a lifelong history of intelligence agencies that he has worked for. It would be very fair to call him an intelligence specialist.
Where I was applying the same.
And Moody Mongol is very upset that Corbell has been sick for your benefit, right? He's been sick for his wallet's benefit, Moody Mongol. So, I really don't get it, right? Stratton looks like he missed nap time, low energy. Yeah, he's not quite as, I'll give him this. Elizondo is much more charismatic, but remember, Elizondo in early appearances was awkward and low energy and not very charismatic. Maybe this guy will get better at these media appearances as we go. And let me know, what do you think in the live chat? Is this guy going to go do 300 friendly UFO podcasts next? Maybe.
Same knowledge, but at a higher level. And more kind of orchestrating the intel community at that point. There's a term we use, validation, whereas if you're building an
CIA teddy
building
bear,
a joint strike fighter, you're really kind of designing that to counter a potential threat, and that potential threat needs to be a validated threat, because what we can't have happen is a Lockheed Martin or a Boeing.
Corbell strap Lazar to the bed in the motel room.
Of money against a threat that they say exists, where the government needs to say it exists. So it's kind of a contractual thing of you're building to the validated threat, and that's what I did at the Defense Intelligence.
Yeah, and by the way, there's a very troubling quote that he gives in this. I saved a quote that he gave. In this interview, he says, quote, "If the Air Force really wants a program, they might go to NASIC and say, we really need a threat to drive that program," unquote. That means that he's essentially admitting that parts of the United States government need a threat in order to get funding to drive a program. Does that sound familiar? Sounds familiar to me. It's called Elizondo. Driving a threat. Oh, we've got to find out what this threat is in our skies. Suddenly, after the Elizondo CIA op, there's billions of dollars in funding being thrown around for UFO research within the United States government. Again, here's the quote from Jay Stratton. "If the Air Force really wants a program, they might go to NASIC and say, we really need a threat to drive that program."
Agency, along with also having a science and technical intelligence hat with the Defense Warning Office to look across the spectrum at technologies, specifically air and space, that are leading edge, things that could be disruptive and challenge us in the future. We're looking 10, 20, and sometimes 50 years out, depending on the topic, and trying to provide the Department of Defense and
again, here he's talking about foreign threats and adversaries. This is where UFO people get tripped up. He's not talking about aliens. He's talking about foreign threats, technological advancements of our enemy countries like China and Russia. He's not talking about alien threats.
And across the intel community, a better understanding of some of those potential disruptive threats so that we could get ahead of the game and counter them.
And when you're at DIA, I'm ignorant of this stuff, but you were a Navy guy who then goes to work for DIA. Does that mean you're a Navy guy within DIA, or you're always a Navy guy?
So when I transitioned to Office of Naval Intelligence, I became civil service. So I'm a Navy employee with the national intel community, So your service centers, Office of Naval Intelligence, NASIC, National Air and Space Intel Center, the Missile and Space Intel Center is a subcomponent of the DIA.
These guys love alphabet soups and alphabet soup agencies, and they love acronyms. I don't know why, but they all love acronyms.
That's here in Huntsville. And then you have the MCIA, which is the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity, and then finally the National Ground Intel Center at Charlottesville. Those are the four what we call service centers, and now you're going to have one for the Space Force, co-located at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Oh, that's interesting. The Space Force Intelligence Center is going to be where? Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I wonder if it's going to be in Hangar 18, right? Just an interesting side note. There's so many mythologies and stories coming out of Hangar 18. And here's another one. Space Force's intelligence services will be located at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Those are service centers that support the analysis that supports the Navy or supports the Marine Corps, supports the Army. But in reality, they are all funded by the Director of National Intelligence now, the ODNI, as National Intel funded billets that are able to support. So, people refer to ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, as the Navy's Intel Center. The reality is it's the National Maritime Intel Center, where we are the threat at the maritime. And when you think of Navy too, right, you got to remember.
Yeah, and one thing that struck me about this interview is not very much UFO information, but an awful lot of background and stuff. They're going to try to string this guy out. I bet you that they have 2 or 3 hours of an interview with this guy that they're going to be slowly dripping for the next 6 months.
That Navy is the Navy, but the Navy also has an Air Force, and the Navy has an Army, and the Navy's Army has an Air Force, right? So it's a big service. So with that, ONI has a big footprint and a big concern. But in all of that, the key in bringing up that the ODNI funds the 4 service centers is very important, because back to the threat that justifies the building of new systems. And
it's timed for a UFO conference. Absolutely.
They might go to NASIC.
Absolutely. And thank you, Lord Ludicrous. We'll read these all when we're
program.
finished,
and we are
right?
funded by the national side of the house. So we can say, well, we don't take orders from the Air Force in that regard. We take orders from the Navy. So we can, this is the assessment, right? That's driven out of trade craft,
assessment.
and that's the answer.
It's kind of independent.
It's very independent. And a lot of people don't realize that. They look at those service intel centers as kind of parts of the Air Force, parts of the Army. They are on paper, but
yeah, no, they are their own entity. That I would agree with. They are there to support whatever branch of the service they are under, but they're their own entity.
In reality, the majority of their budget comes from the national.
You have high security clearances. You see sensitive stuff, as sensitive as it gets.
All through my career. So from there, DIA went back to ONI to be.
Yeah, and somebody asked if this guy is legit. He's a real person. We've read his resume. He's a real lifetime intelligence officer with various different forms of government agencies and armed services, including the Navy, the Air Force, and more.
The head of air warfare. So I was the deputy initially. Then the fleeted up, as we say, to be the director of air warfare for ONI. When I first went back, I had everything that touches air in the Navy. So science and technical side, as well as the operational and tactics side, we call it. SPEAR is kind of the nickname or the name that organization uses.
Again, with the acronyms, SPEAR stands for something.
We've got a history all the way back to Desert Storm. If you watch Top Gun originally, Charlie, that's briefing the MiGs, she was based on a SPEAR analyst. So the group that I led has that kind of pedigree of talking about how capabilities operate. So your national intel centers at NASIC, for example, right, can talk about a Russian fighter. I'll just throw an example. Everybody knows we look at Russia. A Russian fighter, talk about how fast it flies, how high it can fly, based on their assessments, right?
And again, this is intelligence information that is gathered for the benefit of the services that need that intelligence. If you're an Air Force or Navy pilot and you may be going against MiGs, it's helpful to know their capabilities.
What SPEAR does is we get into the head of the pilots and we try to talk about how they're going to fly that aircraft. One of the analogies I've used for years is hockey players, right? Every hockey player has to know how to skate. Some of them are better than the others, but it's really about the game, right? It's about everything else but skating. Skating comes second. So if you think
New
about
Lou
that
or
as a
Lou
fighter
2.0.
aircraft,
That's correct. That's what I believe.
how they're deploying that, right? And guys with my background can watch somebody flying an airplane and go,
Yeah, he's
"Man,
definitely
fuck,"
interesting.
or, you know,
Definitely
whoever,
interesting
right?
guy.
That's probably an American. So you know, you really kind of can recognize some of the techniques and the way they do things.
You know, a mutual friend of ours was trying to describe how high up you went, and he compared you to a 2-star admiral. That wasn't accurate exactly. You weren't comfortable with that. But how would I explain to our audience how far up the rung you went?
Yeah, and now we get to hear a little bit about just how deep down the rabbit hole this guy has been.
Well, sure, it's right in his, and I didn't want to really push any buttons with that. So from O&I, you know, I went to the Pentagon and I worked in N2N6, which is the headquarters level for naval intelligence. The director of naval intelligence is dual hatted, is what we call the N2N6, which just the OpNav office code. At that point, I was still a 15, and then I went off to be the J2, the director of intelligence for the Joint Warfare Analysis Center at Dahlgren.
And that's a very high level position.
And then from there, I was promoted initially to what we call Tier 1, Defense Intelligence Senior Level, Tier 1, which is as a senior executive position. And then was, within 8 months or so, I was bumped up to a Tier 2, which is where the 2-star comes in. You know, it's an equivalency. Throughout my career, it's been, you know, are you really equal, right? We always throw out GS-15s or colonels or, yeah, there's an equivalency, but you don't go busting around the Pentagon saying, "Oh, I'll rank you," or, you know. So
yeah, and it's interesting that this Luke 2.0, if that is indeed what he is, his experience and his sort of CV here dwarfs Elizondo. Elizondo would be literally like a pencil pusher compared to this guy and his experience in the intelligence community.
Right. Yeah. But you do have the gravitas, if that's a good word to use. That's not a good word to use. The kind of the peer level, right? So, you know, if I go into a meeting,
I agree there, Walter Bosley Channel.
You know, kind of a peer level. So I'm not putting in the corner, you know. And typically in my meetings, I was there representing someone higher than me as well. Sometimes I'm representing myself, but sometimes I'm there representing someone higher than me. So then I inherit
quantum jiu-jitsu. Yeah,
with their name
absolutely.
On it. So I'm speaking for that person. I wouldn't be sent to that meeting if I couldn't speak for that person. And a lot of that in the Pentagon is resource sponsoring. So, you know, I said in many
that he's mentioned the Pentagon and working within the Pentagon multiple times. Again, this man's resume dwarfs Lou Elizondo's.
Tables where I was representing the resource sponsor, and that gets attention because acquisition programs at your NAVAIR, your NAVC, your Air Force Materiel Command, those are all built on requirements. Back to the threat, right? And those requirements are paid for by resource sponsors. So the resource sponsor says we need a new jammer, and from that resource sponsor, requirements are driven, and then capabilities are built. And they go to whoever can build that capability, whether that's NAVAIR or that's you know, whoever that might be, right? So
yeah, interesting. So you need a threat to drive the funding. Again, and he mentioned it earlier in the interview with the quote that they needed a threat to drive the program.
So in those circles, you know, you get to know a lot of people, and that helped me later to really kind of know who I need to reach out to.
Can you describe for me at what point UFOs, they were called then, UAPs now, at what point that kind of got on your radar screen? Was it something you had at least a casual interest in growing up, or it came a point in your professional career that it landed on your desk?
Yeah, every time I've done.
And it's interesting that most of these guys claim they have zero interest in UFOs and they got pushed into it.
Anything related to UAP or UFO has been my job. And what I mean by that, I didn't really have a passion growing up. I didn't have all the books. I didn't watch all the TV shows. I stepped into a job.
Here we go again, just like Elizondo. Zero interest in UFOs before being thrust
the desk again,
into a job
and other things where
dealing with them.
To really kind of dig in and understand potentials. And
yeah, nice
those potentials, you know, I kept an open mind, a skeptic mind, whatever you want to call it, you know, looking for something that could answer this, and all the means that I had to chase that. But there were definitely some times where we really couldn't close the loop. And with that,
yeah, we might have some clue here because you're right. There's just too many, just an incredible amount of intelligence connections with this guy.
Realized that something needed to be done about it.
We should maybe just fill in our listeners about how Jay Stratton ended up studying UFOs and related mysteries, because he made it clear to us in our conversation with him, he's not a UFO guy. He's
Have we heard this before? I'm not a UFO guy. Never was, never will be. I'm not a ufologist. I'm not a ufologist. Thank you, Steve Nicholson, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll be reading all the super chats after our presentation here.
He's not sitting at home watching UFO videos on YouTube. He'd watch guitar playing videos on YouTube, but not UFOs. He didn't have a whole bunch of books. He didn't have an abiding interest in it, but he ended up moving from Office of Naval Intelligence over to DIA.
And I don't understand, like, he asked the question, why can't the person, Jay Stratton, tell us how he got involved with UFOs? They have to cut away and explain it for him? Very curious and suspicious to me.
And became an acquaintance and colleague of Dr. Jim Lakatsky, who was the creator of, eventually became the creator of the OSAP program, what became OSAP. And Lakatsky had an interest in Skinwalker Ranch, in the book that Colin and I
Gotta have Orange Pillow on a porn set, for sure.
We'll let Jay Stratton explain how that process went.
I can remember telling our mutual friend, Dr. Lakatsky, right, that, you know, some of this stuff I don't, and I hate saying the word now because I have so much more background, but the word believe, right? The belief isn't there necessarily that I'm seeing what I think was being reported, right? So that evolution between 2006 and then to 2008, at that time, I had to go to Iraq, just a normal deployment.
Yeah, he was deeply involved in Iraq and Desert Storm and Desert Shield.
Realize that civilians are on the hook, just like military. In 2006 and 7 timeframe, as we were trying to think about this problem set, Jim Lakatsky says, "Hey, you know." Basically, I made the comment something to the effect of, "I'd love to see one with my own eyes." And
here's his entry into the world of UFOs, and it comes through Lakatsky, somebody else that George Knapp has milked for money stories to sell for quite some time now. Now he's got a new cow. This is Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp's new cow to milk for stories to sell.
And what I meant by one is a nuts and bolts craft, right? Because in my mind, that's what I'm a technology aerospace guy. I'm thinking the craft that I can go touch and put my hands on, right? Or I'd like to see one of these things in person. And I was getting ready to go, and Jim was tracking the ranch, and he kind of made a joke, or I don't even say it's a joke, about a comment of, "Hey, you know, there's one place in the world we might see one of these things."
Let's all trust this intelligence guys.
And I throw the book in my backpack and literally took it to Iraq with me. So I read that book in the green zone and in my downtime. And, you know, before I even got back, we're, you know, talking and things are proceeding along. But so I come back, and at that time we were at initially.
So he takes one book with him to Iraq. He reads one UFO book and suddenly he's all chips in. Again, I find that a little suspicious for a lifetime intelligence guy. And it could very well be that this backstory is manufactured.
Actually, the Defense Warning Office and DIA was at the DIAC, we call it, the Defense Intelligence Analysis Center at Bowling Air Force Base. Now, granted, I was flight test back in the day as Pax River Naval Air Station, which is in St. Mary's County, Maryland. So I still live there. And I never sold my house throughout this whole process because I liked where I lived. But I was making really terrible commutes. So I agreed to work at the Defense Intelligence Agency and made that commute. And in the process, they transferred us 14 miles through the city to another place. And I can remember the quote to this day. It's only 14 miles, Jay, but it's
14 miles, yeah.
14 miles of DC hell, right? Going through the commute there. So anyway, we end up in this place. It's called Clarendon.
Yeah, and that's the truth about cities. I once worked someplace that was 10 miles from my home, and it would take me 90 minutes to get through traffic for that 10-mile commute.
It was really killing me physically, you know, just the drive every day and the stress of that. I love the job, but the stress of getting there and home. And in 2008, O&I offered me the position to come back and be the Deputy Director of Warfare, which was a lot better commute. And I loved O&I. You know, I kind of grew up there in the intel community. So I took that job and left. Dr. Lukatsky stayed in touch, but that contract, it was already in the beginnings. And then in 2009, if I remember my timeline right, he put it on FedBizOps to be bid, and they had two.
Here we hear some details of the bidding, right?
Bidders that I remember.
Two bidders.
One being Bob Bigelow, Bigelow.
Well, who was the other one?
Aerospace, and the other being a company that I don't remember the name of. But
yeah, isn't that interesting? Everybody continually says that it wasn't a no bid contract that Bigelow got to study his own ranch for $22 million. But nobody can tell us who else bid. And in fact, some FOIA requests have revealed that no one else bid. So where are all these people who keep saying that there was multiple bidders? We've got, I believe, Travis Taylor and multiple other people, including this Jay Stratton, saying there was multiple bidders to get that contract. The only bidder we're sure of, however, is Bob Bigelow. And there's no paperwork, no evidence that anyone else bid.
It was a company that did a lot of business with DIA and kind of that contract world. You have your favorite customers and your favorite, but there were more than one bid.
And no funny business that you can see. It wasn't
none at all.
Yeah, isn't that great that he's here to confirm for us that it wasn't a sweetheart deal, no bid contract? But nobody can produce. Where's his bid then? Where's the other company's bid? There would be paperwork for that. Already suspicious of this guy. He's lying through his teeth, apparently, because people have checked. There's no paperwork of another bidder. None. Zero. And if there was another bidder, there would be paperwork.
No. And I know all of the leadership, right? I worked there, worked for them. They're the most straightforward, honest people as you can imagine. And they could not, I could never in a million years imagine them taking any kind of, favoritism into account. I guarantee you they went over everything very detailed and made a decision based on the best response to the proposal that they had.
They fire up this program. Bigelow's organization springs in action. They create these 38 papers. We've heard.
Yeah, we get a whole 38 papers for $22 million. That's all we got, 38 papers.
Described as junk science. Do you recall how those papers were received when they came out?
So what I remember, Lukatsky, Dr. Lukatsky, that was driving that, and our colleague, Dr. Hal Putoff, kind of led the charge.
Oh, there's Putoff, right?
Charge there, supporting Bigelow Aerospace. And the idea of them, in my mind, was awesome, right? I'll have this reference document that I can always go back to on all of these different technologies.
What technologies? The dino beavers? What technologies? There was no papers about technology. There was papers about ghosts and goblins and demons and werewolves and nonsense.
They did come back being really, I'll say, academic, right? Very high level academic.
I've read those papers, and the last thing I would describe them as is high level academic.
Whereas we're dealing with the Defense Intelligence Agency, that predominance is a liberal arts degree, and their war on terrorism was hot and heavy, right? We're hiring people who are experts in that culture, and hiring some people just because they speak Arabic, and all these things. We weren't hiring the best and brightest engineers at the time because it wasn't the need of the DIA.
So the DIA just wants to hire people with liberal arts degrees who speak Arabic. I guess it makes sense if you're trying to take over the Arabic world.
So if you take all of that into context and you realize your average DIA analyst is going to look at that with their, poli-sci or history background and go, what is this, right? Whereas other folks out AFRL and folks, people with the educational background will look at it and go, oh, this is interesting. But they may say some of it is junk science because it is bleeding edge, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to know.
I wouldn't describe it as bleeding edge. Pardon me.
What they thought as the leading expert on a potential technology, what would be pushing the edge of that envelope? Because I needed something to point back to.
He keeps talking about potential technology, but those reports were garbage. There was, I don't understand his continual talk about technology.
If I saw something in any kind of reporting, I could say, look, based on Dr. XYZ that wrote this report, that's significant.
Yeah, based on doctors like Hal Puthoff, the Scientologist who believes in Xenu, right? And psychic powers, the guy who wasted how much time and how much money declaring Uri Geller a real and true superpowered psychic when he was using magic tricks. Hal Puthoff is an idiot.
Seen what else was produced by OSAP over the 27 months. I mean, it's a lot of stuff, but a lot of it is, some of it is pretty weird. I mean, the Skinwalker angle. I've heard it said now, people who want to denigrate the program, that it was nonsense. It got off on all this weird paranormal stuff.
And it did get off on all this weird paranormal stuff. And it was largely nonsense. That's what we got for a $22 million. And we saw Stephen Greenstreet even highlight that people were getting drunk and faxing Bigelow fake stories about paranormal events on the ranch that never took place. Some of that stuff ended up in these reports.
That was never what it was supposed to be. And it was a waste of money. And that's why it was canceled, because it got into these weird topics that are just too far out. In general, can you address the work that was done by the reports that you've read?
They're asking him to defend his buddy's program that bilked the American taxpayers out of $22 million for nonsense. Just so we're all clear.
That haven't been made public, whether it was worthwhile or not.
So
were those worthwhile? I don't think so.
I'm back at O&I at this point, right? So my day-to-day interaction with the contract and with Bass was not there. I didn't have that day-to-day. However, Dr. Lukatsky and I, again, he wants to pick my brain on things that are being seen, and I'm still in a role where I'm concerned about threats to aviation and those types of things, right? So it's good to keep me and the team that I had and my larger Rolodex of experts across the intel community.
Remains to be seen.
So it's good to keep me up to speed. The heart and soul of OSAP was those technology areas, and the heart and soul of those technologies areas is preventing a disruptive technology.
Yeah, okay, but where is the reports of disruptive technology? Where is the reports of technology at all?
The other stuff that came out of that was collateral. If you go to the ranch to see a nuts and bolts craft that you might be able to put your hands on, and you see other things that you can't explain, no one to this day can explain. Is it something to do with the technology? Is it something, is it an effect on the body? Is it something that's driving you to see things that aren't really there? All those things needed to be studied. And again, throughout this whole process, I'm learning.
Yeah, and he's saying that the technology component of this program was the most important. But why do we not see any paperwork about the technology element of this program? All we get is a bunch of nonsense, pseudoscience, gobbledygook, science fiction, cobbled together garbage about dino beavers and werewolves and orbs and demons and ghosts and poltergeists. And where is the technology?
All of this comes into the forefront later with the bigger task force, and knowing what I needed and knowing the kinds of expertise that I needed, and that true diversity may not mean, whether you're from a certain country or your ethnic background or anything else. Your true diversity maybe just purely the way you think based on background. That is kind of an asymmetric approach.
Asymmetric approach, spoken like a true intelligence officer.
To the technology area, right? For example, hiring a biologist to look at the terrorist network and the thread of radical Islam and how it spreads like a virus, right? You take that same mindset to other things, and
I mean, I guess that's a valid argument, but I don't get. I think that the United States government wastes all kinds of money, and I think the United States government wasted $22 million giving a sweetheart deal to Bob Bigelow to study his own ranch, right? Can I get $22 million to study my house? I think it's on it.
The various phenomenon that we're seeing. It's important to bring in that kind of diversity. It's just purely the way they think. And I always like to bring in folks with that kind of background that didn't have a military background, because now they're not in this box, in this viewpoint that they're always trying to mold things into. They're coming at you with, well, have you thought about this, right? And that
I mean, that I'll agree with him on. It's always good to bring in people with other viewpoints. other belief systems if you're trying to solve a mystery.
Is where the power of those papers come from too, because then you've got to be something to point back to say, hey, take a look at this. What do you think? Right? To another academic, or and how can you how could you see that applied?
So
Yeah. So what we get is, for all the hype, we get a 2-minute video on KLS, George Knapp's local Las Vegas news station. And then we get like not even 20 minutes of an actual interview, half of which is this guy's history in intelligence agencies, very little to do with actual UFOs or anything else. But Knapp and Corbell are going to spin this into this big groundbreaking interview, right?
Jay Stratton is not a UFO guy. He's
and again, not a UFO guy. We just heard Lou Elizondo claiming he was not a UFO guy, right? This is a big problem, right? Almost as if they've got a set script and they're sticking to it. Is this Lou Elizondo 2.0?
I don't know if you say a career intelligence officer, but ONI to DIA, the UFO thing hits at him and he realizes there's a void there. We need to do this right. There are potential threats.
Does any of this sound familiar? This is the exact narrative pushed by supporters of Lou Elizondo. Oh, Lou Elizondo was never a UFO guy, but he saw that there was a real threat and it wasn't being taken seriously. Now we've got Corbell and Knapp repeating the same script, but for a different intelligence officer who's going to tell us the truth about these things now, right? Kind of like Lou did. All Lou did is fill his pockets of UFO dollars and run, right?
We don't know where they're coming from. So I'm going to create the UAP task force. And we're going to.
Well, now we find out that we do know where a lot of those UFOs were coming from. They were coming from China, right? But Corbell and Knapp didn't even assess that possibility or bring it up because Chinese spy balloons and Chinese drones don't sell quite as good as aliens sell, right?
Look at this in a badass way. And we're going to be clear with the American public. He also made sure to put that in. We're going to be clear with the American public. He did that for a while, and then he had a break, right? It wasn't his job, and during a time he was doing intelligence in another field. Are we up to that point in the story?
So the public.
I love these guys explaining their new intelligence asset that they're going to milk for UFO dollars, right? Where's the UFOs? This guy barely mentioned UFOs during this 20-minute interview. They are going to drip, drip, drip out little bits from this guy for the next 6 months. Mark my words.
The UFO public is aware of the programs that Jay Stratton was involved in. We've mentioned the names of those. What they don't know is they're already familiar with some of his work. For example, in 2018, I released through KLAS and Mystery Wire a 13-page report about the Tic Tac incident. Tic Tac occurred.
Yeah, and he was an intelligence officer on the Nimitz, so he would have been directly involved in that and had direct knowledge. Why didn't he ask him, what was the Tic Tac? What was your assessment? No, we get, for 12 minutes, we get to hear about this guy's history in the intelligence community and all the promotions that he got and how bad his commute
in
was.
2004, your friend Commander Dave Fravor is the aviator for the Navy that had the direct encounter with this strange object. 5 years later, when OSAP is born, the first case they start looking at is Tic Tac. And the person they came to rely on to write the first report, an investigative report on Tic Tac, was Jay Stratton. I released that report in 2018.
Yeah, interesting. He has been intertwined with many of these things, including OSAP and James Lukatsky and Hal Puthoff and the Nimitz encounter. And interesting that he does have those connections, right?
18. It had no insignia on it. It wasn't signed. It doesn't say who wrote it, but we could say now he's the guy who wrote it. And it was great work. He talked to all these aviators and different people who are involved in it. It is one report that then became a much bigger report that has not been made public, but eventually will be someday. So that's one bit of work that he did. Second thing that the
So the report's not been made public, but George Knapp again has it, right? He knows it'll be released someday.
public would know about is the DIRDs. There are 38 of these DIRDs. Defense Intelligence Reference Documents that's the acronym, what it means. And 38 of those reports were prepared for the OSAP program. And as Jay explained to us when we met with him, it was meant to be a baseline to establish what our baseline is for science and technology.
If that's their baseline, it's terrible, terrible
in specific
work.
kinds of categories, and to project what it might be 50 years from now. And I remember when I made some of those, when you and I released some of those reports, people were griping and moaning, "Oh, this is sci-fi, it's nonsense, it's garbage science." Well, it's not.
It is garbage science. It's not. Show it to a scientist, George Knapp. And I mean a real scientist, not a convicted pimp fake scientist like Bob Lazar. Okay? Show a real scientist those reports. It's garbage fake science. It's pseudoscience nonsense, akin to Scientology. And who was heavily involved in those? Hal Puthoff, lifelong high-ranking Scientology member.
That's not how it was received by the defense industry. They loved those reports because it was really good work, and they needed a baseline.
Oh yeah, we love these reports about dino beavers and poltergeists at Skinwalker Ranch that we spent $22 million on. Come on, George Knapp. It's getting a little deep in here. I need waders.
Which they could compare when they had UFO cases to analyze. Is this ours? Could it be ours? Could we duplicate that 50 years from now? And many times the answer was no.
Yeah. And again, we get the stories. George Knapp, king of stories. I have a few more things to share because Jay Stratton is not just a lifelong intelligence officer. He's also now working for the private sector. And here is a clickbait garbage article written by George Knapp. Is this company working with alien technology in Nevada? Radiance Technologies. It'd be interesting to let you know that Radiance Technologies is rapidly trying to hire back engineering engineers. Why would they be doing that? I don't know, but it's somewhat probably related to this whole narrative that has been pushed by people like George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Ross Coulthard, and others that are all UFO profiteers making lots of money telling people that there are back engineering programs to back engineer alien technology. And this is a perfect example of George clickbait Knapp. Is this company working with alien technology in Nevada? The short answer, no. But they would if they got asked to. So that makes this clickbait just perfectly okay. But if somebody possessed a UFO and asked scientists from Radiance to take it apart to figure out how it works, would they take that contract? Tim Tinsley, president of Radiance Technology, says yes. Why not? I'm waiting for one of those. That's the whole impetus of the article. That this person at Radiance Technology, by the way, Radiance Technology have also hired Travis Taylor of Skinwalker and Ancient Aliens fame. And they hired John or Jay Stratton, who we just saw this interview from. And Radiance Technology has just been awarded a $4 billion with a B, contract. Interesting. For more than 3 decades, Nellis Air Force Base has been rumored to be the home of mysterious materials of unknown origin. The story, dismissed as folklore by military agencies and defense contractor, goes that super secret program housed in or near Nevada's Area 51 military base has been attempting to reverse engineer alien technology. Yeah, he knows all about that story. It was brought to us by a fake convicted pimp, fake scientist, who was never a scientist, who had absolutely no evidence or no proof of his claims. And George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell made millions of dollars pushing that fake story. Now it seems there may be some truth to the folklore, as key congressional committee have received closed-door briefings alleging the rumors are true. And again, what congressional committees have received closed-door briefings alleging that the rumors are true? And again, all of these UFO profiteering hucksters and UFO celebrities back each other up. Who else said that? Dr. Eric Davis, maybe Hal Puthoff, right? Why can't I interview those people to confirm that they're hearing what George Knapp is stating as fact? Could it be because this comes from the land of make-believe? Maybe. And by the way, just to be clear, do I believe that the government may be in possession of recovered technology? Absolutely. Do I believe it's alien? That's a lot more of a maybe from me. The government recovers things all the time. They have a foreign technology division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, whose sole job it is to analyze foreign technology. So sure, we have recovery programs, but is it alien technology or foreign adversary technology? That's the big question. Radiance Technology isn't able to confirm the allegations, but the company has positioned itself just in case. Months ago, it announced the hiring of a reverse engineering specialist, longtime Navy intelligence official Jay Stratton, who was formerly the head of the Pentagon's Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon, or UAP task force. Stratton urged Radiance, and see, this is where it's all connected. Stratton urged Radiance to hire Dr. Travis Taylor, who worked with him as a chief scientist for the UAP task force. When Radiance announced the hiring of 2 veterans of UFO research, the news releases didn't hide the connection, pointedly mentioning their UFO credentials. But is this company worried about the perception they might be reverse engineering UFOs? No, we provide customer solutions, Tinsley explains. Whatever our customers want us to work on and support, that's what we'll do. And by the way, they were just awarded a $4 billion with a B, back in August. This Radiance Technology, who employs this Jay Stratton and Dr. Travis Taylor, was awarded a $4 billion defense contract. Taylor, for his part, isn't saying what he and Stratton are working on, but he makes it clear that they're hoping to tackle. Jay and I are working on growing the capabilities, doing reverse engineering of foreign materials, Taylor explains. If we were to get something to reverse engineer, we would absolutely want to do that. Again, I just don't see that this is proof of anything. This narrative of alien crash retrievals has been pushed for the past year or two very heavily by a lot of UFO celebrities, all of which make money pushing that narrative, all of which have yet to provide a single shred of actual evidence that that is indeed taking place. Do I believe that it may be? Sure. And I hope that it would. I hope that it is, because that would be awesome. If we are in possession of, if we are in possession of alien technology and we are back engineering it, that would be awesome. But do I believe people like convicted pimp, fake scientist Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp about their claims? No. And why? Because they have no evidence. They've made millions of dollars pushing these stories, and they have no evidence to support the stories. They've got tantalizing maybe evidence, but they have certainly have no smoking gun evidence. Now, there's a few more things I have to share, then we'll get into the super chats, read every single one of them. Thank you guys for your patience. This is a very data-rich show for once, right? Okay. Now, I just want to mention to you all of the things that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp got wrong, and all of the things that they failed to do as so-called journalists or researchers. Here's one article. Swarmed Navy destroyer had its bridge illuminated by mysterious drones. Again, drones. So while Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are pushing aliens constantly with their drops and their releases and their various monetized projects, the truth is that the United States Navy is now admitting that their ships are coming into contact with drones, sometimes of unknown origin, sometimes of suspected Chinese origin, right? Paul Hamilton observed 4 UASs, unidentified aerial systems, with a CPA, closest point of approach, of approximately 200 yards off the bow, port, and starboard beams. And for those not familiar, that would be the front, the left, and the right sides of the ship. The UAS had an on-station time of approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes. The first UAS was spotted by lockouts observed with a single solid white light off the port bow. PHM turned to course 180. A second UAS or UAP was observed flashing the bow and bridge with what appeared to be a searchlight or photographic device. So in many cases, these things that Corbell and we have a video here. I don't know if we could play that here. Here is a video of one of the drones. I'm surprised Corbell didn't post this and try to make some money off of it, right? Interestingly, they jump right to the aliens, right? Yeah, and the Navy has recently released video from, here, I'm going to share my screen and we'll wrap things up here. Navy releases video from mysterious drone swarms around warships off of California. Remember, this is the video we played earlier.
3217 north, 11957 west, operating in SoCal off-area with course 270, true, speeds 59, at time 0424 Zulu. We have visual of 4 probable unidentified drones with course unknown.
4 probable unidentified drones with course unknown. And here are all the drones and the location of the ship. This information is out there, but why would you go to the real explanation of some of these events? There's no money in that, as evidenced, by anybody who does go and give you the truth. There's much more money in aliens. There's much more money in these are spaceships swarming the Navy vessels. And what about Corbell claiming that we're shooting at them as early every day, as recently as last Friday? Where's the proof of that? Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence after millions of dollars made off of Bob Lazar, millions of dollars made off of Skinwalker Ranch? These two have a terrible track record of giving everybody fantastical stories, but not giving anybody the evidence or proof they're true. And by the way, if these two guys want to make money selling stories, that's fine, but mark them as fiction. Don't pretend that these are true stories when they clearly are not. How much of the Corbell crap that he pushed, videos that he put out, images that he put out, are actually these Navy releases proving that they're drones, proving that they're not alien spacecraft. See, that's the problem. The problem is these guys jump to the aliens because that's where the money is. And part of me doesn't blame them because, quite honestly, the truth will set you free, but first it will make you broke as a content creator. And if I were to just sit here and do the lie, see, there's things you have to do, though, ethically that I'm not prepared to do, that Corbell and Knapp and many of these other content creators, we'll call them content creators, are willing to do. One of them is the lie by omission. Like in order to sell the Bob Lazar story, they had to leave out an incredible amount of information. Like, did you know that George Knapp was called on the phone the date of the second? The Bob Lazar story first broke in, what was it, 88 or 89. And at first he was blacked out and they used a voice disguiser or something, right? I don't even think they used a voice disguiser, but they put him in shadow. The second report where Bob Lazar outed himself, did you know that a real and verifiable Area 51 security guard called up George Knapp and said, you might want to be careful pushing this guy who claims he worked at Area 51 because I work at Area 51 and you can check my credentials and I'm in security here. We checked all the logs. No Bob Lazar flew in or out of Area 51 ever. So you might want to be careful, George Knapp, in pushing this guy. What did George Knapp do? Thank you very much. Hung up on the guy, and he never told his audience that. We did. We told the audience the truth, but not Knapp and not Corbell. Because in order to make the story sellable, you have to do the lie by omission. Did you know that people who were supervisors of Bob Lazar at Los Alamos have come out and said Bob Lazar was never a scientist here? He was a low-level technician, the kind of guy who gets you a new keyboard or mouse for the lab computer when you spill your coffee on it. A low-level technician. He wasn't a senior staff level physicist. He wasn't even a physicist. He was not a scientist. His education is fake. He's a convicted pimp, and these guys leave all of that information out. The lie by omission is how you sell the fake stories. And if you're willing to do that, you can make a lot of money in this field selling people half of the story. We try here to give people both sides of the story. And I hate that I've somehow fallen to skeptic land, right? I'm an experiencer myself. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that there was some meat on the bones of some of these stories. But the sad truth and reality is that you are being manipulated. You are being lied to so that these guys can make millions of dollars giving you only half the story. And that's the problem. The problem is they only will give you half the story. We try to give everybody both sides of the story. And hey, you've seen it here before. I can agree to disagree with people. If you still want to believe Bob Lazar's story after seeing the mountain of evidence that he's a fraud and a liar, and a mountain of evidence that Corbell and George Knapp actively and with forethought and knowledge of it withheld any information that they didn't think would help sell the story, that's what they do. All that information that proves that Bob Lazar is a fraud and a liar, they will not give you because it doesn't help their goal. And their goal is to make money selling you a story that they know is fake. They know it's fake. That's what makes this ethically and morally a problem for me. These guys are a lot of things, and I could say a lot about Corbell and Knapp, but one thing I won't say about them is that they're stupid. They're not stupid. They know that in order to sell these stories, they have to only give you part of the story. If they give you all the information, you will come to a reasonable conclusion that the story is not aliens. The story is not unknown craft. And the perfect example that we could give is this. The perfect example we could give is this latest release of a still from them. Why did Jeremy hide the GPS location data from the still image before releasing it? Why didn't he give people the GPS location? Is it because he didn't want people to be able to look up the location on Google Maps? Maybe, just maybe, there's something at that location, right? And why were we given a still and not the video? We don't get to see this thing flying. For all we know, and many people have speculated, this image is a puddle on the ground, and it is not an aircraft in flight. And before anybody attacks me and say, oh, they wouldn't lie like that. Did they lie about the pyramid spaceships? Right? Lied about that. Did they withhold the audio from the pyramid spaceship videos on purpose? Sure they did. They are carefully manipulating the data that they are in possession of in order to sell you a story about aliens. The story, when given, if you were given all of the data, if we had, I know there's a reason we didn't get the video of this. There's a reason we didn't get the GPS location. There's a reason we only got a still image from this. And I think that reason is that if we had all the information, we would know exactly what that object in the frame is. And that's why it was withheld from us. But now what we get is two people who have proven that they don't give us the whole story. Time and time again, we can prove they withhold information, they manipulate the data available in order to sell their story. Time and time and time again, they straight lie to us. George Knapp, this book is based on the mountains of physical evidence that we've amassed over the years. Where's the evidence, George Knapp? You don't have any evidence. You were asked straight out, where's it? Well, we don't have we don't have any evidence. Well, then why did you lie in your book and say that the book was based on all this evidence? Corbell and Knapp are entertainers. That's what they are. They're not on some search for truth and taking you with them, which is something that I tried to do. And apparently I do a terrible job of it because, the truth is boring. Nobody wants the truth. They want fantastical fairy tales about aliens. And I wish I could just bring those to you. But again, we get back to the moral and ethical problems. You have to just throw your morals in the trash and say, I'm just going to lie to people every day to make money. Sorry, I'm not willing to do that. Do I believe in some of the strange, the esoteric, and the paranormal being true and real? Absolutely. But the problem is the evidence, the real evidence for things like that are so few and far between. And the hunger for that evidence, for that information, for those stories to be real is so strong that profiteering hucksters rush in to fill the void when there is not evidence available. They manipulate the data. They manipulate the stories. They are manipulating you. When you click on their videos, they laugh at you. We got them again, right? It's unfortunate, but it's true. And I am reminded that we didn't get to the super chats yet. We're going to do that next. But before I do, let me remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. And if you want to support a show host who, and content creator who will give you the whole story, by the way, all we can do is the best that I can do. Every time that we cover a story, we do our best to show you both sides. Both sides, the evidence it may be true, the evidence it may be fake or a fraud or a hoax or whatever. We do our best here. I will never manipulate data or withhold information from you so that I can sell a story. I think that is valuable. And we're a viewer-supported show. So here's my friend Ian letting you know how you can support our show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends. So Jeremy Corbell is back with more claims of having video of an extraordinary craft. But is it really an extraordinary craft? How many times have we been here before? How many times has he cried alien, kind of like crying wolf? After a while, you just go, oh, yeah, okay, it's Corbell again. I took some time to do an enhancement of the video that he showed. Now, there's a bunch of theories rolling around, and I believe that this video has a very ordinary explanation, just like the other videos that he put forth as aliens or extraordinary craft. He's been wrong about everything. And there's some particular methods that he uses to present this video that he's done before, like the big bluff. I have all this other evidence, but I can't show it to you for one reason or another. He claims he has more video, and in that, the craft goes under the ocean or water for 17 minutes, and then it pops back up through the ocean surface and does 90-degree turns, but we can't see that video. I also believe that he is conflating 2 separate videos in this presentation. The objects look similar, but nowhere near exact. Even and under the zooms that I applied, you can tell that these 2 videos don't appear to be the same actual object. Now, there's a great deal of debate going on right now, but I believe that this one will be shown to be a very ordinary object or have an ordinary explanation. But don't let that get in the way of a good story that you could sell. I will be back tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll have, by then, hopefully we'll have a little more to share with you on this video, but I wanted to present my enhanced version of the video and ask you, what do you think it is? Party balloons? Is this just a splotch on the protective outer coating of a camera, the glass dome? Some people believe that it could just be bird shit on a camera dome and not an actual object. Now, I've been led to believe that that's possible, but not probable, because the object seems to be in focus. And if it was just a smudge on a camera lens or a protective glass camera housing, it would not be as clear. So let me know what you think in the comments. Is this really an alien spacecraft or an extraordinary craft? Let's just call it extraordinary craft, like Jeremy Corbell claims. Or is this going to turn out to be like all the other videos that he has put forth, making huge claims that turned out to be ordinary objects like balloons or flares or, you know, camera aperture artifacts? Let me know what you think in the comments. This is just a quick one just to present my enhanced version of his footage. By the way, why can't he enhance it? You know, there seems to be a purposeful attempt to obscure data in this presentation. The object is cropped, data is purposefully being excluded, and of course, he's got anonymous sources telling him incredible things, but nobody's allowed to see those people or interview them. this whole story is just another whopper, I think, from Mr. Corbell. I think this one's going to come crashing down, but I wanted to do the enhancement and give everybody the opportunity to see what they think. Let me know what you think in the comments, and please join me tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where hopefully we'll have some more information on this story to bring you.
Are we still on camera? No. Good. Aren't they suckers?
My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there.
I have seen the logs. I have seen the videos. We have attempted shoot downs of UAPs on a regular basis. We're talking as recently as last Friday.
My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there.
I have seen the logs. I have seen the videos. We have attempted shoot downs of UAPs on a regular basis. We're talking as recently as last Friday.
Yes.
Alien scientist Jeremy Corbell on CNN a week before the balloon op. Just a coincidence?
Well, Corbell is like, you know, he's like the clown. He's like the circus clown. And he needs to kind of come out and do the clown bit. What happens with somebody like that is, you know, they go on Fox News, they go on CNN, and they say UFO expert. Okay, so first of all, how do you even become a UFO expert? This guy made a film about Bob Lazar, and before that, he was a condo guy. He like ran a condo, so he's not a UFO expert. He's probably somebody who is a UFO enthusiast, and so he got on this thing with George Knapp, and George Knapp, you know, it's tough to look at his career because he brought forward things in the 90s and in the 2000s. And then he got involved with Bigelow and TTSA and Elizondo and DeLong. And, you know, it's all CIA wash. So I don't know. I don't even know how to comment on somebody like Knapp. But now that he's wrapped up with Corbell, forget it. And they're there at CNN's, saying, "Oh, CNN wants to get to the bottom of this, and that damn government better give us the truth." When all the people around them feeding them this false information are all government people. Elizondo's government, Gary Nolan is CIA, over a decade of CIA. I mean, come on, these are government people. So that damn government, this whole thing, Elizondo is an ex-Pentagon fighter, he never left the Pentagon. He's not ex-anything. So it's a joke. That was a narrative. And so some people in the media, let's say there are good people in the media. Let's say even Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson were trying to do something, and they're like, we're covering UFOs and stuff. And they bring in all these CIA people to talk about the subject. That's the problem that I have with it. They do not have the background and the information on it. So someone like CNN working with Corbell, they can create a whole phony setup, basically, of CNN wants to get to the bottom of the UFO thing and really milk it. And this guy, is dropping F-bombs every 2 seconds about it. It's to downgrade the whole thing. That is the exact opposite of disclosure. It has nothing to do with disclosure at all. It's a circus marketing freak show. Thank you, alien scientist, for that question.
So on this podcast, it's fair to say we're going to talk a lot about
UFOs. Full-time into UFOs.
Over 100 UFOs. The
UFO world came to my door.
There's UFO sightings and more.
Okay. This is really interesting.
What is your best piece of evidence that UFOs are real? Show it to me. Show it to me. Put it in my hands.
The sexual things that aliens had done.
Fuck this.
Yeah. This field is a mess. This topic is an absolute disaster.
All this shit about UFOs.
UFOs may not be extraterrestrial.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Corbell. I'm really into this, but I'm not a crazy person. I really want to know the truth. And I've got a few things that I've been doing.
The hell was that?
UFOs.
UFOs every day. Nonsense. It's garbage science. Nonsense. It's garbage science. Nonsense. It's garbage science. Nonsense.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence. 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 No evidence. We have no evidence, no evidence, no evidence, no evidence, 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 evidence.
What do you have to say to people who say, well, if this is leaked footage, you know, this is people trying to get out their own agenda. This isn't necessarily credible. What do you have to say to people who say, well, if this is leaked footage, you know, this is people trying to get out their own agenda. This isn't necessarily credible.
Set the scene for us here. Those appear to be flares, kind of in a triangle shape. Do you think that that could be what these Marines saw? Set the scene for us here. From the Marines, did they ever try to file a report with the government? Real quick, set the scene for us here.
Yeah, so this happened back in 2021, and of course, I thought it was flares.
Jeremy Corbell.
Hey, man, great to see you. Thank you.
There is something in the sky over the desert here in California. Something, again, I guess you have to call it a UFO. Because I don't know what this is we're looking at. It is definitely weird, but earlier this week, Jeremy Corbell, who we've had on the show, where he's going to be joining us in just a moment.
And George Knapp.
And George Knapp.
From the Marines, did they ever try to file a report with the government? Yes, that was the problem. We weren't getting information.
Truth seekers, seek the truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold. Truth seekers, yeah. Place the cash, place the cash.
Greetings and salutations, old friends and hopefully some new friends. Tonight, we've got quite a history lesson for you on Jeremy Corbell, who I call the boy who cries aliens and cries alien spaceships. And of course, this is a takeoff of the old saying, the boy who cried wolf, an old wives' tale, but I think a very wise one. After all, how many times could that boy falsely cry wolf before no one cared when he cried wolf? And that, my friends, is the situation that we find ourselves in with one Jeremy Corbell, who it's very clear has an incredible bias and a slant. And every video that he sees that's a little strange or at first unexplained or unexplainable, he sees alien spaceships. And by the way, he has tried to lie his way out. Like, oh, I didn't say aliens. I didn't say it was aliens. They do this dance where they, you know, it's that old saying, I'm not saying it was aliens, but it's aliens. And that dance has gotten old. And Mr. Corbell's recent project, in which he presented 2 mysterious videos, have been completely, I think, to most rational people's minds, already debunked that quickly. Not quite as quickly as the flare video, which was debunked, I don't know, an hour after or 2 hours after he originally broadcast it. You remember that one where he claimed flares were a giant spaceship or craft? And it's this sort of history that I think is important, because history of these people matters. After all, if somebody makes one incredible claim, that's one thing. But what if they've made 10 incredible claims? What if they've made 50 or 100 incredible claims? And then stack on top of all those incredible claims a complete and total lack of evidence or evidentiary support that those things are anything extraordinary. That's what we get with Jeremy Corbell. And history matters. And his track record of pushing everything as aliens, it's getting ridiculous at this point. After all, how many times can this boy cry aliens before nobody cares what he has to say? And thankfully, I think we're finally approaching that point after years and years and years of this man claiming aliens with little or no evidence. Track record matters. And, you know, history matters too. And I get that people want to believe these stories, but how many times can somebody like Jeremy Corbell or his
partner there, George Knapp, how many times can they profit from a mostly fake, probably fake, or definitely fake story? These things matter. How many times also, you have to ask yourself, how many times in your personal or professional life, let's say, how many times would you be 100% sure that somebody has lied to you? How many times would you let that person keep lying to you, continue to lie to you, before you say, this person is a liar and shady and not someone I want to listen to or allow into my life at all? I know my answer for that. I give everybody one or two. But, after a while, if somebody keeps lying to you, the leopard does not change their spots after all. Is he suddenly going to tell everybody the truth? And I love these disclosure dork advocates who put this lying, shady guy on a pedestal. Oh, he's a hero of disclosure. Well, tonight, we're going to go through his entire history, or a lot of it, of his fake stories. And then you can decide whether this man belongs on a pedestal or if he should be banned from this whole thing. How many times is he going to make money selling a completely and totally fake story before we say, that's it, you've done it enough times, you're done here, get out, Mr. Shady, from the Shady bunch? Now, I know from my experience and my few years of doing this that people would much rather believe the pretty lie than to accept the ugly truth. But even when the truth is ugly, it's worth having, my friends. So tonight we're going to bring you the ugly truth about Jeremy Corbell, his bad standards of evidence, the way that he deceptively manipulates and edits his stories to sell them as something mysterious, when quite often they're not anything mysterious. And now he has a proven track record of over and over and over again pushing something that's not mysterious as something mysterious. And the reason he does that is because he collects millions of dollars doing this. And we know that because he just purchased, a $1.8 million property, right? And there are some people claiming that he's walking around with a $75,000 watch on, all while creating a docu-series complaining that he doesn't get paid for UFOs while he's walking by a homeless man, and just after he gets out of a reported $135,000 SUV. And he has 3 film deals with Orchard, a monetized podcast, speaking fees. Hey, boy, for not getting paid for UFOs, he certainly is involved in a lot of commercial UFO-related projects and products. Are we all supposed to believe? Are we all supposed to be that dumb that he's going to publicly say in his own docuseries he doesn't get paid for UFOs? Hey, Jeremy, how much did TMZ pay you for that docuseries that you say you don't get paid for UFOs in? The level of arrogance of this man and the denial of reality that you have to live in to believe that he's going to tell you the truth. A guy that's, how many times has he been caught lying? Just the I don't get paid for UFOs lie should be enough that no one would believe anything he ever says anymore. It's public record. Go Google Orchard film deal, Jeremy Corbell. You'll find a 3-film deal that he got. All 3 of those films are about UFOs and aliens, right? But he doesn't get paid for UFOs. How many times are we going to let this guy lie to us before we say no more? No more, friends. We've had enough. So Jeremy Corbell's stories work through completely, totally bad standards of evidence, through the lie by omission. He never presses the witnesses. Oh, and the big bluff. Several times now, he's claimed he has all these witnesses that refute the debunks, right? Oh, can't be flares. I've got 100 witnesses that are all military experts that say they're not flares. Broadcast them. Where are those? Where are the interviews with them? Or did you just lie and bluff because you got caught selling flares as alien spaceships? I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. But we're going to begin. We're going to begin tonight with we're going to begin with the lie and the pretending that he doesn't claim that they're craft or alien spacecraft. Yes, he does. An excellent researcher at Like It Matters 3 on Twitter, Charlie Weiser, has an excellent post about that. We'll begin tonight to show you. Let's peel back some layers of deception, right? Where he says, "Oh, we didn't say it was spaceships. We never said spaceships." Well, you said craft 16 times, right? And that's another thing. Interestingly, in our conversation with Brian Dunning from Skeptoid, he was absolutely right in a specific point that he made. In the history, 70 years of people claiming that something is an extraordinary craft or mysterious, out of the ordinary, couldn't be human craft, or whatever you want to say, in the entire history of all of this, do you know how many times anybody has proved it? Never once. Never once. So Mr. Corbell can say whatever he wants. I believe that he purposefully misleads the audience to believe, it's like I said, the old saying, I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. We're going to put our fair use banner up. And by the way, I just want to mention everything we share is in the spirit of fair use. Some of these things may be comedic parodies and are therefore covered under fair use. This is one of them. But we're also using these videos to criticize, critique, and educate the public. We're discussing these in a public forum here. This is certainly allowable by law and covered under fair use. So let's get into one of the things I have to share tonight. By the way, we've got a very data-rich stream tonight. And most of the sources that I'll be sharing are in the description of this video or podcast. But before we begin, let me also remind you that we are now broadcasting live with a new distribution partner, and that would be Instagram. And they have fixed the glitch or error that previously only allowed us to broadcast the first hour of our broadcasts. Now we can broadcast the entire thing. So be sure to follow me on Instagram. It's at Truth Seeker Show on Instagram. I will be broadcasting every show on Instagram going forward, and we'll be using that account to share some imagery. So anything related to the show will be on Instagram at Truth Seeker Show. So let's get into Jeremy Corbell. This is a great video by Charlie Weiser, which displays the point that these guys they always try to weasel out of it. Like, we never said it was aliens. Yeah, you pretty much did. You implied. You did the dance, we're not saying it's aliens, but it can't be human craft. Oh, it can't be flares, can't be this, can't be that, can't be drones. And it always turns out to be that. Balloons, drones. Well, not always, but a lot of the times in the case of Jeremy Corbell, it turns out to be balloons or drones or flares or some other ordinary prosaic earthly explanation that these so-called UFO experts all deny in order to still sell the story. Now, one can ask themselves, are they purposefully lying to everybody? Or are they just the dumbest, laziest UFO experts on planet Earth? You be the judge, friends. How many times have they been caught doing this so far? How many more times are we going to let them lie to everybody for cash? How many more millions of dollars? How many more $1.8 million properties is Jeremy Corbell going to buy? How many more expensive SUVs or crazy expensive watches is the UFO community going to buy this lying, shady clown who keeps getting caught pushing ordinary things as aliens, or probably aliens, or it must be aliens, or it's got to be aliens? And by the way, he's sure going out on a limb, and now he's making more ridiculous statements about aliens and UFOs and crash recovered alien biologics. And we're going to share all of it with you tonight. So strap yourself in. This is going to be a banger tonight. I've had it with this guy.
You remember last week in that show where we declared our belief that this is an alien spaceship, an emissary from the planet Kondak, right?
How might it react if it's intelligently controlled?
Was it you who said that?
I'm definitely saying that we have a spaceship. No, I fucking didn't say that. I was very clear.
This This was an object. The object was sitting there. So I'm not going to say object anymore. It was a craft. It was a
craft. It was a craft. Here, the $1 million UFO expert who gets paid millions of dollars for his work in UFOs, which, by the way, he claims in his own docuseries he doesn't get paid for. Yeah, it's great. It's great, right? He's calling flares a craft here. This multi-million-dollar UFO expert.
It's a craft. It was a craft. This is something Arrow should know about.
My mom.
This craft, right on top of this craft that was there to illuminate this craft and what this string of lights on a craft looked like. So this was not flares, not flares, not flares. The craft was sitting there, and while the craft is stationary,
not
and
flares,
you could see the shape of the craft. As it's getting close to that craft, the entire craft disappeared. So this was not flares, not flares, not flares.
My mom.
This is something that was a mass sighting of a UFO, an incursion over a military base. This was a craft. This was a craft. This was a craft.
My mom.
If there is an incursion of an unknown craft of unknown origin that can hover like that with zero sound.
No, I fucking didn't say that. My mom reads UFO Twitter and sends me really mean stuff that people say.
Yeah. So he never said spacecraft. He just said craft 27 times. He just claimed that it couldn't be flares. And by the way, we're going to get into the debunk on that and show you that this so-called UFO expert who has had various careers of being, I don't know, a warrior yoga instructor, what was he, an MMA fighter? He was also a quantum jujitsu instructor. Go ask anybody that is actually a jujitsu instructor what quantum jujitsu is. He was also a visual artist and a filmmaker. All the careers of some guy that's never worked a day in his life, if you ask me. How much of all of that did your parents bankroll for you, Mr. Corbell, before you finally learned to cash in on just lying to people about aliens and UFOs, or at the very least, playing extremely fast and loose with available evidence, doing things like denying things that flares over a military exercise could possibly be flares, right? It's ridiculous that this guy is making this kind of money. And just to be clear, occasionally I'll get some nasty message like, oh, you're just jealous because he's making more money than you. No. And in fact, I do not now, nor have I ever paid my personal and household expenses with this show or anything. So unlike Corbell lying to you and saying, I don't get paid for UFOs, well, I don't, the show here gets some support, and yes, we cover UFOs, but I do not use any of the show's income. It goes in the till. Anytime our show here needs something like these fancy sets and cool lighting or whatever we decide, it comes out of the till for the show. But I don't pay my bills with show money, and I certainly don't buy $1.8 million properties or $100+ thousand SUVs or, expensive watches or anything like that. No. So, these things matter. I don't know what it is with him. I think that he has, perhaps maybe he does have, people are arguing with me that he doesn't have a conscience, or he wouldn't keep lying to everybody and keep getting caught with all these fake stories if he actually had a conscience. But there's some reason that he wants people to think he's a working class hero. And I'm here to tell you, if you're buying $1.8 million properties, driving around in a $100,000 plus SUV and wearing a $50,000 or $75,000 watch, you're not a working class hero. You're not. And you should not think people are going to be stupid enough to believe you when you pretend to be. But we're going to get into this man's history of selling fake stories. And we're going to begin with, remember I mentioned he had a 3-film deal. I hear it was a very lucrative deal. After all, those films were on all the streaming services. But according to Corbell, he doesn't get paid for UFOs. I guess he just did all of that out of the goodness of his own heart? Like, can we see the contracts where you accepted no money for those 3 UFO related films? Can we see your tax returns to prove your statement in your own docuseries that you don't get paid for UFOs? Or was that a lie, Corbell? And you need to address this, right? That's another thing. He never addresses any of the criticism. He just runs away and pretends he didn't say things, just like in the example. I didn't say spacecraft. I just said the word craft 67 times in one 2-hour podcast, or however many times he said it. It's ridiculous. But we'll begin tonight with an examination of the abysmal, garbage-peddled films that he has produced. And again, all of the evidence and proof that he plays fast and loose with the facts, he turns things that are not mysterious into alien and UFO mysteries. It's all out there, and we're going to be sharing it all with you tonight. This needs to stop. We need to cut these people from the UFO community like a cancer. And to all you stupid people who think that, he's just doing his best and this and that. Track record matters. History matters. And if we go through the history here, what we see is a pattern of him doing the same thing over and over and over again, playing fast and loose with the facts, using abysmal fake sources that no real or reputable journalist would trust as the basis of his stories, and more. We begin with Patient 17, Small Incision, Big Mystery, a Jeremy Kenton Lockerbie. What is his name? He's got 4 names. They used to call him 4 names. Locker Corbell film. He's since dropped all that pretension, I guess. But interestingly, so this film is about Roger Lear. And people need to know the truth about this story. Roger Lear was a wackadoo. He was a complete and total wackadoo who made all kinds of alien and UFO claims throughout his lifetime. And I hate to speak ill of the dead, but in order to make this a complete and succinct presentation, we have to talk about him. So Roger Lear made various claims throughout his lifetime. And some of those claims involved him removing so-called alien implants from people. But what you need to know about Roger Lear is that Roger Lear had zero qualifications for removing implants from people. And in fact, he was a podiatrist, a foot doctor. You stub your toe, you got an ingrown toenail, you go to Roger Lear. But somehow, Jeremy Corbell used a wackadoo true believer that saw aliens everywhere, just like him, as an expert on so-called alien implants. And if that sounds ridiculous to you, that's because it is. Now, with regards to implants, it's always been claimed somehow that these implants were put into people so that their ET abductors or benefactors could trace and track them somehow. But even Lear's removal of alleged implants has just shown these to be natural objects, such as ceramic-type materials, metals, or other foreign bodies that somehow made their way inside a human body. And by the way, this is not so uncommon or mysterious, but Jeremy Corbell made a whole film claiming that that was because of aliens. And even if that phenomenon is somewhat rare, people having a foreign body in them, so what? Just because a naturally forming substance or metal is found inside someone's body, it does not mean that aliens put it there. There has been zero definitive proof of any alien technology found inside anyone, including this patient 17, that would allow victims to be tracked. There has been zero scientific proof that anything, any foreign body ever found inside someone was any form of alien technology, despite the numerous claims of wackadoos like a foot doctor. By the way, is he even qualified to do surgery and remove foreign objects from people? I'm not a doctor and I don't really know, but I would think that could possibly be problematic, that a foot doctor is just cutting people open, pulling things out of them and claiming that it's alien implants. If nothing else, it's incredibly shady. And most real journalists would run from a story like that, especially considering all of the problematic claims besides the alien implants. Did you know that Roger Lear made all kinds of crazy wackadoo alien claims besides being a doctor helping alien abduction victims remove the implants so that they couldn't be tracked? It's totally wackadoo. And there's even a Wikipedia entry about Roger Lear, an important one, that notes, quote, at a MUFON conference in 1995, Lear examined x-rays from a woman who believed she was an alien abductee. He later extracted 2 small metallic foreign objects from her, and also from a second patient. The objects were analyzed by New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology, which subsequently determined that they were composed of commonly found elements, such as iron or aluminum. In describing some of these elements, the lab report made reference to the composition of meteors. Lear interpreted this to mean that the objects removed from his patients were of extraterrestrial origin. And Dr. Roger Lear, the foot doctor wackadoo who believed in all kinds of alien stuff, he also came to believe that the objects were devices implanted by aliens, and that these implants, ordinary earthly metals, were somehow, quote, scientific proof of non-terrestrial experimentation on man. Now, we'll get into the more exotic claims made in Jeremy Corbell's garbage film. When someone claims that they have found carbon nanotubes or carbon microfibers or so-called metamaterials, this creates the impression of some form of technology. But if you actually study these things, if you follow the reference below, the references that I can provide about, quote, naturally produced carbon nanotubes, you will see that carbon nanotubes can also form naturally and are found in fluids, rocks, elements, metals all over Earth. But I suggest to you that this is where another interpretation of the alleged evidence occurs, and a spinning or twisting of what is found. In other words, these things occur in nature. They're not proof that of some sort of technological device inside someone. They occur in nature. And people make these fantastic claims. Oh, there's carbon nanotubes we put under a microscope. It's got to be alien implants. No. And before long, this garbage that people like Jeremy Corbell and a wackadoo foot scientist put out is somehow cited as real evidence that objects are being implanted by aliens. And these stories certainly get picked up by the media and film companies that want sensational films that they can sell stupid people, because this form of garbage journalism, clickbait, sensationalized garbage, sells very well. And, I could go on for, we were going to try to keep my presentation as brief as possible. So that's the first film. And let's go on to the second film, The Hunt for Skinwalker, which was based on, this film was based on George Knapp's book. And you remember that story. George Knapp claimed in his book that all the stories were based on mountains of evidence from years of collecting evidence. But in a Joe Rogan podcast, Mr. George Knapp, who this film is based on his book, Mr. George Knapp on an episode of Joe Rogan had to admit that he has no evidence for the stories, even though his book claims that there's evidence for these stories. So, after a while, you have to ask yourself, like, what's going on here? Like, these guys are putting out books and films claiming that their stories are based on reams of evidence. But then when confronted, you know, when asked point blank, where's the evidence on a podcast with Joe Rogan, George Knapp has to essentially do a dance. We're like, there's really no evidence, which is, you know, it's kind of laughable that that's what we get. If the stories have evidence, I have no problem with people selling them. But when you get into this situation that we're in with these two guys, we quickly see that this is ridiculous. So I could spend an hour just on this film and the garbage job they did. And by the way, that's another hallmark of George Knapp, the garbage peddler. Every thumbnail I do with those guys going forward, both Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, I'm going to put them as garbage men, picking up aliens and throwing it into a garbage truck, because that's basically the visual equivalent. That's the best way to explain what they do. These are stories, often repeated stories, badly researched stories, but just, you know, still stories. And of course, we get all the funny videos, courtesy of Stephen Greenstreet from the New York Post and the Basement Office. You know, here's one of George Knapp's stories. This is how ridiculous this shit gets.
She saw this standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at her.
Sounds like a totally true story to me. Here's another one.
Come down this dirt road one night, and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures, standing up with their backs to the road, and looked like they were smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up, and they shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around, and they were dogs.
So the stories are basically, you know, somebody told me a story, so it must be true. Let's put it in the book and claim we have all kinds of evidence. Let's have my protege here, Jeremy Corbell, who is so fond of saying, my mentor, George Knapp, my mentor, George Knapp. You know what, George? You're to blame. You helped create this monster that is just shoveling bullshit into the world. Congratulations. You made this monster called Jeremy Corbell. You could, with your knowledge, and by the way, there are some things that George Knapp did great work on. So I know he's capable of good journalistic integrity and ethics. He just chooses the cheap and easy route because that's where he gets paid, right? He's got a young, hot wife. She loves money. You know, you gotta make sure you have plenty of money. If you're some old, you know, kind of skeevy dude with a young, hot wife, what are you gonna do? You gotta make the UFO dollars then. So George Knapp could have mentored somebody the right way and taught them about things like standards of evidence, correcting your mistakes. By the way, they talk about correcting their mistakes. We're going to get into it all. I'm just getting started on these two clowns, right? So Knapp could have mentored Corbell to do things the right way. There were some stories about organized crime in the Las Vegas area that George Knapp nailed. He knocked some of those stories out of the park. He's capable of great work. But when it comes to UFOs and aliens, I think he just sees dollar signs. He gets blinded by it. So yeah, he mentored this clown Corbell, and he taught him exactly how you deceptively edit, leave out, you know, information, do the lie by omission, pretend it's something mysterious, even if you're pretty sure you have a great idea what this probably is about. And so the Skinwalker story is filled with people telling stories. It's like modern mythology. We've got dino beavers, werewolves, smoking dogs, you know, wolf creatures, and yes, UFOs, as well as poltergeists. It's a one-stop shop for mystery stories. So no wonder guys like this got into it. But the important part for everybody to realize is that Jeremy Corbell pretends that this is all true stories and they've got all this evidence. And George Knapp pretends they had all this evidence. He even put it in his book that the stories are based on years of collected evidence. But again, during a Joe Rogan podcast, and I missed this. This was pointed out through the great reporting of Stephen Greenstreet at the New York Post. Let's take a listen to George Knapp having to admit that all of his Skinwalker stories, and by extension, all of Jeremy Corbell's Skinwalker stories, have no evidence.
But no evidence of any kind to back up any of these stories has ever been presented. George Knapp, who's built an entire career around stories of UFOs and the paranormal, and who was one of the authors of the Hunt for the Skinwalker book, was asked about evidence on the Joe Rogan show.
Because they weren't there
Is
with
there
cameras.
any evidence?
Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, they don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator.
At this point, Knapp begins telling more stories about UFOs on and near the ranch. Rogan then interrupts and asks again.
Again, is there any evidence?
No, not really.
Oh.
If you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, and they don't have it.
Oh. Knapp saying there's no proof or evidence is quite strange, considering the book Knapp co-authored says this: "We obtained an intriguing body of physical evidence to support many of the accounts described in the book." Okay, so where is that intriguing body of physical evidence?
It doesn't exist. It's been a long time since Mr. Greenstreet sort of exposed this shady story for what it really is, which is essentially somebody told me some stories. And, it gets worse from here. Now, of course, the story that I am most knowledgeable about that Jeremy Corbell cashed in on, by the way, I just want to put it on the record. I was in communication with Jeremy Corbell. I forgave him the other garbage documentaries. He promised me he was going to produce all this evidence to prove the Bob Lazar story was true. And at that point, I was still on the fence. I had come up with a great deal of evidence that Bob Lazar was a convicted pimp and a liar and had a fake education. He wasn't a real scientist. So, and by the way, I still have those messages, Jeremy. So don't deny what I'm about to say. I asked Jeremy, no scientist on planet Earth or, anybody that gets a master's degree can't find their thesis. So ask Bob Lazar where his thesis is. And he promised me that he would do that. You know what was left out of the Bob Lazar film? Any mention of Bob Lazar's thesis. Nobody can find them. Do you know why? Because Bob Lazar is a fake scientist, convicted pimp who was bankrupt at the time or around the time that he came out with his fantastic story of working at Area 51. And I don't want to spend too much time here. I could talk to you, and those familiar with my show know I have spoken for hours and hours and hours ad nauseum about the Bob Lazar lie. After all, again, Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp, fake scientist. He lied about being a real scientist. He lied about his education. He lied about being a scientist at Los Alamos. He lied about being on Janet airline flights into and out of Area 51. And we broke, with the help of Victor Caliero, who did an excellent interview with an on-the-record source that worked at Area 51 that we can verify. Bob Lazar never stepped foot on the Janet Airlines. He never stepped foot on Area 51 because there's logs. And a verified real source who worked there at the time checked. No Bob Lazar. He even called George Knapp and said, you may want to be careful with this guy claiming that he flew in and out of Area 51. I'm a security guard at Area 51. Here's my CV. Here's all my credentials. You could verify I really worked there. Bob Lazar never stepped foot on the Janet Airlines. Now, I know people get mad at me. Oh, he never said he worked at Area 51. He worked at S4. S4 doesn't exist. And that same on-the-record source verified that there's nothing at the mythical S4 site. And that was right at the time that George Knapp first broadcast the story of Bob Lazar in 1989, right? So I guess the government just disappeared an entire base with 9 hangar bay doors built into the side of a mountain, just disappeared all those roads and guard shacks and everything that Bob Lazar described. He lied. Bob Lazar lied about being on Janet airline flights into and out of Area 51. So let's be clear. Bob Lazar never stepped foot on Area 51, and he claimed that he got on Janet Airlines, he flew into Area 51, and then they bust him, what was it, 10 miles to the mythical S4 site. And by the way, in a bus where there's no roads, you try taking a bus through 10 miles of desert with no roads. Let me know how far you get. The whole story falls apart under scrutiny. And the major problem I had, even though I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, the major problem that I have with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell is they do the lie by omission. They leave out all the information that we share freely here. And by the way, in the description of this video is an exhaustive list of sources that proves that the whole Bob Lazar story is one big lie after another lie. The only reason it works is because the people selling you the story lie to you, and they leave out all of the information that proves that Bob Lazar was a fraud and a liar. So just to summarize, this man lied about everything. He lied about his eligibility to even get clearance to ever step foot on Area 51. And a brilliant researcher named Signals Intelligence, cited in the description of this video, found out a great deal of information. First of all being that Bob Lazar lied about being a scientist at Los Alamos. Yes, he worked there. He was a low-level electronics technician, which would be appropriate considering his only education was one electronics course at a local community college. Bob Lazar lied about being a scientist. Every time you see anybody use the term former government scientist when talking about Bob Lazar, they're already lying to you. There's zero evidence or proof that Bob Lazar worked for the government. There's zero evidence or proof that Bob Lazar was ever a scientist. But there is overwhelming evidence and proof that he lied about being a scientist. There is overwhelming evidence and proof that he lied about his entire education, or almost all of it. And here's another point. Bob Lazar could never have gotten admitted to MIT or to Caltech, because in court documents that we showed here on previous episodes here, he said his undergraduate degree came from Pacifica University, which was a fake degree mill. You know, one of those places you just buy a degree. Are we supposed to believe that prestigious organizations like Caltech and MIT don't check on someone's undergraduate degree before allowing them into a master's degree program? Now, I know that Bob Lazar and his supporters always have some kind of excuse for why, the government covered it up. That story falls apart because Michael Stratton, excellent researcher, he went and got all the yearbooks from Caltech and MIT for a period, I think, of 5 years, a window where Bob Lazar claimed to be at those schools. No mention of Bob Lazar anywhere in any of those yearbooks, which would mean if the government cover-up story was true, then the men in black would have had to crawl into every dusty basement, dusty attic, garage, storage space, whatever, steal out all those yearbooks, sanitize them of any mention of Bob Lazar, and then put them back in everybody's houses. No, the story falls apart. His education was fake. So he lied about being a real scientist, lied about his education, lied about being a scientist at Los Alamos. Researchers found his original supervisors at Los Alamos. Multiple of them confirmed that Bob Lazar was never a physicist, let alone a senior staff level physicist. The story falls apart. Why didn't George Knapp give you any of that information? Why didn't he interview Bob Lazar's supervisors at Los Alamos? Why didn't Jeremy Corbell interview those people? Other people were able to find them and confirm that Bob Lazar lied about his education, lied about being a scientist. Why did these people leave that out of the story? Well, maybe, just maybe, they did it on purpose. The lie by omission. It's how many of these mystery stories work. Now, also, Signals Intelligence was also able to determine that Bob Lazar's wife at the time was a convicted murderer with super strong ties to organized crime. And the murder she took place in was also the other people convicted were Hell's Angels, who she had strong ties and associations with. In 1989, it was the height of the Cold War. Do you mean to tell me that the government, I get the government is corrupt, I get that the government is incompetent, but go ask anybody that actually worked on secret government projects if you could get clearances to work on secret government projects or ever step foot on a Janet airline flight or Area 51 when you have a convicted murderer wife with strong ties to organized crime, and you're having massive financial problems, and your claimed educational credentials are all completely fake. The W-2 is fake. There's problems throughout this entire story. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, of course, don't tell you about Bob Lazar lying about his finances and all his financial problems and his convicted murderer wife that had strong ties to organized crime, which would preclude him from any kind of a clearance to work on anything for the government. They don't want somebody with organized crime ties. They don't want somebody with criminal history as a spouse. They don't want somebody with financial problems. It was the height of the Cold War. And they're always on the lookout for people that would be tempted to spill secrets to the Soviets or the Chinese or our adversaries when they're having financial problems or when they have a history of being involved in shady criminal activity. And certainly no one can argue that Bob Lazar had massive financial problems at the time, and his wife was a convicted murderer. His education is fake. The story falls apart. And also, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, in this film, they lie about the real reason for the latest FBI raid on Bob Lazar's business. And we talked to the sheriff of the town in which Bob Lazar's business was and the FBI agents who were in on that raid. All of them confirmed. Some of them said, I didn't even know this guy, anything about this guy in Area 51 or his flying saucer nonsense. They were there for a routine investigation. And I hate that I'm going to have to do this again because I always confuse the two. There's two chemicals. It's either thorium or thallium, which is a dangerous chemical, actually, that Bob Lazar's business was selling at one time. And apparently or allegedly, I'm going to have to refresh myself on that case, somebody ordered that from his business, and it may have been used in a murder. And so the FBI and the local sheriff went to Bob Lazar's business to get the sales records. That's why they were there. And George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell lied, saying there was 40 plus people and this oppressive feds and all these people there for this raid, and they were there all day. No, they were in and out in less than an hour. And as I previously reported, there was 10 or 11 people there. And yes, somebody did go in and there was a hazmat people there, but they were there to ensure the safety of the officers because after all, Bob Lazar sells dangerous chemicals. And he also is, I've been told, and it has been alleged, he is one of the United States' largest suppliers of glassware. You know who uses glassware? Meth labs. Nothing says credible government whistleblower like a guy selling glassware, right? And a guy selling dangerous chemicals, some of which may have been used in a murder. So the twisting of reality in order to make this story, oh, the FBI raided them. It must be because they're looking for that element 115, right? The element 115, the mythical flying saucer fuel that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell claim they know where it is, and that Bob Lazar still has some. So we're supposed to believe, after all these lies, that they could have the smoking gun evidence and proof of alien visitation on Earth, but they can't show it to us for whatever reason. That's another part of how these stories work. It's the big bluff. And here's George Knapp claiming he knows exactly where the smoking gun evidence and proof of the Bob Lazar story is, but he can't show it to us.
And folks are doing, and anti-gravity propulsion is something they want very badly. Bob said that the key to it was this element 115. He had a piece of it. I saw it. In fact, he had a little experiment they did with what's called a cloud chamber, where they had, it looked to me like light They had a piece of this 115 in this chamber. They put some smoke in it, and it seemed, and then had a beam of light through it, and the light bent. Bob, at one point, when he thought he was going to die, had this piece of 115 in it was in a lead casing, in a disc-shaped casing, and he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with, I don't know, it's protons or electrons, whatever it was, that would make it explode, an annihilation that would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. And he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it, that's a story for another time. It's in a spot now where nobody could get to it, but it's still there. One of these days, maybe after Bob's gone, I'll go dig it up.
Great. So he has the smoking gun evidence or proof that would 100% prove that Bob Lazar's story is real, but somehow he can't give it to us. No, that's called the big bluff, right? And by the way, George Knapp, I got money for a goddamn plane ticket, and I got some shovels. I will personally come with you and dig that up if it exists. So far, George Knapp won't return my calls. I even try to send him pictures and stuff. Like I got like a spelunking kit, and I got like a little pickaxe and some shovels and stuff. We'll make a day of it. We'll have some cocktails, and we'll dig up the smoking gun evidence and proof that Bob Lazar's not a liar. George Knapp, why would you not want to do that? Why would you not want to prove all these debunkers and naysayers and noisy negatives? Why would you not want to prove us all wrong and shut us all up? But you never do, and they never will. Here's another point. Jeremy Corbell was the only person in history ever given the kind of access he was given. He got to interview Bob Lazar's mother, Bob Lazar's sister. Why wouldn't you ask them if they attended Bob Lazar's MIT graduation? Why wouldn't you ask them if they attended his Caltech graduation? Seemed to be an important part of Bob's life, getting a master's degree at those schools. Surely his mother and his sister would have attended those schools, but he didn't. And by the way, someday I'll find the clip again on a podcast. He got so pissed because I made this point. How do you know what I asked them? Well, then why didn't you put it in the film? Could it be because they never went to his Caltech graduation? They never went to his MIT graduation because he never went to those schools. The Bob Lazar lie falls apart under scrutiny. What we've got is, and by the way, here's another distinction between me and clowns that sell these fake stories. We have on the record named sources. We have their names. We verify who they were. Signals Intelligence did a great job talking to Bob Lazar's Los Alamos supervisors. All of them said he lied about being a scientist there. And those are on the record real sources that anybody can go check in with. We have an on the record real Area 51 security guard who's named, and we know he was an Area 51 security guard because he's named in court documents. He was one of the people suing the government for those Area 51 burn pits. We know he's a real source. We have real sources to show you that Bob Lazar lies and lies and lies and lies and lies. And what they do is the bluff. How many times have we heard Knapp or Corbell say, well, I've verified parts of Bob's story with people that really worked at Area 51. Well, then put their names out. Put up or shut up, right? I'm not going to get into a pissing match with people with a bunch of anonymous sources that keep getting caught lying over and over and over and over and over again. Keep getting caught doing the Cosmic Con shuffle and the swindle act here. It's ridiculous. Real sources trump all of their fake sources that they won't name. There's a reason they won't name them, because it's a bluff. If they had on the record real Area 51 people that would verify parts of Bob's story, you don't think that they would put them in front of a camera and capture that, prove all these naysayers wrong? The Bob Lazar story falls apart. Here's another one for you. Jeremy Corbell keeps getting caught lying about Bob Lazar. And in an appearance with Stanton Friedman, may he rest in peace, Jeremy Corbell, claimed that Bob Lazar must be a real scientist because he has science contracts with the United States Navy. And John from the Black Vault did a FOIA request. God bless John from the Black Vault. And now we know that was a lie. No contracts. Bob Lazar has no contracts that Jeremy Corbell claimed. And just to try to wrap up this Bob Lazar story, right? Why, oh, why does Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp never address all of the things I've shared with you? By the way, the sources of which are all in the description of my video. They're all on the record, real verifiable sources. We're not bluffing. We're not using anonymous sources, right? Why don't they go through each of these points and prove me wrong? Why don't they address getting caught lying about Bob Lazar having Navy contracts? Why don't they address my on-the-record sources which refute the fake story they told about the FBI raid? Why don't they refute Signals Intelligence and all those supervisors at Los Alamos that say Bob Lazar lied about being a scientist? Why don't they refute the people at MIT or the yearbooks or the educational claims? To be fair, George Knapp all but admits that Bob Lazar lied about his education. But Corbell always just plays it off like, oh, well, maybe he lied. You know, they ever lie to get a job or to get a girl, right? If the man, Bob Lazar, would lie to you about something ordinary and earthly, you know, something like where he went to school or being a scientist at a prestigious lab that he never was, then why on earth would you believe that he would tell you the truth about aliens and UFOs? A liar is a liar is a liar. How many times do we have to prove that Bob Lazar lied before the story falls apart, even for people that want to believe? And just to put it on the record, people know this about me. This is the story that got me stuck in the UFO and aliens rabbit hole. Had an experience as of my own as a child. And then shortly after my experience, I think it was a few years after that, Bob Lazar hit the scene. And I took it as confirmation. It's all true. The government has scientists and the government's working on alien technology. And maybe what I saw was alien technology. No, maybe what I saw was simply something that I couldn't explain. And I would love to believe it was an alien spacecraft. But I live in the world of reality, right? And reality comes with facts and evidence. And this is what we don't get from these two. Instead, what we get is they purposefully lie to everyone. Why didn't they tell you all these things that I'm telling you tonight in their films or in their various for-profit driven pieces promoting the Bob Lazar lies? Why don't they tell you that? And by the way, we've talked about this on our show before with Bob Kiviat, who was the producer of was the producer of the Alien Autopsy Fox special. And he commented on the fact that he went out of his way to get skeptical people to look at that film. I have no problem with people doing it the right way, which is to tell the whole story. But when you purposefully, deceptively construct a narrative and you throw a whole lot of evidence out in order to sell the mystery, you're not being genuine. You're not a real journalist. You're not a real researcher. You are a garbage peddler. And that's what these two are, and that's what they did. And I will openly debate any of them on any podcast, in any platform, anywhere. They won't do it because they're intellectual weaklings and cowards, and they know they've been caught selling a lie. In the case of George Knapp, he's been selling a lie for 30 plus years. How many years is Jeremy Corbell going to sell the Bob Lazar lie? Oh, Bob Lazar makes an appearance in his new docu-series, right? Like, oh, here's a convicted pimp fake scientist telling me how to get to the truth about aliens and UFOs. Great, Jeremy Corbell. You're talking to a convicted pimp fake scientist who never was a real scientist, who never stepped foot on the Janet Airlines like he claimed, who never stepped foot on Area 51 like he claimed, who could never have gotten clearance to work at Area 51 or anywhere near it based on his personal history. That's your expert in your docu-series. You see, my friends, once we remove from them the ability to do the lie by omission, once we remove from them their ability to deceptively edit, that's what it is. We've got, let's say this, we've got two sides to the story, right? And one of them is this guy may be telling the truth. That's the side they give you. All of this over here, which I have just tried my best to quickly run through, I could do this for 3 hours about Bob Lazar. But all of this evidence over here that proves that Bob Lazar was a convicted pimp, fake scientist who lied about his education, who lied about being a scientist at Los Alamos, who conveniently didn't tell anybody he was bankrupt and having major financial problems at the time he came out with the story, right? All of this evidence, the evidence that Bob Lazar got all of the Billy Meyer material from John Lear right before he came out with the story, and his spaceship just happens to look exactly like Billy Meyer's beam ship, right? All of this evidence, they just throw it. They throw it to the side and they just give you this. If they won't give you the whole story, they are not being honest with you. I've done my best to be honest about the Bob Lazar story. They never will. All right. I did my best with this one. We want to take a moment to recognize and thank the live chat. We've got an incredible audience here tonight, and we'll take a moment to recognize, for those unaware, I haven't been playing the begging bumpers because honestly, I don't like interrupting the show so much. But for those unaware, we read every single super chat. We thank every single person that sends support to us, whether you become a Patreon supporter, if you become a channel member during the live broadcast, we give you a shout out and a thank you. If you send a super chat, we read every single one. So just be aware of that. And we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. We've got Gunslinger with a kind and generous $6.99 Canadian. Says Bob worked on the DT60 dose meter. So have I, and it's very basic skill, taking 12 seconds of training. No physics. You said physicalcs. I think you mean physics required. Yeah, thank you. And Gunslinger throwing in an extra. No physics required is what I meant. Well, thanks, and we appreciate the extra couple of bucks. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We've got Keith Gardeck, who says, Spaceman, you have to do a show exclusively on Peter Levenda, a genuine master of bullshito. Yeah. And what people don't realize is that Peter Levenda, he's the one who faked the Necronomicon. Did you know that in the 80s, the Necronomicon got big, largely due to H.P. Lovecraft's resurgence because of Metallica writing albums about, Call of Cthulhu, Master of Puppets. All that was about H.P. Lovecraft stories. So everybody's running around wondering if the Necronomicon stories are real and true. Suddenly, Peter Levenda finds a manuscript, and he made a lot of money selling I believe, a completely and totally fake book based on nonsense. But it is what it is, right? We thank you, both of you guys, for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Thanks to both of you for helping us to praise the cash. Thank you, Gunslinger, and thank you, Keith Gardeck. And we thank you, 16th Doc. There's another one for $5 saying, I appreciate all you do. I'm fairly new, but I'm glad I found your channel. Well, I'm glad that you found our channel too. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we're lucky to have so many new people finding us. Please, if you know somebody that kind of got stuck down this rabbit hole, send them our channel because they might enjoy somebody offering them a ladder to climb out. And we try to do this every night of the week, 9 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for all of your kindness, generosity, and support, all of you. And you Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers, YouTube channel members, super sticker people, super thanks, PayPal pledgers. We read every single PayPal pledge as well. We thank you all for helping us to praise the cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. All right, 16th Doc, new participant in the live chat. We want to take a moment to recognize the live chat. We've got quite an audience here tonight. I'm seeing great numbers. Glad to see the good attendance. So next we're going to get into the videos. But before we do that, I got some things that we have to share. So I'm trying to purge myself of all of the thoughts and feelings that I have about these, mostly Jeremy Corbell, but you got Knapp in the mix as well. So for those unaware, the so-called Jellyfish UFO, which has been debunked as most likely balloons by real experts, who, by the way, have been right a lot. How many times has George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell been right? Almost never, right? But it is what it is. So one thing I want to make the point about the money situation again. We're going to do this one more time. 1 second. So in the latest docu-series, we just detailed for you 3 films that Jeremy Corbell produced, most of which are garbage, and the information in them is garbage, and they only work by all the methods we've already described. Won't belabor the point. So I found this in his new docu-series, and this is my favorite clip from his docu-series. And I simply wrote, Jeremy Corbell claims he and George Knapp don't get paid to work on UFOs. Yes, he said that. A man with a 3 UFO-related documentary film deal with Orchard on all streaming sites, with a monetized UFO podcast, with money deals with TMZ, News Nation, and more, is saying in his own docuseries that he doesn't get paid for UFOs. And we also have to remember that it has been alleged that in the docuseries he gets out of $135,000 SUV, somebody said. And by the way, I haven't verified that, but that's just the rumors. So take that as rumors and speculation. Also rumors and speculation is that he wears a $50,000 to $75,000 rare, very expensive watch. And he's going to claim that he doesn't get paid for UFOs as he's walking by a homeless man. You got to love it.
You know, George and I, we work on this every damn day. And this is not a job that we get paid for. I actually have a real job. You know, George and I.
He doesn't get paid. He's saying he doesn't get paid.
Every damn day. And this is not a job that we get paid for. I actually have.
Gotta love the homeless guy, right? Maybe you could have given him your watch and he could have, had a place to live for the next 3 years in low-cost housing. Not that kind of a person, though, I'm guessing. I'm guessing he's really not, big on charity. His favorite charity is himself. And, come on. The guy's buying $1.8 million properties or $1 million properties, right? And he's got an expensive SUV, expensive watch. He's got film deals, a monetized UFO podcast, and money deals with TMZ, money deals with News Nation, right? But you and George Knapp don't get paid? I think they should at least address this part, right? That's a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. You just lied through your teeth, Jeremy Corbell. And if you're willing to lie about this, what else is he willing to lie about to keep those dollars rolling in? All right. And on the subject of getting caught lying, we've got a lot more for you, Jeremy. And by the way, this isn't the end, Jeremy. After tonight, I've got even more for you. Got a lot for you, Jeremy. Got a lot more for you. So interestingly, I think that the tides really are turning, and a lot of people are getting sick of Jeremy Corbell making all this money selling less than credible stories. And, at some point you have to realize, I'll give everybody 1 or 2 mistakes, right? Like maybe you made a mistake. Maybe you didn't do enough fact checking, right? But even in his own podcast, he gets caught lying all the time. I forgot to add some of these things to the description. I will add them. I want to thank @Debunk, DEDMUNK, who clipped this together. Like I said, hey, Jeremy, your run of being able to do this is over. So you better enjoy that $1 million property and that $100,000 SUV and that expensive watch, because the UFO gravy train is over for you, bro. You're going to have to come with some evidence or get the hell out of here. People have had enough of it, and they're sick of you profiting and you lying through your teeth all the time. How many times we got to show you Jeremy Corbell lying to us? He lied about Bob Lazar having Navy contracts. He lied about the FBI raid of Bob Lazar's compound, right? His business. He lied about not getting paid for UFOs, and here he is lying again. Oh, and we showed at the beginning of the broadcast, Him lying, saying that the United States government has shot down UAPs as recently as last Friday. Well, if that's not a lie, then it's a completely and totally factually inaccurate, unproven story. But that's what we get from Jeremy Corbell. He is a master of deceptive editing and really the big bluff. Even his own guests contradict his statements.
I don't know, I'm going to use the wrong word, but like the base commander, like, you know, one of the top dogs, not only rolls up, but rolls up with 2 armed Marines that were coming to confiscate the footage.
So Jeremy Corbell is claiming that the Jellyfish UFO footage was confiscated by the Marines. And you know, Jeremy, are you this stupid? Like, I get that you have to bluff to make your fake stories work, but maybe you should think about the bluffs and how ridiculous they sound. Because I'm going to the media spokesperson for the United States Marines, and I've got the date and time generally of the sighting. We're going to fact check you on this, but we don't really need to fact check you on this because you've also said the feeds got shut down. This was all covered up, and your own guest contradiction.
And they confiscated the footage. They did not sign it out.
He's saying that that armed people came, like the men in black, right? This is what he has to do. He has to bluff. He has to drama the fake story up. If the story is really just like, hey, there's a video, we're not really sure what it is. It's probably balloons. We couldn't really identify it, but it's going with the same speed and direction of the wind, so it's probably balloons. That won't sell. You know what will sell? The men in black came and confiscated the footage. Well, if the men in black came and confiscated the footage, then how did your own podcast guest get to see the footage after they confiscated it? He doesn't even think through the lies he tells.
This has never happened before. This has never happened before. They're like, no, we're not signing it out. This never happened. You may never talk about it. The next day, everybody involved, and even if they weren't involved, they were questioned. They had to sign specific NDAs for that event. Now, remember, they already signed NDAs just to be there. These are our top dog intelligence officers. So they cut off the feeds. They can't see it on night vision. They roll up with armed guards. They confiscate the footage, the original footage. They confiscate it.
So if they confiscated the original footage, then wouldn't it end up in some, pardon the pun, John Greenwald, wouldn't it end up in some black vault and nobody would ever see it and you wouldn't be able to make money off of it? But other people have seen that footage. How did they see it if your men in black confiscated it? None of this makes any sense unless you realize that he just bluffed and made this whole story up to help sell his fake nonsense.
And they have everybody sign NDAs for this singular event. Now, that has never happened.
All I know is I believe it was about 3 recordings that I had saved on my workstation.
So how did this guy get 3 recordings on his workstation that he saved if the men in black came and confiscated all the footage and all the feeds were shut down and multiple countries were involved and this never happened before? He's trying to turn ordinary events into something extraordinary. That's how you sell a fake story, my friends.
On the server there.
On the server.
When I was showing the video, it was more of just a, cool video that's saved on the system, something that happened months ago. They did
saved on the system, something that happened months ago. Well, that directly contradicts what Jeremy Corbell claimed. He claimed the men in black came with armed guards and confiscated all the footage. Well, then how did this guy see it on the servers? Wouldn't they have taken it off the servers, Jeremy? Your own bullshit doesn't make any sense. At least write it out before you bluff. You got to come up with some better bluffs, Mr. Clown. And great video. I'm going to follow this guy on Twitter. I think he did a great job catching this. And by the way, I just want to say that it's plural here. Truth seekers. And we employ the help and use of fellow truth seekers around the world. It takes an army. There is a principle which basically says that the amount of energy you need to expend to dispel bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. How easy was it for Jeremy Corbell to just lie through his teeth, make up a fake story, right? It's difficult to dispel the BS. But this Twitter user did, and I'm glad to be able to share that here with my audience. Thank you very much. So now we're going to get into the videos that they have released. And but before we do that, I've got something else fun to share. Because Jeremy Corbell are doubling, they always do this. They double and triple down for as long as they can, trying to keep their fake story rolling and the cash rolling in. And they only admit it when they absolutely have to, as in the case of the 29 Palms flare story, right? Eventually, the evidence was too overwhelming. And they had to admit it was flares, right? And here's another issue. Jeremy Corbell claims that they had this footage for 3 years. How do they have this footage for 3 years and get everything wrong? The object went underwater for 17 minutes. That wasn't in the footage. There's no proof or evidence of that. Though Jeremy Corbell was very skillful at sort of manipulating a witness to saying, well, it could be another video. We don't know. Came out of the water and did 90-degree turns. Still no evidence of that. The footage was taken by an intelligence agency and buried. That's what Corbell, and this is all Corbell's original reporting on the event. And the whole story falls apart. How could this guy be doing 3 years of research and get all these facts so incredibly wrong, right? The object in the video changes temperature. That's been proven to be completely and totally false. And also, Jeremy Corbell lies through his teeth. In his original reporting, he said that the object was filmed from a weapons platform. I'm going to say that again. In his original reporting, Jeremy Corbell claimed that the object was filmed both by an intelligence agency, which is not correct, and by a weapons platform. That is completely and totally factually inaccurate, because we know now that the object was filmed from an aerostat. I'm going to show you what an aerostat is, just for the benefit of anybody that may be unfamiliar. That's an aerostat. It's basically a lighter-than-air craft with an MX-20 camera on it and some sensors, and they fly it up over an active operations zone, and it's used for threat identification. Here we have an aerostat, a lighter-than-air aircraft that gains its lift through the use of buoyant gas. Aerostats include unpowered balloons and unpowered airships. This aerostat, friends, that's not a weapons platform. So he got that completely and totally wrong. But don't worry, now he's doubling down and claiming that he didn't say what it was filmed from. Yes, you did. It's in your original reporting, right? And of course, we get all these other unproven claims. Could not be seen with the naked eye, just on IR film. Well, could it be that it was 1,000 feet up and at night, and maybe people with the IR scopes, with the night vision scopes, were looking in the wrong place and just didn't know where to look or see it? There were a couple of nations involved. Feeds were shut down. The object had scale light armor on it. Could not be detected or seen with night vision. All of these are unproven claims. And considering how wrong he got all of these other, points of fact, he provided all of these points on my graphic here as facts in his story. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them completely and totally wrong. How much of the rest of these, 1, 2, 3, 4 more, did he get wrong? How many times is this guy going to do a trust me, bro? This is what I call it. Trust me, bro claims, right? This is the bluff, the extra goodies that he tacks on to an ordinary event to make it something extraordinary, like his Men in Black story that also falls apart. It all falls apart under scrutiny. This guy is terrible at this. Why is he making millions of dollars is beyond me. I don't know. So we're going to get into we're going to do them in reverse order of debunk. So 3 of the videos that he put out as basically alien spaceships or craft weren't what he claimed they were. And that can be proven. And so we're going to cite fair use once again. And we're going to play you another clip from their monetized podcast. It's called Weaponized, but I call it monetized. Monetize your curiosity. You too can buy $1.8 million properties with your UFO cash if you're just willing to lie through your teeth and pretend everything that people send you is somehow a goddamn alien spacecraft. Here we go.
It's balloons. Now, we consider balloons, right? When we first saw that, maybe it's balloons. Why isn't it balloons? What do you think?
Yeah. So look, so just to be clear, we don't know what this is. Neither does our.
This is them trying to weasel out of Mick West's excellent debunked. By the way, what is he? 3 for 3, 4 for 4? I forget how many of their garbage fake UFOs have been debunked. You know, we had the Batman balloon, we had the drones that Jeremy Corbell said were pyramid spaceships. We had the flares that Jeremy Corbell said was a giant triangle craft, extraordinary craft, of course. We have the jellyfish now, which, you know, if it's going in the direction and speed of the wind in its flight path, it's a pretty good guess. It's probably balloons. It's better to be cautious and say it's more likely than not balloons than to jump right to alien spaceships. But that's not what sells. They need it to be alien spaceships in order to sell it. Balloons don't really sell quite as well or at all compared to alien spaceships.
Our government, they labeled it UAP unknown. So we don't know. They don't know. We're looking for answers. Everybody's looking for answers. Every source we have, every person that we know that was there, that's seen the footage, everybody's looking for answers.
Yeah, and here's another part of the bluff. They have all these sources that they've gathered over 3 years before they did this story. If they were working on this story for 3 years, how did they get all those facts wrong that I showed you earlier? They got everything wrong about the story. You worked on this for 3 years, and now he's going to claim they have all these other sources. And by the way, he's done this before in the case of the flare story. He claimed they had all these witnesses that say it could be flares. It's definitely not flares. It could be flares, but we never heard from them. Was that a bluff? Is this right here a bluff? He's got all these sources that don't know what that object is.
So that's what we're really doing here. I do want to make a correction, and I want to explain the correction.
Yeah. He even got the date of the original sighting completely and totally wrong. Now he's going to act like, well, that was just an honest mistake. I wrote down the wrong number. No, you screwed that up too, man.
I'm alone. I don't have an army of people.
Well, apparently you have millions of dollars. Why don't you hire a staff since you're so piss poor at doing research, dude? Hire somebody so that you don't keep looking like the clown of the UFO world. Every time you put out a story, it gets debunked as not what you said it is in days.
I'm typing shit out. I'm looking at my notes of the last 3.5 years. We have
Hear that? He's been investigating this story for 3.5 years. Then how did you get so many of the principal facts of the story wrong? You said it was filmed by an intelligence agency. You said it was filmed from a weapons platform. You said all of these things, including the date and time of the sighting, that you got completely and totally wrong. How did you investigate this story for 3.5 years and get all of those important, some would say pivotal facts of the case completely and totally wrong?
Witnesses that have seen it for many years.
And here's the bluff. Oh, we've got all these witnesses that saw this for many years, multiple locations at multiple times. Great. Where are they at? Interview them. Can I interview them, or do they not exist? He could very well be bluffing. And given Jeremy Corbell's proven track record of lying to audiences, I don't trust him when he says he has all these sources until I speak to them and verify those sources even exist. Now, to be clear, I'm not accusing him of inventing sources, but he has done this before in the case of the 29 Palms flare story. He said he had all these witnesses that would testify that it couldn't be flares, and then we never heard from them. Is this a prover maneuver? Is this a big bluff? I think so. And that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. You can't trust a guy that keeps getting caught lying to his teeth. The guy can't even tell the truth about getting paid for UFOs. In his own docuseries, he's lying, saying he doesn't get paid. I don't trust this proven liar when he says he has all these sources that dispute what the noisy negative debunkers are saying.
Because this thing has been kind of been the ghost story, the spaghetti monster, you know, at the base. So as I'm cumulatively going through it.
Oh yeah, he got that wrong. It wasn't called the Jellyfish UFO by any of the people who saw it. It was called the spaghetti monster. Another fact he got wrong.
Everything, because it's not one source. It's not one time we were sent this video, or these videos. So what's happened?
But wait a minute, how are multiple people here? Let's tie it back to what he got caught lying about earlier. How are multiple people sending him a video that the Men in Black came and confiscated? He can't even keep his own lies straight. You already lied and said the Men in Black confiscated the video and made everybody sign NDAs. So what? Everybody's risking their career and criminal prosecution to send you copies of a video that you say the Men in Black came and confiscated already? Where did all these people get that video if the Men in Black came with armed guards and confiscated it? Just a little bit of logic, and Jeremy Corbell's fakeness falls apart under scrutiny. I'm getting to the point where, you know, it's like that old saying, how do you know when Jeremy Corbell is lying to you? His lips are moving.
Happened is, I think I said it was 2018 on the YouTube release, like raw. What I meant is that's raw to us. Like that's how we received the footage, exactly like you're seeing on the screen, except for the title. But I said 2018 because some people saw it in 2018, some people saw it in 2019, 2021, 2020.
Great. Look at this. All these people saw this video. How did they all see it if the Men in Black confiscated it with armed guards and made everybody sign NDAs? How come everybody's seeing this video that you said was shut down and the feed shut down and the Men in Black came and they confiscated it? How are people seeing it for years after the Men in Black confiscated it? If you think none of this shit makes any sense, you're right. And this, my friends, is the indication that Jeremy Corbell is lying to you, or at least not being honest about the story.
2022, but I think it was actually filmed in 2017. It was October, probably between the dates of the 17th and the 20th. Not sure, so I don't want to report for sure I know something. So that is my flaw in that.
Well, he reported for sure that he knew it was filmed by a weapons platform. He reported for sure that the Men in Black came with Marine armed guards and confiscated all the footage. You know, this doublespeak is ridiculous. It is comical at this point. Like, how many times are we going to catch him lying in one broadcast? I don't know. I've lost track here. You know, it's just getting to the point of comic relief here.
All the sources we have cumulatively without editors and sleep deprived. Yeah, I put an 8 instead of a 7. Sorry.
Yeah, so he routinely will do this. He'll cop to one little tiny factual error, but he doesn't address all the other factual errors. And also, if you've got all these sources, why don't you interview them and ask them, how did they see footage that was confiscated by the Men in Black with Marine armed guards and everybody had to sign an NDA? If you violate an NDA, your career is over. You could be criminally prosecuted. But he said in 2017, 2018, 2019, people saw this video. 2019, 2020, and people sent us this video. In 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, all these people for years after the Men in Black confiscated it, they all saw this video. They sent it to us. So I got confused. I think you're getting confused because you're a liar. Liars often get confused. They have trouble keeping their lies straight. And that's the problem that Corbell is facing right now. The liar cannot keep track of, they lie so much, they can't keep track of all their lies. None of this makes any sense. How are people sending them the videos for years after they got confiscated? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, that's correcting it is what journalists are supposed to do. You make a mistake on it, you correct it, and we've done that. So
yeah, that's what journalists are supposed to do. If you make a mistake, you correct it. Well, what about all the other mistakes that you never corrected? You corrected getting the date wrong, but you did not correct saying that it was filmed from a weapons platform. You didn't correct saying that it was filmed from a weapons platform, that it was taken by an intelligence agency and then buried. that the object changes temperature. You still haven't admitted to that. You're not correcting the record. And by the way, if George Knapp wants to pretend that they're good journalists and they correct things when they get it wrong, well, then why don't they address all the Bob Lazar discrepancies and problems? Why don't we've got on the record sources? They're all in the description of the video. Why don't you correct the record on Bob Lazar lying about being a scientist, lying about working at Los Alamos as a scientist, lying about getting on Janet Airlines? Why are you only correcting the record, you know, when it's some little factoid that you know the true believers will let you get away with? I know what I believe.
I don't think it's that big of a deal. We now know for sure, because of the reaction to the TMZ program and hopefully some of the interviews that you've done on other media, that there were other witnesses. We knew that before. We had talked to a lot of witnesses.
One other known witness. The rest have not been named or been public. So all this talk of all these witnesses could very well be just another Corbell Knapp bluff. They do it a lot. For 30 years now, Knapp has been saying that parts of Bob Lazar's story were verified to me by verified people that worked at Area 51. He's never named any of them.
But now some of them have come forward to buttress the legitimacy of the case. We know also about the platform. So we didn't say in that recording what the platform was, but it's an aerostat, right?
They said it was a weapons platform. Somebody find me the clip and put it in the Discord of Jeremy Corbell saying that it was filmed from a weapons platform. Here, George Knapp is either misinformed or uninformed, or he's lying. Jeremy Corbell in his original reporting said it was filmed from a weapons platform. Now he's saying we didn't say where it was filmed from. Yes, you did. Corbell said it was filmed from a weapons platform by an intelligence agency, which would make the story grander, much more dramatic. Oh, maybe it was a Reaper drone or a stealth fighter or bomber or some other weapon system that filmed this alien incursion into a military zone. No, it was filmed by an aerostat. You guys said it was filmed by a weapons platform. It wasn't. It was filmed from an aerostat, which is not a weapons platform. You got that wrong. You know, like almost in the same breath, he says, if you're a journalist and you get things wrong, you have to correct it. Then he lies to get out of another correction that they don't want to make.
But the platform was, but it's an aerostat, right?
Yeah, that's right. So now we can be really clear about it. So let's answer that. But let me go back to what you said. Why isn't it balloons? So I don't know what it is, but we now that the video is out without endangering, because we don't know who we can show this to initially. That's the problem. We can't just like throw it out to everybody and then all of a sudden, you know, you're revealing sources.
Yeah, well, I think you should be more worried about criminal prosecution. What are the, and by the way, I'm just asking questions here, Jeremy Corbell. What are the legalities of somebody taking a film from a United States military aerostat in an active, was it an active war zone or operation zone? It was an active military base. What are the legalities of somebody taking a video like that and giving it to a garbage peddling, shady UFO profiteering whore like Jeremy Corbell and letting him make money off of it? Is that legal? Is it moral? Is it ethical? These are some questions I have. And by the way, I'm just asking questions, right? And we're going to get into that because it appears that the government's really not too happy with this release. And we'll see more due to a statement that John from the Black Vault, God bless John from the Black Vault, got from Susan Goff, the Pentagon spokesperson, about this very issue.
So what we do know and what we knew before was that it's not a smudge. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it's not a smudge, but I love it. They say it's first they say it's balloons, then they say it's birds, and then they say it's bird shit. You know, it's so funny to me.
Yeah, and by the way, that's what a real researcher does. They try to eliminate prosaic explanations. And I'll be the first to admit, upon first viewing that video, I thought it was a smudge on the camera casing too. But upon research, found out it couldn't be. So we go to another more likely explanation. The fact that Jeremy Corbell is going to deride people from trying to provide a prosaic explanation before yelling aliens like he's so keen on doing is comical. It is laughable and ridiculous.
The mental gymnastics that these, straight up debunkers, what they try to do. But so let's talk about that. So we know it's not a smudge on the lens because the infrared would look right through it when it's looking at a distance because of the field of view.
Yeah, and guess who he got that from? Mick West. Mick West proved that, right? And it's so funny that he's using his arch nemesis's own data and information to argue that the debunkers are wrong. You're basically citing Mick West and crying about debunkers. Well, Mick West keeps getting it right, you keep getting it wrong. So I'll side with Mick West and believe him. And by the way, Mick West, to my knowledge, has never been caught lying like you have so many times. So
now I'm not an expert in this, but not only was that obvious to me, so it's disingenuous for people to say that, but it was obvious to me, but also there's a guy online and he did this kind of time lapse that you sent me, George. It was on Twitter, I think. Again, I don't click on Twitter.
Also posted on Mick West's Metabunk, right? Where did he get that? Right?
Except when you guys send me links.
And so funny, he's so upset about the debunkers and he's using all the stuff from Metabunk to say, oh, couldn't be this, couldn't be that. And by the way, Metabunk does a great job of eliminating the, what it could be.
You can see it clearly rotating as a three-dimensional object. So that was cool. So that kind of immediately debunked the debunkers on their initial things. Now,
yeah, and by the way, it's perfectly okay to be wrong on a gut reaction. And I'll be clear, my gut reaction was it was a smudge on the camera at first. But upon educating myself, I realized it couldn't be. So then we eliminate that. That's called good journalism or good research, Jeremy. Something that you didn't do. Why didn't you explain any of this shit before the debunkers pointed it all out to you?
Now, why isn't it balloons? This is important. Like, I would be very surprised if it was balloons because...
Well, you better get your surprise face ready because it's most likely balloons, Jeremy.
These operators are highly trained. I've actually...
And here's another bluff. Training material would, by definition, be sensitive or classified material that you're not allowed to share with civilians. And right now, how many times has Jeremy Corbell bluffed that he had access to classified information, right? And now he's going to bluff again, claiming that he's seen all the training materials. Well, who showed you that? Because they would be criminally prosecuted for showing you the training materials for these surveillance platforms. And by the way, I got that from a real military source. I called and tried to check, can you just show training materials to journalists for the... No, because then it could get out to the enemy or our adversaries. So that would be the training material for these surveillance platforms would be highly restricted material. He's going to claim he saw the training material. You're going to have a lot of explaining to do to the Pentagon, bro. Good luck. Good luck bluffing your way out of this bluff.
I've seen myself the training slides and the information that these guys go through to operate the aerostat, which is the question you had of the platform. So
he claims he saw the training material. Great. He's also previously claimed to see the logs that prove that the government was shooting down UAP and UFOs on a weekly basis as recently as last Friday. That would also be classified material. How many times is Jeremy Corbell allowed to bluff that he's seeing classified material that would likely be illegal for him to even see or be in possession of or be sent before we call his bluff, before the Pentagon calls his bluff? There's a reason he suddenly declared himself a journalist, and it's not because he always wanted to be a journalist.
You're at this base in Iraq. It's a base within a base, and now it's publicly, said. So I'm going to say it. It's the Habaniya Lake. It was the base is right by that lake. What we know is that they are trained, literally.
And again, here's another bluff. We have highly trained operators of these surveillance platforms that are going to tell you this can't be balloons. This is a prove or maneuver bluff. Provide the source. Interview anybody with verified credentials, an operator of an aerostat that will look at your data and say it cannot be balloons. I'm calling his bluff, and you should too. This man has bluffed enough. How many times is he going to bluff about seeing classified information?
Bunch of balloons. Here
Now he's got operators that are going to tell him it can't be balloons, but we don't get to see them. We don't get to talk to them. We don't get to hear from them. Kind of like all of those claimed sources that verify parts of Bob Lazar's stories.
Here's what it looks like through the MX-20 camera off of the aerostat, right? And this is the Persistent Threat Detection Program, I think is the name of the aerostat. It's made by Lockheed Martin. And there's a couple, I believe there's a couple.
Yeah, and you know, Lockheed Martin and the military always just let garbage peddling UFO hucksters see the training materials for their highly advanced surveillance platforms, because that wouldn't be a threat to national security at all if those training materials got in the hands of, oh, I don't know, Al-Qaeda or the Houthi rebels or any adversarial country, right? You know, even just a little bit of logic rips Jeremy Corbell to shreds with some of his likely false statements.
Cameras and I think seven sensor systems on this unit. And so they are trained to know before they ever start operating the machinery.
Yes, all of these mystery anonymous sources who told him this, right? And we're not allowed to see them, talk to them, know their names, vet them as real and verifiable sources. You wouldn't be just bluffing here because you got caught selling balloons again as alien spaceships. How many times are you going to get caught selling something as, quote, extraordinary craft before no one listens to you anymore?
This is what balloons are like. This is what they look like. This is how you can get confused by balloons. This is what a plastic bag in the wind or debris looks like. I have seen the briefing materials. I have talked to numerous people.
Again, he saw the briefing materials. So did you just say that you're in possession of very sensitive military information that might be classified? Did you just admit that or say that on a public live stream? Great. Then post it. Share your screen. Show us the training materials that you're in possession of, that you've seen, if you've indeed seen that. No, just another bluff from a bluffer.
That operate this system, and all of them say, we are trained on that. This is not that.
All of them. Great. So you're going to line them all up and you're going to put them on your podcast. All verified sources whose DD-214, whose military credentials you've checked, and they've operated these systems, and you're going to line them up on your podcast and put them all up one by one. All of them said it can't be balloons. Why aren't you putting them on your podcast? Prove that you're not lying here. Prove that you're not bluffing. The time that you were able to bluff fake information is over, Jeremy Corbell. You are not going to be allowed to bluff like this going forward any longer. That time is over. Enjoy all that money you made with the big bluffs. No more big bluffs from you, Corbell.
So from my understanding, and a lot more information.
And a lot more information that he won't show you.
Yeah, that's pretty much why we know that this was designated UAP, is because they excluded those very prosaic and simple answers to those questions of what it's not.
And there we have it. Jeremy Corbell with some big bluffs. He's seeing he's got classified information being sent to him. And he's getting this video sent to him over and over and over again, even after the Men in Black confiscated it with Marine armed guards and made everybody sign NDAs. Everybody's risking their careers, their pension, and criminal prosecution to send him the video they signed an NDA about anyway. Sure, totally makes sense. And what's his other prover maneuver bluff? Oh, by the way, I also saw the sensitive military training manuals for these highly advanced surveillance platforms that operate in war zones throughout the Middle East and elsewhere in the world all the time, and that's not a violation of national security laws or anything, right? Right? I'm totally allowed to see sensitive military training manuals for surveillance platforms, including threat identification systems. This all makes sense, right? Or maybe, just maybe, he's trying to bluff his way out of this one, just like he tried to bluff his way out of the 29 Palms flare story. And that didn't work out too well for you, did it, Jeremy? Eventually, he had to drop it and admit that what he put out as craft had a prosaic explanation, an ordinary earthly explanation. And that explanation, my friends, was flares over a military training exercise where flares were dropped. And he worked on that story for 3 years too, right? Or 2 years. And he had all this help from all these investigative journalists. And somehow the multimillionaire UFO expert somehow excluded flares as a likely or possible explanation, right? Very convenient. Wow. It's very convenient that if we say it's flares, we won't make any money. And very conveniently, if we say it's not flares and it could be flares and we bluff all these witnesses that will agree with us that it definitely can't be flares, we'll make tons of money. Very convenient. Wow. He's the luckiest guy, right? And we're going to go on over to Mick West's channel. And I highly recommend that in the description of the video, we're going to go with the Jellyfish UFO analysis first, which will pretty much solve the mystery. And by the way, in case you're keeping track, I don't know, are we playing Mick West, Jeremy Corbell, tic-tac-toe? Because if we are, I'm pretty sure that Mick West just won the game of tic-tac-toe, because he's 3 for 3 being correct and being right. And Jeremy Corbell's 3 for 3 with promoting a fake mystery and being completely and totally wrong. But hey, track record shouldn't matter, right? Because I want to hear alien stories, right? We'll just let this guy keep lying to us and keep selling us these fake manufactured mysteries that aren't mysteries, right?
This video, called Jellyfish, came out a few days ago. It shows an object seeming to fly over a US military base in Iraq. I initially noted that it looked a bit like some bird poop on a window, but that seemed unlikely as it would not be in focus with the long focal length of the camera. Also, there's more video.
Yeah, and by the way, did you hear that? Jeremy Corbell's making fun of the debunkers. Mick West gives you all the information. I initially thought it might have been bird poop or something on the window. He's mocking somebody for doing a real analysis and doing real research. He's mocking real research as he jumps straight to aliens.
Where it's further away. So the next obvious possibility is some balloons, perhaps with parallax from the moving plane or drone, which is creating the illusion of motion. But then after the video location was found and a witness familiar with the situation came forward, it became clear that this was recorded from a surveillance balloon, a stationary camera, so the object was actually moving. The building configurations in the base have changed quite a bit over the last 6 years, but what matches is from 2017, which also matches.
Yeah, and look at the level of detail and research that Mick West was able to do in just a couple of days, right? Jeremy Corbell has this video for 3 years. He's got all these witnesses and he gets it all wrong, including the date that the original video was recorded. And Mick West does real research and he finds a date range that most likely this is when the video was recorded by doing real research. Jeremy Corbell does not do real research and he mocks people who do. That'll tell you everything you need to know about Mr. Corbell's ethics and morality when it comes to how he approaches these stories.
It's what the witness said, even though the video description said 2018. We can use the matching buildings for a quick line of sight analysis. The surveillance balloon's location can be seen in Google Earth. This is the base of the balloon's tether. The balloon itself moves around a bit with the wind, but it's near this location. To calculate its altitude, I adjusted that altitude to match the roofline angle of this building. It looked right at about 750 meters, or around 2,500 feet. I put the camera at that altitude over the balloon tether in sitrec, and then added a ground track from the start to the end positions of the object.
By the way, why didn't Jeremy Corbell do a real analysis like this and eliminate earthly or ordinary explanations? Or with all his millions of dollars he's allegedly or apparently making off of UFOs while lying through his teeth and saying he doesn't get paid for UFOs in his own docuseries, why didn't he hire somebody to do an analysis like this? And by the way, I'm not the first to suggest that maybe he should hire Mick West, right? Because Mick West keeps getting it right and Jeremy Corbell keeps getting it wrong.
Based on the video and the geolocated buildings. Then I set up a straight line traversal, and it's a pretty good match. I have to use more recent imagery, but the remaining buildings match up. You see the speed and altitude in these graphs. We can increase the distance and the speed increases, but the size will decrease. Or we can decrease the distance and the object's speed decreases, but the size needs to increase. So, fiddling around with this, we can see that something drifting a 10-mile-per-hour wind at around 1,800 feet would be about right.
Yeah, and by the way, you can check meteorological records and determine the wind speed. So what we've got is an object traveling at the direction of the wind and the speed of the wind, exactly like balloons would. Are alien spacecraft just operating exactly how a balloon would from a physics perspective? Right? Ooh, maybe they're trying to do that for stealth so people don't know it's aliens. They'll think we're a cluster of balloons instead of an alien jelly spaceship. It's so ridiculous.
Now, the object does not move much. It looks very static, but that's expected for something over 1,000 feet in the air that's not rising or falling. It just moves with the air. So there's no turbulent forces acting on it that would make it move around. In the video, we briefly see a flag fluttering in the wind. Isolating it, we can see that it is blowing to the left, to the west, in the same direction the object is traveling, consistent with that object being a balloon.
Oh, so isn't that just, it's just a coincidence that alien spaceship travel exactly in the same direction that the wind is blowing a flag in the same video. You know, this is a real analysis. And what we get from Jeremy Corbell is jumping straight to aliens and not doing any work or research. It's ridiculous.
Some people noted that the object seems to get hotter and colder, darker and lighter in the infrared.
Yeah, that's
But if you
wrong.
look at the background, you'll see that that changes in sync with the object, which means it's just the camera adjusting the exposure and not actually a temperature change.
And by the way, that has been confirmed by multiple operators of this very surveillance platform and camera, the MX-20. Multiple people that we can verify operated this exact camera have agreed that Mick West is correct. The object does not change temperature. So Jeremy Corbell got that completely and totally wrong too, after 3 years of research. Why couldn't he find those experts, right? He claimed just in the video we just showed, he's got all these experts. He's even got the training manual for that surveillance platform. So wouldn't he know if he had the training manual for the surveillance platform that it wasn't changing temperature and that Mick West nailed it?
There are also reports that it was only visible to the thermal sensor and was not visible to the naked eye. But then it was dark and over 1,000 feet up, so that's hardly surprising. Can you even see balloons in thermal footage? Yes, you can. Latex balloons are somewhat transparent close up, but a bunch would be visible, especially with some decorations. Mylar balloons reflect the cold sky, but are also always visible. So what does this enable?
And by the way, the claim that they could not be seen on infrared cameras came from Jeremy Corbell, who's been wrong about so much of this story that I'm sorry, not sorry. You can't just let him do it. Trust me, bro. If he's going to claim it couldn't be seen by infrared sensors, then he's got to prove that. And he hasn't yet. So that's just an unproven claim, like many of his unproven claims.
Initial analysis tell us? Well, if there were some odd-shaped balloons, maybe a few balloons covered with some streamers or other decorations, and the wind at 1,800 feet was just 10 miles per hour from the east, then this is what you would see. But there's more. There's actually two videos. One video shows a faraway object. Jeremy Corbell
Here's another thing that Jeremy Corbell got wrong, completely and totally wrong.
suggests that this was showing the same object over water. But we can see from the heading of 172 degrees and the slant range of 6.8 kilometers that it's actually several miles due south of the base.
Jeremy Corbell's original reporting, another thing he got wrong. Oh, this went over water. No. Mick West just proved with science and math it wasn't over water at all. Jeremy Corbell got that completely and totally wrong.
We can also see some power lines and roads, so we can do a rough geolocation. Again, it's just moving in a straight line in the direction of the wind at about wind speed, consistent with a balloon. But is it the same balloon? We see this second video has different colored text on screen. This suggests a different camera, or maybe just a different time. There's only one aerostat camera on the base, and this video is consistent with that location, so it could be a different balloon-like object filmed at a different time, but with similar wind. So are we just looking at two different bunches of balloons? We can't be sure. It might be a new form of life, an ultra-terrestrial non-human intelligence jellyfish-like creature, or even an interdimensional probe.
Yeah, that just so happens to move at the same speed and direction of the wind in a straight line with the speed and direction of the wind.
But those things are pretty extraordinary, and we don't even know if they exist. We do know that ordinary balloons are a very common source of airborne clutter. These objects move like balloons, and they're balloon-sized. So despite the odd appearance, I think that what we are looking at here is something like two bunches of balloons, miles apart, drifting in the wind.
And there we have it. So, and that's another thing. There's no proof that these two objects are the same object filmed at the same time. And you can't trust a peddler of fantastical fake stories like Jeremy Corbell to tell you the truth about those things. So let's get into the next one that Jeremy Corbell, the chandelier. This is another great one. Jeremy Corbell gets it completely wrong again. And Mick West, who, by the way, I always try to say this. All you people that hate on Mick West, you know, maybe your hatred and your anger is misplaced. And instead of being angry at the guy who tells you the truth about what that object in the UFO documentary really is, maybe you should get mad at the person who lied to you about it being, you know, probably alien or probably some extraordinary craft. The anger with people like Mick West is completely, it just escapes me. Like, do you just want to live in a fantasy world where everything's jellyfish alien spaceship when it's balloons? And here's another one.
This still image of a spiky UFO was released by Jeremy Corbell. It's called Chandelier because apparently this is what a chandelier looks like if you lay on a table and look up at one. When I first saw it, I recognized it looked rather like a diffraction artifact. Bright lights or heat sources often have a star-shaped diffraction pattern around them. This can vary a lot by camera, lighting conditions, and the settings, but generally depends on the shape of the aperture and the configuration of support vanes in a compound mirror telescope. On Metadebunk, Flarkey.
By the way, this is another one that Jeremy Corbell claims to have been working on for how long? How long did Jeremy Corbell work on this? Why couldn't he do a real analysis? Or pay somebody that's a military expert familiar with these things that could, you know, solve the mystery? Could it possibly be that he doesn't want to solve mysteries? He wants to sell mysteries. I'm going to say that one more time. Could it possibly be that Jeremy Corbell does not want to solve the mysteries? He wants to sell the mystery.
He recognized the camera as a Raytheon MTS-B, and we see that does indeed have the support vanes in the main camera. There's not a lot of sample footage, but we do see diffraction spikes. But what are these weird club or arrow-shaped spikes? They do look odd. Within a video about the MQ-9 Reaper with a similar camera, I noticed a diffraction pattern that also had clubbed spikes. We also see from the lens flare that it has a square or diamond-shaped aperture, which is probably related. Then, John Phil published an analysis on Metadebunk. Using the Masculator software, he used images of the camera to create an input mask, which is then used to calculate the expected diffraction pattern.
Yeah, and I just want to say that Metadebunk is an excellent resource. If you actually want to know the truth of these things and not buy the lie from the garbage peddlers pushing the lies, it's metabunk.org. And Mick and like-minded people from around the world get together and they actually solve these mysteries. Imagine that, instead of just jumping straight to selling the mystery and claiming alien spaceships.
John also noticed a crucial point. The veins on the MTSB are apodizing, meaning they are a bit wavy. Putting that info into the masculator gives a diffraction pattern that has the odd club or arrow shapes. It was lacking the horizontal and vertical spikes, but those are a consequence of a square aperture. If we calculate that diffraction pattern and then add them together, we get something that looks very much like the chandelier. These results were also roughly replicated by Adams AT using a different program.
So what we've got is multiple independent researchers who are experts in these surveillance systems, essentially concurring that this is nothing extraordinary. This is not a chandelier UFO. This is not what Jeremy Corbell sold it as. This, in fact, is not a mystery. But again, Jeremy Corbell doesn't want to do research. He doesn't want to get real analysts and military experts and military surveillance platform experts to look at his footage. He just wants to run the TMZ and fill up his bank account so that he can make money selling a fake mystery.
Now, this is just a still image that looks like the expected diffraction artifact of the camera involved, but there's also a description of the object moving around weirdly. We also see what looks a bit like a smoke trail or a contrail.
And by the way, the person making all of these wild, out-of-this-world claims, like nobody in the intelligence community, remember how this was sold. Jeremy Corbell's anonymous intelligence source said that this baffled the entire intelligence community. Nobody knew what this was. Was that a bluff? Because how come civilian experts on these matters can identify it in minutes, you know, using actual math and research? And his military expert said that it baffled the entire intelligence community. Maybe that was a bluff. Who knows?
Fits all of these observations. Hard to say without seeing the video, but since this is thermal footage, we are looking at something hot, maybe an explosion. But if it actually moves around, then maybe an engine or a rocket motor, possibly even a reflection of the sun. So it could be a missile or an aircraft in the distance flying away. The hot engine or rocket motor gives the bright diffraction artifact. Perspective compression makes the smoke trail look more dramatic than it actually was, and this could also give the illusion that the object is just moving up, down, left, and right when it's really flying away at high speed along a slightly irregular path.
Or it's an alien spaceship from the planet Xanadu and Dimension X, right?
Again,
and again, I get it. Jeremy Corbell always pulls the bluff. Oh, I'm not saying it was aliens, but this baffled the entire intelligence community. Nobody knew what this object was. Okay, great.
Hard to say without the video. But from this photo matching...
Yeah, and there could be a reason that we only get the still. That's part of the lie by omission. He tries to give as little data as he can. And we saw in that other example that the heads-up display was purposefully cropped out of the so-called Jellyfish UFO video, because that would include longitudinal and latitudinal information, geolocation information, and other information that could help solve the mystery. And again, Corbell doesn't want to solve mysteries. He wants to sell mysteries.
In the diffraction pattern of the MTSB camera, there's really no reason to suspect that this is the actual shape of the craft or that it's non-human technology. Cool story, but as in so many cases, the physical evidence points towards the mundane.
Yeah, so there we have it. Another excellent breakdown by Mr. Mick West of metabunk.org. By the way, I asked Mick West if anybody else knows, is there a way to donate money to Metabunk or to Mick West? I know he's a busy guy, so I asked him, and he didn't get back to me. So if somebody knows, please do let me know. I'd like to put my money where my mouth is and give the people telling me the truth about these strange and mysterious UFO videos and objects and information. I'd like to give them a couple bucks. I'd like to reward the people who are telling me the truth and not the people who are lying to us. And just one more. because we can complete the three shot set, and there's more that are likely fake that Corbell has put out and ordinary explanations. After all, we've got, right? What about the one video that turns out it was likely a radar reflector or a radar target? We've got another one that's likely a rocket or a missile. But before I forget, I want to make sure that I put on the record and ask this question. Where is Jeremy Corbell getting all of these sensitive military videos taken over, in some cases, active war zones or operation zones? And is it really legal for him to slap his trademark or whatever copyright on these videos and profit from them if they're taxpayer-funded videos? These are questions that Mr. Corbell should answer. My favorite is the triangle spaceships. And that one, even NASA agreed with Mr. Mick West's excellent debunk. This is a little bit older now, but in this one, Jeremy Corbell claimed that these were alien pyramid spaceships and they couldn't be drones or anything ordinary.
This UFO video does not show a pyramid.
By the way, just to really make the point, this was another one where Jeremy Corbell bluffed and said, no, we've got all these witnesses. It couldn't be drones. It couldn't be misidentification. It couldn't be. It's some kind of extraordinary craft, pyramid spaceships, right? We never heard from any of those witnesses. And by the way, I think that this video, which by the way was released in its full form, was purposefully manipulated, because there exists a video where somebody on the deck is talking about a drone sighting while this video is playing. And that audio was just conveniently left out of Jeremy Corbell's, right? Why? Because selling a drone video isn't going to make you very much money, where there's a guy on the video saying it's a drone sighting. But if you cut that audio out and say it's a pyramid spaceship, you could likely make a hell of a lot more money, right?
There's a triangle shape, but that looks exactly like an effect caused by a bright light being out of focus and a night vision camera with a triangular iris, like this one. Or a triangular lens cover, like this one. This effect is known as bokeh. It's also probably a plane because it blinks in the same pattern as a Boeing 737, and the ship, the USS Russell, was directly under the route for planes flying into Los Angeles from Hawaii and Asia.
Yeah, so according to Jeremy Corbell, alien spaceships blink at the very same rate as, airline lights from a regular human airline. Apparently, alien spaceships, I guess to cloak themselves so we don't think they're alien spaceships, have the very same blink pattern as commercial aircraft. Yeah, not suspicious at all.
There are a couple more triangles in the scene. Those are probably stars, because they look exactly like stars taken with a night vision camera out of focus with a triangular iris. There's some bright lights at the start of the pyramid UFO video. That's probably Jupiter and some stars, because it matches exactly where Jupiter and some stars were on that day. They don't show up as sharp triangles because the cameraman has not zoomed in yet. But they look the same shape as the supposed flashing pyramid does when it first arrives. There's some points of light in the video that sometimes look like stars. They are not stars. They are random noise, stray electrons in the image intensifier tube. They change from frame to frame. They don't show up as triangles as they form in the image intensifier tube, which is behind the iris, so they are not affected by it. I first saw this video 1 week ago, on April the 8th. I instantly realized it looked like a plane from the flashing lights, and quickly figured out that bokeh was the best explanation for the triangular lights. But I had no evidence, and no night vision binocular, and couldn't find a night vision binocular that had a triangular iris. So I tried duplicating it by taping a triangular hole in the front of my regular camera. This gave nice triangles for lights and stars when out of focus. I also found that taping holes in the front of night vision binoculars was actually something people did, although I couldn't find any triangular shapes. Then, a breakthrough. Jesse3959 on Metadebunk took a look at his night vision binocular and discovered, hey, it has a triangular iris. I asked him for some footage of lights and stars, and he delivered. Then using a styrofoam holder, he recorded the output with his phone. He changed the focus, and that changed the size of the triangles. And when he filmed the darker sky, you get exactly the same faint stars and sparkly noise that you do in the pyramid UFO video.
Gee, that's just a coincidence, right? This is just a coincidence that it looks almost exactly the same, right?
Then, another breakthrough. A friend told me he had a military-style PVS-14 night vision binocular. He taped a triangular hole on the front and got just the same results as with the triangular iris. Lights took on a triangular shape that changed with focus. Stars looked like the faint objects in the pyramid UFO video, and we get the exact same noise. This PVS-14 footage also shows a circular glare around the triangular bokeh, something that appears in the pyramid UFO footage and that people thought was evidence that it was actually triangular shaped. But it's not. The circular glare is just spreading light. It happens all through the camera, so it looks round and even. The triangle is a different thing, only affected by the front iris or lens cover, so the triangle and circle are independent. So why couldn't the Navy figure this out? Why did they confirm the videos were real?
Yeah, this is an interesting part of the story, and it has to do with manipulation. These mystery stories are always manipulated, and you never get all the information.
Why does it show up on a slide for the UAP task force described as an unknown unmanned aerial system at 700 feet? Well, the key thing here is that the task force investigates sightings that were initially unidentified. This includes examinations of incursions that are initially reported as UAP when the observer cannot immediately identify what he or she is observing. And I think that's what we're seeing here. These are some lights in the sky that a Navy observer filmed with an accidentally out-of-focus night vision binocular and a phone. Initially, they were unidentified. Maybe they still are. Maybe some were Chinese drones at 700 feet. Maybe some were misidentified planes heading for Los Angeles. But one thing is pretty clear. They were not pyramids.
Yeah, and there you have it. Another complete and totally fake mystery created by Jeremy Corbell, sold by Jeremy Corbell, profited on by Jeremy Corbell, that really has nothing to do with the original, what it really is. And this we see is how these mysteries, these fake mysteries, often work. Now, we have shown you a tremendous amount of evidence of deception, manipulation, and more. And I'm at a loss here. Like, what do you do with that? Well, one of the things that you do with that is that you realize that these people who are selling these mysteries, they don't really, you know, it's hard to say. Are they doing this intentionally and purposefully? Or are they just so much into that believer brain side of things that they instantly believe anything that they see must be an alien spaceship? You know, viewers of mine can make up their own mind. I have become far too critical, cynical, and more of the peddlers of this disinformation, misinformation, fake information, false information. I just, at this point, think that people are doing this on purpose because it's very profitable. We have heard of Mr. Corbell's sudden apparent windfalls of money after starting to peddle UFO stories and buying $1 million properties and more. So people are free to make up their own mind. Now, I was going to show one more piece, which is the pyramid spaceship video. I'm sure that I posted the released version of it from the government, which includes the audio. If somebody could scrub through our videos, not live, but our videos, to maybe find that. I'm having a real tough time finding it. I don't know. I tried with keyword searches here while we were listening to Mick West's excellent breakdown. It's in our video section. I thought it was titled something like, oh no, I got it. Navy drone video. Jeremy Corbell lied. Yeah, I found it. Isn't it interesting that the manipulation that takes place, it's part of what interests me in some of these fake stories. You know, occasionally somebody will say, why do you spend so much time on fake stories? It's kind of interesting to me to peel back those layers of deception and see how these fake stories are manipulated, how they are generated. And this is the interaction with UNK, UAS, RSL, and this video was unclassified.
On board USS Russell in position 3217 north, 11957 west, operating in SoCal hop area with course 270 true, speeds 59 at time 0424 Zulu. We have visual of 4 probable unidentified drones.
Unidentified drones. Did you hear that?
Time 0424
Play it again.
Zulu. We have visual of 4 probable unidentified drones with course unknown and speed unknown. Contact.
So why is it that Jeremy Corbell didn't include the audio of the video? Was that just an oversight on his part? Was that just a mistake on his part? Or was that intentional? Because a story about a Navy ship and somebody on board a Navy ship spotting drones is not really going to sell quite like a story about pyramid spaceships will sell. I think that's pretty interesting that in Jeremy Corbell's original reporting of the story, he just showed video and there was none of the audio from this stuff. I think that it's not a coincidence. That's my personal opinion. I can't prove that, but I have observed the deceptive editing of Mr. Corbell for quite some time. And I think it's not a coincidence that the audio in Jeremy Corbell's video was, suspiciously absent.
6 west, operating in SoCal op area with course 034 true, speeds 15 knots at time 0937 Zulu. We have visual of 1 possible UAS with course 034 true, contacts operating at a range of 4,000 yards. Flashing red.
UAS. He says UAS here. This is unmanned aerial system.
Zulu. We have visual of 1 possible UAS with course 034 true, contacts operating at a range of 4,000 yards. Flashing red, green, and white solid lights seen.
And what are the FTC lights? Flashing exactly what he said. Flashing lights that just so happen to correspond with FAA required lighting systems on all commercial or private aircraft. So it's interesting to me to see the possible steps of, the manipulation that takes place. So what we're left with, if we really look at the history of Mr. Corbell's so-called offerings in UFO land, is a history of deceptive editing, a history of lie by omission, a history of getting facts wrong, a history of the big bluff. Oh no, I've got a whole lot of sources that say that wasn't balloons. It couldn't be balloons. And did you catch that bluff? Oh no, I've seen the training manuals for these highly, sensitive or in some cases classified surveillance platforms. And it couldn't be something as simple as balloons. And another bluff. I've got all these people that say it couldn't be that. Well, line them up. Line them up. You got all week. You got plenty of time. Get them all on the podcast there, Mr. Jeremy Corbell, and explain to us, if you don't, where are all those sources at that are telling you that Mick West is wrong, or it can't be just something as ordinary as balloons, but he never does. Every time is no, it's definitely not Boca. We've got witnesses. We've got witnesses that were on the ship. It's not Boca. Great. Where's the witnesses? We never see them. Oh no, it's definitely not flares. We've got witnesses. It couldn't be flares. We've got all these witnesses. They all say it definitely wasn't flares. They're military experts. Great. Line them up on your podcast. Can we hear from them? Can we have their names so other researchers can interview them? Oh no, we never see them. And again, he's done this for a third time now. Oh no, couldn't be balloons. I've seen the training manuals from these highly sensitive, sometimes classified surveillance platforms that operate in active war zones or whatever. And I've seen those, even though it would probably be illegal for me to see those, right? And a violation of the Espionage Act. Hey, I've seen them. Trust me, bro. Just like I've seen the logs from the ships that prove they were shooting at unidentified aerial phenomenon or UFOs every week, as recently as last Friday. There's another bluff for you, right? And now the most recent one, I've got all these witnesses. It can't be balloons. We've got all these witnesses. They all say it can't be balloons. Line them up, dude, or you just bluffed again. And I'm calling Corbell's bluff. I'm tired of him getting away with this. How many more bluffs does he get? He's had enough. This is 3 cases where he bluffed his ass off, manipulated the data, misidentified something ordinary. And remember, he's a multimillionaire UFO expert, right? No, I don't think so. No more. We have to, at some point, realize that people like Jeremy Corbell make a mockery of this subject when a serious scientist looks at this stuff. People like Jeremy Corbell, and to a lesser but still somewhat significant, level, George Knapp, they make this thing a mockery. I'm sure that Mr. Corbell also claimed that this was filmed, this latest garbage video, the Jellyfish, was filmed from a weapons platform. We reported that in our previous story here. I don't understand how they could sit there with straight faces and say, we didn't say what it was filmed from, but now we can. Yes, because the noisy negativist showed you, right, what it was and where it was filmed from. The people that are critical, the people that actually, care about doing real research and not just profiting to the tune of how much money are you making from this shit? And by the way, I'm going to push that point again. Why does Jeremy Corbell get all these government leaks and get to become a millionaire by slapping his copyright and selling footage to TMZ, selling footage to, these are taxpayer funded videos. He doesn't own them. He doesn't have the right to claim them as his, to the best of my knowledge of these things. These are publicly funded, taxpayer funded. We all own them. And so every time he does this, I go to government people and ask them. Nobody gets back to me. But we may have a remedy for that situation because, people that have more impressive press credentials than I currently have can actually get answers. And I'm going to press this issue with the United States government. Several issues, by the way, like why is this allowed? Why is he constantly able to profit all of this much off of videos that are owned by American taxpayers, that were filmed by our United States government, which we all paid for? He doesn't have the exclusive rights to get all these leaks. And that's another situation. Some of these leaks are from military bases. Isn't this stuff classified? And I'm just asking questions. I don't know. Is it legal for people to leak these leaks to Jeremy Corbell? Is it legal for him to sell them to TMZ or whoever he's selling them to, or put them on monetized YouTube channels? I'm asking these questions because I think, Mr. Disclosure and Transparency, that's another thing. Where are all these leaks coming from? I don't know if it's true, but many people have suggested that they're coming from Dave Grush, who was investigated shortly after the government found out that he was hanging out with these two who keep getting government leaks. So I want to know, what is the government doing about all these government leaks? Is it legal? What is the situation here? And one last thing to share. We'll try to wrap things up here. We've gone a little further than, I apologize. A lot of information to share. So John Greenwald Jr. from theblackvault.com. By the way, I always say this, but I truly mean this. John's like a good guy. He's one of the good guys. People ask me all the time, who can you trust? John Greenwald is like the Walter Cronkite of UFOs. And, there's always things you can learn from people that have skills you don't. I get it. A lot of people don't like my approach or my delivery or my being too aggressive or nasty to these people. And John, even when he's saying somebody is full of shit, he says it diplomatically like a professional. I could learn a lot from John from the Black Vault. He's able to get statements from the government. And here he posts, the Pentagon has issued a statement about the, quote, jellyfish, unquote, UFO UAP case as released by TMZ by Jeremy Corbell. And here's the statement. We do not comment on the authenticity of alleged DOD material that may have been leaked.